In the era of interstellar exploration, myriad races that were once destined to be adversaries have forged alliances, united against a more formidable foe, the Zerg. The Zerg, driven by an insatiable hunger, consume all matter within their sight, exhibiting a cold-blooded brutality and a remarkable diversity in their forms. After millennia of resistance, the Interstellar Alliance has grown significantly, with technological advancements providing a glimmer of respite for various races under the oppressive shadow of the Zerg. On a remote planet within the Alliance's territory, a starship has just landed, its hatch opening to reveal two figures, one tall and the other short. Yuan, this planet will serve as your initial domain, the Titan instructor reassured. Though it is isolated and perilously close to a planet previously devoured by the Zerg, it remains undiscovered by them for now. Moreover, this planet boasts abundant energy resources, classifying it as a rare level 5 planet. This will greatly benefit your territorial development and population expansion. I hope you succeed in your endeavors, the instructor added with encouragement. Thank you, teacher. I will strive to do my best, Yuan replied with a smile. It seems your spirits are high, which is commendable. Many matters are devoid of fairness, the instructor remarked. This planet indeed has its merits. I will now link the information of this planet to you. Here is the device for registration. The Titan instructor produced a spatial device from his pocket. Planets are graded on a 10-level scale based on their energy resources, with level 1 being the highest. Only 5 major planets at the heart of the Alliance hold this prestigious classification. Typically, the graduation planets assigned to students of the Lord Academy fall within the 6 or 7 level range, making the allocation of a level 5 planet quite exceptional. Nonetheless, the location of this planet poses significant dangers. It is alarmingly close to the Zerg and far removed from the Alliance, rendering the protective measures of the Alliance nearly negligible in this area. A moment's inattention could lead to its discovery by the Zerg. If the Zerg were to take notice, it would result in a desperate struggle for survival, as any hope for reinforcements would be little more than a pipe dream. Given the vast distance, by the time the Alliance could dispatch aid, the planet could very well be stripped bare by the Zerg. Yuan accepted the spatial device from his teacher with a grin. At the registration desk, his name transformed to a vibrant green, followed by the designation of a level 5 planet. Instantly, Yuan's communicator emitted a series of beeps, a clear indication that his fellow students were mocking him. As a minor race amidst the multitude, the presence of a human like Yuan excelling in the academy had already stirred discontent among many. After a brief silence, the Titan instructor sighed softly. Congratulations on acquiring your first planet. In 3 months' time, the academy will conduct its first assessment of your progress. Since there are no established interstellar routes here, should you wish to bring your kin over, you may consider renting an aircraft from the academy, the instructor kindly advised. Yuan shook his head with a smile. Thank you, teacher, but I have my own means of managing my kin. Renting an aircraft from the academy is quite costly. The human race, being relatively small within the Alliance, wields little influence. The mere fact that Yuan was able to enter the Lord Academy has already astonished many races. Furthermore, his performance has consistently ranked among the top. Regrettably, due to the weakness of his race, he was assigned to such a perilous planet, a situation that even the Titan instructor found somewhat unjust. Typically, the development of a planet requires the support of one's race, with larger factions sending numerous kin to assist their students. After all, graduates from the Lord Academy are poised to secure a place within the Alliance's headquarters, and those who excel in the assessments may earn the prestigious title of Lord. The leaders of the Alliance are selected from among the Lords. Conversely, those who fail their assessments face dire consequences, ranging from being unable to graduate to outright death. The interstellar age is fraught with peril. Aside from the Zerg, numerous adversaries threaten the Alliance. Planetary warfare is rampant, and survival hinges upon genuine skill. As the starship departed, Yuan's smile broadened, unable to contain his excitement. System, he exclaimed, initiate the game beta test. Once the starship vanished from sight, Yuan promptly called upon the system. Indeed, he was a transmigrator, having awakened to the Lord system and received a complimentary starter pack upon his arrival. From this starter pack, he acquired the ability to summon the souls of his fellow villagers from his original world. In this interstellar age, while the human race may be weak, the technological advancements are staggering. The trade of genes has been legalized, allowing those with sufficient resources to acquire even the genes of celestial beings. Unfortunately, weaker souls typically have lower gene acceptance rates. The souls of the human race within the Interstellar Alliance are of low caliber. Yet, Yuan's soul level is exceptionally high, which is why he gained admission to the Lord Academy. The system has assured him that the players summoned from his homeland will possess strong souls as well. Thus, Yuan had long since begun to strategize, eagerly anticipating the day of allocation. Once the planet distribution was complete, he would summon the players. He had already established a game page back home, designed to entice players into coming over to work for him. However, he had not anticipated being assigned to such a remote and dangerous planet. Yet, Yuan consoled himself, recognizing that isolation could also present its own advantages. He opened the system interface and accessed the game website he had created back home. Simultaneously, on Earth, a game streaming host, engrossed in gameplay, was suddenly interrupted by a notification that appeared on his screen. Upon seeing the alert, all the viewers were left astounded. "Oh my gosh, host, stop playing! The pre-release game you mentioned earlier has sent you a beta testing invitation. What the heck? I can't believe it. Interstellar Human Race is about to enter beta testing? Stop playing, host." The game streamer, initially absorbed in his game, soon realized that his teammates were frantically urging him to check his messages. Messages? What messages? Confused, the streamer looked up to see the chat flooded with reminders urging him to check his notifications. What notifications? He asked, still bewildered. Upon clicking open the message, his heart raced when he saw the bold lettering spelling out Interstellar Human Race. The moment he read the words Open Beta Test, he erupted into a piercing scream of excitement within his room. "Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! It's really happening!" As he jumped around the room, he swiftly retrieved a futuristic helmet from the shelf behind him, treating it with reverence. In that instant, the streaming room's viewership skyrocketed to 50,000. There was no other reason for this surge. This game was simply extraordinary. The viewers in the streaming room erupted in excitement, and the host was no exception. His hands trembled as he clutched the helmet, addressing the camera, brothers, we are about to witness a miracle once again. Do you remember the last time we were fortunate enough to enter the game Interstellar Human Race? Honestly, to this day, I still dream about everything in that world. Indeed, I dare to call Interstellar Human Race a world in its own right, for it is so astonishingly real that I can hardly believe it is merely a game. Chapter 2. This game is truly astonishing. The barrage of comments in the live stream was incessant. Indeed, merely from watching the videos, I could sense the game's extraordinary realism. Each frame seemed to burn through its budget. Did we just witness history in the making? I heard that this time, only 30 internal test accounts were made available for Star Human Race, and several highly popular streamers were among the chosen ones. Naturally, they sought out skilled players for the internal test, simultaneously generating some buzz. It shouldn't be long before more accounts are opened up. The viewers in the live stream were fervently flooding the chat with messages. The streamer could hardly keep up. Taking a deep breath, he slowly donned the helmet. As the spatial equipment activated, a technologically advanced chamber materialized in what was once a pristine, untouched planet. Inside the chamber were hundreds of cryogenic pods. Yuan poured the clone liquid and genetic serum he had purchased at a bargain into the pods. 30 cryogenic chambers lit up with green lights and simultaneously opened their doors. Is this how we enter the game? The streamer opened his eyes, momentarily dazed by the lights above. The sensation was entirely different from his first experience. Back then, the gaming company hadn't yet sent him a helmet. He merely clicked on a web page, felt dizzy for a moment, and then found himself standing beside a strikingly handsome young man. This time, however, the environment felt distinctly altered. The next moment, as he sat up from the cryogenic pod, his eyes widened in astonishment. Looking down, he could see his body. The texture of his skin and the contours of his muscles were remarkably lifelike. Streamers typically spent their days cooped up at home. And even if they were slender, they might still have a slight belly. But what did he see when he looked down? Good heavens, is this my starting skin? He felt the 8-pack abs on his belly. Upon rising, he realized he was in an incredibly high-tech room. The other pods around him were also open, revealing individuals who were all stunningly attractive, their faces filled with astonishment. Welcome to the game. This game features random appearances, defaulting to a 100 sensory restoration with values adjustable at will. After logging in, please choose a name for yourself and join our Lord in building a prosperous human civilization. The electronic voice echoed in the minds of each player. Wow, is it really this impressive? The streamer trembled with excitement. This was his first time experiencing such a game. However, as a gaming streamer, he keenly sensed that this was a pivotal moment in gaming history. Merely the visuals of this game were enough to obliterate every other game currently on the market. Gaining a head start felt like a stroke of incredible luck. He promptly selected the name, Stealing Oil Lady. As soon as he finalized his name, a deep blue garment rose from the bottom of the cryogenic pod. Others soon followed suit, donning their outfits. Stealing Oil Lady? Are you a rat? Oh my god. You Lao Chow. Heaven help me. I hardly recognized you after you changed skins. This game is utterly phenomenal. Its graphics far surpass anything else on the market. It feels as if we are truly meeting. With all senses rendered completely real, if it weren't for the ability to adjust the sound, I could hardly tell if this was the real world. I truly wonder what kind of processor the company behind this game is using. I feel breathless from the sheer awe. All 30 players were seasoned veterans, the first batch carefully selected by Wei Yuan for their quality, so they were all somewhat familiar with one another. Moreover, prior to the test, Wei Yuan had conducted a brief pre-launch login. Yet, even that mere few seconds was enough to send players into a frenzy. Now, they possessed physical bodies, and the sensation was even better than their original forms. What was going on? After a brief exchange, the players began to explore the game. One player peeled back his clothing only to discover a patch of mosaic. Another player jumped suddenly, soaring 4 to 5 meters high, directly touching the ceiling of the lounge. Oh, haha, this initial body is surprisingly powerful. Let me try that as well. As the players bounced around, the lounge door slid open, drawing the attention of all 30 players towards Wei Yuan. The exceptionally handsome youth, as calm as he had been upon their first entry into the game, regarded them with an air of serene composure, as if everything was under his control. Truly, what a charming individual. The players mused internally, observing the lively players before him. Wei Yuan felt a surge of elation. Just as the system had described, the players summoned from Earth possessed an astonishingly high quality of spirit. The genetic fusion rate of every individual exceeded 90%. What an astounding figure! According to the Alliance records, a member of the celestial race had once suffered severe injuries in battle and attempted to use cloning technology to replace his body. Yet, even then, the fusion rate barely reached 60%. And now, he was witnessing 30 players, each boasting fusion rates above 90%. What did this signify? It meant that in the future, once he had the means, he could provide players with stronger bodies and better genes. As long as the initial physique was human, even with genetic modifications, they would still be part of the human race. Moreover, the technology of the stars ensured that even with genetic alterations, the appearance of their bodies would remain unchanged. He could have them mine for wealth and later use their earnings to acquire superior genes and equipment. When it came time to utilize the equipment and genes, he would simply charge the players. The mere thought of this made Wei Yuan's lips curl into a smile. Indeed, players were the best resources. My kin, you have finally awakened. I am your lord. Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan had long devised his opening speech, and now it was time to deliver it with heartfelt passion. Centuries ago, the human race departed from their homeland to explore the cosmos, encountering countless races in the vast expanse of space. During that time, humanity was immensely powerful. However, our ancestors encountered the Zerg, an incredibly formidable yet irrational race. They were governed by a queen bug, devouring all matter, organic or inorganic, upon discovery. The queen bug possessed intelligence and sought to use humanity to invade myriad races for more sustenance. But this scheme was uncovered by the human race. In that battle, humanity nearly faced annihilation. Yet our ancestors, undaunted by the threat of extinction, fought valiantly to convey the message, thus leaving a spark for humanity. The myriad races immediately formed an alliance, leading to the establishment of the current Star Alliance. However, from that point on, humanity dwindled, and their strength fell several tiers. Now, the Alliance has forgotten the contributions of humanity. We shall restore our past glory. Kin, let us strive for the resurgence of our race. Wei Yuan elaborated on the game's background. This narrative was not merely improvised. It was a concise reorganization of the historical context of this universe. Now, my kin, please follow me. He turned and led the players out of the lounge. Chapter 3 Brother Yuan, help me. 3 suns hung in the sky. Light filtered through the leaves, bright and blinding. The rich greenery swayed gently in the breeze. All the players were left speechless, as individuals accustomed to spending years indoors gaming. They were used to towering buildings and asphalt roads. Suddenly confronted with such an expansive, primordial forest, they were utterly mesmerized. Wow, I feel as though every pore in my body has opened up. What on earth? Is the game company mad? So many trees, and each one is unique. I can hardly believe the artists didn't collapse at their desks during rendering. One player cautiously approached a large tree, reaching out to peel away its bark, eager to discover if he could find any bugs. But in the next instant, a root sprang forth from the ground and pierced through him. The piercing shriek instantly drew the attention of all players. Blood flowed from the player's wound, seeping into the root. The unfortunate soul, writhing in agony, cried out, "What the hell? I'm going to die. I'm going to die." Wow, there's a monster, dude. You're incredible. Pulling a monster right at the door? Quickly lower the pain sensitivity, brother. The default pain setting is at 100%. A normal person would have perished if a root penetrated there, you know? The unfortunate player finally remembered to adjust his pain sensitivity. Goodness, this game's pain mechanics are far too realistic. I almost met my end. This player, known as Dark Beggar, grimaced and howled. After lowering his pain sensitivity, the intense agony vanished in an instant. I've traversed the gaming world for over a decade, emerging from countless battles, and yet today, I was bested by a mere tree demon. With the pain gone, Dark Beggar became enraged. With a swift motion, he wrenched himself free from the root. The players watched as Dark Beggar's health bar plummeted dramatically. Even with just half health remaining, I can still claim this first kill. Dark Beggar jumped out of the giant tree's attack range, laughing heartily. All right then, if you want the first kill, we won't interfere. Just right for recording and observing the strength of the starter village's monsters. If he can't handle it, he'd better not push his luck. I wouldn't want him to die and have his internal test account banned. Wei Yuan was taken aback. Are players truly this reckless now? They read charging in without even knowing the strength of the monsters. Fortunately, the creatures inhabiting this planet are not particularly formidable. Take, for instance, the tree before us, known as the bloodthirsty Ailanthus. Based on the current strength of the players, it would require at least 5 individuals working in concert to bring it down. However, the player known as anonymously begging was already down to half health. Approaching the creature would be tantamount to courting death. Wei Yuan stepped forward, declaring, "This is the bloodthirsty Ailanthus. It is beyond your current abilities to defeat alone. Allow me to handle it," and no sooner had he spoken than he prepared to strike down the tree. Yet, in the next moment, a voice erupted, "Ha ha ha, for the grievance of the uproar. I shall take my revenge now. Die, tree spirit." Anonymously begging shouted excitedly, completely deaf to Wei Yuan's words, and charged forward unarmed. The next second, he was sent flying by a root that struck him in the face. Wei Yuan watched as he was propelled a great distance. How could I be defeated by a mere tree? I refused to believe it. The man, now on the ground, lowered his head and slowly rose, muttering strange phrases. The onlooking players, suddenly enlightened, shouted encouragement. "Don't give up," anonymously begging. "No matter how powerful the enemy, you must not surrender. As the hope of humanity, you are destined to face numerous challenges on your path to becoming strong. Look, this bloodthirsty Ailanthus is your first trial." The man, previously on the ground, abruptly lifted his head. His eyes filled with determination. "Indeed, I cannot lose. This is an essential path for the resurgence of our kind." How cringeworthy, how utterly embarrassing. Wei Yuan silently screamed within himself. His toes curled, as if he were about to dig into the ground. Something felt off. These players were peculiar. Suddenly, memories flooded back to him. Among the myriad of gamers, most were absorbed in their quests, diligently enhancing their abilities. However, there existed a niche category known as fun seekers. They derived joy not from completing game tasks, but from exploring various gameplay mechanics. Realizing this, Wei Yuan glanced at the players still engaged in their theatrical performance and inwardly groaned. It was a disaster. There was a strong possibility that some unsavory elements had infiltrated the group he had chosen. Typically, if normal players encountered such elements, they would become tainted. Indeed, his regular players might transform into fun seekers. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Wei Yuan's forehead. "Ha ha ha, brothers, This monster is clearly beyond my current level to confront directly. But if you can wait a little while, I will surely devise a clever strategy. Anonymously begging clutched his chest and coughed up blood. His health bar was nearly depleted, leaving him on the brink of death. With only 30 accounts in the beta test, no one knew if logging off would result in losing that precious slot. Thus, anonymously begging dared not take that risk if you're unable to handle it. "We shall commence with the grinding," he exclaimed. "Since it's a tree, it must be weak to fire. Let me start a fire through friction and bring some warmth to our dear Atlantis, with the advantage of elemental resistance. Winning would not be a mere matter of pride. Brothers, watch me as I use agility to tackle this beast. First and foremost, we must ascertain the attack range of the Atlantis." The players giggled and gathered around the bloodthirsty Atlantis. Wei Yuan intended to warn them that once the Atlantis tasted blood, it would indiscriminately hunt down nearby beings. However, upon recalling the fun-seeker's tendencies, he silently closed his mouth. Perhaps being brutally slaughtered once would also be a source of amusement for them. Just as the players began to chatter, the ground trembled slightly. 29 roots suddenly erupted from the earth. "What the heck? An ambush, Atlantis? Are you not able to handle this?" "I didn't have time to lower my sensitivity." "Oh no, my backside. Why do these roots have spikes this time? My health is plummeting. Help! Who designed this? This monster can evolve. It's a bug. Who placed such a creature at the entrance of the novice village? Lord, save me. Wei Yuan, help please." Wei Yuan slowly turned his body, covering his mouth to stifle his laughter. Moments later, he approached, his expression utterly unfazed. Beneath his handsome facade lay a remarkably calm and gentle demeanor. Observing the players skewered like kebabs. Being drained of their vitality, Wei Yuan sighed. Chapter 4. Trouble, Fun Seekers Among the Players. Has our kin been detached from this world for too long? The strength and intellect of the bloodthirsty Atlantis grow with the amount of blood it consumes. Once it has feasted sufficiently, it shall evolve into a treant. You cannot hope to defeat it relying solely on individual strength. Wei Yuan nonchalantly raised his hand toward the Atlantis. A cold light flickered upon the tree's trunk. In an instant, all the players collapsed to the ground. Boom! The colossal tree, which required 5 people to encircle, was cleaved open at an angle. The massive crown fell with a resounding thud, without the trunk to support it. The roots lost their vigor. What the hell? A one-hit kill? The only player still standing was anonymously begging, who was barely alive. He widened his eyes, slid over to Wei Yuan's leg, knelt on one knee, and raised one hand, shouting, "Wei Yuan, you are my god." It was confirmed. They were indeed a bunch of fun seekers. Wei Yuan felt a bit dazed, but the performance must continue. "This planet is the primitive world assigned to me by the Academy. It is teeming with life, and there may even be sentient beings present. Our task now is to explore this planet and unearth its value. Much like this bloodthirsty Atlantis before us, its branches, roots, and sap hold great worth. However, the territory surrounding us is overrun with bloodthirsty Atlantises, posing a threat to our safety. Thus, we must clear a secure area." And no sooner had Wei Yuan's words left his mouth than an electronic notification resonated in the minds of all players. Lord's task released. Instantly, the task appeared on the players' panels. Task 1. Clear 1,000 bloodthirsty Atlantises. Task details. Time limit of 15 days. Simply slay 1,000 bloodthirsty Atlantises. Task reward, 300 gold. Accept task? Yes, no. Task 2. Classification of bloodthirsty Atlantis materials. Task details. Categorize the materials from slain bloodthirsty Atlantises into roots, bark, heartwood, sap, and branches for storage. Task reward. Each material's reward varies from 100 to 1,000 gold based on classification completeness. Note: achieving the highest classification level recognized by the system will yield hidden rewards. Accept task? Yes, no, what the heck? This must be a bug. 1,000 Atlantises. Are they insane? Did they put effort into the graphics but design the game with their feet? Who's the designer? Bring them out so I can beat them to a pulp. Seriously, 1,000? And with a time limit of 15 days. Have I gone mad, or has this game company? The players were left in shock upon seeing the task details. Just as everyone began to doubt the game's integrity, the player known as the oil thief scampered over, clutching her backside, and cheekily asked, "Wei Yuan, didn't you say it would be difficult for us to handle a bloodthirsty Atlantis alone?" Looking around, This place seems like the Atlantis' den. It's absolutely swarming, impossible to manage. Even if we work together, there are only 30 of us. Wei Yuan struggled to suppress a smile, rubbing his forehead as he chuckled softly. I never said you should confront it with mere physical strength. Your current genetic integration is at the most basic level and cannot compete with the bloodthirsty Atlantis. However, the base has numerous weapons to combat the Atlantis. Just as I demonstrated earlier, as he spoke, he spread his palm, revealing a metallic weapon that shimmered at his fingertips. Though humanity is small, our resources are considerable. Such undeveloped Treants possess significant strength, but they are utterly defenseless against laser weaponry. Huh? The oil thief was taken aback. The previously raucous players fell silent as well. Oh no. I forgot this game is an interstellar one. How embarrassing. Does the Lord think we're fools? There was no doubt. The Lord's expression conveyed everything. After all, the very first sight upon entering the game was this primitive forest. I thought we were genuinely relying on our brute force to develop. How naive. The players rationalized their way out of the embarrassment. Wei Yuan smiled. Perhaps you've been in the stasis pod for too long. The weapons require energy, and our territory's energy reserves are somewhat lacking. Just as the players began to look tense again, Wei Yuan continued, however, clearing some bloodthirsty Atlantises should still be feasible. Upon hearing the word should, players felt their temples throb. The energy reserves were likely insufficient. Let us check the weapons first. Interstellar weaponry must be quite impressive. The players grew excited. With weapons, what was there to fear? With their hearts finally at ease, all the players accepted the tasks. Who knew if refusing the task would result in losing access to those weapons? As they marched triumphantly into the armory, the sight of an entire arsenal brimming with weapons caused every pair of eyes to sparkle with a W. Is this a Gundam? Exclaimed one in disbelief. Within the armory, the most striking feature was a row of mechs standing majestically at the center, towering at a height of 100 meters, each with its own unique design. The only commonality among them was their undeniable allure, utterly breathtaking. The mechs were the very essence of interstellar gaming. A dazzling array of energy weapons adorned the space, leaving onlookers in a state of bewilderment. Yet, the only weapon at your disposal at this moment is this one. Wei Yuan strode towards a corner, retrieving a chainsaw-like device from a shelf that was nearly coated in dust. The low-frequency energy saw, when activated, emitted sound waves capable of stunning a bloodthirsty Tsubaki for a full minute. The objective was simple: sever the Tsubaki within that time frame. As Wei Yuan elucidated, he powered up the energy saw. The low-frequency sound was inaudible to humans. Unfortunately, I only have this one saw. Wei Yuan frowned slightly. If it weren't for his proclivity for collecting odd weapons, he would have found it difficult to produce such a rudimentary tool. You all can try this weapon first. I will procure some more. After handing the low-frequency energy saw to the oil thief, Wei Yuan departed. The weapons in the energy vault could not be utilized without proper authorization, allowing Wei Yuan to leave the players here with peace of mind. The Lord has left. Though the saw was decent, I sense there are even better treasures within this armory. Is that pile over there merely refuse? Let me take a look. The oil thief shook the saw in her hand, noting that it resembled the electric saws she was accustomed to seeing. You all keep searching. I will test the power of this saw. The oil thief intended to greet her companions, but turned to find several players rummaging through the refuse heap. Chapter 5. I didn't expect you to be such a senior. The players had only just entered the game, all starting at level 0 in the realm of the stars. This equated to their most primitive state, much like the bloodthirsty Tsubaki for the Treant race. Thus, the weapons available to them were quite basic, so rudimentary that they had been phased out of shopping centers. Indeed, the energy saw was already obsolete. Perhaps the students of the Lord's Academy might have some in their collections. Wei Yuan accessed the Academy forum and posted a request to purchase basic energy saws. Soon, his communicator buzzed with messages. Wei Yuan, why are you buying basic energy saws? Shouldn't you be developing on your level 5 planet? A basic energy saw? Ha ha ha, even my 3-year-old nephew wouldn't use that. Are the humans so destitute that they sent the most rudimentary of their kind to assist you? Has the human race fallen so low? A level 1 gene serum costs merely 10 star coins. Can't you afford that? Our aquatic branch can manage it, while the humans are truly pathetic. Beneath his post on the Academy network, a plethora of comments piled up. What could be done? Wei Yuan's reputation was simply too illustrious. The humans possessed astonishing talents. Upon entering the Academy, he outperformed all his peers. The key point was that the students of the Lord's Academy were all products of resource accumulation. Yet Wei Yuan was different. The human race lacked wealth. This presented immense pressure to the prodigies of the Lord's Academy. Furthermore, with the current leader of the Interstellar Alliance about to step down, the emergence of a formidable contender like him was likely to incite jealousy. However, Wei Yuan found little interest in retaliating against those who wore their envy so openly. Amidst the sea of inconsequential chatter, he finally spotted a message. "Senior, my family previously manufactured basic energy saws, and we still have some stock. How many do you need?" Wei Yuan quickly added the other party as a friend and opened a dialogue. "Senior?" At that moment, on Kashgar's satellite, a green-haired girl sprang up from her bed in exhilaration. Could it truly be Senior Wei Yuan? Upon seeing the avatar and message from the other party, her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed. "Hello, I am Wei Yuan." The girl pressed her hand against her rapidly beating heart and cautiously replied, "Hello, Senior, I am a new student this year. My name is Emilo, and I reside on Kashgar's satellite. My family used to produce these energy saws, and we still have some stock. How many do you need?" Wei Yuan was somewhat taken aback by the warmth of this student. "Could I take a look first?" Emilo quickly leapt from her bed, found her family's storage, and snapped a photo to send over. "Since the price of gene serums dropped, we haven't been able to sell these, and they are now piling up at home, ready to be decomposed and recycled. How many do you need, Senior?" Wei Yuan glanced at the photo Emilo sent. The massive storage facility was filled to the brim. "What a wealthy family. How many do you have? I want them all." The value of such items would only increase as more players entered the game. This was not a free giveaway. Wei Yuan might even profit from this venture. "All right, Senior, you want all?" "Huh? All of them?" Emilo's fervent enthusiasm diminished instantaneously. She furrowed her brow slightly, knowing Wei Yuan's reputation for being financially challenged was well known even within the academy. Surely, Senior Wei Yuan wasn't planning to take advantage of her generosity? With so many basic energy saws, Emilo's family could still fetch a decent price by decomposing and selling them in the face of financial gain. Even an idol must tread carefully, Emilo thought to herself, opting for a more diplomatic approach in her response. "Senior, I admire you greatly, but these goods are part of my family's assets, and I do not have the authority to give them all away. If you only need a few hundred, I can certainly gift those to you." Wei Yuan remained silent for a moment. How curious. This junior seems to think of him as a freeloader. Perhaps his reputation for being impoverished had indeed become too notorious. He silently lamented, "I am not asking for a free gift. I wish to purchase them. Please calculate the total cost." "Purchase." Emilo's eyes lit up. Simultaneously, she chastised herself internally. How could she think so poorly of Senior Wei Yuan? He was a true genius. "We have 37,000 units in stock, and since we were planning to dispose of them, I can offer them to you at a disposal price. 3,700,000 star coins in total. How would you like to pay, Senior?" 3,700,000 for disposal. Wei Yuan coughed, glancing at his meager savings. He had 150,000 left. The human race was not affluent. When he attended the Lord's Academy, he never solicited funds from his family. Over the years, he had managed to earn and spend his own star coins through his efforts. Yet, he was also a collector. The warehouse filled with weapons had been amassed piece by piece over time. When Emilo noticed that her message had not received an immediate reply, her heart sank. Indeed, Senior was lacking in funds. This price she had quoted was the absolute lowest she could offer, as she pondered how to save face for him. A transfer notification arrived. "Wei Yuan, 1 million in advance. The remaining 2,700,000 can be settled upon delivery." "Wei Yuan, by the way, do you offer free shipping? Free shipping? Senior, could you please send me your location?" Emilo's spirits soared as she received the payment. Clearly, Senior Wei Yuan was not as stingy as the rumors suggested. With a smile, she clicked on the location Wei Yuan had sent. It was already the talk of the academy that Senior Wei Yuan had been assigned a level 5 planet, one abundant in resources. Simply by selling the resources from that planet, he could cultivate powerful kin. However, when she opened the location, her excitement waned. "Senior, why are there no shipping routes within 70,000 light-years of your planet?" Wei Yuan, screenshot JPG. "Wei Yuan, you just mentioned free shipping." Emilo, watching Wei Yuan's avatar fade into darkness, the light in Emilo's eyes disappeared as well. It was so far away. A place unreachable by transportation routes. Why did she have to so eagerly accept the payment? Tears welled in her eyes. Yet, Having received payment and made a commitment, she had no choice but to deliver. If her father discovered that she had sold this batch of goods at a low price and was subsequently swindled by the buyer, she would surely face his wrath. A merchant must not engage in unprofitable business. Biting her finger, Emilio messaged her father, "Dad, I won TB home for the holidays. I'm going out with classmates." Chapter 6. Everyone get ready for mining. With the business concluded, Wei Yuan let out a sigh of relief. It would take approximately 10 days for the goods to arrive from Kashgar satellite. Even if some players had accepted missions ahead of time, 5 days should suffice for them to complete their tasks. That moment, Wei Yuan heard exclamations of astonishment from outside. "Wow! Incredible, brother! Ah, you truly excel in your domain. My friend, without a doubt, you are a master of sandbox games, reigning supreme in material collection. A resounding thumbs up to you." Upon emerging from the depths of the game, Wei Yuan found himself confronted by a throng of 30 players, all congregated around a bloodthirsty camphor tree. The oil thief stood at the center of this tree, activating the switch on a basic energy saw, thereby exerting control over the bloodthirsty camphor. Meanwhile, the other players remained poised at the periphery of the tree's attack range, quietly awaiting their opportunity. Countless roots erupted from the ground, poised to lunge at them, yet frozen mid-air due to the low-frequency sound emitted by the chainsaw. Seizing the moment, the players began to scrape away the outer layer of the roots with an array of tools, knives, axes, shovels, and more. Indeed, they were meticulously honing the roots. Ordinary weapons proved ineffective against the tree's tough exterior. But where on earth did they procure such weapons? The more Wei Yuan observed their implements, the more familiar they appeared. It's working, brothers, I've breached it," exclaimed a player wielding a small blade. After merely 3 minutes of grinding, a breach was imminent. "Keep going, everyone." The first to speak was a player with a small blade in hand. Wei Yuan, noticing the blade, suddenly recalled that these tools seemed to be those he had casually crafted during his mech assignments. Some appeared to be maintenance tools for mechs. He spotted another player diligently drilling into the roots with a small screwdriver. Once the roots' defenses were compromised, the players produced glass vials from seemingly nowhere, beginning to squeeze them against the roots. A pale green sap erupted from the breach. The 30 players toiled diligently, while Wei Yuan watched in astonishment. "Time's up! Time us up, oil thief! Rev up the machine." At the instant the command was issued, the oil thief activated the energy saw once more. The roots, which had begun to show signs of recovery, were rendered immobile once again. The health bar of the bloodthirsty camphor dwindled to an almost negligible state, and no need to consult the health bar anymore. Its weakened state was plainly visible, as even the roots were beyond its control. "Now's our chance, brothers. Begin material disassembly, living disassembly. Will this material yield a perfect quality?" cackled the players as they charged forth. Wei Yuan gasped in shock. The players were viciously determined, deliberately reducing the bloodthirsty camphor to such a state solely for the purpose of harvesting materials. Indeed, when the bloodthirsty camphor was still alive, peeling its materials, be it bark or roots, would retain their vitality, making it feasible to achieve perfect quality with proper preservation. However, such methods seemed excessively cruel, Wei Yuan lamented. Calculating the potential worth of these perfect quality bloodthirsty camphor materials on the black market. Though these materials were not inherently valuable, their perfect quality combined with their quantity could amass a considerable fortune. Players were remarkable. They immersed themselves in such monotonous labor with fervor. Wei Yuan clenched his hands, urging his players to earn more for their lord. But, as is often the case, misfortune struck unexpectedly. Just as the players were nearing the extraction of nearly 10 sets of bloodthirsty camphor materials, the basic energy saw ran out of power. Beep beep beep, energy depleted, shutdown initiated. Please replenish energy promptly. What, are you kidding me? The energy ran out now? The oil thief was taken aback. In the next moment, a root burst forth from the ground. Damn it, this game design is infuriating. The oil thief abruptly opened his eyes wide from within his helmet. His final roar remained trapped within the game. Player oil thief has perished in the game. Would you like to apply for resurrection? Yes. The oil thief felt dazed. Even in a futuristic setting, to have an energy saw run out without any alert? Curse the game designers. What kind of absurd setting is this? At that moment, Wei Yuan sneezed. The oil thief's final shout was laden with resentment. Wei Yuan pursed his lips, it was simply an unavoidable circumstance. In the realm of interstellar travel, any race that had activated a genetic lock would naturally sense the energy status of their weapons. No merchant would design such a redundant notification. The oil thief had fallen. The other players stood in shock. What? The oil thief logged off. His account 1 TB banned. Will it? By the way, my health is in a precarious state. Gazing at the recovering body of the oil thief. Another player, secretly begging for assistance, glanced at his meager health. Yuan Gu, where do we replenish energy for the saw? And why hasn't my health restored at all? The player approached cautiously. Wei Yuan smiled faintly. Assuming the role of his intelligent NPC, initiating the introduction mode. In the interstellar realm, all weapons utilize a type of energy source known as energy stones. Fortunately, this planet is rich in energy mineral resources. If you require it, you may venture forth to extract some. Your body is in an extremely weakened state and requires treatment in a medical pod, which necessitates gold coins for usage. The cost for your treatment is generally determined by the difficulty level. Players secretly begging, you should only require 5 gold coins to fully restore your health. The players gathered around. What? So this is a mining game? Wait, energy minerals must be convertible to cash. Gold coins might just be used to purchase resurrection opportunities. In the beta test, many settings were still unclear, and everything had to be explored gradually. Yuan Gu, where do we mine? Task triggered. Mining. Task details. Proceed to the mine. Extract energy minerals. Price. 10 gold coins per kilogram of energy minerals. As the electronic voice resonated, a route appeared before all players. The distribution of the planet's minerals had already been marked by the system upon Wei Yuan's arrival. Wow, mining, is this lucrative? 10 gold coins per kilogram. Why bother chopping down trees? Let's go mining. My health is perilously low. I feel drained after this work. Chapter 7. The Oil Thief Strategy. First resurrection application is free of charge. Resurrection countdown. 24 hours. 24 hours to wait? The oil thief gasped in dismay. Removing his helmet, as he returned from the game world to his modest gaming room, he experienced a surreal sense of traversing dimensions. He felt somewhat disoriented. Raising his gaze to the computer, he realized he had forgotten to turn off the live stream before starting the game. Now, there were still 30 to 40,000 viewers online. The streamer has awakened. Wow, finally awake. Streamer, hurry and upload the game footage. Beta testing is troublesome. One cannot watch live broadcasts, only recordings. Streamer, why did you log off? Is the game entertaining? As the barrage of comments in the live chat multiplied, the oil thief, knowing he had to wait 24 hours to return to the game, decided to sit before the live stream. As the recording uploads, brothers, I must declare that this game is the best I have ever played in my life, bar none. Though I have yet to uncover the storyline, the visuals and the hyper-realistic holographic simulation of the 5 senses already surpass every game available on the market. The viewers in the live stream were stunned by his proclamation. The oil thief was a genuine technical streamer, relying on authenticity to attract an audience. Wow, for a game to earn such high praise from the oil thief is indeed rare. I've played holographic simulation games before, but they made me dizzy. The streamer can't be deceiving us, can he? If I'm lying, I'll be hit by a car as soon as I step outside. The oil thief raised 3 fingers in an oath. This game has no discomfort. Well, there is some discomfort, but it's only after I log out that I feel as if I've just returned from another world, leaving me with a sense of longing. Then why did you log off? Haha, that's obvious. I must have died. Is it impossible to resurrect after dying? Or is it because I'm using a beta account, so that opportunity has been forfeited? I applied for resurrection, but free resurrection requires a 24-hour wait. I'm just biding my time now. Let me share with everyone the intel I've gathered in the game. Game strategies are an essential aspect for all game streamers. Even in sandbox games, players compile strategies. As he had some idle time, the oil thief began to organize the information he had collected in the game. The world background of this game is interstellar, but humanity is among the weaker factions in this vast universe. Upon entering the game, players automatically join the human faction and encounter the first NPC named Wei Yuan, who is the leader of the humans and possesses formidable strength. Though the specifics remain unknown, the player's spawning ground lies within Wei Yuan's territory, resembling a primordial forest, where they first encounter a creature known as the bloodthirsty camphor. Shortly, I will upload a video to provide further commentary on this novice creature, affectionately referred to as Brother Camphor by the players. Though Chuan Gu may appear to be a novice slaying monsters, His prowess is indeed formidable and quite fearsome, but I, caught off guard, fell victim to his ambush. With the introduction of the oil stealing, which he has completed the upload of his recorded gameplay video. The visuals are breathtakingly authentic, showcasing the terrifyingly powerful bloodthirsty Chuan monster. Countless players simultaneously wail in agony as they are pierced through. The Lord, cold and strikingly handsome, is a sight to behold, while the technological weaponry dazzles the eye. The imposing momentum of the mecha formations is awe-inspiring. In an instant, Weibo's trending searches are dominated by interstellar human race. The video uploaded by the oil stealing, which has ignited a fervor among players. Bystanders, upon viewing this footage, mistakenly assume it to be a promotional trailer for a new film, praising its impressive special effects. Once they realize it is a game, they quickly join the discussion, flooding the trending topics with references to interstellar human race. All popular searches are eclipsed by content related to this game. Numerous celebrities attempt to buy trending spots, only to be overshadowed by the buzz surrounding interstellar human race. Everyone is eager to uncover which gaming company has poured such resources into creating this masterpiece. Meanwhile, Wei Yuan, observing players mining in the territory, remains blissfully unaware of the chaos brewing among Earth's players. Truly, players exhibit an unyielding tenacity in their labor. Wei Yuan, seated beneath the shade of a tree, watches as players toil, drenched in sweat. The physicality in the game is invigorating. It feels as if I possess inexhaustible strength. It has been far too long since I've experienced such a robust physique. Come on, brothers, let us dig. Although the majority of energy ore is utilized in machinery, it cannot be touched with metal during collection. Thus, even the most advanced races must mine the ores by hand. Upon learning this characteristic, the players promptly began mining with their bare hands. The purple crystal-like ores are embedded within the soil. Their genetically modified bodies are no longer mere humans, although they have yet to unlock their genetic locks. Their foundational strength is impressive. Coupled with their boundless energy, their efficiency is staggering. Once the players tire, they exchange the mined ores for gold coins and head to the medical pod for healing. It is a sight that would bring tears to the eyes of any capitalist. Wei Yuan eagerly anticipates the players delivering more energy ores, but is suddenly jolted by the realization that one player has died and logged off. Can one truly perish while mining? Surely there hasn't he been a cave-in? Wei Yuan hastens to the site of the incident. As he makes his way there, several more players log off one after another. Meanwhile, in the mining area, what the heck, are you cursed? Where there's talk of monsters, there they are. I can't believe it. Just mining and monsters appear. It's utterly absurd. The mine is shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the faint purple glow of the energy ores. The scent of blood hangs heavy in the air. Darkly begging, and a few players huddle in a corner, in the shadows. Small figures scurry through the mine, scavenging energy ores from the fallen players. Eventually, they congregate. I clearly saw them mine a great deal of ore. Why do they have so little on them? The monsters chatter among themselves. The human race is both weak and cunning. They must have taken the ores before dying. How infuriating! Yet, we have still managed to gather a fair amount. Let us ignore those other hiding humans for now. If we can eliminate a few, they will think twice before encroaching again. The human race is so feeble, and yet they dare to mark our planet. What a delusional fantasy! Let us return and report our findings to the chief. Chapter 8. Goblins. Have they left? The concealed players peek out cautiously. Once certain that no one remains, they emerge from their hiding spot. Out of 29 players, only 9 remain. Why are the monsters so powerful in this game? The disparity in strength is overwhelming. Darkly begging furrows his brow. Despite being a well-known player in the gaming community, having once achieved the top rank in a popular game, he has never encountered monsters that crush players from the very start. They haven't even left the novice village yet, and they are already being overwhelmed. I sense that we may have stumbled upon the main storyline of the game. Indeed, although Source-Goo urged us to explore freely, giving the impression that this game is about exploring maps, consider the game's title and the background he provided, a game of conquest. Darkly begging feels a surge of excitement. Those ambushing creatures referred to us as humans. I suspect they belong to another race. Could it be that we are about to enter a state of war? However, we are all still at level 0. If we're low level, we just need to level up. If this truly is a game of conquest, then our path to leveling up likely involves defeating enemies. As soon as Darkly Begging mentions a conquest game, His eyes gleam with anticipation. That's what he excels at. Initially, he felt a bit disappointed thinking this game was exploration-focused, but unexpectedly, before the first day has even passed, enemies have already come knocking. Yet here we are, with only 9 players left. What can we do? The monsters number only 7. While a 1v1 battle is impossible, a 9v1 could allow us to take down a few, and we can always wait for resurrection. Players in the game receive notifications, so everyone is aware that each has 1 free resurrection opportunity. We can afford to wait a day. However, if we miss this plot point, we may never have another chance. After exchanging glances, the 9 players spring into action. The sky gradually darkens. Deep in the woods, 7 dwarves gather around a campfire, roasting meat. The rich aroma of alcohol wafts through the air. We managed to collect nearly 2 kilograms of energy ore this time. What a fantastic haul. These humans have proven somewhat useful, but I never expected they hadn't even unlocked their genetic locks. I smashed one with a single blow of my hammer. It was exhilarating, indeed. I heard that the only preparatory lord of the human race has arrived on this planet. I thought he'd be formidable, but it seems the humans have sent us such weaklings. Weaklings are even better. Having never unlocked their genetic locks, we can capture them and make them mine for us, providing us with abundant ores. But what of that preparatory lord's strength? Humph, the humans only sent us those who haven't unlocked their genetic locks. He must have little influence among them. How strong could he possibly be? Right, just a greenhorn who hasn't even graduated yet. Once our chief arrives, he will undoubtedly be dealt with swiftly. This place is so far from the Alliance center that even if he dies, no one will suspect a thing. We could always blame it on those mindless insectoids, saying they devoured him. Despite their small stature, these figures have surprisingly loud voices. The players, hidden in the shadows, initially thought it would be difficult to gather information. However, they soon learned that these creatures divulged everything. What a surprise! I thought uncovering information would be a challenge, yet, in a game, one cannot help but accept the constraints imposed by the developers, who surely fear players being unable to find clues. Let us not dwell on the trivialities. Let us piece together the information. From my observations, these creatures appear to be goblins, short, hot-tempered, fond of drink, and always carrying tools for blacksmithing. Their fingers are short and thick, scattered with iron shavings. Goblins? Damn it, a bunch of goblins think they can enslave us? Wow, this puts the human race in a rather vulnerable position among the myriad of races. It seems they have come prepared, and they've likely been plotting against us for some time. Thankfully, we discovered this early. Once we eliminate them, we can report back to the Lord. Darkly Begging keeps his eyes trained on the group of goblins. Having drunk so much, they will surely grow weary as they light a campfire here. Their camp must be far away, and they want to make it back before nightfall. We'll just wait to that moment. One goblin by the fire, with a flushed face from drinking, rises unsteadily to his feet. Where are you going? To take a leak? Can't hold it in. The sparks crackle and pop, creating a soothing sound in the tranquil woods. The goblin who asked the earlier question mumbles an "oh" before falling asleep. The players watch nervously as the goblin approaches them. What a fool, coming over to urinate at this time. Shall we ambush him? Yes, but we must first silence him. We can't let the other goblins find out. After Darkly Begging gives the signal, the other players respond with an okay gesture. This moment, the goblin finds a suitable tree and, eyes closed, begins to relieve himself. Now, Darkly Begging leaps from the tree, grasping a vine as thick as an arm, and swiftly wraps it around the goblin's neck. Another player deftly produces a dirty sock and shoves it into the goblin's mouth. After a few muffled thuds in the woods, silence descends. The goblins by the campfire remain blissfully unaware. Darkly Begging wipes the blood splattered on his face, wrinkling his nose slightly in disgust. The game is crafted with such realism that it becomes somewhat bothersome. The scent of blood is overwhelmingly potent. I suppose a shower will suffice. Look, this fellow's bag is brimming with an array of weapons. Congratulations to the player for secretly begging and slaying a level 1 goblin. Completing a hidden quest. Gold reward, 300. The goblin dropped 15 weapons. What do we have here? Let me take a look. The players gathered closely, their eyes filled with envy. Slaying a goblin grants 300 gold. This is a far better income than mining. A ragged cloth armor, a bow, an iron pickaxe, and a saw. Oh, there's a saw. Everyone should select a suitable weapon first. Once we VE dispatch the remaining 6, we can divide the spoils. Agreed. Let us go by the campfire. The largest goblin, eyes shut, furrowed its brow. Its prominent nose suddenly twitched in the air, and its long, pointed ears quivered slightly. The players crept closer. Chapter 9. Am I a mere level 2 goblin, worthy of your attention with a war mech? Pfft. Whoa! By the campfire, drunken goblins were systematically slain and dragged away. Even after their bodies were removed, the stench of blood thickened in the air. By the time the goblin chief opened its eyes, 3 or 4 goblins had already vanished. Hey! Where have those fellows gone? The goblin chief's voice was gruff as it shook awake the goblin beside it. There were 7 goblins in total, but now only 3 remained. Aside from the warm glow of the campfire, the forest was devoid of light. The eerie woods rustled with the wind. The goblin that had just been roused was still somewhat dazed. Ah, I heard them say they went to relieve themselves. Dio, you need 4 goblins to go for a piss? The goblin chief bellowed, slapping the still groggy goblin awake. Hidden in the shadows, the players, having just dispatched the 4th goblin, held their breath. Roar! The goblin chief shouted into the forest, and no response came. Only the wind rustled through the trees, carrying an even stronger scent of blood. The goblin that had previously doubted its chief's sanity suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Yet, its first reaction was to tremble slightly. Chief, could there be a monster lurking in the woods? This planet is a level 5 one. Perhaps the native species have also reached level 5. What if they were devoured by the natives? Another goblin shivered at the thought. The goblin chief's brow furrowed deeply, a hint of fear creeping into its heart. If it were indeed the natives, would they have spared the 3 of us? Could it be those humans from earlier? Indeed, Chief, don't jest. We should leave quickly. The fear of the 2 subordinates somewhat infected the goblin chief. Yet, it felt something was amiss. If the enemy were truly powerful, why would they hide in the shadows for a sneak attack? After consuming so much alcohol, the goblin chief's bloodshot eyes scanned the forest. Burp. Just then, one of the players let out a belch. What the hell, dude? Are you nervous? I tend to burp when I'm anxious. I can't believe this habit followed me into the game. Shut it. That big goblin is coming our way. 9v3. The odds are in our favor. Let us not hesitate, for hesitation leads to defeat. The player known as secretly begging raised his bow and shot an arrow towards the goblin chief. Unfortunately, the arrow fell limply at the goblin chief's feet. Lacking any semblance of intimidation, that old 6S arrow. A goblin recognized the discarded projectile. The goblin chief's eyes turned crimson as it roared in the direction of the players. You dare to provoke me? Its coarse, sharp nose twitched. It caught the scent of humans on the arrow. Damn humans. You dare to slay goblins? Damn it! Damn it! The goblin chief's roar echoed throughout the forest. It had not anticipated that the ones daring to strike at them would be those despicable humans. Humans who hadn't even unlocked their genetic locks. Reduced to the lowest form of slavery. How dared they attack? In the throes of anger, the goblin chief recalled its earlier fright and the impulse to flee, its face reddening with rage. These accursed humans had not fled in terror but dared to approach and intimidate the noble goblins. They were courting death. The goblin chief seized a hefty iron hammer beside it and charged into the woods. Its diminutive stature made the ground tremble with each step. Oh no, this fellow has taken the bait. Going berserk right off the bat. This is getting intense. Without further ado, the 9 players surged forward. They were seasoned gamers, having carved their names in other titles. Upon confrontation, they were met with the goblin chief's furious onslaught. And the 9 were swiftly incapacitated. Ouch, I only set my pain threshold to 5%, and it hurts so much. How could he be this strong? What bad luck. The players lay scattered on the ground. Save for one who had adjusted his pain perception slightly to stay conscious. The others had turned off their pain sensations entirely, blood pooled around them, and severed limbs were strewn about. The goblin chief, overhearing their conversations, scoffed, "Now you know fear? It's too late." Initially, it had contemplated sparing these wretched humans, but their audacity in tracking them and launching a covert attack revealed their despicable nature. The goblin chief roared, oblivious to why these individuals were in such a state yet relishing their terror. Too much chatter for a character about to die. The fact you haven't killed us immediately and still engage in conversation only signifies that the protagonist is about to make an entrance. Secretly begging quipped. What a classic trope. The underling gets beaten, and the hero arrives just in time to save the day. The goblin chief snorted derisively. Foolish humans, do you truly believe your lord will come to your rescue? Let me tell you, even if your would-be lord arrived in person, he could not save you. With a cold fury, the goblin chief swung its hefty iron hammer toward secretly begging's head. Damn it, you all say I have a knack for predicting events. Let us see if I can indeed foresee the outcome today. Secretly begging shouted, Brother Yuan, save me. As the hammer descended, it bore a chilling, bone-chilling wind, almost distorting the air. With that single strike, secretly begging envisioned his brain being reduced to pulp. Thank goodness the pain perception was set to 0. He thought, it's that moment, Virum. The sound of machinery roared, and a searing beam of light appeared. Before the hammer could land, the goblin chief's upper body was severed from its lower half. A beam of light illuminated the forest, casting it in stark clarity, as if the sky had suddenly brightened. Goblins are known for their resilience, and a level 2 goblin chief is no exception. It spat blood yet remained alive, eyes wide with terror as it beheld a mech descending from above. Its crimson gaze was filled with dread as it reflected a sleek, black mech equipped with turbine wings and a colossal sword on its back, appearing utterly magnificent. A war mech, a war mech. The goblin chief's heart raced, threatening to explode. In its final moments, it pondered, is it truly necessary? A mere level 2 goblin, worthy of deploying a war mech? The human lord? How peculiar. Just as this thought crossed its mind, the goblin chief met its demise. Wow, the protagonist really has arrived. Secretly begging looked up at the slowly descending mech, his blood surging with excitement. Chapter 10. The Overlord is generous. He truly delivers goodies. Wow. This mech is too cool. Once I upload this video, it's bound to go viral. If only I could move right now, I would definitely whistle at Brother Yuan. It's beyond cool, truly beyond cool. The players, missing limbs and lying on the ground, still found time to praise Wei Yuan. The pitch-black mech landed beside the players, and Wei Yuan jumped down. Brother Yuan, those goblins don't seem to be the native inhabitants of this planet. I overheard them mention looking for a chieftain to deal with you. Secretly begging was aware of the urgency of the situation. The plot took precedence. Perhaps it would unlock a new quest. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Wei Yuan's expression shifted drastically. The goblin clan? His gaze fell upon the 2 trembling goblins in the corner, who couldn't even muster the courage to lift their heads. Having witnessed the swift execution of their chief, they realized this human, the would-be lord, was not as feeble as spoken of by their clan leader. This planet was assigned to me by the Academy. How did the goblin clan arrive here? Wei Yuan frowned. Before coming, he had assumed the native species were responsible for the attack, but it turned out to be members of another race. Moreover, they must have arrived on this planet ahead of time. Who sent you here? Though humans were weak, the goblins were not significantly stronger. As an immortal race, the goblins predominantly lead a life of poverty, often resorting to crafting crude weapons for their sustenance. To date, not a single lord has emerged from the goblin clan. Thus, Wei Yuan is certain that these goblins were sent by his esteemed classmates. Who could it be? Perhaps another immortal race, the elves? Or even the divine beings? Wei Yuan recalls the 2 perennial underachievers from the Academy. One is the son of the elf clan leader, while the other hails from the divine lineage, being a descendant of the previous alliance's head. We know nothing, please, spare us. Under Wei Yuan's gaze, the 2 goblins were so frightened they nearly lost control of their bladders. With a thud, both goblins simultaneously knelt before Wei Yuan, bowing their heads. Spare us. We beseech you, spare us. We shall never dare again, we promise. Oh, weren't you quite boastful earlier? Why do you tremble and fear now? One player, lying on the ground with barely a sliver of health remaining, began to unleash his wrath upon the goblins. Brother Yuan, these 2 dare to strike at us, deeming our human race as a despicable one. Let us eliminate them. No, wait. I just heard them plotting to enslave us. I think having a few goblin slaves wouldn't be so bad. The players expected the goblins to be enraged, especially after witnessing the humans' murder of their companion, an expression that was nothing short of humiliation. Yet, unexpectedly, upon hearing the players' intentions of making them slaves, the 2 goblins appeared as if they had found a glimmer of hope, frantically bowing to Wei Yuan. My lord, we are willing to be your slaves. We implore you, accept us. To be a slave means at least there is a chance for survival. Otherwise, their fate is undoubtedly death. Goblins are immortal beings, easily living for 500 to 600 years. Even if humans break the third genetic lock, their lifespan barely reaches 500 years. At worst, they could rely on their longevity to outlast them. The two goblins had devised quite a clever plan. Wei Yuan understood their thoughts, yet seeing the players' keen interest in slavery, he nodded in agreement. Mo Yun, take them back. Yes, a deep voice emanated from the black mech. Then, amidst the astonished yet delighted gazes of the players, it reached out and grasped them all within its palm. Mo Yun even thoughtfully lowered its head to inquire, "How do you feel? Will there be any turbulence?" "None. It's quite pleasant. My health hasn't dropped further." The player, who was secretly begging, instinctively replied. Then they heard the mech chuckle softly, just as the master had said, "You truly possess a delightful sense of humor." "Huh? Wait, do you have your own consciousness?" "Indeed," Mo Yun replied. "Artificial intelligence has been applied in numerous fields. The master mentioned that you have just awakened and have much to learn. If you ever encounter anything unclear, feel free to visit the armory to seek our guidance. We haven't encountered so many humans in quite some time." As Mo Yun spoke, the players were left dumbfounded. I knew this game setting was in a futuristic interstellar world, but I never anticipated that mechs would also employ artificial intelligence. Wait, does that mean all the mechs we saw in the armory are sentient? Precisely. The turbines behind Mo Yun glowed with a blue light as it lifted off with the players and the two slaves. "We are creations of the master and will be your companions in battle henceforth." "Incredible!" a player exclaimed in delight, only to succumb to blood loss and die. After logging off, he had no time for anger. Rushing to his computer to share the recorded gameplay video. Shock! Interstellar human race has unveiled a new storyline, and mechs possess artificial intelligence. Meanwhile on Earth, Wei Yuan remained oblivious to the explosive happenings within the gaming community. He was currently claiming his quest rewards. Congratulations, host, for completing the summon of 30 kin task. Quest reward, level 1 genetic lock serum, perfect. Titan giant gene. Wei Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. The Titan giant gene, just like that? Wow, the system truly knows what I lack. Though trading genes is no longer illegal, the genes of dominant races remain undisclosed. The Titans, among all races, are rightfully regarded as the warriors of the divine. They are famed for their formidable physiques, and it is said that at their peak, Titan warriors could challenge mechs with sheer strength. When Wei Yuan was adjusting the genetic modifications for the players, he had often wished for such precious genes. Never did he expect the system to be so generous. It truly delivers when it comes to valuable items. Wei Yuan beamed with delight. As for the level 1 genetic lock serum, it is something he desperately needs. The serums developed for interstellar use are indeed effective, yet Wei Yuan hesitates to administer them to the players. These serums are controlled and developed by the Alliance's commercial firms. In prominent clans, when important offspring unlock their genetic locks, they typically concoct their own serums. What hidden motives lie within, Wei Yuan is unsure. However, after acquiring the system and summoning players for the first time, the system had completely unlocked all his genetic locks. This left Wei Yuan suspicious of the Alliance's genetic lock serums. Compared to the Alliance, he naturally places more trust in the system. You have new tasks awaiting your attention. Please claim them promptly. 1. Please summon 100 loyal kin within 24 hours. 2. Defend your territory. Eliminate 300 invading goblins. Chapter 11. Shock! Interstellar human race has opened new slots. The Goblin clan has indeed landed on my planet ahead of schedule. A flicker of disdain crossed Wei Yuan's eyes. Truly detestable pests. Even after being assigned to such a remote planet, they dare to strike at him. Since that is the case, he shall not hold back. Claiming the tasks, meanwhile on Earth, in the gaming group I am truly losing my mind. What have I missed? The oil thief gazed at the videos sent by the recently deceased players, feeling utterly bewildered. He had only been offline for a few hours. And yet the gaming world has already transformed so drastically, secretly begging. Ha ha ha, I'm not saying it, but dude, you logged off way too early. Otherwise, you could have conversed with the intelligent mechs. The oil thief, already in despair. Please do not disturb, daydreaming. Wait, why is that? Mouse, your skills can't compare to mine, and the beggar's tactics aren't as formidable as mine. Why did both of you receive invitations for the game's internal testing? While I did not. This group consists of several highly skilled players from around the world who occasionally team up. Yet now, only the oil thief and secretly begging have received invitations for the internal testing of interstellar human race. The other players merely observe, unable to obtain internal test accounts, relying instead on the videos shared by the oil thief and secretly begging to satisfy their cravings. Most had initially remained silent, but watching secretly begging continually post gameplay videos, they could no longer contain themselves. All of them are avid gamers. With such an impressive new game emerging, who could possibly resist? Indeed, it's baffling how the game company selects its testers. The mouse barely entered the game before meeting his demise. Had it been me, I would have surely survived until the end. Precisely, mouse, you are squandering your account. If you can't handle it, just give me the internal test account, and I'll play for you. The oil thief. I can hear your scheming from across the country. The oil thief. The game company chose us as internal testers, which is undoubtedly a recognition of my skills. The oil thief. Dying at the start was merely due to carelessness. It was an accident, do you understand? The oil thief frantically messaged in the group, determined to defend his honor. Unexpectedly, after a while, he noticed a sudden silence enveloping the group. Those who had been messaging moments ago had vanished. The oil thief. Where's everyone? The oil thief. Hello. Secretly begging, still immersed in the game world, was currently being placed into a medical pod. Nutrient fluid gradually filled the chamber. Secretly begging felt so comfortable he was nearly dozing off. Yet the communication device in his mind was incessantly pinging with messages from the oil thief. Secretly begging. Mouse, are you an idiot? I'm gravely injured and in recovery. What do you want? The oil thief. Secretly begging. What do you want? The oil thief. Oh my gosh, dude. The game has updated. Secretly begging. What has updated? A link was tossed into the group. Secretly begging clicked on it. The Interstellar Human Race official website had transformed from its initial simplistic layout into a strikingly impactful image. It depicted a decapitated goblin, its enormous head severed and lying on the ground, blood oozing from the neck wound. The orange campfire illuminated the scene with an eerie glow. The goblin's blood appeared faintly green, soaking into the earth. There was no hint of CGI in the image. It looked as if someone had simply captured a photograph of an actual event. In the center of the image were bold letters. The territorial war is about to commence. Players are summoned to interstellar human race to defend the human territory. 100 internal test accounts are about to be released. To apply for an account, please click here. Suddenly, Anjong Chitao, startled, opened his eyes in the nutrient solution. In an instant, the connection to the network on Earth was severed. The electronic screen of the medical pod emitted a gentle voice. Anjong Chitao, are you experiencing any discomfort during the treatment? Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Anjong Chitao spoke hurriedly, bubbles emerging in abundance. I want to participate in the conquest mission. Anjong Chitao's mind was also fervently shouting. Anjong Chitao registration successful. The electronic voice resonated in his mind, finally bringing him to a moment of tranquility. Ha ha ha. Indeed a mission, he thought gleefully while soaking in the nutrient solution. Within merely a day, the game Interstellar Human Race had already ignited a frenzy in the gaming community. Anjong Chitao was certain that once the accounts were opened, the game would undoubtedly achieve global popularity. There was no need to mention any technological marvels. Just the stunning graphics and holographic simulation technology of the game were enough to drive people wild. Meanwhile, Wei Yuan gazed at the data transmitted by the system, utterly astonished. What? How many people applied for accounts? 200,000. 200,000. System, are you sure you're not mistaken? I just released this internal test account a day ago. Wei Yuan, in disbelief, began to investigate the situation. It was known that he had summoned these 30 players merely a day prior. The time ratio between Earth and this place was 1, meaning that on Earth, only 30 internal test accounts had been released, followed by an additional 100. Normal games did not operate this way. Thus, when Wei Yuan initially shared the news, he was somewhat apprehensive about whether those 100 applicants could be gathered. Unexpectedly, within just a few minutes, a staggering 200,000 had already signed up. As Wei Yuan perused the messages on the Earth network, his smile grew wider. These players were truly remarkable. He had not anticipated the overwhelming response to the videos shared online after players logged off. Not just gamers, but even those who did not play games were leaving inquiries on the account of the oil-stealing lady. Wei Yuan observed the video made by the oil-stealing lady after she logged off and nodded to himself. Among this first batch of players, there were indeed those skilled in promotion. It was no wonder advertising companies sought collaborations with such streamers. Their promotional and mobilization prowess was extraordinary. 200,000. Selecting 100 from such a vast pool was undoubtedly a sweet burden. System, let you choose these 100 individuals. Understood. The current gaming sphere was utterly rancid. Had games started to engage in marketing? It was truly overwhelming, with advertisements saturating the landscape, all claiming to be the most realistic holographic simulation game. What a boast! I shall see if this game is indeed as remarkable as they say. At that moment, a wealthy second generation who initially aspired to break into the entertainment industry but failed to even make it to the top 20 on trending searches after spending a fortune on promotions, furiously clicked to apply for an account at his computer. Chapter 12. This game is incredibly fun, ding dong. Just as the mouse of the wealthy second-generation Zhang Tao clicked, the doorbell of the villa rang, startling him. Shortly after, he heard the butler knocking on the door. What is it? Young master, your package has arrived. Oh? Zhang Tao, slightly puzzled, stood up to open the door, only to see the butler holding a delivery box. What is it? He reached out to take it, and just as he closed the door, he noticed the logo printed on the package. Interstellar Human Race? This name, Zhang Tao momentarily failed to grasp it. He even wondered when he had ordered anything. That logo looked so familiar. Just as this thought flickered in his mind, he saw a new interface suddenly pop up on his computer screen. Congratulations, you have obtained an internal test account for Interstellar Human Race. Please enter the game using the helmet within 3 minutes. Failure to do so will be considered a forfeiture of the account, and helmet privileges will be revoked. This large line of text made Zhang Tao flinch. What? Is this the game I just registered for? This game company must be incredibly impressive. When he registered, he had not provided any address or phone number. Upon opening the package, he indeed found a futuristic-looking helmet inside. Damn it, could this be a setup targeted at me? Zhang Tao instinctively doubted, but then he chuckled at his own thoughts. Although his family was wealthy, it was unlikely anyone would go to such lengths to target him. However, he had never played games before. Should he give it a try? Zhang Tao skeptically glanced at the helmet in his hands. He had originally intended to enter the entertainment industry, but after being suppressed by trending searches, he felt a bit annoyed. Yet now that he had secured this account, why not play? If it turned out to be boring, he could expose it online, leveraging his family's connections. Placing the helmet on his head, Zhang Tao was enveloped in darkness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a resting chamber. Following the same process as the previous players, he named himself Wind Blows the Bottom. He then watched as the surrounding players excitedly discussed their good fortune, lamenting how many had tried and failed to grab an account. Wow, a 2,000 chance. And it's me who got it. I must be the chosen one. Oh wow, it truly looks just like what was shown in the videos. Everything feels so real. If it weren't for the IDs floating above everyone's heads, I'd almost think I had crossed over. Honestly, I used to think those streamers and videos were mere advertisements released by the game for marketing purposes. I never expected the quality to be so genuine. This game is bound to be a hit. Ha ha ha, buddy, don't kid around. This game is already quite popular. Listening to the chatter around him, Wind Blows the Bottom inhaled deeply. The cool air carried a hint of moisture. The air quality on this planet was incomparably better than that of urban areas on Earth. IT was indeed real. Wind Blows the Bottom raised his hand, marveling at the patterns on his skin and the robust muscles on his arms. His heart racing. This was a sensation of power. He clenched his fist. Every muscle in his body was activated in an instant. This physique was astonishingly strong. Wind Blows the Bottom felt that his current physicality far surpassed that of the bodyguards his father had hired at great expense. Had gaming truly evolved to such an extent? This was exhilarating. Congratulations, everyone who has awakened. I am your lord, Wei Yuan. Following the same process as the first batch of players, Wei Yuan directly released a video created by the system. New players had undoubtedly seen the videos shared by previous players before arriving, so their acceptance of the game was quite high. Based on information gathered by the tribe, our territory is coveted by the Goblin clan, which has dispatched hundreds of goblins to hide on this planet, waiting to launch an attack against us. Thus, I have awakened you, solely to protect our territory. However, before dealing with these goblins, my kin, you need to stretch your bodies. Moreover, most goblins have already unlocked the first level gene lock. If you require it, you may purchase the first-level Gene Lock Potion from me. Wei Yuan displayed the first-level Gene Lock Potions awarded by the system. The surviving old players had long since placed orders. New players also rushed forward to take a look. Wow, a Gene Potion costs 100 gold coins. Where on earth am I supposed to find 100 gold coins as a newbie? Buddy, you can mine. Mining is quick money. You can also hunt Chuanja to trade for some branches and twigs. Ha ha, just like that streamer, getting first blood right after starting. This is hilarious. Let us go? Let's go. First to mine. Honestly, I didn't understand why those guys were so eager to mine, but now I get it. The player speaking flexed his biceps. I feel invigorated all over. Me too. The body in this game feels so much stronger than my own. I've been a couch potato at home, gaming all day, and never expected to experience this kind of feeling again. Stop boasting. You were never that impressive in your youth. The players surged out of the resting area. The sensation of leaping 2 to 3 meters with a single step was utterly astonishing. Wind blows the bottom transition from initial disdain to later astonishment, and now, with just one step, he could jump over 3 meters, effortlessly crushing a stone. This extraordinary sensation of strength was something he had never encountered, even when wealthy. Had he known gaming could be this exhilarating, he would have started much earlier. Wind blows the bottom, spread his arms and sprinted. Feeling the refreshing breeze brush against his face, it was truly exhilarating. Unbelievably exhilarating. Players had already learned the locations of the mines from the videos of old players. They rushed into the mines, marveling at the splendid scenery they had never seen before and engaging in physical labor they had never experienced. Wind blows the bottom joined the other players, lost in the joy of mining, even reveling in the soreness of his muscles. This game was indeed incredibly fun. As he mined, Wind blows the bottom felt tears welling up in his eyes. However, in the next moment, he felt an urgent need to relieve himself. This game was indeed a bit too realistic. Hey, buddy, I'm off to take a leak. Save a spot for me when I get back. Feng Shui Pai greeted the players engrossed in mining beside him and then made his way toward the hills outside the mine. Chapter 13. 100% pain sensation? This is a warrior. Feng Shui Pai shivered. Everything about this game was splendid, except for its overwhelming realism. It was evident that the game developers had not considered the ramifications. What would happen if more players joined and some malefactors infiltrated? It would be disastrous if one were banned for inappropriate conduct. Once offline, he resolved to seek out the game designers and offer his feedback. As he donned his attire and whistled, preparing to return to mining, he sensed something lurking behind the hill. A peculiar chattering sound emanated from a nearby corner. What could it be? Feng Shui Pai peeked over the dirt mound and locked eyes with a pair of dark crimson orbs. What the hell? The sight of those eyes startled Feng Shui Pai greatly. A goblin. A human. The goblin hunched its back, baring its jagged teeth. Clearly taken aback by being discovered, it had thought it was being stealthy while scouting. Yet here it was, outed by a human. Just as the clan leader had warned, this group was cunning and treacherous. Goodness, could it be that I am truly favored by fortune? Feng Shui Pai recalled what the other miners had said earlier. He rarely played games, yet upon trying this account, he had stumbled upon a wild goblin within mere moments of logging in. Ha ha ha! He grinned foolishly, convinced that he was indeed the chosen one. Surrender yourself, goblin. I did not expect a quest to appear so fortuitously before me. Feng Shui Pai had hardly glanced at the videos shared by his fellow players. Faced with the diminutive creature before him, he felt that with just a slight exertion, he could subdue it. With a menacing grin, he charged forward, his confidence radiating. The goblin, bewildered by the audacity of this fearless human, furrowed its brow. Could this human have some hidden trick? Perhaps a technological weapon? Yet, it was clear that the human had not activated any genetic locks. Before the goblin could ponder further, Feng Shui Pai was already upon it. With a resounding slap, he struck the goblin's dark green face. Goodness, what thick skin! Feng Shui Pai had poured all his strength into that slap. Judging by his earlier feat of crushing stones, this blow should have rendered the goblin dazed, yet it stood there, unharmed, and its eyes were growing redder. Despite his inexperience in gaming, Feng Shui Pai recognized that the goblin's escalating fury signaled something amiss. Cursed human! The goblin roared in rage and drew a massive hammer. Bang! Feng Shui Pai awoke with a start. shaken from his helmet. The sensation of his brain shattering was all too clear, and he trembled all over. "Young master, are you all right?" Hearing Feng Shuipai's terrified scream, the butler rushed to inquire. Feng Shuipai shuddered, his face pale and dazed as he removed the helmet. It took a moment for him to catch his breath and realize that he had merely been playing a game. Thank goodness it was just a game. Yet, it hurt so much. Who claimed that one would not feel pain in a sudden death? Feng Shuipai wiped away tears, unsure if they were from fear or pain, and shivered once more. The butler stood at the door, frowning. "Young master, is there something wrong with this game? Are you unwell?" "I'm fine. Please leave me be. I need a moment to recover." Feng Shuipai waved his hand. He gazed at the helmet he had just removed, exhaling deeply. What a thrill! What exhilaration! Ha! 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 This feeling is more exhilarating than racing cars. This game is incredible, truly remarkable. Feng Shuipai placed the helmet back on his head eagerly. "Quickly, I want to return to the game. Attempting to apply for a free resurrection, please wait 24 hours. "What the hell? I have to wait 24 hours. I don't want a free resurrection. Just tell me how much I need to pay. This game currently does not offer recharge services. To resurrect immediately, please pay 100 gold coins. Your coin balance, 37. Insufficient balance. Damn, I only mined for a few minutes today. And I let that goblin kill me." Feng Shuipai gritted his teeth. No wonder those other players hurried to mine as soon as they logged in. They're all a bunch of fools. If the mines are depleted, how will they earn gold in the future? He had completely forgotten his initial intentions upon entering the game. At this moment, Feng Shuipai was consumed by a frantic desire to return to the game world. Meanwhile, Wei Yuan was somewhat surprised upon receiving the news of a player's death. Are there still naive newcomers entering the game without adjusting their sensory settings? Dying under 100% pain sensation. Goodness. This is a true warrior. Wei Yuan silently gave a thumbs up to this unknown warrior. Attention all players. A goblin has been sighted near the mine. The last known location of the goblin has been marked on the map. Capturing the goblin will yield a reward of 100 gold coins. An electronic notification echoed in every player's mind, followed by a map revealing a conspicuous red near the mine. The players currently mining were suddenly invigorated. After disposing of the body, the goblin breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it had acted quickly. Otherwise, this human might have had the chance to alert others. However, this human seemed rather dim-witted. How could one dare to charge at it alone and seek death? The goblin sneered, thinking it had overestimated its opponent. It had thought this human would be formidable, yet it had fallen so easily. The goblin had chosen an advantageous position, allowing it to monitor the movements inside the mine. Just as it reveled in its triumph, more players began emerging from the cave. They're not mining anymore. The sun hasn't even set yet. Could it be that they are taking a break? The goblin's mind could not grasp complex thoughts, so it assumed these humans were merely on their rest period. The clan leader had said that when humans rested, they should return to report back. Once the humans were asleep, it would launch its attack. Now it should be able to return and relay the information. Just as the goblin turned to depart, it noticed that the humans who had previously been leaving were now surrounding it. Ha ha ha! This little creature is still right here. Charge, capture it. That is 100 gold coins. Dozens of players surged forth, but they were unarmed. Facing a level 1 goblin, they could hardly discern its movements against its weaponry. Did they think I was like those pathetic others? A glint of malice flashed in the goblin's eyes. It was not one of those inept scouts sent out earlier. Being chosen for reconnaissance signified that it was among the elite of goblins. Everyone, do not rush blindly. This is a level 2 goblin. Just then, the player known as Dark Beggar, who had recovered from the medical chamber, stepped forward. Glancing into the goblin's eyes, he recognized its status as a level 2 creature. Level 1 goblins could be dispatched with sheer numbers. But against a level 2, one would need to be upgraded to succeed. Stand back. Now with a stature and presence that were entirely transformed, Dark Beggar approached the crowd. Indeed, he was no longer the same Dark Beggar from before. He was now a level 1 Dark Beggar, having upgraded after acquiring enough coins from the Goblin Assassination mission to purchase a level 1 genetic lock serum. At this moment, he could accurately perceive the goblin's previously indistinct movements. Kill! He lunged forward, and in an instant, only an afterimage remained in his place, followed by the cacophony of battle. The players could only witness countless phantoms before them. Dark Beggar landed a punch on the goblin's face, causing its thick green skin to flush red. How can this be so strong? The elite goblin was knocked to the ground, its face unable to absorb the impact entirely. It rolled several times before finally coming to a halt. You are not human, the goblin bellowed. How could a level 1 human possibly overpower a level 2 goblin? In the next moment, a heavier fist descended. Dark Beggar pinned the goblin down, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches. I am not human. Open your eyes and see. I am indeed human. Smack. Let us see if you can keep your eyes open. Bang, bang. Dark Beggar seized the goblin's ears and slammed its head against the ground, splattering dark green blood everywhere. Feeling cocky, are we? A mere minor creature dares to challenge our human base, coveting our territory? Huh? To kill me? The intensity of Dark Beggar's anger is palpable. The realism of the gaming world is overwhelming, making it difficult not to immerse oneself in the experience. When those players are slain, the scenes are undeniably gruesome. We all play together, and there is a certain camaraderie that develops. The memories of being mercilessly slaughtered by those goblins make Dark Beggar's teeth clench with rage. If it weren't for Brother Yuan's timely intervention, I would have had to wait a full 24 hours to respawn, and even after being saved, I had to spend a considerable amount of gold on healing. How long would it take to mine enough to earn that back? You truly deserve to die. Ah, I was wrong. Please stop hitting me. I'm human. Isn't that enough? This goblin, having reached level 2, is, within its own tribe, a minor captain. Yet now, it is treated in such a manner by a mere level 1 human. The goblin feels a mix of anger and hatred, convinced that this human must be mentally deranged. Why resort to violence when there is no deep-seated grudge? The goblin's teeth have been shattered by Dark Beggar, leaving it with a mouthful of green blood. Looking utterly pathetic, it struggles to articulate its pleas for mercy. Other players observe from the sidelines. Wow, is this the power that comes with leveling up? It feels incredible. This speed, this strength, how exhilarating. Suddenly, I feel an overwhelming desire to level up. I previously thought my current physique was impressive, but it appears I was mistaken. The players gaze at Dark Beggar with envy shining in their eyes. We must mine more. Make him pay. Once Dark Beggar has vented his frustrations, he lets out one final roar. Stomping his foot on the ground, he leaps into the air, fists clenched, and brings them crashing down upon the goblin. Splurt! The elite goblin spews forth a mouthful of blood, succumbing to the might of a level 1 human. He dies with his eyes wide open. Bliss. Dark Beggar exhales deeply, only to hear an electronic announcement. Congratulations to player Dark Beggar for becoming the first to slay a level 2 goblin. Special reward triggered. 1 special event participation ticket. A small golden firework bursts above Dark Beggar's head. All players turn to look at him. What is this special event participation ticket? No explanation given. Dark Beggar also finds no clarification. However, being labeled as a special reward surely indicates its value. The players are filled with curiosity. Big shot. Why not ask Brother Yuan? He might know. Right? Let's ask Brother Yuan. The players are all buzzing with curiosity, convinced that this reward must be extraordinary, perhaps leading to a dungeon. At this moment, there aren't many players in the game. Everyone is mining together, forming bonds. Dark Beggar is also eager to discover the purpose of this special reward. Thus, he approaches Wei Yuan and inquires, Brother Yuan, what is a festival event participation ticket? Wei Yuan feigns surprise, looking at Dark Beggar. You received a festival event participation ticket? That's a valuable item. When the special festival occurs, I will need to take my tribe to participate in the Lord Academy's activities. Only those tribe members who possess a festival event participation ticket can accompany me. After Wei Yuan finishes speaking, the players erupt in excitement. Wow, the Lord Academy. Is that the main storyline of the Interstellar game? Wouldn't those who accompany get to take a spaceship to see the so-called Central Star? Incredible, we can go straight to the Central Star. Only those with this event ticket can go, Brother Yuan. What must we do to obtain this ticket? Yes. The players gaze at Wei Yuan, their eyes nearly popping out with anticipation. This is not something I can distribute. Wei Yuan shakes his head, stating that only tribe members who make special contributions can possess it. Ah! Dark Beggar, you truly seem to stumble upon every good fortune. The latecomer, oil thief, rushes in. Chapter 15. Ecstasy. The mecha girl has arrived. Oil Thief is genuinely furious. He wanted to mine as well, but as a veteran player. He was slain by bloodthirsty Camellia on his very first day, which he simply cannot accept, so after respawning, he spent money to buy energy ores from the players and immediately began using a basic energy saw to chop down trees. In just one day, he cleared a large area of bloodthirsty Camellia near the base. When he finally thought to inquire about player news to strategize for his next offline session, he learned that Dark Beggar had obtained a new reward, a special one at that. Upon reaching Wei Yuan, he overheard the explanation about the reward. Thud. Oil Thief falls to his knees, dejectedly lowering his head, repeatedly murmuring to himself, "Why must there be a Dark Beggar when I exist? Oh, the pain. It hurts too much." Tears flow down his cheeks. Dark Beggar approaches Oil Thief with a sly grin, patting his shoulder. "Don't be sad. When I go to the Lord Academy, I'll make sure to share the video with you. Don't be upset. Don't be jealous. We all have bright futures ahead. I've never even seen a goblin's face. Why don't they go to Camellia Grove?" Oil Thief shrugs off Dark Beggar's hand, muttering to himself, and walks away looking utterly despondent. His figure is exceedingly forlorn. Wei Yuan watches this player, who has made significant contributions, and lightly clears his throat. He truly wants to remind him that goblins may not be the brightest. But they aren't that foolish either. The bloodthirsty Camellia forest is perilous, and they must have been quite confused to venture there. That vast expanse of bloodthirsty Camellia, while dangerous, does provide some protection for the base. The minerals the players have mined are already sufficient to cover the payment owed to Ami Luo. Once those goblins are dealt with, the players must promptly clear out that entire patch of bloodthirsty Camellia. The materials from the felled trees can be sold on the Star Network. There are likely many Treant tribe sellers interested. Wei Yuan realizes he has quite a bit to manage. He activates his communicator. "Wei Yuan, Jr., where are you now?" Meanwhile, within the silent cosmic passage, after traversing numerous spatial tunnels, Ami Luo now bears a pale complexion. The communicator flickers twice. "Ami Luo, Sr., it seems there's an issue with the original flight path. I utilize spatial traversal technology. I will arrive at your planet in 3 minutes. Ami Luo, by the way, Sr., this planet was previously unclaimed, but it is now marked under your name. Aren't you going to give it a name?" "Ah, I forgot." Upon seeing Ami Luo's message, Wei Yuan remembers that he has yet to utilize his planetary naming rights. Accessing the Star Network through his intelligent brain, he enters the planetary registration website. After genetic recognition, the planet naming page appears instantly. Let's call it Blue Star. Wei Yuan decides in this universe, humanity's original territory is Blue Star. The reason for interstellar travel was due to the depletion of resources on Blue Star. After the war with the insect race, Blue Star vanished. Since then, humanity has inhabited another planet. Now, as a reserve lord, Wei Yuan names his first planet for human survival Blue Star. The moment the words Blue Star are entered, the registration is successful. All members of the Alliance on the Star Network can view the information. At this moment, within the Lord Academy, the fact that Wei Yuan named his planet Blue Star is indeed remarkable. Humanity may once again recreate its former glory. In the office of the old principal, a young man furrows his brow. "Grandpa, if you admire him so much, why assign him such a remote planet?" The old principal chuckles softly, remaining silent. Buzz. A tremendous noise erupts above the players. What the hell? Has it gone dark? Where did the sun go? Oh my, is that a cosmic battleship? The players look up to see a gigantic silver vessel hovering in the sky. Cool. Absolutely stunning. This overwhelmingly massive ship perfectly embodies the player's imagination of what interstellar travel should be. The players even set aside their tasks, gazing up in awe at the ship overhead. Now, this is what interstellar grandeur looks like. Wow, it even shows signs of battle damage. The scent of gunfire is so intense. Is it just hovering there? What is this battleship doing? It can't possibly be here to attack us, right? I can't believe I'm still mining by hand while they bring a battleship to confront us. They can't be that impressive, can they? Ami Luo, seated at the helm, observes the murmuring crowd below. So these are my seniors' tribe members? They haven't unlocked their genetic locks? Yet they seem a bit different from the humans I've seen before. Ami Luo blinks in confusion. Upon closer inspection, they seem somewhat similar. Why isn't anyone reporting this? They are all looking at my battleship with curiosity. The tribe members brought by my senior seem rather peculiar. "Senior, I've arrived." Ami Luo waits for a while but sees no one notifying Wei Yuan. With no other option, she opens her communicator to find him herself. The transport ship hovered in place, and you can simply descend directly. I will be there shortly. Wei Yuan activated the base's stealth system. The security of the base is of utmost importance, and it is inconceivable for Wei Yuan to expose it to Amilo. Suddenly, a passage opened in the enormous vessel above. A pink figure burst forth from the aperture. Amilo's mech was exceptionally stunning, adorned with a metallic sheen and intricate pink patterns. Her youthful visage left the players utterly mesmerized. Wow, it's a mech girl. AI art has leaped into reality, my friends. I recall encountering a similar concept online, but that was merely a conceptual illustration. This game is remarkable, having actually modeled such a complete mech girl. I can hardly contain my excitement. I am truly hungry now. Even gazing at the mech feels invigorating. Love knows no gender, nor does it recognize species. I have fallen in love, fool, while the mech is indeed beautiful. Are you not curious about the pilot? A new character? The players erupted in fervor. A new character finally making an appearance? Everyone eagerly watched as the mech descended. Amilo was initially pondering that ordinary individuals of all races typically feared advanced warriors. She needed to exercise caution during her descent to avoid scaring her senior's kin. However, upon landing, she was surprisingly surrounded by her senior's people. Why were they gazing at her with such intensity? Chapter 16. I have crossed the entire war zone. Amilo was utterly bewildered. She could not comprehend why her senior's kin had approached her. The mech had already conducted a scan, revealing that among this group, very few had unlocked their first-level genetic locks. They were incapable of utilizing genetic energy weapons. What could they possibly want? After a brief moment of hesitation, Amilo recalled her purpose of delivering goods and decided to adopt a friendly demeanor. A sweet voice emerged from the mech. Greetings, I am Amilo, here to see Senior Wei Yuan. Upon hearing the voice from within the mech, the players erupted in a chorus of excitement. Wow, it's truly a new NPC. Incredible, 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 beautiful lady. Can you step out of the mech? What do you need from our Yuan Guo? Did you come from another planet? Do you have any tasks for us? A barrage of inquiries bombarded Amilo, leaving her even more flummoxed. Is this how ordinary humans treat genetic warriors? Such disregard for a guest is unacceptable. Just in time, Wei Yuan arrived, interrupting the players' attempts to interrogate the new NPC. Amilo, have you brought the goods? Wei Yuan inquired. Amilo leaped from the mech, and then, before the players' eyes, the exquisitely designed mech was absorbed into the bracelet on Amilo's wrist. The girl was radiant, with pink twin tails and clad in a black combat suit. Exuding vitality, wow! At the sound of their astonishment, Amilo smiled. As a member of the Treant race, Amilo's lineage was floral, granting her an innate beauty that surpassed that of most other races. In fact, her beauty even ranked above the renowned succubi in her school. Throughout her life, she had received countless gasps of admiration. It was said that humans were also a visually oriented race. Indeed, just as Amilo's smile was about to blossom fully, she heard the ordinary humans, who had not unlocked their genetic locks, exclaiming in a "This spatial technology? This is utterly astonishing." When the mech was absorbed, the air currents were simulated. I can hardly imagine the processing power required to create such an advanced piece of technology. This is so cool. I can hardly wait to have my own mech. My hands are itching. I must go mining. Mining, mining, mining. Brothers, we must grow stronger. We must mine. Amilo stared in disbelief at the players who suddenly became fervent and rushed off to mine. She was dumbfounded. She looked up at Wei Yuan. Senior, are these all your kin sent to you? Surely, the human race does not harbor any hope for the senior. Else why would they send such seemingly simple-minded individuals? Wei Yuan chuckled helplessly and shook his head. They are simply enthusiastic about their work. Just kidding. When players truly engage in the game, who cares about the appearance of characters? If the storyline affects their gaming experience, they would be the first to shout, "Skip, skip, skip." It would be a courtesy to me as their lord. However, there are still some players who enjoy the narrative, like the one rushing over now. Wielding a basic energy saw, Yuan Gu, I heard we have guests. Though late, the oil thief arrived. She held a full jar of bloodthirsty camphor tree sap, a light green liquid brimming with life essence. Wow, this girl is just perfect. The oil thief raised her hand, giving Emilo a thumbs up. Yuan Gu, what do you wish to discuss? Can I listen in? If you want to hear, just follow along. But when entertaining guests, you must use some of your camphor tree sap. Wei Yuan pointed to the large glass jar in her hand with a smile. Upon seeing the jar of sap, Emilo couldn't help but swallow several times. For the fully evolved Treant race, such life-infused sap is a delicacy. Yes, if you give me a cup of sap, you may accompany us. Emilo nodded emphatically, her twin tails swaying in the air. 1 cup? The oil thief glanced at the large jar in her hand. ISNT 1 cup a bit stingy. Half a cup would do. Emilo extended her finger to indicate. What is this about 1 cup or half a cup? Wouldn't that lead others to think our human race is stingy? I'll give you the whole jar. The oil thief grinned as he handed the entire glass jar to Emilo. He recognized that this somewhat naive alien girl genuinely desired the sap. This jar of sap, when evaluated by Yuan Gu, would yield at most 10 gold coins. 10 gold coins for an NPC's favor. This trade is hardly a loss. ISNT this too precious? Emilo clutched the jar, feeling both bashful and reluctant to return it. While the sap from the bloodthirsty camphor tree is rare, it is not particularly expensive. The true value lies in the life-infused sap, which can only be harvested from a living tree when it is in a state of extreme anger. Bloodthirsty camphors typically exist in groves. Even when slaughtered, they do not exhibit anger. The weak are often killed upon meeting a bloodthirsty camphor. Anger causes the tree's vitality to flow into its sap and roots. Thus, life-infused sap is a rare treasure. As she opened the jar, a rich, life-affirming aroma wafted upward, dazzling Emilo's senses. Her gaze toward the oil thief softened. Good person. Though my senior's kin may seem a bit simple-minded, they possess kind hearts. This is a gift from my kin to you. Speaking of which, the goods you delivered are also in high demand among them. After Wei Yuan spoke, he looked up at the hovering ship above. Are all the goods inside? The massive vessel bore signs of cannon fire, suggesting that she had encountered dangers on her journey. However, as a merchant, transporting goods is part of her responsibilities. Emilo wouldn't mention it, nor would Wei Yuan inquire. After all, if this junior were to raise the price, it would not bode well. Yes, Emilo replied. Her face flushed as she closed the lid. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at Wei Yuan. Senior, shall we go aboard to inspect the goods? 370,000 items have been delivered safely. She stood tall, like a child eager for praise. In order to protect the cargo, I traversed a small section of the war zone. Chapter 17. Your planet faces a probability of attack indeed. Here it comes. The tale of the dangers encountered during her transport, followed by a price increase. Wei Yuan maintained his composure as he regarded Emilo. She is indeed a cunning merchant. On the surface, it seems she admires me, but in truth, she is focused on business. A businessman is always a businessman. What transpired on the journey? The oil thief inquired curiously. This could be a pivotal plot point, valuable for future game strategies. The oil thief's intentions were good, but Wei Yuan silently placed a hand over his chest. I don't know. I had forgotten to instruct the players not to pry. With this question, Emilo would undoubtedly respond. Heaven forbid the losses of the transport ship be attributed to me. A cold sweat trickled down Wei Yuan's forehead. He had little money left. The minerals the players had mined were barely enough to cover a balance payment. Wei Yuan feigned indifference as he shot a glance at the oil thief. How can one indiscriminately inquire into another's affairs? In the stars, such probing is deemed highly impolite. Emilo, you needn't concern yourself with him. Let us proceed to inspect the goods. Emilo waved her hand dismissively. It's all right, senior. The lower-tier kin have not participated much in interstellar battles, so they are bound to be curious. I initially intended to traverse the most conventional transportation route, planning to employ space-jumping technology only upon reaching the outermost boundary. After all, Emilo sighed, as you are well aware, senior, the energy stones required for space jumping are exceedingly abundant. However, to my astonishment, a war erupted along the final stretch of the route, seemingly between interstellar pirates and the defenders of planet M779. It remains uncertain whether the Alliance has received news of this conflict. Warfare in such close proximity to the fringe could very well attract the attention of the Zerg. The mere thought of the Zerg sent shivers down Emilo's spine. Those creatures are like a nightmare, entwining every member of the Alliance in their grasp. A tremor of fear gripped her heart, prompting Emilo to take a couple of deep sips of tree sap to soothe her nerves. Wow, interstellar pirates, and planet M779. Indeed, the world outside is extraordinarily thrilling. The oil thief's eyes sparkled with excitement. For tonight she had new materials to work with. The game's impressive execution suggests that not all resources were allocated to visuals. The plot and storyline must also be remarkably comprehensive. For those players who cherish narrative, piecing together the entire world background of the game is a fascinating experience. The oil thief is precisely such a player, and her fans, who enjoy watching her streams and analyses, are particularly keen on exploring the world's lore. Information collection successful. The system is in the process of calculation. Host. Based on the information your friend has provided, this system predicts that your territory may potentially face attacks from two opposing forces. 1. There is a 70% probability that the interstellar pirates will use Blue Star as a temporary refuge upon their escape. 2. There is a 90% chance that the Zerg will pass by Blue Star on their way to planet M779. What? Wei Yuan exclaimed. Both the interstellar pirates and the Zerg pose catastrophic threats to Blue Star in its current state. Wei Yuan's complexion turned exceedingly grim in an instant. Senior, your planet is still quite a distance from the boundary. There's no need for such concern. Emilo was taken aback by Wei Yuan's exclamation. I traversed several black holes to arrive here. Furthermore, planet M779 is a stellar body, and its defenders are formidable. The conflict there is likely to endure for several months. Were it not for the system's alert, Wei Yuan might have reached a similar conclusion to Emilo. However, with the system indicating a 70% likelihood of interstellar pirates approaching and a 90% likelihood of the Zerg passing by, it is an inevitability he must act with urgency. The players have yet to mature. First, let us settle all outstanding payments. Emilo, aside from these basic weapons, do you have other weaponry for sale? Wei Yuan inquired. Indeed, we possess a metallic planet dedicated to weapon manufacturing, though it primarily produces mid to low-end items. Emilo responded, her enthusiasm ignited when discussing business. I will send you the link to our shop. If you have any needs, Senior, you may place an order at a 10% discount. Is shipping included? Emilo fell silent. Shipping costs can be quite substantial. If free shipping were to be offered, the profit margin would diminish. If Senior orders a significant quantity, I can arrange for free shipping. Very well, let us proceed to inspect the goods. The oil thief was ushered aboard the transport ship by Mo Yun. The technological ambience was overwhelming. Yet, when she beheld the curious cargo that all the players were eager to see, she was momentarily dumbfounded. It was an entire warehouse. No, an entire transport ship filled with basic energy saws? Yuan Gu? Don T, we have spatial devices? Why on earth would we need such a large vessel for transporting basic energy saws? This hardly seemed futuristic. Wei Yuan and Emilo exchanged bewildered glances with the oil thief. There were 37,000 basic energy saws. The spatial devices required for storage must be colossal. Emilo exaggeratedly gestured. Just the bracelet I use for mech storage is 8 cubic meters and cost me 8 million. How much could this transport ship possibly cost? That's quite a valid point. I find myself at a loss for counterarguments. The oil thief never anticipated that the game would be so meticulously crafted. No wonder Yuan Gu stored so many weapons directly in the armory. Perhaps it was due to a lack of funds for spatial devices. Wei Yuan received a sympathetic glance. I will settle the outstanding payment with energy ore. He brushed aside the oil thief's lingering gaze. Poverty was a thing of the past. Once the players begin mass mining, I shall no longer be associated with that term. Energy ore, Emilo gasped softly, then urgently whispered. Senior, does your planet have energy ore? Indeed. Since I intend to use energy ore for payment, I have no intention of concealing it. The mineral resources on this planet are quite abundant. Otherwise, how could it be classified as a level 5 planet? I am utterly envious. I hope to be assigned to such a prosperous planet upon my graduation. Emilo's gaze toward Wei Yuan intensified with eagerness. A wealthy and handsome senior is certainly treated differently than a poor yet still handsome one. Although the senior has always been dashing, being friends with a senior who possesses a planet rich in energy or offers even more advantages. Senior, if there's anything you wish to purchase, feel free to reach out to me. If you pay with energy or I can offer free shipping. Having previously hesitated over the shipping terms, she now agreed without a second thought. Chapter 18. Players captured after settling the payments. Emilo did not rush to depart. Since she had arrived via space-jumping technology, time was now abundant. Wei Yuan was also unbothered by her interaction with the players. Any remarks made by the players regarding possible detection would be forcibly converted by the system. Thus, Amilo merely perceived the tribe members under her senior as slightly peculiar but industrious. Moreover, the bloodthirsty sap they collected brimmed with vitality. No wonder the human race entrusted these industrious individuals to her senior. Their diligence was indeed remarkable. Amilo sipped through her straw, observing as a multitude of players emerged from their hibernation pods and immediately headed for the mines. After mining, they would venture into the grove to fell bloodthirsty trees, with one group chopping and another gathering materials. How deft, Amilo mused, suddenly worrying about what kind of tribe members would be sent to her as graduation approached. Lower-tier tribe members often lacked intellect and were rather simple-minded. Sipping through her straw, Amilo greeted players passing by. How delightful. They appear utterly unafraid of me. I in high spirits, Amilo ambled away. The players lamented, this new NPC is neither visually appealing nor useful. They don't drop gold coins or offer quests. Merely wandering about. Didn't he, the oil thief, say she came to deliver goods? The task of felling trees relies entirely on this batch of supplies. Speaking of which, the price for materials from bloodthirsty trees sold to this NPC is even higher than what Yuan Gu offered. Truly a shrewd merchant. Amilo is a beautiful merchant, and her looks are indeed striking. Long live the twin ponytails. There will always be players willing to spend to elicit a smile from a beauty. Let us get to work. The top 30 veteran players have already reached level 1, while we're still novices. If this continues, the gap will only widen. Mining has made my arms feel bulkier in reality. Hey, you wouldn't believe it. Sometimes when I log off and go outside, I feel like my body has actually improved. According to scientific theory, when our brain cells are in overdrive, imagining our bodies exercising, it is possible for our physical form to become stronger. I've nearly shed my belly. Who would have thought playing a game could help me lose weight? Aren't you just starving? Ha ha ha. A group of players playfully bantered as they made their way toward the mine. They remained blissfully unaware of the dark, low silhouettes lurking in the shadows. Whoosh! Amilo, who had already walked some distance away, suddenly turned around, sensing a strange presence, her brow furrowed. The Treant tribe possesses an acute sensitivity to fluctuations in the natural world. Just now, it seemed the air had trembled slightly. Could it have been caused by her senior tribe members? Upon reflection, some among them had already unlocked their genetic locks. Perhaps they were responsible. What on earth is happening? Hey, brothers, did anyone suddenly log off? Is there an issue with the processor? The players who had been preparing to mine suddenly experienced a collective disconnection. The players had long established a large group on Earth, primarily for exchanging information. However, some game enthusiasts who had not secured accounts had also joined. At this moment, the group, initially filled with chatter from those who had not received closed beta qualifications, erupted in chaos following messages from the disconnected players. What the heck? I just disconnected too, and now I can't log back in. The system says I don't need to respawn. Me too? What is going on? Is the processor malfunctioning? Same here. Ha ha ha, this game can't be failing, can it? I told you it was trash. Look, issues are arising now. It must be a processor failure. Let us wait for tomorrow's trending topics. Laughter erupted. In the group chat, some game enthusiasts who had failed to secure accounts began to express their frustration. Yet, their sour remarks went largely ignored. Those few players who had been disconnected were not foolish. Let us recall, what were you all engaged in just before being kicked off? Lulu May, I remember your ID. We were preparing to embark on a quest together. Yes, I recognize your IDs as well. I was on the path to the mine with you when, suddenly, I was kicked offline. Me too. 1. A total of 6 players had been disconnected, and upon reviewing their last moments in the game, they discovered that they had all experienced simultaneous disconnections. I inquired, and others remained online. Was it just us who got kicked? I asked my friends, and they reported that they did not see any corpses where we had traveled. No corpses? Could it be that we were knocked unconscious in-game, leading to our disconnections? Perhaps we should wait. Everyone donned their helmets in anticipation. What is there to wait for? Come on, you truly have too much free time. This game might have encountered a bug. This ID, known as Tian Wangliang Pur, mockingly chimed in. Lulu May frowned. Are you out of your mind? Get lost. You sound deranged. In the next moment, Tian Wangliang Pur was ejected from the group chat. Already agitated by not being able to enter the game, seeing himself removed from the chat sent him into a rage. He activated his game review account and unleashed a tirade. What kind of game is the most ridiculous? Star People is nothing but garbage. After releasing 30 beta accounts, they immediately followed up with another 100. It is nothing but a trash game. The so-called players who have entered the game are all shills. The absurd popularity of Star People surged after Tian Wangliang posed comments, drawing in a flood of traffic. This foolish game won't let me in, and a bunch of idiots dare to kick me out of the group? Do they really think everyone is as sycophantic as they are towards a game? Meanwhile, not long after the players donned their helmets, one player blinked back into the game. However, holy smokes, a goblin. Lulu May opened her eyes to see a goblin pouring water over the players' heads. All 6 players regained consciousness. Hemph, humans, a particularly gruff voice resonated from the darkness, followed by a tremor that shook the ground. The players looked up to see a goblin nearly 3 meters tall looming before them. This shattered their preconceived notions of goblins entirely. What the heck? Is this a goblin? This must be the Goblin King. The players gasped in astonishment. The enormous goblin chuckled, causing the entire space to tremble. Goblin King? I quite like that title. Chapter 19. Top-tier mockery. Are you alright, Chief? It seems those humans have noticed their companions are missing and some are already investigating. A small goblin scampered over to report. The Goblin King cast a menacing glance at the ordinary goblin. From now on, refer to me as the Goblin King. Let them search. Even if they break their heads trying, they will never conceive that we are hiding deep within the bloodthirsty parasol forest. The Goblin King laughed heartily. His voice was so thunderous it pained the ears of those nearby. Lulu May clasped her hands over her ears, attempting to shield herself from the sonic assault. She lowered her voice, but her excitement was palpable. Ha ha ha, we have struck gold, brothers. It seems we have directly stumbled upon their lair. We might even reap some rewards. A massive group task to eradicate goblins will surely yield gold for all players upon completion. Discovering the goblins' den is a critical point, and they will undoubtedly earn even more gold. Lulu May had been waiting for this opportunity for ages. The other players were equally thrilled. The Goblin King glanced at them. Aware of their thoughts, with a disdainful snort, he declared, "Foolish humans, do you still believe that now that you are in my grasp, you can relay information to your kin? I have long activated a mental blockade. Here, all communication devices are utterly useless." What nonsense are you spewing? All communication devices are useless. Aren't you just a level 4? You can't even utilize slightly more advanced level 4 technology, yet you claim to have blocked communications. How impressive. You all right there? You all right there? He had already scrutinized the Goblin King's level. He was merely a LV4 boss. What bravado. In terms of their interstellar jargon, he had merely unlocked the 4th level of the genetic lock. Humans, how dare you? Lulu May's words struck a nerve with the Goblin King, who swung a massive hand. Slap! A pool of blood appeared on the ground. The other players were stunned. After the initial shock, they hurried to capture the moment by photographing Lulu May's corpse. Ha ha ha, are you all right? This line utterly broke the Goblin King. Brothers, ha 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 ha. I nearly died laughing. I recorded the Goblin King's expression as if he had eaten dung. Ha 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 ha. The players in the group were on the verge of bursting with laughter. The Goblin King's expression quickly became a meme that spread like wildfire. However, on Blue Star, the Goblin King reveled in the sight of these humans. It was indeed necessary to intimidate these foolish humans with force. Knowing fear is a good start. As long as you do not provoke me again, I shall refrain from indiscriminately killing. Now, tell me the location of your base. The Goblin King lowered his head to face the players. His enormous head loomed over them, exuding a formidable presence. One of his eyes was nearly the size of a player's head. The startled players, taken aback by such a massive eyeball, recoiled in fear. Holy smokes, are you trying to scare me to death? One player instinctively uttered a curse, then, slap, another pool of blood formed. The human race is truly an uncouth species. Daring to show such disrespect to me, the Goblin King, a slave devoid of reverence, has little value, even in the lowest slave markets. The Goblin King growled in anger. Quickly, tell me where your base is. Otherwise, you shall all meet your demise. The location of the mine is quite distant from Wei Yuan's base. Moreover, since Wei Yuan had activated stealth mode, the goblins, despite their reconnaissance efforts, were unable to locate it. Thus, they resorted to capturing a few humans for questioning. To their surprise, these humans had such resilient tongues. Each one seemed unafraid of death. Witnessing their companions perish before their eyes, they displayed little terror. After threatening the players, not a single one chose to speak. The Goblin King furrowed his brow in frustration. Humans are undeniably fragile. Yet why? Why do they show no fear of me? The Goblin King, in a fit of rage, yearned to slay the remaining humans, but reason held him back. I shall imprison them. I refuse to believe this group of humans can withstand the tortures of goblins. Wei Yuan had already received the message sent by the players. Attention all players, attention all players. The Goblin Lair has been located. The mission to eradicate goblins is now underway. Before the players appeared a map. The red dot marked the location of the Goblin Lair. Holy smokes! The goblins are nestled within the bloodthirsty parasol forest. At the moment the map was revealed, the thief oil peddler was left dumbfounded. All along, he had complained that those monsters always appeared near the mine and had never ventured into the bloodthirsty parasol forest. But now, what? The Goblin Lair is right in the bloodthirsty parasol forest? How ironic! The thief oil peddler could already envision how those creatures would mock him. It was utterly terrifying. Nevertheless, embarrassment could wait. The task at hand was paramount. The thief oil peddler shook off his shoulders. After days of logging practice, combined with unlocking the first level of the genetic lock, he now felt immensely powerful. Meanwhile, within the bloodthirsty parasol forest, the players' refusal to cooperate only infuriated the Goblin King. The audacious humans dare to defy me. They shall all perish, the Goblin King declared ruthlessly. Subsequently, the remaining 4 players were brutally slain. The Goblin King took pleasure in torturing them, killing them slowly. Thankfully, the players had disabled their pain receptors beforehand. But merely observing the wounds on their corpses was enough to send shivers down one's spine. This is the fate that befalls those who offend goblins. The Goblin King spat upon the players' remains. Wei Yuan was able to observe each player through the system. When he witnessed the players being mercilessly tortured, his expression grew increasingly grim. Although the players had disabled their pain receptors and might be laughing off their predicament offline, they represented the human race. It was precisely because players could turn off their pain sensitivity that they felt little consequence. But what if the captured individuals were ordinary humans? Just the thought made Wei Yuan's blood boil. A mere goblin tribe dares to wreak havoc in his territory? All clansmen, gather. Wei Yuan summoned all the players without hesitation, a total of 130 players. Even those who had previously died or disconnected were summoned back. The Goblin clan has been excessively arrogant. If we do not teach them a lesson, other races in the galaxy will surely come to trample upon us. Let us slay them, sever the heads of the goblins, and exchange their skulls for your gene potions. Pre-delivered level 1 gene potion, usage condition. Participate in the Goblin Slaughter Mission. Chapter 20. In the galaxy, only the fist holds true authority. Is the battle finally about to commence? It seems I will be able to purchase potions once more. Secretly begging, I clutched my dagger. When I previously killed those goblins, I did not fully savor the experience. Now, I can finally indulge in a satisfying slaughter. As the player who has eliminated the greatest number of goblins, I have already received numerous friend requests from fellow players. Everyone is eager to inquire about the weaknesses of these goblins. With so many inquiries, it is impossible to respond to each one individually. Therefore, I decided to send a voice message directly in the group chat. Everyone, the curtain of war is about to rise. Although Brother Yuan only instructed us to sever the heads of those goblins, we cannot recklessly charge in and meet our demise. We must prepare our battle strategy beforehand. Otherwise, our sudden level up will be insufficient to contend with those goblins who have already unlocked their gene locks. Charging in blindly would only lead to our demise, resulting in a swift game over. Once my voice message was sent, the group chat erupted with excitement. After all, I am the most vocal player among them, and I was the first to exchange for a level 1 gene lock potion. The strength of the goblins is evident to all players. Had it not been for my intervention in slaying that elite goblin, the dozens of players would not have managed to eliminate even a single goblin. Although Brother Yuan did not provide explicit details, there is a clear numerical record following the main mission, indicating that the enemies we face are actually not many, only 300 however. From the videos of the captured players I have seen, I can confirm that there are high-level goblins among them. Just a single Goblin King is at level 4. How are we to defeat such a formidable boss? Level 1 against level 4. Even a strategy of sheer numbers would likely prove futile. This is not a traditional game. The power of technology cannot be underestimated. I took a deep breath. My current strength, as I deduced, should be at the peak of level 1, compared to other players. I have adapted well to my physical capabilities, able to fully harness my strength. Although I nearly perished in my first encounter with a level 2 goblin, saved only by Brother Yuan, I managed to single-handedly kill a level 2 goblin without injury after unlocking my level 1 gene lock. I believe you all remember my performance at that time. Based on my analysis, each race possesses inherent differences in strength, and goblins should be inferior to humans. Upon reaching level 1 and unlocking the level 1 gene lock, we can engage level 2 goblins with ease. But what if we face several players together? Surely we can defeat level 3 goblins, can we not? Furthermore, my lack of experience against level 3 goblins does not imply that I cannot kill them. I continued my analysis. Moreover, I have had a few encounters with goblins, and they generally lack intelligence, relying solely on brute force. However, they do possess their own advantages. Their crafted weapons are exceptionally powerful. I produced an axe obtained from a goblin I had previously slain. At first glance, the axe appeared primitive, even crude. Yet, when I swung it and struck a nearby tree, the blade radiated a dark green glow. Without exerting much effort, that tree, thick enough for two to embrace, was cleaved in two. I recorded this moment and shared the video in the group. Players who had never faced goblins directly gasped in astonishment. How are we to fight against this? Their weapons are superior to ours. Hold on. Have you not noticed? This axe, in my hands, wields greater power than it did in the goblins. I am a fervent combat enthusiast. To prepare for the goblins, I have meticulously preserved all videos of my battles with them, analyzing each frame. Thus, as I share my insights with other players, I speak with clarity and conviction. What I wish to convey is that while we may lack comparable strength, we excel in weapon usage. Moreover, I have previously tested the effectiveness of the weapons crafted by these goblins. They are most effective for slicing through their coarse skin. These goblins have tough hides. Relying solely on our strength makes it difficult to breach their defenses. However, by utilizing their own weapons, we can attempt to overcome them despite our lower levels. Therefore, our initial objective should be to eliminate all the low-level goblins, seize their weapons, and then proceed to slay the higher-level ones. From the videos sent back by the 6 captured players, it seems that the high-level goblins are not particularly numerous. Primarily, there is a level 4 goblin king, 8 level 3 elite goblins, followed by 60 level 2 goblins, with the remainder being level 1. If we estimate that there are around 200 level 1 goblins, let us break down our task and focus on slaying these 200 level 1 goblins first. Now, I shall guide you all on how to adapt to your body's speed after consuming the level 1 gene lock potion. As long as we are quick enough, the goblins' attacks will not harm us. Without holding back, I began my lesson. Once we seize the goblin weapons, I will also instruct on their usage. The group of players was electrified. They began fervently discussing strategies to combat the goblins, with those who had previously fought them analyzing their attack patterns. Within a minute, I had compiled my teachings into a video and shared it with the group. Everyone saw the gravity of this mission. Brother Yuan's anger, I sensed, stemmed from the brutal slaughter of those 6 players, an affront to the dignity of humanity. Therefore, we must avoid any internal strife or competition for kills. This time, we fight for the honor of our race. The goblins have invaded our territory and slain our kin. This is a provocation. We must engage in a splendid and decisive battle to uphold Brother Yuan's reputation. It is essential to remember that Brother Yuan's Jr. is also watching. We must not forget this NPC. Her presence may significantly influence the subsequent narrative. Based on my years of gaming experience, if we perform brilliantly this time, retaliating with flair, Emilo may very well spread the word far and wide. In the galaxy, only the fist holds true authority. Chapter 21. What race doesn't slack off at work? Brothers, have you all eaten well? Prepare to log in. At the stroke of 8, I began to rally the players in the group. All players donned their helmets and logged in. The 3 suns of Blue Star had set, and darkness enveloped the land. Watching the players act in an organized and deliberate manner, Wei Yuan contemplated and ultimately refrained from intervening. This battle serves as both a defense of our territory and the first test of cooperation among the players. In the future, there will be many places to fight, and the more experience the players gain, the better prepared they will be. In interstellar warfare, Wei Yuan cannot always be there to protect them. Go forth, my players. Let the goblins be your first sharpening stone. Wei Yuan bid farewell to the departing players. Emilo, with her pink twin tails, looked perplexed. Senior, won't you intervene in this war? This is a conflict between races. Moreover, our side lacks even a second-level warrior. Wei Yuan, the senior, is allowing them to charge in? Emilo was uncertain of the number of goblins transported to this planet, but she was certain that among them, there must be several warriors of considerable rank, at least level 4. While it is true that individuals of each race vary, and some talents can challenge higher-level warriors at lower ranks, such talents are rare in any race. Wei Yuan had sent only a handful of his kin, yet he permitted them all to go? This is my territory, and it is also the domain of my kin. If other races attempt to seize our land, the owners must personally drive them away and slay them. Emilo stood momentarily speechless, struggling to comprehend. Looking at Wei Yuan, he seemed less concerned about the goblin's superiority and more confident that his kin could indeed annihilate them. However, since Wei Yuan did not take action himself, she could only watch from the sidelines as the players, having spent days felling trees and swiftly completing the bloodthirsty cypresses task, had already grasped the habits and root systems of the bloodthirsty cypresses. In the bloodthirsty forest, they traversed swiftly as if in an uninhabited realm. After utilizing a first-level potion, I truly felt as if I could move like the wind, my brothers. The transformation of my body was indeed significant. Were it not for the video provided by the clandestine benefactor, I would likely struggle to adapt to this new form. As we engage in combat against the monsters, let us exercise caution. I have heard from players who met their demise that upon resurrection, one must start anew. What? If I perish, does that mean I must once again purchase potions? Thus, we must all remain vigilant. When our health depletes to a perilous level, we should retreat to the medical chambers without hesitation. Onward! The clandestine benefactor signaled, and the players spontaneously formed a battle group, advancing in an orderly fashion toward the goblin's lair. Emilo entered the mech's interior, utilizing its visual tracking to observe the players' movements. Although the senior spoke with bravado, I suspect that if these tribesmen were to confront a life-threatening situation, they would instinctively take action to protect themselves. Emilo sat within the mech, her gaze fixed on the players swiftly navigating the jungle. Even the costly medical chambers were generously provided for their use. Tao. Do you think the senior is all talk? The mech's artificial intelligence responded, Master, according to Tao's calculations, without Lord Wei Yuan's assistance, the victory probability for these humans is merely 10%. Do you intend to intervene and thereby win Lord Wei Yuan's favor? Emilo's face flushed crimson. She shyly embraced her cup and took a hearty sip of tree juice. Why do you speak of the senior in such a manner? How could you say such things? The mech, Tao, fell silent. Meanwhile, the players had approached the vicinity of the goblin's den. The Goblin King's mental shielding was quite effective. Without precise location data, it was indeed challenging to detect him. However, with the players indicating their positions, Emilo quickly discerned the goblin's levels. 4th level, Emilo gasped. The goblin tribe had indeed dispatched 4th-level warriors. Does the senior know? Emilo turned her head to seek out Wei Yuan's position, only to realize he had already departed from his original spot and was currently following closely behind the players. Truly, he is all talk yet soft-hearted. Emilo chuckled lightly. At that moment, the mech Tao expressed confusion. Master, the human victory rate has increased. With Lord Wei Yuan present, the likelihood of failure is virtually non-existent, is it not? No, Master, I did not include Lord Wei Yuan in my calculations. Based on the previous data, these humans appear to have devised a strategy. Tao's tone was laced with astonishment. Emilo had never heard Tao speak in such a manner. Ah? She immediately switched perspectives to observe the players stealthily advancing underground, in the darkness. The players moved like phantoms, yet upon sighting the goblin's lair, they refrained from recklessly charging in. Instead, the initial group of players commenced digging trenches. Indeed, they were digging trenches. How could one confront the strong head-on when weak? All players possessed ample mining experience. Even without weapons, their bare hands could excavate with astonishing speed. In mere minutes, the players, mindful of the bloodthirsty trees' attack range, had carved out a long trench amidst the gaps of the trees, resembling a tunnel. The suicide squad was tasked with luring the first batch of goblins. The clandestine benefactor issued commands, and immediately 20 players emerged from the crowd, sprinting toward the outer perimeter of the goblin's lair. The goblins were already preparing to sleep. Even the sentinels yawned incessantly. Humans are so feeble. Why not just charge in and eliminate the kin of that human lord? Exactly. I heard there are only a little over 100 of them, and their levels are quite low. Capturing them as slaves would be beneficial. Indeed, our chieftain is a 4th-level warrior. How strong could that human lord be? Having just emerged from the academy, as several goblins patrolled and chatted, they failed to properly observe their surroundings. The players were nearly upon them from the shadows, yet the patrolling goblins remained oblivious. These goblins are even less attentive than I am at work. One player exclaimed in disbelief, I shall utilize my expertise to conquer them. What is your area of expertise? I specialize in performance. Brothers, watch me. One of the players, brimming with bravado, tossed his hair dramatically, though his muscular frame betrayed a rather imposing presence. Go on, brother. Suddenly, a loud chainsaw roared through the forest. The group of goblins, previously engrossed in conversation, halted abruptly. What noise is that? Is it coming from the woods? Could it be humans? This is the heart of the bloodthirsty trees forest. Only those humans would dare venture here. They spoke with bravado. Yet their movements became cautious and deliberate. Several goblins approached the source of the sound. In the darkness, the activated chainsaw pierced through the tree trunk, producing a jarring noise. Ha! It truly is humans. The goblins immediately spotted a player wielding a chainsaw. Oblivious to the approaching goblins behind him, he was watching the video from the group, clearly aware of the dozen goblins advancing with malicious intent. Oh no, with so many goblins, they won't simply let me off with a single blow. Will they? A lone individual like me must surely pique their malevolence, he thought to himself. Come on, come on. I am but a solitary, pitiful, weak human. Surely you wish to see me panic and tremble in terror. Right? Come on. The player continued to mutter in his mind. The goblins, upon exchanging glances, harbored malicious intent. There is indeed a human, foolishly wandering here alone. It would be a shame to kill him outright. I want to see if this human can escape our pursuit. Let us not end his life immediately. Instead, let us frighten him, giving him a sliver of hope before we torment him. The goblins whispered amongst themselves, their conspiratorial chatter clear amidst the chainsaw's noise. All players instinctively turned in terror, their expressions exaggerated as they shouted, What the heck, goblins? Ha ha ha, only now do you react? Truly foolish humans. Oh, goblins, goblins. The chainsaw clattered to the ground as the player dropped it in fright. The players watching from a distance exchanged glances, speechless. Goodness, this brother's performance is a tad over the top, isn't it? This acting, and he dares call himself a professional. That drop was clearly intentional. It's even more exaggerated than Sha Sung dropping a bowl. The players felt that this plan might be doomed. Yet, in the next moment, they heard the goblins' lewd laughter. Ha ha ha, who would have thought we have a solitary human here? Truly foolish. Since he has come, let him perish. The goblins clearly failed to recognize anything amiss. Instead, they were thoroughly entertained by the player's display of terror. The player, dubbed Future Film Emperor, exaggeratedly fell to the ground, shouting loudly, yet remained oblivious to the need to rise and flee. Ah, goblins, it's goblins, he exclaimed. Why are my legs weak at this moment? Damn it, damn it. The goblins laughed even more, emboldened, with one approaching the player slowly, deliberately giving Future Film Emperor time to scramble to his feet. They relished witnessing the foolish humans display expressions of terror and their frantic attempts to escape. When Future Film Emperor finally got to his feet, he even slipped, falling to the ground with a thud. Both the players and the goblins fell silent for a moment. This human seems genuinely foolish, one goblin remarked. Perhaps he was driven out by his own kind due to his stupidity. Another goblin nodded in agreement. I feel a twinge of sympathy for such a fool. How can he survive among the humans? If he were not foolish, how could he venture deep into the bloodthirsty tree forest to cut wood? Should we let him go? He might expose our position. Perhaps we should eliminate him instead, and if not, we could simply tear out his tongue and break his hands. Future Film Emperor clenched his teeth in frustration. Damn it, to be looked down upon by goblins. Even more infuriating, their words were heard clearly by the players hiding nearby, who covered their mouths, trembling with silent laughter. What a ridiculous performance. This is a show. After all, Future Film Emperor silently roared in his mind. He continued to act terrified as he raced toward the players, and when he felt it was safe enough, he turned back to face the goblins. Ha ha ha, it seems you are not as formidable as I presumed. I run at such a sluggish pace, yet you are utterly incapable of catching me. A pitiful bunch. Just moments ago, I felt a twinge of sympathy for this foolish human and contemplated whether to spare him from the wrath of his goblin kin. But this single utterance has ignited my ire. Foolish creature, you truly seek your own demise. I was even prepared to let you go. Stupid being, perish, spare him, and take him back as a slave. I shall make him toil in the mines until his last breath. How detestable! These humans are all equally loathsome. Capture them, and torment them to death. Yes. The goblins bared their teeth and roared, while the future movie star stood behind a trap long prepared by the players, thumping his chest and shouting, "Oh, I am so terrified. Come forth and slay me, you foolish goblins, a whole pack of dimwits. How infuriating!" The goblins growled lowly, brandishing their weapons as they charged forth. Then, boom, boom. After several muffled thuds, the goblins fell into the traps set by the players. Below the traps stood numerous weapons confiscated from previous goblin encounters. As the arrogant goblins plummeted, they taunted, "Do you truly believe these worthless weapons can pierce through?" Pfft. Several goblins had their chests impaled. Dark green blood splattered throughout the trap. Concealed players seized their weapons and began to stab down into the pit. Even if some goblins initially survived the fall, their fate was now sealed. Cunning humans, the goblins let out a final furious roar. Soon, the video of the future movie star was transmitted to the players group. This audacious maneuver sparked a surge of inspiration among the players. In an instant, players from several directions began to employ various performances to lure the patrolling lower-tier goblins. By the time the higher-tier goblins in the nest realized their kin had dwindled, the first-tier goblins had already vanished by more than half. Good. Now we can launch a full assault. Stealthily, I beseeched and severed the head of a second-tier goblin, casting it to the ground. The weapons are now fully equipped. Chapter 22. How the senior's kin resembles the insectoids. The slaughter commenced. In the dark of night, first-tier players descended upon the goblin lair like wolves among sheep. Near the goblin nest, upon spotting a lone goblin, they rushed forth to execute their prey. Even upon encountering groups of several goblins, they deemed it beneath them to employ luring skills. For first-tier players, slaying first-tier goblins was akin to slaughtering chickens or cattle. When faced with second-tier goblins, the players began to cooperate seamlessly. Some of the more skilled veteran players even executed sudden and lethal strikes. Dark green blood soon seeped into the earth. The surrounding bloodthirsty trees began to shift towards the goblin nest. Damn it! What in the world is happening? Why have the patrolling goblins vanished one by one? Who is hunting the goblins in the shadows? A few third-tier goblins were analyzing the situation. They understood that when the majority of goblins had disappeared, the nest's interior was nearing the point of having scarcely any first-tier goblins left. Initially, they suspected that the first-tier goblins being hunted must be the work of some monsters on this planet. Only daring to hunt first-tier goblins, they presumed it must be some first-tier beasts or perhaps an evolved treant from the bloodthirsty trees. They dispatched some second-tier goblins to patrol, hoping to capture the culprit. However, to their astonishment, not only did they fail to uncover the reason behind the disappearance of the first-tier goblins, but those sent out as patrols also never returned. What do we do now? Should we inform the clan leader? The clan leader is currently asleep. Today, he was enraged by those foolish humans. Steel Bar nearly faced death for a mere slip of the tongue. Do you wish to meet a similar fate? One goblin clutched its head in agitation, asking, "What shall we do? If the second-tier goblins have also been slain, should we go out to patrol? This is a level 5 planet. It could very well be a level 5 native species hunting us. Who is unafraid of death?" The goblins exchanged anxious glances. If first-tier and second-tier goblins perish, so be it. But if they patrol, what if it is they who fall? Then, shall we act as if we know nothing? If it is indeed a native species hunting, who knows when it will be satiated? Yet, if it is not, and the clan leader awakens to find half of his kin missing, we shall likely meet a grim fate as well. The goblins were filled with dread. Meanwhile, Emilo, seated within her mech, was utterly perplexed. What in the world? Is it now commonplace to execute cross-dire kills? Why have the senior's kin adapted so swiftly to their unlocked bodies? When she herself unlocked her first-tier gene, it took her 3 days to adjust to her new form. Even then, She was considered a genius on their planet. But now, what does she see? Those humans who had just injected first-tier gene unlocking serum during the day were already adeptly maneuvering their bodies by night. Moreover, in such a short span, they could effortlessly slay goblins. If goblin genes were indeed ranked, they would surpass those of humans. After all, they are a long-living species. Being a long-living species implies that, even at the same gene level, while their abilities may appear comparable, long-living species, due to their prolonged lifespan, can hone their capabilities over time. This is a well-known fact within the Interstellar Alliance. Yet now, before Milo, the human race has shattered this paradigm. The first-tier goblins are utterly no match for the first-tier human warriors. Furthermore, these humans had merely unlocked their gene locks half a day prior. Half a day. Observing the senior's kin, they exhibited no trace of fear after having slain goblins. Rather, their emotions were filled with excitement and joy. Milo's lips turned pale. It is terrifying. Indeed, it is terrifying. As a student of the Lord Academy, she is no naive fool. To traverse war zones alone and arrive on such a remote planet. There may be a slight inclination towards her admiration for the senior, but more so, it is her desire to seize this opportunity to befriend him. Ideally, they could become friends. The more connections one has, the more paths one can tread, especially since the senior's future achievements are bound to be significant. With this mindset, she has always treated the senior's kin with kindness, even upon discovering that they were merely the lowest-tier warriors, many of whom were not even warriors. But now, she finds herself engulfed in a sense of dread towards those whom she previously looked down upon. These humans resemble natural-born killing machines. Milo exhaled softly. Peach, they instill in me a familiar sense of fear. Much like the insectoids, the mech, Peach, suddenly spoke. Milo shuddered slightly. But master, you need not worry. Peach has already scanned them, and they are indeed true humans. Their genes do not lie. From records many years ago, I discovered that the ancestors of humanity, upon departing their territory to explore the cosmos, encountered various races. At that time, faced with interspecies resource competition, humanity was terrifyingly formidable, even engaging in direct confrontation with the divine race. However, after nearly facing extinction in their battle with the insectoids, they transformed into their current state. Perhaps what we see now are the true forms of humanity. Peach analyzed. Milo took a deep breath. Perhaps that is the case. If so, the probability of the senior becoming the next leader will significantly increase. In the past, humanity was a force that struck fear into all races. When it was known that there was a human in the Lord Academy, her ancestors even made a special trip to advise her to befriend this human student. Unfortunately, during her prolonged stay at the Academy, she never had the chance to interact with the senior. Had it not been for this delivery opportunity, the senior would have hardly spared her a glance. Milo took another deep sip of Triesp. It appears I must strive even harder. Meanwhile, standing at the periphery of the battlefield, Wei Yuan sensed something amiss. He furrowed his brow slightly. Why does it feel as though someone is keeping an eye on him? Shaking his head, Wei Yuan dismissed the fleeting intuition and focused on the player's battle. At this moment, outside the goblin nest, countless torches had been lit. No goblin dared to venture out. Damn it, these goblins have truly become timid. Chapter 23. The Goblin King's Fury. Players on the brink of total annihilation. The players waited in the surrounding woods. Witnessing such a situation left them somewhat bewildered. Not profiting means incurring losses, brothers. I have only slain a single first-tier goblin. If this is settled, I may even have to pay the system some gold. Damn, weren't goblins supposed to be fierce? Why have they turned into timid turtles? I was even prepared to record a grand battle video, but it seems merely a trivial skirmish now. The players sighed in unison. Wei Yuan, however, chuckled softly. These players remain oblivious to the true terror of the goblins. Nevertheless, it seems that the system truly produces exceptional content. The players' swift adaptation to their physical forms astonished Wei Yuan. They not only strategized spontaneously but also collaborated effectively. Remarkably, a few exceptionally skilled players managed to single-handedly slay a level 2 goblin. What a treasure this turned out to be. Wei Yuan silently recorded the IDs of these players who could effortlessly conquer foes beyond their level without sustaining injuries. These individuals would serve as reserves for the upcoming competition at the Academy. Just as Wei Yuan was contemplating this, a player suddenly exclaimed in alarm, "Goodness, the ground is shaking." Wei Yuan, along with the other players, turned their gaze towards the goblin's lair. Before them emerged a towering figure, akin to a mountain of flesh, rising from the earth. Its massive form trembled the very ground beneath them as it stood. In the darkness, illuminated by the campfire, the Goblin King glared at the players and roared, "Humans, how dare you provoke me again?" The sheer force of its voice sent ripples through the air, causing players to stagger. Some of those closest to the goblin den even began to cough up blood. How terrifying! What on earth is this? Is this truly the Goblin King? The pressure it exudes is 100 times greater than what I saw in the videos. Goodness, this time we won't just fail to profit. We might incur losses. Despite their injuries, the players continued to chatter nervously. The Goblin King furrowed its brow in disdain, exclaiming, even in slumber, "I can smell the stench of you foolish humans. Instead of waiting for death in your base, you dare to intrude upon my territory. Truly, a group of undaunted imbeciles. Since you wish for death, then let it be so." Its eyes burned red with rage, still simmering from the scorn it had endured from humans during the day. Just awakened, its temper was far from restrained, as the players turned to flee from the Goblin King's impending wrath. The next moment, they were obliterated into a pulp. Splash, blood sprayed, leaving no trace of a corpse behind. Emilo couldn't suppress a gasp. Our first battle, and we encounter a level 4 goblin warrior. Will this group of humans be so demoralized that they won't dare to fight again? If they flee, death will come even quicker. Emilo couldn't help but feel anxious. Even if their senior came to assist, it seemed that only half of their kin would survive, and that half would be left broken after such a one-sided slaughter. Without the will to fight, even the strongest warriors would only face defeat. Just as Emilo thought this, he noticed that the players who had initially planned to escape were returning. The frontline players began their taunts. "Hey, you pathetic goblin trash, you're just level 4. How dare you call yourself a Goblin King? Exactly. With your level and appearance, you have the audacity to claim the title of king? Ha ha ha. Has the goblin race truly fallen this low?" The players' fearless provocations darkened the Goblin King's expression. Seeking death, its massive hand slammed the ground, and in an instant, more players perished. However, among the remaining players, a voice emerged, quietly requesting, "Well done, brothers. I'll cover the cost of your revival coins. Please, go ahead and provoke this Goblin King, and be sure to lure it into the bloodthirsty Tushan forest." Understood. As they prepared to revive, the remaining brothers were ready. Let us go, let us go. This was all part of the strategy, an underhanded tactic. Yet, after the 4 players were slain, as the remaining players continued to shout, the Goblin King merely sneered. "Foolish humans, do you think to lure me into the bloodthirsty Tushan forest?" The Goblin King looked disdainfully at the shouting players. "You worthless creatures, to be intimidated by these little humans. Are you even fit to be warriors of the goblin race?" After the Goblin King spoke, the players were left in shock as they witnessed countless small mounds of earth rising behind it. Numerous diminutive figures emerged. It was a horde of goblins. Countless tiny goblins sprouted from the ground, sending shivers down the spines of the players as their hearts raced. What in the world is this? I feel it tingling all over. Those suffering from fear of dense crowds felt their anxiety spike. My goodness, how can the graphics of this game be so clear at midnight? I'm getting goosebumps. This is the skill of the level 3 goblins, brothers. One player, observing the swarm of goblins emerging from the ground, noticed a small bright spot and clicked on it, revealing a system-generated introduction. Scouting, level 3 goblin skill. Proliferation. Level 3 goblins can continuously split and reproduce numerous level 0 goblins in areas with soil, with a chance to spawn level 1 and level 2 goblins. Why wasn't this information provided earlier? It was promised to be a warrior-focused game, and now it suddenly resembles a mage's abilities. Aren't these monsters goblins? How does this skill resemble that of a necromancer? Goodness, does this game copy everything? They lamented. Copying everything only makes us better. The players recorded videos while voicing their complaints. Soon, a player who hadn't even begun recording was overwhelmed by the tide of goblins and logged off. How are we supposed to continue? The previous plan is utterly useless now. Meanwhile, the oil thief's face turned pale. Now is not the time to sow discord among the ranks. Darkly begging leaped over to the oil thief's side and slapped him on the shoulder. "Open up the free mic and coordinate with the brothers." Understood. The oil thief rubbed his shoulder and activated the free mic, allowing all players to hear their voices. Brothers in the front, retreat if you can. Those who can't, try to take down a few goblins. I have 4,300 gold coins and can provide my brothers with 43 revivals. Just as Darkly Begging finished speaking, the oil thief chimed in. I have 7,000 here. Like Darkly Begging, he preemptively pooled his gold for the group, allowing fallen players to use the communal funds for revival. This battle will be exceedingly arduous, but brothers, please cooperate, and we will surely triumph. Now, ranged players, please begin marking the locations of the level 3 goblins. Darkly Begging continued, remaining players, take down the level 3 goblins nearby. They will be vulnerable while casting their skills. As for the level 4 boss, it will be up to me, the oil thief, Xingqian, Makabaka, and Feng Shui Pippi to hold it off. Are you all ready? The public screen erupted with players replying, ready. Charge forth. Leaders, lead us to victory. The players named by Darkly Begging were all capable of slaying level 2 goblins without sustaining injuries. The first batch consisted of prominent figures within the gaming community. Feng Shui Pippi, as the second batch, was surprisingly singled out to cooperate with the leaders against the boss, leaving the other players astonished. After all, everyone had some degree of interaction within the gaming circles, yet Feng Shui Pippi seemed to be a newcomer. Could he truly be an exceptionally low-key big shot? He had entered the game alongside them, right? Was he genuinely a big shot? I've never heard of him. Upon hearing his name mentioned by Darkly Begging, Feng Shui Pippi was equally astonished. Wait, I'm going to fight the boss with them. He gazed at the terrifying Goblin King, akin to a mountain of flesh, and swallowed hard. During his time in the game, he had merely engaged in mining and chopping wood, occasionally falling victim to the bloodthirsty Tushin, only to use his hard-earned gold to revive. It was no different than anyone else. Could it be that I'm some kind of gaming genius? And that's why those big shots have taken notice of me? Feng Shui Pippi pondered. But then again, I simply didn't play games before. Perhaps this is what they call silent until I shine. Maybe I'm just naturally gifted at gaming. Feeling a bit euphoric, Feng Shui Pippi eagerly joined the 4 big shots. Darkly Begging and the oil thief stood together, while the 2 female players, Makabaka and Xingqian, followed behind them. Feng Shui Pippi waved to them from a distance. Grinning, hey, I'm here. Darkly Begging tossed a machete to Feng Shui Pippi, saying, this is your share of the high-quality loot we acquired from the level 2 goblins. Bro, you look quite familiar. Makabaka scrutinized Feng Shui Pippi from head to toe. Did you play single-player games at home? Have you never participated in any gaming events? Players began to guess each other's identities based on their IDs, as the gaming community was rather small. However, as time progressed, everyone began to realize that the character modeling and facial features within this gaming world bore a striking resemblance to their real selves. Most of the top players in the gaming community had made appearances in public. And even if they had not, it was common for them to meet offline after interacting in the game. Female players were indeed a rare breed within the gaming circle, particularly those with exceptional skills. Furthermore, Makabaka was quite extroverted and cherished making new friends. Essentially, she was acquainted with nearly all the experts in the gaming realm. Thus, upon encountering Feng Shui Pippi, she was initially astonished by his handsome visage, only to subsequently realize that she had no recollection of him whatsoever. The genetic enhancement provided by Wei Yuan had not only optimized their physiques, but also refined their facial features. Consequently, the faces of these players represented the pinnacle of their earthly appearances. Amongst such a plethora of beautiful individuals, Feng Shui Pippi undoubtedly stood out. With such a striking face in the game, he surely must be equally impressive in reality. Makabaka mused that if she had encountered him in the real world, she would certainly remember him, hence her peculiar inquiry. Huh? Feng Shui Pippi scratched his head. I never played games before. This is actually my first. This is your first? Makabaka gazed at him in astonishment. You must possess some innate talent. Even Xingqian, who had remained silent and aloof behind the crowd, raised an eyebrow in surprise. Are you an athlete in the real world? Makabaka continued her line of questioning. Feng Shui Pippi shook his head once more. Oh my, how is it that your experience is increasing so rapidly? After the second wave of players entered the game, Wei Yuan updated the experience bar for all players. Only when their experience bar was full could they utilize the gene unlocking elixirs. However, this experience referred to the degree of physical development, meaning that even after dying and respawning, the accumulated experience remained intact. Yet, Feng Shui Pippi's experience bar was leveling up at an astonishing rate. The attention he received from seasoned players was due to the peculiarity of his experience bar, which was unlike anyone else's. While others incrementally increased their experience, Feng Shui Pipi's bar surged significantly after each death. Honestly, are you perhaps in cahoots with the game developers behind the scenes? Tadupo playfully draped an arm around Feng Shui Pipi's shoulder and whispered. Not at all. Feng Shui Pipi responded earnestly. If I were, I would definitely have them sell some painkillers. Every time I die, it hurts so much that I have nightmares upon returning to the real world. It's truly excruciating. Upon finishing his statement, Feng Shui Pipi expected everyone to share in his complaints. However, the next moment, he noticed 4 formidable players gazing at him as if they were petrified. Bro, you know the page for adjusting the 5 senses, right? Scroll down to the very bottom. You can adjust the pain perception. Wow, you're something else. Incredible, simply incredible. I respect you as a man. I now believe you when you say you've never played games before. The group unanimously gave Feng Shui Pipi a thumbs up. Xingqian quietly muttered a single word, impressive. All right, it's time to deal with that Goblin King. Tadupo clapped his hands. At this moment, the players had already commenced their planned assault on the 3rd-level goblins. The small goblins surrounding the Goblin King had diminished significantly, allowing them to break through and confront the boss. Chapter 25. Xingqian is the strongest player. Tadupo was the first to leap into action, emerging from the goblin throng with a hammer in hand, striking fiercely at the Goblin King. How dare you provoke me, insect? The Goblin King appeared colossal, yet his movements were anything but clumsy. In fact, he was swifter than the players. When Tadupo's hammer struck, he felt a jolt reverberate through his hand. Yet the skin on the Goblin King's body where he had hit showed no signs of damage. Whoosh! A powerful gust of wind surged towards Tadupo. It was the Goblin King's massive hand, sweeping through the air with force. Damn! Facing the Goblin King's attack, Tadupo's heart raced, but he found himself unable to evade it. The surrounding air seemed to ensnare him. Could this be a skill? Tadupo's heart sank as he helplessly watched the hand descend upon him. Bang! After a thunderous sound, the Goblin King didn't even spare a glance at him. Just a mere 1st-level human. Why bother to look again? The other players watched as Tadupo was sent flying several meters by the strike. Landing hard and rolling multiple times, blood seeping from his wounds, he was surely dead, motionless. The players collectively gasped in shock. They hadn't expected their strongest ally, Tadupo, to be dispatched so easily. However, in the next moment, the Goblin King suddenly stiffened. His face flushed as he looked down and noticed another human behind him. Behold my floral lance, Tadupo shouted, forcefully thrusting the lance that had been embedded in the Goblin King's rear. The skin in that area was not as resilient as the rest of his body. Even for a rough goblin, it was one of his vulnerabilities. Damn it, that human was merely a distraction for you. The Goblin King's eyes turned crimson. Though he felt no pain, the humiliation was overwhelming. Die! The Goblin King swatted at Tadupo, who immediately disconnected. Humph! 2 mere humans dare to challenge me? Bring forth any remaining strong ones. Let them all come. The Goblin King disdainfully extracted the lance from his rear, which bore a slight trace of blood. However, the damage was minimal compared to the blow to his pride. Simultaneously, the attacks from the other 3 players reached their target. Makabaka launched 2 cluster grenades, while Feng Shui Pipi wielded a cleaver for strikes. Xingqian, positioned behind them, drew 2 long blades. With a 3-pronged attack, the Goblin King showed no signs of fear. In fact, he scoffed and raised his hand to crush the cluster grenades. Exploding them in his grasp, the shockwave sent Makabaka flying. Feng Shui Pipi fared even worse. His cleaver was shattered upon contact with the Goblin King, the front half of the blade severing him in an instant. Feng Shui Pipi found himself back on Earth. As for the last remaining player, Xingqian, her expression remained cold and unyielding. Even in the face of her teammates' demise, she held her dual blades tightly, swiftly charging towards the Goblin King. Swish! The blades clashed against the Goblin King's dark-hued skin, creating sparks. As the Goblin King's attack approached, Xingqian executed a rapid dodge, leaving an afterimage in the air. She had managed to evade it. Emilo, astonished, leaned closer to her monitor. This was a level 4 warrior. Even she, now a level 5 warrior, wouldn't dare claim she could dodge the Goblin King's strike under such extreme circumstances. How could this 1st-level tribe member move so swiftly? Emilo began to observe these humans closely. All were descendants of Wei Yuan, each possessing black hair and eyes. Her grandfather had once mentioned that those with black hair and eyes were different from other humans. Meanwhile, the battle against the Goblin King continued. The two blades in Xingqian's hands emitted a low hum, with chips appearing on the edges. The girl's long black hair flowed freely in combat. Utilizing her incredible speed, she paused mid-air, her face illuminated by the moonlight, exuding a hauntingly beautiful coldness. Indeed, in this game, I can employ ancient martial arts. It is merely unfortunate that this weapon does not suit this body. A glint of cold light flickered in Xingqian's eyes. Wei Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly, impressed that amidst this group of playful players, a true expert was hidden. The Goblin King, realizing he had failed to crush the young human, was consumed by rage. Excellent. Your speed is commendable. I, the clan leader, acknowledge you. But should you falter even once, you shall surely perish with that. He stomped the ground forcefully, launching himself into the air to engage Xingqian in combat. Xingqian's speed was remarkable, allowing her to evade the Goblin King's strikes while delivering damage in the intervals. Each of her slashes landed in the same spot, leaving 2 red marks on the formerly dark skin. Damn, she is a true powerhouse, unbelievable. Taking on a level 4 boss as a level 1 player. Who is this? I had previously thought that Tudupo was our strongest ally. This formidable player is named Xingqian. She seems to have solely engaged in reality simulation games and is quite a low-key powerhouse, yet she is highly respected among seasoned players. This footage must be recorded. Why is it that our level 1s are worlds apart? Players continued to die and respawn, unknowingly cleaning out the 3rd-level goblins. Even Wei Yuan was astonished by the players' efficiency. Now, only Xingqian and the Goblin King remained in battle. Everyone is well aware that if Xingqian loses this battle, they will all be exterminated once again by the Goblin King. The players know this, and so does the Goblin King. The Fallen are merely a handful of worthless level 3 beings. Such worthless creatures can be produced in countless numbers by the Goblin race. Their deaths are inconsequential. It is this detestable human before him that he yearns to eliminate. The annoyance is unbearable. Her speed far surpasses the Goblin King's attack velocity. Not only can he not catch up to her, but even with a preemptive strike, he finds himself unable to land a hit. A glimmer of ferocity flashes in the Goblin King's eyes. He can only seize the moment while she is attacking to crush this bothersome fly. With a swift motion, the last blade of light flickers. Chapter 26. Those who trespass upon my territory shall perish. The Goblin King makes no defensive moves, but rather invites her to strike with a hiss. Dark green blood spurts forth as his massive hand tightens around Xingqian's neck. What the hell? What the hell, brothers? The communal account is out of gold. Earlier, in their fervor to eliminate those goblins, everyone had resurrected too many times, and now the account is drained. Who among them still has extra? Hurry and recharge to give the great Xingqian a chance to revive. I spent everything during the battle. Damn it, who else has any? I'm out of gold too. What should we do? Was it too late to go mine now? It's probably too late. Is anyone at the revival point? Don't come over. Just go mine. The mines and the bloodthirsty Polonia forest lie in opposite directions. The players, blinded by their desire to slay the level 3 goblins, have already lost their senses. Once the communal account's gold is exhausted, they resort to using their personal gold. It is only when they deplete their own reserves that they realize it's too late for the great ones to revive. The oil thief, watching the player's messages on the public screen, types with a grin. No worries, it hardly matters whether we revive or not. Oh no, the great ones are all saying it's useless. It seems we are doomed. They can still manage to deal with level 3 goblins. The swarm tactic might work to some extent, but facing the level 4 goblins directly, they might as well commit suicide for an earlier revival. Heh, merely a bait. You couldn't resist taking the hook? The Goblin King grips Xingqian, lifting her to his eye level. His head nearly matches her height. The wound on his arm is oozing blood, a minor injury in exchange for a human elite. What a bargain! Without hesitation, the Goblin King snaps Xingqian's neck. Such a formidable opponent, and she has only just unlocked the 1st level gene lock, yet she is already this powerful. If she were to grow stronger, it would become a grave threat. As Xingqian logs out, darkness envelopes her. She had expected to be forcibly returned to Earth as before. However, when she opens her eyes again, she finds herself witnessing the battle on Blue Star. Yet, her perspective has shifted to floating in midair, observing her own corpse being tossed aside by the Goblin King. Then, she hears the players around her lamenting about their lack of revival coins. This game updates quite rapidly, Xingqian murmurs softly. Are players satisfied with the new features? Wei Yuan's voice suddenly emanates from her side. Huh? Xingqian turns her head to see the NPC lord beaming at her from her viewpoint. As the Goblin King strangles Xingqian, Emilo cannot help but gasp in astonishment. Standing within her mech, this human is a genius among geniuses. Why is he the senior making a move? Emilo cannot comprehend. If such a genius appeared among her kin, she would spare no effort in nurturing them. How could she allow such talent to perish? Emilo feels both regret and heartache. It is not only this human named Xingqian. The previous humans were also remarkably talented. One could say they are worthy of special cultivation among the tree folk. Why doesn't he the senior take action? Emilo asks in confusion. Are we really going to lose? What about the remaining humans? Emilo's words trail off as she sees the Goblin King preparing to strike at the ordinary players. Suddenly, a lithe figure dashes out. What the hell? It's the benevolent beggar. How can he revive on the spot? Fool, he wasn't reviving. The benevolent beggar was playing dead all along. Huh. The benevolent beggar's body, though battered by the Goblin King's slap, had stabilized after resting on the ground for a while, now at 7% health. That would suffice. A smirk spreads across the benevolent beggar's face as he holds up a syringe resembling a first-level gene unlocking serum. Brothers, we created this opportunity for you. Just go for it. The oil thief's excited voice crackles through the open mic. Makarabaka is also shouting. Charge, beggar. We are counting on you. Xingqian, offline and wearing her helmet, listens to the voices in the open mic, unsure of what to say. Xingqian, hurry, say something encouraging. Xingqian. 6. With a laugh, the Goblin King prepares to unleash his slaughter. Yet the next moment, he feels a sharp pain in his arm. He looks down, just in time to meet the gaze of the benevolent beggar, who smiles back at him. The Goblin King's pupils constrict in shock. This human is still alive. He withstood one of his blows and didn't he perish? What terrifies the Goblin King even more is the sudden numbness spreading through his arm, a heavy sensation quickly enveloping his entire body. What is happening? How could these first-level humans possess poison capable of incapacitating him? No. With a thunderous crash, the Goblin King collapses to the ground, shaking the earth. This tremor is enough to kill the benevolent beggar. Entering the death perspective, the benevolent beggar joins the open mic. Brothers, rush in and sever this goblin's head. We have triumphed. Cheers erupt across the public screen. Although the players are exhausted, excitement prevails. Congratulations, host, for completing the territory protection mission. Rewards, second-level gene lock serum, quality genes from the goblin race. Star Iron Mine Map. So many rewards. Wei Yuan exclaims with delight. Despite these goblins being sent to his planet appearing worthless, the quality genes of the goblin race are invaluable. They are born blacksmiths. And with quality genes, they should be able to produce high-level blacksmiths. High-level blacksmiths are capable of crafting exceptionally powerful weapons. Interstellar warriors cannot solely rely on technological weaponry for battle. Without mechs, their own combat prowess must also be formidable. Having a reliable weapon is crucial for interstellar warriors. Congratulations to all players for flawlessly completing this mission. Rewards are now being distributed. Simultaneously, videos of humans beheading goblins flood the Star Network. Wei Yuan showcases the footage of a first-level human warrior slaying a level 4 goblin at the end, coldly proclaiming, "Those who trespass upon my territory shall perish." The Star Network erupts in excitement. The goblin race has been slapped in the face by humanity. Chapter 27. Now they are yours. What is that? Emilo stares intently at the battlefield. The substance injected into the goblin by the benevolent beggar could not possibly be a gene-unlocking serum. They must have substituted it with something else. Peach, scan it. Scanning. Peach responds. Master, analysis results indicated is the toxin from the bloodthirsty Polonia. This toxin induces anesthesia and inhibits blood coagulation, with effects related to dosage. Each bloodthirsty Polonia tree can yield only 0.1 grams of toxin. Emilo takes a deep breath, realizing her senior has indeed been generous. During hunts, the bloodthirsty Polonia mixes its toxin with its sap before injecting it into its prey. They have actually refined so much. Emilo assumes that the large syringe of toxin held by the benevolent beggar was produced using Wei Yuan's refining equipment. However, Wei Yuan himself is taken aback upon seeing the large vial of toxin. These players really are frugal. He vaguely recalls that when the players managed to obtain a substantial amount of sap for exchange, they discovered that when finally breaking down the bloodthirsty Polonia, there was still some sap in the capillary vessels between the bark and the core. This was precisely the toxin that the bloodthirsty Polonia had not yet had time to channel into its roots. Upon seeing this substance resembling sap, especially since sap is far more expensive than the bark or wood, frugal players began to squeeze out every last drop of this toxin, only to be informed that it would degrade the quality of the sap. Unexpectedly, once they identified it as toxin, they commenced collecting it bit by bit. Since the system did not reclaim this toxin, they began to circulate it internally. After so many days, they likely only managed to gather a small amount. And now, it is finally put to use. Congratulations to all players for completing the Goblin Cleanup mission. We will now begin distributing gold coins based on player performance. First place in this mission, Xingqian, reward 100. 000 gold coins, 1 level 2 gene unlocking potion, 1 Titan Giant gene, 1 Goblin Premium gene, and 1 weapon from the Lord's warehouse, to be claimed from the Lord. Second place in this mission, You Oil Thief, reward 80. 000 gold coins, 1 level 2 gene unlocking potion, 1 Titan Giant gene, 1 Goblin Premium gene. Third place in this mission, Secret Beggar, reward 50,000 gold coins, 1 level 2 gene unlocking potion, 1 Titan Giant gene, 1 Goblin Premium gene. The reward scrolling across the game's public screen left Makabaka's eyes brimming with envy. Why is You Oil Thief in second place? Makabaka glanced at his own meager reward, only 30. 000 gold coins, a level 2 gene unlocking potion, and 1 Titan Giant gene. Why? Of course, it was due to my significant contributions. You Oil Thief replied loudly. Ha ha ha, I finally secured my rightful position this time. Beggar, I ask you, do you concede? His reward had just been received, and he immediately resurrected, standing triumphantly in front of Secret Beggar, exuding arrogance. This time, I truly concede, Secret Beggar replied, feeling helpless. Thanks to the toxins from the Chuanggu you collected, we would have surely lost otherwise. Even if we could all resurrect, that Goblin King could easily dispatch us with a mere slap. Who would have thought that a level 4 boss would be so formidable? He hadn't even used his weapon. Perhaps he looked down on us, so he didn't exert his full strength. Secret Beggar began to instinctively analyze the battle, as a seasoned player of the competitive game. Secret Beggar's sensitivity to the battle situation surpassed that of several other high-level players. You Oil Thief nodded in agreement. We were just lucky, but that's the nature of the cosmos. Let him underestimate us, and it will be his downfall. Ha ha ha. The distribution of rewards was a jubilant celebration for the players. Everyone felt they had struck gold. Wei Yuan distributed Goblin Premium genes to the top 100 players, while the top 10 received Titan Giant genes, and the top 5 were directly awarded level 2 gene unlocking potions. As players collected their rewards, they also noticed the newly updated game store. However, many items were temporarily unavailable, appearing gray. The icons for gene unlocking potions only displayed for level 1 and level 2. Fortunately, most players' experience bars were just at level 1. Even if the top 3 exchanged their rewards, they wouldn't gain enough experience points immediately. Watching the players jubilantly claim their rewards, Wei Yuan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Although he had long heard of the formidable reputation of the Fourth Calamity, this time he truly felt the terrifying potential of the players. They didn't need his assistance. They swiftly completed tasks with their gold coins. It was akin to chives being harvested with a sickle. Yet they still expressed gratitude towards him, just as they were doing now. Even the aloof Xingqian couldn't hide a faint blush when she approached Wei Yuan to claim her reward. Lord, the tall girl with black hair and fair, delicate skin said, I am here to collect my reward. Wei Yuan nodded. Follow me. They arrived at the previous weapon warehouse. However, after unlocking the level 1 gene lock, the once intimidating weapons now seemed to pulsate with life. Standing at the entrance, Xingqian felt as though all the weapons inside had their own heartbeat. No, it wasn't their heartbeat. Taking a deep breath, she walked towards the source of the most intense heartbeat. In the Star Alliance, weapons are divided into 2 types. One type is energy weapons, crafted by mechanics using energy stones to unleash tremendous power, which requires matching gene levels for use, Wei Yuan stated calmly. And the other? Xingqian's heart raced with anticipation as she looked at Wei Yuan. The other type is crafted by blacksmiths from various materials, imbued with spirit. These weapons are not limited by levels. Wei Yuan drew a pair of Tang swords from his rack. The slender blades radiated an extreme chill as they were unsheathed, their gleaming edges flashing ominously. Without needing to test them, Xingqian knew these swords were incredibly sharp. Such weapons rely on the wielder to unleash their true power. Theoretically, as long as the user is strong enough, these weapons become invincible. With that, Wei Yuan swung the Tang swords, effortlessly slicing through the resilient ground as if it were tofu. Xingqian watched in awe as two black lines, as fine as hair, appeared on the ground, while the swords glided through without leaving a scratch. Now, they are yours. Chapter 28. I, you oil thief, have my hardships despite lacking achievements. If such weapons existed in the real world, how wonderful it would be. Xingqian felt a daze as she held the twin swords. They were simply perfect. It felt as though her arms were extending when she grasped them. These swords seemed to grow from her very being. This game is terrifyingly realistic. Hearing Xingqian whispering to herself, Wei Yuan chuckled softly. Today, during the battle against the goblins, I witnessed you employing ancient martial skills. Xingqian, do you come from a lineage of such traditions? Ancient martial arts. Xingqian turned to Wei Yuan, wondering if there were elements related to ancient martial arts within this game that in fact, her family indeed had a lineage of ancient martial arts, but it had since transformed into a martial arts school with declining business. If it weren't for the fact that her father had only one daughter, and the tradition couldn't be broken, her mother would have discouraged her from practicing. After all, it is often said that the wealthy pursue martial arts. To excel in martial arts, one must invest in nourishment. It requires not only hard work but also a diet rich in supplements. Merely eating well is far from sufficient. Daily soaking in various medicinal herbs and consuming numerous energy-boosting potions is essential. However, in modern society, air pollution severely diminishes the efficacy of medicinal materials. Additionally, the younger generation is reluctant to toil in the mountains to gather herbs. Good medicinal ingredients are increasingly hard to find. Xingqian never expected that by playing a game, an NPC would recognize her martial prowess, especially when referred to as ancient martial arts. Such a grand term left her feeling somewhat embarrassed. I can only say I understand a little. She replied modestly, that's all right. I happen to plan to invite some masters to come to our Blue Star to teach our clan members various skills, including ancient martial arts. I've already sent out recruitment information, and quite a few interstellar individuals have submitted their resumes. Interviews will be held 3 days from now. Could you assist as an interviewer? Lord's task: accompany the Lord to the Central Star System and serve as an interviewer. Note: after accepting this task, players may not log off forcibly during the task duration. Task reward: unknown. Will you accept the task? Yes, no. What the heck? A special task. The icy demeanor that had adorned Xingqian's beautiful face moments ago vanished entirely. The image of a cold beauty was merely an external facade. Accept, she exclaimed. The Lord's time is scheduled for 3 days from now, correct? Wei Yuan nodded. Good, wait. How long will this task take? She needed to know because the system had just notified her that she couldn't log off forcibly while engaged in the task. Although she didn't understand why, she still had to eat, drink, and take care of her needs in real life. If the task lasted several days, wouldn't she starve to death? This task will likely take about a week. Wei Yuan replied. Upon hearing this, Xingqian hesitated, contemplating whether to decline. Just then, the system prompted. Task accepted successfully. Please log off for a moment and sign for the gaming pod specially prepared for players. The gaming pod is fully equipped, featuring a comprehensive nutrition system that can provide players with a full month of continuous service without logging off. Wow! Xingqian was at a loss for how many times she had exclaimed in shock today. Each time was exhilarating. This game is truly top-notch. Initially, she had only sought to grab an account to practice her skills in this holographic simulation game, as she wasn't particularly fond of playing interstellar games due to their glitchy mechanics. Interstellar themes usually involved countless flying vehicles, mechas, and high technology. However, now that Wei Yuan, this NPC lord, mentioned ancient martial arts, she was wide awake. It was even better that accepting a task would grant her a gaming pod. What a generous offer! Taking a deep breath, Xingqian reminded herself to remain composed. She couldn't act as impulsively as Secret Beggar and the others. As an heir of ancient martial arts, she had a reputation to uphold. Hee, heir of ancient martial arts. That title was rather embarrassing to say in everyday life, but being praised by an NPC in the game felt quite gratifying. Wei Yuan saw Xingqian nodding coldly, her expression unfazed. He remained utterly oblivious to the fact that the seemingly aloof and beautiful girl before him was, in essence, no different from the other foolish players. After all, one cannot expect two distinct types of individuals to emerge from a single blanket. A game, too, can attract only one kind of player. Those who seek pure amusement, and those who appear earnest yet harbor the same playful spirit within. Wei Yuan mused internally, reflecting on how remarkable it was to find a reliable player amidst such a motley crew of jesters. This star, even if transported to the central star system, would undoubtedly shine brightly. It seemed that my judgment in selecting players was indeed astute. As Wei Yuan's smile broadened, he addressed the girl, "Since you have accepted the mission, let us proceed. However, bringing only one member of your clan seems insufficient. Do you have any recommendations for additional companions, Xingqian? Are you referring to those who would accompany us to the central star system?" Xingqian inquired. Wei Yuan nodded. A dependable player is likely to have their own circle of trustworthy friends. Perhaps Xingqian could suggest a few more reliable players. An undercover beggar, Makaraka, and Feng Chue Pai Pai would all be excellent choices. Particularly Feng Chue Pai Pai. That individual possesses quite the charisma, Xingqian replied. Wei Yuan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the commendable skills of these players. Yet, why did Xingqian not recommend the oil-stealing granny? Just as Wei Yuan was about to question her omission, a figure suddenly appeared before him with a swish. The oil-stealing granny slid to his feet with a flourish. "Yuan Gu, take me along. I wish to see the central star system too. I, the oil-stealing granny, have diligently educated players over the years. My experience bar may seem slow to rise, but that is solely due to the bloodthirsty Chuan being a poor source of experience." She lamented. "Xingqian, you frigid iceberg. It was I who recommended you to this game. Now that there's a splendid opportunity to explore the outside world, you neglect to recommend me? How ungrateful." A cacophony of wails ensued. Xingqian's expression remained icy, but internally she stifled a laugh. She had known this gossip monger would be lurking in the shadows, eavesdropping on her conversation with the Lord. This was precisely the type who flocked to any commotion. How could this mission possibly exclude her? Chapter 29. Mission Invitation, Preparations for the Central Star System. Wei Yuan shook his legs, resolutely refusing to dislodge the figure clinging to him. The oil-stealing granny continued her lamentations. "Shedding not a single tear. Your acting skills are inferior even to that player dubbed the future film emperor," Xingqian exclaimed, finally unable to tolerate the noise. She stepped forward and yanked the oil-stealing granny down. "With such a performance, you dare to create parody videos of the future film emperor?" The granny, having been forcibly pulled down, swiftly turned to escape Xingqian's grasp and made another attempt toward Wei Yuan's pant leg. However, she barely crawled 2 meters before Xingqian's long leg pinned her down. "What are you doing? You traitor. I always include you in my plans, and yet you fail to recommend me when the Lord asks for candidates. When I return, I shall create a parody video about you." "Silence, you're unbearable," Xingqian retorted, delivering a light smack to the top of the granny's head. "The Lord has requested reliable players. Just take a look at yourself. Are you dependable? Am I not dependable?" The oil-stealing granny protested, wriggling like a cockroach on the ground, yet unable to escape due to being pinned down, rendering her antics utterly comical. "Am I not as reliable as the beggar or Makaraka? The beggar is nothing but a battle maniac. If such a person were to accompany the Lord to the central star system, what if he suddenly decided to pick a fight? What do you say to that? And Makaraka, you know him well. He flits about wherever there's excitement, constantly seeking new friends. Does that seem reliable to you?" Xingqian fell silent, contemplating their words, joined in her quietude by Wei Yuan. Goodness, it appeared none of them were particularly easy to manage. Perhaps he should reconsider his selection of companions. Wei Yuan's gaze settled on Xingqian. "Lord, I have already accepted the mission. Do not think to retract it," she declared, her eyes flashing with defiance. Wei Yuan quickly averted his gaze. Was his intention so transparent? "Ha ha, since the mission has been issued, how could it possibly be rescinded?" He awkwardly changed the subject. "However, since the oil-stealing granny is so eager to join, considering your excellent performance in the last task, I suppose you may accompany us this time." And no sooner Had Wei Yuan's words left his mouth, then the oil-stealing granny received a mission invitation from the system. Without a moment's hesitation, she clicked to confirm. Ha ha ha, splendid. I will finally get to see the outside world. With Xing Qin's foot still resting on her back, the granny celebrated joyously, resembling a cockroach caught beneath a shoe. This mission will last nearly a week. I must log off to inform my fans. Xing Qin, release me. I need to log off. The oil-stealing granny brushed Xing Qin's foot aside. 3 minutes later, she opened her eyes in her gaming room. Simultaneously, just as with her previous headgear, the gaming pod had arrived. The oil-stealing granny gazed at the gaming pod, which bore a striking resemblance to the medical pod within the game, unable to resist reaching out to touch it. Incredible! This gaming company is truly remarkable. The medical pod looked impressive in the game, but I never imagined they would create something so similar in the real world. To players, everything within the game appeared rendered. The technology merely fanciful. Thus, they presumed that the technological marvels within the game would be nearly impossible to replicate in reality. Yet, the oil-stealing granny was astonished to discover that this gaming company had indeed produced a gaming pod capable of sustaining a player for an entire month without food or water. How cool! She promptly set off to inform her fans. Before long, the oil-stealing granny began her live stream, as usual chatting with her fans about events in the game world. Numerous videos of the battle against the goblins had already circulated online, showcasing players who had perished before returning to the real world to upload their footage. The online videos were nearly ubiquitous. Where's the oil-stealing granny's video? Hurry up and update us. While many videos circulated, viewers eagerly anticipated those from the oil-stealing granny, as she typically recorded the entire experience, offering an excellent perspective. This time, she decided not to tease her audience and uploaded the video immediately. Just as all the viewers prepared to click and watch, she unleashed a bombshell of information. Ha ha ha, brothers, in 3 days, I shall embark on the Lord's mission. This mission will take approximately a week to complete, and during this time, I cannot log off. So I'm letting you all know. A Lord's mission? Wow, I've never heard of that. The oil-stealing granny is bold. Could this be the legendary special mission? None of the other streamers I follow have said anything. Oil-stealing granny, you're always at the forefront. Please tell us more about it. Why a week? And if you can't log off, how will you eat and drink? Will you starve to death playing a game? Observing the concerned comments from netizens, the oil-stealing granny smirked mysteriously. Hey, everyone, take a look at what's behind me. She turned to reveal the gaming pod. Its sleek design resembled an enormous oval egg when closed. As the oil-stealing granny reached out to touch it, an electronic voice announced, "The Interstellar Human Race Gaming Pod is at your service. Would you like to log in to your game account?" No login. After showcasing the gaming pod's impressive features, she decisively chose not to log in. Instantly, her computer screen flooded with a barrage of comments. Wow, I'm so envious. What is that? A gaming pod. How cool. Is this gaming company really just a game developer? They've created something this impressive. This gaming pod is something else. Even disregarding its other functions, just the appearance alone could sell for thousands. I bet people would be clamoring to order it. Oil-stealing granny. You reliving the good life. You're truly despicable. The oil-stealing granny reveled in the envious remarks from her viewers. All right, everyone, expect good news from me soon. By the way, this gaming pod's nutrient system can sustain a player for a month, brothers. A whole month. Don't be envious or jealous. I'll bring back wonderful things for you. Chapter 30. How Wei Yuan's kin resembles the Zerg Blue Star. Amiruo, your school start date is fast approaching. Hurry up and bring back the transport ship. What a nuisance. Do you really need a transport ship just to go out and play? Hearing the furious roar emanating from the communicator, Amiruo shrank back, fully aware that his father would be upset, but he hadn't anticipated such an intense reaction. She raised her gaze to the transport ship riddled with bullet holes. Returning in such a state would undoubtedly spell her doom. Anxiety coursed through her veins. Amilo took a hefty gulp of the sap from the bloodwood tree. Master, for the sake of your life, I recommend seeking out the kin of Lord Wei Yuan to procure some bloodwood sap to bring back. The voice of Mecha Tao Tao chimed in from behind Amilo. Right? Amilo exclaimed, clapping her hands together. You're so clever, Tao Tao. Bloodwood trees are quite rare to find now, and the sap collected by the human race carries a life essence. Father will surely be elated. Perhaps I can even escape a beating. The frown on her face dissipated in an instant as she skipped towards the gathering of players. After a grueling battle, the pockets of all players were now bulging with spoils. They were presently in a vast open space, hawking their wares. Don't miss out weapons infused with bloodwood tree toxins. As long as you breach the prey's defenses, you can hunt without injury. Limited quantities, first come, first served. Huge sale, huge sale. High-level goblin weapons, the legendary war axe. Its effectiveness rivals that of the esteemed Tang Dao of the Star Lords. It's a treasure among cold weapons. Only 2 gold coins for the entire lot. You 1T regret buying, you 1T be fooled. Upon arriving on this bustling street, Emilo was enthusiastically intercepted by the foremost player. Oh my, Miss Emilo. Come quickly, take a look. I have the freshest bloodwood sap, just pressed and incredibly fresh. Our prices are better, Miss Emilo. If you buy in bulk, I can offer you an 80 discount. 75 off. You don't even need to purchase in large quantities. Miss Emilo, come to my stall. In an instant, players began to fervently promote their own bloodwood sap to Emilo. Most of those who set up stalls were among the first batch of players, handpicked by Wei Yuan from the elite circles of the game. When the second batch of players, still bleary-eyed from sleep, returned to find such a lively scene, they were baffled. I was all set to go mine. Has this market just opened? What on earth are those big shots doing? Why are they all promoting their bloodwood sap? Hey, you don't know. I heard Miss Emilo is quite fond of bloodwood sap, and her offers are significantly higher than what the system provides. A player who caught wind of the news rubbed his thumb and forefinger together in front of his fellow workers. Moreover, she doesn't pay in gold coins. She gives energy stones directly. What? Energy stones? I recall energy stones are priced similarly to energy Oregon. Didn't someone calculate that selling bloodwood sap to Emilo isn't worth it compared to trading with the system? Your information is outdated, my friend. The veteran players have already reached level 2, and after that, they can purchase energy weapons from the system's shop. The consumables for energy weapons are none other than energy stones. The energy we mine must be processed to become energy stones, but our Lord lacks the technology for that. Wait, so to obtain energy stones, we can only acquire them from Emilo? Exactly. This revelation spread like wildfire among the players. For the first time, Emilo felt a sense of popularity among the kin of Senior Wei Yuan. Previously, whenever she came to buy bloodwood sap, they had treated her with indifference, often claiming they sold to her merely out of pity for her twin ponytails. Now, witnessing their sudden enthusiasm left Emilo somewhat taken aback. Do you all already know that I'm about to leave? Emilo swiftly purchased all the bloodwood sap available on the street. As she made her final payment, she inquired of the player involved in the transaction. Could it be that Senior Wei Yuan has instructed his kin to be more welcoming towards me now that the school is about to start? A faint blush crept across Emilo's cheeks at the thought. However, the player standing opposite her suddenly emitted a sharp, piercing shout. What? Miss Emilo, you're leaving? His loud voice drew the attention of all nearby players. When did you decide to leave? Can we negotiate for you to stay a little longer? Emilo, if you leave, what will we do? Panic ensued among the players. Initially, they had thought of this NPC as inconsequential, only to realize her significance just as she was about to depart. What kind of planning is this? Is it not a jest at our expense? Emilo sighed. She was set to depart in just 3 days. I simply came to procure some bloodwood sap as gifts for my family. Do you still have any? I want it all. At this moment, her sudden arrival was only possible due to her use of space jumping. Had she taken the conventional route, she would have returned immediately after delivering the goods. To her surprise, the kin of Senior Wei Yuan, who usually appeared indifferent, seemed reluctant to part with her as the moment of separation drew near. Only 3 days left? The players gasped in shock. 3 days, brothers. I'm not setting up my stall anymore. I need to extract sap urgently. Farewell. I'm leaving too. Without energy stones, the weapons I just purchased are useless. The players came and went with astonishing speed, and within mere seconds, the once boisterous market fell silent. It said that humans excel in social nuances. Why are Senior Wei Yuan's kin so? Emilo found herself at a loss for words to describe her current feelings. They seemed to harbor only a faint sense of reverence for Lord Wei Yuan. Mecha Tao Tao concluded, it resembles the relationship between the worker insects and their queen in the insectoid species. They hardly resemble insects. Insects lack emotions. They execute the queen's commands mercilessly, devouring everything in sight. Emilo recalled the insectoid race, instinctively wrinkling her nose in distaste. The kin of Senior Wei Yuan were quite warm towards her. Were they not? Chapter 31. How could I allow you to return home alone? Mecha Tao Tao observed the exuberant departure of Emilo, tilting its head in contemplation. Yet, the internal simulation suggested that Lord Wei Yuan's kin exhibited a relational dynamic at least 90 akin to that of the insectoid species. If Lord Wei Yuan were likened to a queen, his kin would indeed be the worker insects in the insectoid community. There exists only the distinction between queen and worker. Within worker colonies, there is no hierarchy. In the Alliance, not only the genetic warriors but even the ordinary kin would look down upon lower-tier genetic warriors. They have always upheld the principle that might makes right. However, on this planet, Mecha Tao Tao observed these humans displaying an egalitarian attitude towards Emilo. They even dared to voice their opinions on her offers, claiming they were not worthwhile. Such a scenario would be utterly unfathomable among the Treants. Tao Tao, what are you thinking about? Emilo, having halted her steps, realized she had left without a word. It would be impolite not to inform Senior Wei Yuan first. When Emilo found Wei Yuan, he was indulging in food on another street. Most of the stalls here were run by new players, possessing scant resources. After long hours of mining, they sought to hunt and sell their catches at night markets for some extra coins. The resources on this fifth-level planet were abundant, teeming with both flora and fauna. Players often indulged in culinary delights during their leisure time. These players, due to Wei Yuan's slight affinity for fellow countrymen, primarily recruited individuals from Huaxia, fresh wild boar meat, delicious roasted mountain chicken, and roasted mountain chicken eggs. Boss, one skewer of roasted chicken legs, please. Wei Yuan stood before the grill, inhaling the mouth-watering aroma of roasted chicken legs. Unable to suppress a gulp, his source brother. A player, fanning himself with a homemade fan, wiped the sweat from his brow and deftly sprinkled wild onion from the seasoning box over the chicken legs. In an instant, an even more robust fragrance wafted into Wei Yuan's nostrils. It truly is the touch of a fellow countryman. Wei Yuan's eyes were glued to the golden sheen glistening on the chicken legs. In the age of interstellar travel, regardless of the race, efficiency was paramount. Even their cravings for food had been evolved away. After the catastrophic battle with the insectoid species, the human race had emerged with only a handful of survivors, none of whom had the foresight to carry recipes. Since arriving in this world, Wei Yuan had subsisted solely on nutrient solutions. Although these solutions could satiate hunger, their taste left much to be desired. According to the laws governing transmigrators, Wei Yuan should have been a culinary virtuoso, capable of captivating countless interstellar experts with his culinary skills. Yet, regrettably, he was merely a takeout aficionado back on Earth. Who would cook when takeout was available? The most he had ever prepared at home was instant noodles, qualifying him as a self-proclaimed noodle chef. Extra spicy? The player quickly turned the chicken legs. Golden drippings sizzling upon the charcoal, producing a delightful hiss. White smoke billowed upward, thick with the scent of grilled delicacies. Add more, add more. All right, the roasted chicken legs are ready, brother. 1 gold coin. The player uses the leaves of the bloodthirsty parasol tree for packaging and delivers the fragrant roasted chicken legs. Collecting Wei Yuan's gold coins, the player shows no hesitation. Wei Yuan, do you really have to pay for your purchases? Emilo, who has just rushed over, gazes in astonishment at the scene before her. Wei Yuan and the player, separated by a barbecue grill, both look at Emilo with confusion. What does this mean? Am I not allowed to accept money? The player scratches his head. What do you mean, Emilo? You don't pay for things when you buy from my people? Wei Yuan's eyes suddenly sharpen. I've already paid. I have paid. Emilo feels a chill run down her neck as she meets Wei Yuan's intense gaze. As long as you've paid, Wei Yuan says, returning to normal as he takes a bite of the roasted chicken leg. The sizzling, oily chicken leg is simply divine. Did you come looking for me? Wei Yuan's mouth glistens with grease, yet this does not detract from his charm. Rather, it adds a touch of liveliness, making him seem less aloof than before. Emilo gazes at Wei Yuan with a hint of infatuation. Dio, you want to eat? Wei Yuan digs in heartily, and once he finishes the chicken leg in his hand, he turns to the player. Boss, 2 more chicken legs. Please, do you like it spicy? Emilo looks at Wei Yuan with wide, innocent eyes. Senior, I want the same as you. All right, make them spicy. Wei Yuan pays another 2 gold coins. Tao Tao watches as Wei Yuan hands the player 2 gold coins, and notices on its internal display screen the similarity index between the human race and the insect race rapidly decreasing. Even among the insect race, a king insect would never pay a worker insect. To serve a king insect is a privilege for the worker insect. Hiss. Amilo has just taken a bite of the roasted chicken leg, and her delicate, pale face instantly flushes red. What is this sensation? Could it be poisonous? She slightly sticks out her tongue, attempting to alleviate the fiery sensation on her tongue, but instead, she finds her mouth watering profusely. Despite the pain, she finds herself craving more. What a strange feeling. The more you eat, the less spicy it becomes. Wei Yuan continues to devour the chicken leg, savoring the salty, spicy delight of the roasted chicken leg, which is simply irresistible. That Amilo's eyes brim with tears, but her physique as a high-level genetic warrior proves resilient. She quickly adapts to the heat, becoming increasingly addicted. After just a few bites, she finishes the entire large chicken leg. Who would have thought that humans not only had the delicious bloodthirsty parasol tree juice, but also such delectable food? It's both stimulating and exquisite. Before Amilo can speak, Wei Yuan hastily interjects. You came to find me for something, right? What is it? Seeing that gluttonous girl, he realizes she still longs for chicken legs. As the senior and host, he cannot appear too stingy, especially in front of the players. Therefore, he quickly diverts Amilo's attention from the chicken leg. Only then does Amilo remember that she came to speak with Wei Yuan about her impending departure. Senior, school is starting soon. I must return the transport ship. So I came here to say goodbye, Amilo says, her eyes filled with anticipation as she gazes at Wei Yuan, wondering if he might feel a bit reluctant to see her go. However, she notices Wei Yuan's eyes suddenly light up. Junior, it's too dangerous for you to return home alone in case you encounter space pirates on the way, Senior. I can use spatial jump technology to directly traverse the war zone. Wei Yuan shakes his head. Even with spatial jump technology, I still can't trust you to travel home alone. How about this? I will take a few of my people with me to escort you back. Chapter 32. How can you support yourselves without being frugal? You re so kind, Senior. Amilo's cheeks redden further. She steals a glance at Wei Yuan, her heart racing slightly. Haha, look. I told you Amilo definitely has feelings for brother Yuan. I won the bet. Hurry up and give me the gold coins. Ah, the twin-tailed girl has fallen for him, but what a pity. Our brother Yuan is a man with great ambitions. How could he be held back by a little girl's feelings? Sigh. Amilo, you've disappointed us. Nearby, a group of players lament as they hand over their gold coins. Clearly, those who won the bet are grinning broadly. The flirtatious atmosphere dissipates instantly. Hearing their comments, Amilo covers her face and hastily flees. Wei Yuan, however, blocks the players collecting the gold coins, extending his hand. You're using me as a bet. Hurry up and divide the spoils. I take 7, you take 3. Under duress, the players reluctantly produce their gold coins. Brother Yuan, you're already a lord. How can you still be so stingy? Exactly. You're a great lord, destined to become the king of the stars. A man who is too stingy won't find a wife. Humph. I can't help but suspect that your offer to protect Amilo home was just an excuse to hitch a ride on her spatial jump. Such a miserly man. To save a few coins for a ticket? You would sell your charm. Poor Amilo. Ah, the world is a cold place. Wei Yuan counts the gold coins he received, glancing at the players. You all must understand. Our human race is quite impoverished. If we don't manage our resources carefully, how can we support you, my people? He says, turning to leave, completely ignoring the somewhat disheveled players behind him. What a joke. Without his meticulous budgeting, how could he have built such a vast enterprise during his time at the Lord Academy? The weapons in the arsenal didn't just come from the wind, but the players aren't entirely wrong. He is not a fool and can see that Amilo has some feelings for him. Since she already likes him, what is the harm in letting her offer him a ride? Moreover, the players have yet to register with the Star Network. Strictly speaking, they are all unregistered residents. Unregistered residents cannot log into official passenger starships. Task triggered. Provide players with identification. As the Interstellar Lord, how can the people under you remain unregistered? Please assist your people in obtaining identification. Task reward. Fleet of navigational warships. Wow. Wei Yuan can't help but exclaim softly upon seeing the task details and rewards. Fortunately, there are no players nearby. Otherwise, he might lose his composure. However, The sudden task and its reward are quite outrageous. Providing identification for the players. With genetic cloning technology combined with the system's summoned Earthlings, this should not even be possible. If the interstellar community were to learn that he could summon powerful souls from another world, they would certainly capture him and force him to summon players to fight the insect race. Compared to the interstellar realm, Wei Yuan still feels like an Earthling. He and the players are compatriots. System, you've set this task to tempt me, haven to you? Wei Yuan grumbles. Nevertheless, a whole fleet of navigational warships, that amounts to 81 navigational warships, its value could easily provoke fierce competition among the leaders of several military districts in the Central Alliance. Wei Yuan gazes at the task reward, his heart racing with excitement. However, recalling the task requirements, he lets out a sigh. Should he take it on? If he does, he would have to attempt to hack into the Alliance's terminal intelligence A. The Myriad Races Alliance has rapidly advanced in technology due to the collision of countless civilizations. Artificial intelligence is part of the support system for various races researching genetic technology. Furthermore, all identity registrations are uploaded to the cloud. And all data in the cloud is managed and preserved by the terminal intelligence. He doesn't possess the technical prowess yet to hack into as backend and alter data. Moreover, as the number of players continues to increase, he cannot afford to hack into the backend every time he summons. Besides, although the prominent figures in the Alliance may appear foolish, the true power behind them is not naive. If they detect anomalies in the backend data, they would undoubtedly enhance their defenses. If he keeps challenging this, wouldn't that be akin to losing his mind? System, we've been through so much together, we can consider ourselves partners, right? Can you give me a hint on whether this task is feasible? Wei Yuan is reluctant to give up on this task. Detected that the task is too difficult for the current host, searching for solutions for you. After evaluation, the assistance that the summoned people can provide is 0. Activating system support. In terms of technology, this system can assist you, as long as you obtain an interface that can connect to the terminal intelligence. Although this is simpler than the original operation, acquiring a terminal intelligence interface is still no easy task. Wei Yuan falls into silence. It seems he must return to school. Just imagining what the principal would think if he knew that Wei Yuan's intention to return was to steal the terminal intelligence interface and hack into his backend. He would probably break Wei Yuan's legs. Never mind, first, he must select some talents to at least train the players into something decent. Just relying on resurrection, they would merely become cannon fodder. No matter how long they survive. 3 days pass in the blink of an eye. On the morning of departure, the players gather beneath Emilo's transport ship, tearfully bidding farewell. Woo-woo, Emilo is leaving now. Who knows if there will be any NPCs to bring energy stones in the future. May your journey be smooth, and dear oil thief, do not forget to record a video for us. Initially, we were all the same, diligently mining, yet you insisted on competing. Now, behold, with a mere flick of ambition, you shall accompany the Lord to the central star system. I am truly, oh, esteemed one, please bring back an abundance of energy stones for us. The oil thief, secretly begging, with the wind blowing at his backside. While Mitsai and Xingqian stood among the crowd, the center of attention, secretly begging. Ha ha ha, brothers, just wait for our good news. The oil thief. Once we arrive at the new map, I will surely film a video for you all to see. Mitsai. If there's anything of value, I will send a message in the group. Just DM me when the time comes. Xingqian. 6. The wind blowing at his backside gazed at the 4. Momentarily uncertain whether to speak or remain silent, fearing that silence might render him an outsider. That moment, Wei Yuan arrived alongside Emilo. Alright, enough showing off, let us board the transport ship. Chapter 33. No way? Dude, did you just spit at me? Ha ha ha, brothers, look, this is the interior of the transport ship. Though it's my second visit, the sheer size of the interior continues to astonish me. Look at that door, how cool it is. It is simply magnificent. Previously, this cabin was utilized for storing primary energy saws, and back then, it was truly breathtaking. Now, we can only marvel at the vastness of this place. Emilo is undoubtedly a super rich lady. I once overheard her conversation with Wei Gu, and this transport ship belongs to her family. She is the epitome of affluence. If Wei Gu could align himself with Emilo, our worries about sustenance would vanish. Brothers. The oil thief walked within the group, muttering to himself while recording a video. The wind blowing at his backside, on his first outing with them, was perplexed by the oil thief's actions. There's no live streaming feature in the game. What on earth is he doing? Doesn't he feel embarrassed? Can't he see that even Emilo seems a bit awkward? Turning, the wind blowing at his backside, noticed Wei Yuan averting his gaze. Oh no, even the Lord feels embarrassed. How shameful. I might just embarrass myself here. With a flush of red, the wind blowing at his backside lowered his head. A second-generation rich kid. This was the first time he experienced the sensation described by netizens online. That feeling of embarrassment so intense one wishes to burrow into the ground. Just as he neared the brink of digging a hole in the ground, Mitsuya's hand rested on his shoulder. Feeling a bit awkward? Are we? Ha ha ha. The oil thief is a streamer. Get used to it. Holographic simulation games are like this. When immersed in play, one forgets that they are all NPCs. The wind blowing at his backside expressed gratitude, yet felt no comfort whatsoever. Sister Mitsai, the sense of immersion is simply overwhelming. I cannot ignore it, he whispered to Mitsai. During their conversation, Emilo had already stifled several laughs. The Lord's face was a canvas of embarrassment. How did they manage to remain so composed while discussing that they were all NPCs in front of the Lord and Emilo? After system processing, the earthly language spoken by the players was automatically translated into the common tongue of the Galactic Alliance. However, when it came to terms that might expose the game, they reverted to the earthly language. Thus, Emilo perceived that Wei Yuan's kin truly appeared extraordinary at all times. Little did she expect to board a cosmic vessel in this lifetime. Were they about to commence interstellar travel? Secretly begging leaned against the window, peering outside but saw naught. Curiously, he turned to Emilo and asked, Emilo, have you applied anti-peep film on your window? What nonsense about anti-peep film? Wei Yuan was genuinely contemplating tossing these two shameful individuals off the transport ship. How embarrassing. Perhaps it would be best not to bring these characters to the Academy competition. It might still be possible to find a few more reliable players among the ranks. Those with steadier temperaments. Just as Wei Yuan's scalp tingled with anxiety, Emilo shot him an understanding look. All right, senior. I comprehend that they have just transitioned from ordinary individuals to genetic warriors, and it's entirely normal for them to be unfamiliar with such transport vessels. Emilo was empathetic, but thought to herself, the human race indeed matches the rumors. Ever since the war against the Zerg, their resources have plummeted. No wonder Wei Yuan was known for his frugality and industriousness during his school days. He excelled in all subjects at the Lord's Academy, yet upon receiving his territory, they sent only a handful of ordinary humans, with none being genetic warriors. Emilo recalled her father's words, stating that when she approached her graduation assessment, he would send all the promising genetic warriors from their clan to her, along with ample resources for cultivation. This comparison suddenly made Emilo feel that Wei Yuan had it exceedingly tough. With this thought, she abandoned her earlier mockery of the players and gently explained. During interstellar travel, space rifts may occur. For safety, the Alliance upgraded all vessels 70 years ago. The upgraded vessels lack viewing ports. To observe the external environment, one must rely on real-time monitoring from the cockpit. After Emilo spoke, she activated the smart wristband on her ARM. In an instant, a 3D display of the universe materialized around the players. They felt as though they were already immersed in space. 3 colossal suns shone as prominent light sources, while Wei Yuan's territory, Blue Star, had shrunk to near invisibility. Wow, have we truly escaped the pull of the Earth's gravity? I feel absolutely nothing, the oil thief exclaimed, recording while marveling. Emilo chuckled. If it were merely a standard flight, you would hardly feel any vibrations. However, this time, we will employ space jump technology to traverse the war zone. So prepare yourselves. Huh? Prepare for what? Emilo deftly manipulated the transport ship, and suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed above them. Space jump countdown. 3, 2, 1. Prepare to vomit. Just as Emilo's words fell, the players felt their heads swell and contract, their bodies becoming pliable as if molded by unseen hands. Nausea enveloped them, and though they wished to retch, they found themselves unable to do so, suffering not merely physical discomfort but a disquiet at the soul level. Ugh! When the jump concluded, the players' faces turned pale. The oil thief's nose and eyes brimmed with tears. Vomit bags! The mech named Peach promptly delivered vomit bags. The 5 players collectively clutched their bags, retching violently. Such was the nature of space jumps. The discomfort was intense, but one would eventually acclimatize. Emilo too felt unwell, gulping down the sap of the bloodthirsty tree to suppress her nausea. This sensation was unbearable. Emilo, have we arrived at your home? The oil thief managed to lift his head after emptying his stomach, only to see Emilo shake her head. Not yet. We merely crossed the war zone. To reach home, we must jump at least 8 more times, 8 times. The 5 shouted in unison. Even Xingqian, with tear-filled eyes clutching the vomit bag, radiated a palpable aura of despair. Although their physical sensations had been dulled, the experience of the space jump was still overwhelmingly unpleasant, 100 times worse than car sickness. Wei Gu, I can't take it anymore. Just toss me off here. I'll restart. Mitsai feebly raised her hand in request. After all, it was just a game. There was no need to gamble with her life. Previously on Earth, she was notorious for her severe motion sickness, always vomiting when riding in a Myriad AT that time. She believed nothing could be worse than car sickness. Little did she know, she would encounter something far worse. And in a game, no less. Just for a dungeon run, she was on the verge of losing her lunch. With genuine desperation, Mitsai gazed at Wei Yuan. Lord, Wei Gu, let me off. I can't jump anymore. Really can't? Ugh, as she spoke, she began retching again. Wei Yuan, upon checking Mitsai's profile, discovered that this young lady suffered from extreme motion sickness. The space jump technology was not yet fully refined, and the experience indeed left much to be desired. Senior, would you like to turn back and let your kin disembark? Emilo inquired. If all these humans were to leave the transport ship, it would only be her and Wei Yuan left aboard. The very thought thrilled Emilo, her cheeks flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Returning is out of the question. You are about to start school, and further delays would be unwise. Wei Yuan lowered his head, beginning to search for nearby planets suitable for docking. How could he undertake the player's mission without bringing them along? The system had specifically instructed that they must escort the players to the central star system to find suitable mentors for them. Indeed, this task was not merely a whim of Wei Yuan's but a subtask assigned by the system. Such sudden, temporary tasks would reward players based on their completion level. Thus, they had to accompany him. And since they lacked identification, reaching the central star system would necessitate smuggling. Fortunately, the location of the blue star is situated exceedingly far from the central star system. Generally, in such remote regions, as long as sufficient funds are provided, arrangements can be made for individuals to clandestinely cross borders. However, Senior, this area still falls under the jurisdiction of the Border Patrol and Interstellar Pirates War Zone. Is it not perilous? Ami Luo expressed some concern. Not at all, Wei Yuan reassured. They can take care of themselves, Dio, not worry. Let us find a planet to dock. What we seek is chaos. The more tumultuous the war zone, the more ships there will be attempting to smuggle across. The planets caught in the conflict are in utter disarray. Every refugee wears a mask of numbness, their eyes filled with desolation. Makabaka and the oil thief, following the system's instructions, proceeded towards the smuggling starship. Along the way, they encountered numerous bodies, torn apart by explosions. Children lay beside their deceased mothers, awaiting their own demise, the wife curled up in her late husband's embrace, her gaze vacant. There were no cries of grief. In the absence of cannon fire, this war zone could even be described as eerily silent. Makabaka merely glanced hastily, yet her eyes brimmed with tears. Is it not a bit twisted for the designers of this scene? Why must they render it so tragically? Her voice quavered with emotion. Just moments ago, she had been nauseated, but now she beheld a purgatory on Earth. It is merely a game. Why must the imagery be so vividly realistic? Makabaka could no longer restrain her tears. It's just a game. Do not immerse yourself too deeply. Just avoid looking into their eyes. Standing beside Makabaka, Feng Chue Pippi patted her shoulder, now taking it upon himself to console her. Yet, upon witnessing the scene, he too felt a lump in his throat. The others were no better off. Even Xingqian's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Enough of this, hurry aboard the starship. Those who wish to survive, take shelter in the kitchen and remain silent, understood? A purple-skinned man leading them onto the starship wore a mask of indifference. Seeing these 5 youngsters still finding time to shed tears, he could not help but furrow his brow. Where do these oddities come from? Reduced to smuggling, yet they still pity the civilians? Move quickly, he urged impatiently. This starship, bound for the central star system, would take 2 days to reach its destination. Therefore, the food supplies stored within were limited. The storage room was relatively spacious, allowing Makabaka and her companions to huddle together in a corner without feeling cramped. The fortunate souls allowed aboard seemed to be genetic warriors. The oil thief noticed that the leading purple-skinned man had departed, and he subtly lifted his head to survey the surroundings. Within the storage room, there were already 4 or 5 dozen various individuals curled up together. Near the corner where players had gathered, a plump balloon man lay on the ground, staring vacantly at the ceiling. His belly bore a gaping wound, from which a silvery liquid oozed slowly. The oil thief gazed at him and was suddenly reminded of the civilians who were not even afforded the chance to board the starship. Even the genetic warriors suffered such grievous losses. The civilians were left to gamble on fate, hoping to see who might survive. Although the oil thief continually reminded himself that this was merely a game, a mere game, he could not help but feel his eyes moisten. As someone who lived in a time of peace, he had rarely witnessed such harrowing scenes, and no matter how much he reassured himself of the falsity, he could not dispel the sorrow. I will gather some information and see what is happening on this planet. The oil thief sighed and approached the balloon man. Bro, are you all right? The oil thief leaned closer to the balloon man. Upon hearing the voice, the balloon man's eyes shifted, yet they remained devoid of life. Heh, you don't seem to be all right yourself. The oil thief awkwardly remarked, I wish to inquire about what is happening on this planet. Aren't the interstellar pirates waging war at M2779? Why has it affected this area? Earlier, when Ami Luo and Wei Yuan discussed this matter, the oil thief had eavesdropped. However, the planet they were currently boarding was not M2779. He earnestly asked, but the balloon man continued to gaze at him with lifeless eyes. Moreover, he appeared to open his mouth, seemingly wanting to speak but unable to express himself. Without hesitation, the oil thief leaned down, pressing his ear closer. Buddy, tell me quietly, glug glug. A thick, watery sound emanated from the balloon man's throat. A faint voice whispered from the oil thief's other side. It's a war zone. When the interstellar pirates lack resources, they will prey upon weaker nearby planets, plundering resources to sustain their warfare, understand? Oh, I see. The oil thief turned to look at the speaker, only to discover there was another person across from the balloon man. This individual appeared to be in a better condition than the balloon man. Just then, he felt a chill in his ear. Reaching up to touch it, he found it damp. What the hell? Did you just spit in my ear? The oil thief exclaimed. The balloon man trembled, his eyes widening, before he drew his last breath. Whoa, is he trying to shake me down? The oil thief took a step back, startled. The individual who had spoken earlier coughed softly in the corner. He was already on the brink of death. Why bother with him? A corpse lying here, and it's all good. The oil thief wiped the moisture from his ear with his sleeve, feeling uneasy. Though it was merely a game, having the balloon man spit on him before dying felt somewhat ominous. Noticing that the person across appeared to know more, the oil thief approached him. This area was designated for the starship's kitchen, where food was stored. The man lay atop a pile of woven sacks, dressed in a pale green robe, and appeared quite frail. With pointed ears and a sharp nose, coupled with a pair of green eyes, he could almost be mistaken for an elf, were it not for his unseemly appearance. You do not appear to belong to this planet. What race are you? The man spoke, his breath labored. His eyes fixed intently on the oil thief, clearly having noted their arrival in the kitchen. We are humans. Is that not obvious? The oil thief grinned, inching closer. Since you already know my race, what about you? What are you? I am of the Green Witch tribe. My name is Wookas. Wookas replied with a smile. You seem quite curious about the war zone. Are you from elsewhere? The kitchen housed numerous injured individuals, yet most remained in a state of numbness, oblivious to the commotion. Thus, encountering an NPC willing to converse felt rather rare to the oil thief. Observing that Wookas appeared to be in a better state than the others, he pondered whether he was perhaps a guiding NPC. Perhaps he had approached the wrong individual earlier, which prevented the dialogue from triggering. The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became. As the oil thief scrutinized Wookas's face, he noted the distinct lack of detail that characterized ordinary NPCs. The rough, gaunt skin and the dullness in his eyes were evident. This is merely a game. The staff must have overlooked certain aspects. The oil thief thought to himself, recognizing a minor bug in the design. From Wookas's perspective, It appeared that this human had suddenly fixed him with a penetrating gaze, followed by a peculiar smile that only grew more self-satisfied. Was this human afflicted with some sort of ailment? Wukas's lifeless eyes shifted slightly, feeling a sense of unease. Surely, it could not be that his disguise had been uncovered. He had encountered numerous members of the Alliance without revealing himself. There was no way he would expose himself before such a low-level human. Furthermore, Wukas glanced at the deceased balloon man, who had shown no sense of caution. Even if he realized something was amiss, he would soon be devoured. Humans. Who would have thought these beings could pose a threat to even the king worms? They appeared far from formidable. Oil thief. What are you doing here? An NPC, dark beggar, observed the oil thief grinning foolishly at the corner where Wukas lay, feeling something was off. Didn't he the Lord instruct us to remain low-key aboard this smuggling starship? If this mission fails because of you, you will be in serious trouble. Dark beggar placed a hand on the oil thief's shoulder, speaking in hushed tones. This mission cannot afford to fail. If we die during the task, it will be impossible to complete. As dark beggar spoke, he began to guide the oil thief back toward the other players. Wukas continued to stare intently at dark beggar, which only heightened his discomfort. It's nothing. I'm just gathering some information. It's a game. After all, without understanding the background, what is the point of engaging? The oil thief shrugged off dark beggar's hand. The individual is named Wukas, presumably an NPC aboard the starship, with whom dialogue can be initiated. The oil thief whispered, their words reaching Wukas's ears, transforming into intermittent bursts interspersed with incomprehensible beeping sounds. Young man, there's no need to be anxious. In my current state, I pose no threat to anyone, and aboard this smuggling vessel, violence is strictly prohibited. Wukas discerned the wariness in the eyes of the beggar. He instantly became intrigued by the beggar's plight. From the moment the players boarded the starship and entered this kitchen, he had been observing them. Humans, what a remarkable race they are to the Zerg. Indeed, Wukas is a member of the Zerg. However, it may be more accurate to say that the brain of Wukas, which is subtly swaying within this body, belongs to the Zerg. This body is beginning to feel as if it can barely withstand its own weight. Like his companions, he needs to find another body to inhabit. The inhabitants of the war zone are far too cautious. The genetic warriors they can possess are often missing limbs or mentally unstable. Such bodies cannot endure for long. Wukas cast a glance at the spot where the players had congregated moments ago. There, Feng Chue Pai Pai remained oblivious to the fact that he had become the target of another's gaze. He was still squatting with his backside in the air, untying the rope from a large sack. Are you curious about the war zone and the interstellar pirates? Wukas asked the beggar. I can share some information I possess. But I wish to remain in your company, and my current condition is dire, and without allies, the administrator may confiscate my possessions. Without resources, even reaching the central star system would lead me to a dead end. It is said that the human race is one of great compassion within the Interstellar Alliance, often willing to assist the weak. Wukas recalled the information he had gleaned from the Overmind upon departing the Zerg. That administrator, engaging in such actions? Truly despicable. The oil thief rolled up her sleeves and said, let us lend a hand to him. She winked at the beggar and privately messaged, this NPC seems a bit off. The beggar replied, you know he's off yet you're still conversing with him? The oil thief responded, I thought he was just a trigger NPC, not that we become the ones being watched. She added, since we're already being observed, let us see what he actually wants. The beggar warned, if things go awry, you're finished. This is a special mission. He was not keen on the idea of succumbing to failure shortly after embarking on a task. Yet it was evident that Wukas harbored ill intentions towards their group of 5. After pondering for a moment, the beggar replied privately to the oil thief, all right then, if the situation turns sour, let the stars deal with him. The beggar and the oil thief exchanged glances, and she nodded slowly. Together, they approached Wukas, heading towards Feng Chue Pai Pai and the others. At that moment, Feng Chue Pai Pai was spitting and sputtering, while Ma Ka Ba Ka wore an expression as if he had just eaten something unpleasant. Only Xing Chun, holding a test tube-like object, gently swayed it. What are you doing? The beggar inquired out of curiosity. They were determined to discover what the kitchen was producing, so they opened a sack. Xing Chun found it amusing to reveal the sack Feng Chue Pai Pai had just opened, filled entirely with the test tube she held. Inside was a clear, viscous liquid. What is this? The beggar pulled one out, noticing the words nutritional liquid emblazoned on it. Tastes dreadful, yet I find myself somewhat hungry. I should have brought something from the food street. Feng Shui Pai Pai recalled the nutritional liquid he had consumed moments before and felt nauseous again. This game really didn't need to be designed with such detail. I can actually feel hunger in it. Feng Shui Pai Pai's face contorted in pain. The crucial issue was not merely hunger, but the fact that remaining in a state of hunger would also lead to a decline in status. Xing Chun commented and expressionlessly drank the nutritional liquid in her hand. Not bad, it's drinkable, she assessed. Ka Ba Ka and Feng Shui Pai Pai gazed at Xing Chun with admiration. A true powerhouse can even down such unpalatable sustenance in one go. Xing Chun, having grown accustomed to it, thought to herself, what unpalatable tonics Haven Ti ingested at home? She glanced at Wukas, who had been brought over by the oil thief and the others. Who is this? An NPC, but he seems to have ulterior motives. He claims to want to stick with us for protection. Having sustained serious injuries, the oil thief is probing for information, the beggar succinctly explained. Xing Chun nodded. Within the team, Xing Chen undoubtedly possessed the greatest overall strength. However, the true leader was the beggar. I'll follow your lead, Xing Chen said, taking 2 more nutritional liquids. She approached and handed one to the oil thief. At that moment, the oil thief was engaged in conversation with Wukas, drawing from the memories within the brain of the body he had consumed. Wukas began recounting his experiences to the oil thief. Upon seeing Xing Chen approach, he immediately offered her a cordial smile. Xing Chen, with a stoic expression, nodded at Wukas. The nutritional liquid is not particularly palatable, but it provides some sense of fullness, and my hunger level 1T decrease further. You nearly reminded me. I haven't eaten yet, the oil thief chuckled. She unscrewed the cap of the nutritional liquid and gulped it down in one go. Glug. After finishing one, the oil thief's stomach audibly growled again. He instinctively glanced at another bottle. I'm a bit too hungry. I should drink this one as well. Xing Chun fetched 2 bottles, one for the oil thief and the other for Wukas. Wukas quickly waved his hand, stating, I've already had some. The kitchen's nutritional liquids are plentiful. Such low-grade nutritional liquids were hardly sufficient for a brain worm. The brain fluid of genetic warriors would be far more to their taste. The oil thief grinned as he accepted the nutritional liquid, showing no signs of distaste as he downed it. Xing Chun silently observed him, thinking, 6. What are you showing off for? The oil thief smacked his lips, feeling a lingering hunger. Why does it feel like I can't get full today? He curiously rubbed his stomach. Perhaps it's just from a long day of exertion. Should I fetch you some more nutritional liquids? The oil thief nodded. Feng Shui Pai Pai and the others had already witnessed the oil thief consuming the nutritional liquid. Their eyes widened in shock. What the hell? Is the oil thief's tongue merely for show? He can't have completely shut down his sense of taste. Feng Shui Pai Pai exclaimed, quickly opening the interface to check if he had forgotten to disable any senses. Ma Ka Ba Ka frowned. Taste can't be turned off, and besides, the oil thief is quite particular about food. Something's off. The beggar stroked his chin. Something is indeed amiss. The 3 of them mimicked the gesture of stroking their chins, staring absurdly at the approaching oil thief. Quick, bring me a few more bottles of nutritional liquid. The oil thief grinned widely, reaching for the nutritional liquid. But in the next moment, he froze, his eyes darting erratically, and his mouth began to move without sound. Oh no, brothers, I've glitched out. The oil thief shouted in his mind. Realizing he could not articulate words, he hurriedly messaged their team chat, damn. Brothers, did I just drink nutritional liquid instead of fake alcohol? Why is my body starting to misbehave? Crap, could it be a bug? I really... Triggered random task. A new branch of the Zerg. Your summoned kin is under siege by a brainworm. You must eliminate the brainworm immediately. Task reward. Zerg details, brainworm gene. Lying in the transport vessel. Wei Yuan abruptly opened his eyes. Damn. Do these fools have such terrible luck? Just by taking a smuggling ship. They encounter the Zerg, brainworms, a new branch. Wei Yuan scrutinized the system's message, his expression darkening. The Zerg are attacking, and they are facing a creature not previously encountered, the brainworm. What is it? After studying at the Lord's Academy for so many years and consistently topping every subject, the term brainworm was nowhere to be found in any of the Academy's texts. It's over. I'm not with them. Those fools are likely facing a dead end upon encountering the Zerg. Wei Yuan furrowed his brows tightly. Players can respawn, and as for tasks, he could always return to recruit more players to the central star system, but the matter of the brain worm is quite serious. Trigger task: eliminate the brain worm. Player Oil Thief's body is currently under brain worm invasion. Players must work together to eradicate it. Task reward: brain worm gene. Chapter 35. Let me open your skull, the brain worm. The oil thief was in shock. When did he become invaded by a brain worm? It must have been that balloon creature's spit earlier, damn. The oil thief exploded with rage. It's over. Brothers, I'm done for. That balloon creature spat into my ear. It must have been when the brain worm burrowed into my head. What do I do? I don't want to die. I haven't even fully experienced my level 2 powers yet. Woe is me. Xing Chun, save me. What do I do? What a predicament. The oil thief is bombarding the group chat with frenzied messages, incessantly tagging Xing Chun. This barrage of notifications reverberates in her mind, and her expression grows increasingly grim. Ukaz has long since settled in the corner, relishing the spectacle, as his companion stands on the brink of being devoured. Will they even realize it? Hungry. I am so hungry. A slightly stuttering voice escapes the oil thief's lips, her eyes darting around like toys in a tug of war. Oil thief. It's over. It's over. The brain bug is about to take control of my body. Oil thief. My head. It's being gnawed at. I can hear it. Oil thief. Xing Chun. Oil thief. Xing Chun. Oil thief. Oh, great one. Save me. Please, get that bug out of me. I'm going to die. Am I going to restart? My money? Xing Chun's brows furrow tightly as she growls silence. She draws a tang knife from her side, the chilling aura of its sharpness instantly saturating the area. Ukaz is left dumbfounded. What is happening? He is merely hungry. What is she doing? Internal strife is prohibited here. I never said I would kill him. Xing Chun casts an impatient glance at Ukaz. Help him with his brain. I in the group chat. Oil thief. Great one. I am frightened by your actions, Xing Chun. Does fear serve any purpose? How can we eliminate the bug without opening your skull? Wait for it to consume your brain entirely, and then you'll restart? If you wish to live, be silent, Makabaka. 6. Wind blows but. 6. Secretly begging. 6. Oil thief. 6. Tears flow in the oil thief's mind. Surely, Xing Chun is doing this on purpose. That stingy woman? Yet, there truly seems to be no other remedy available. Opening the skull is the only option. The oil thief's body continues to stutter, her mouth repeatedly uttering that she is hungry. Xing Chun shows no leniency. The tang knife is raised high, aimed at the top of the oil thief's head. Should it be a vertical or horizontal incision? While Makabaka and Wind blows but are still munching on popcorn, secretly begging finally reacts. Horizontal cut. Horizontal cut. Oh. Xing Chun coolly adjusts the position of her knife. Rest assured, my hands are swift, oil thief. I truly appreciate you. He is merely hungry. Surely that doesn't warrant his death. Ukaz grows increasingly uneasy. What are the humans up to? Wasn't he agreed that humans are peaceful and kind? Sympathetic towards the weak? Why, then, must they kill him simply because he is hungry? Why isn't anyone else intervening? Since joining the Alliance, Ukaz has certainly consumed quite a few brains from various races. He has a fair understanding of their basic moral principles. Although he has never encountered humans before, he recalls that those in the Alliance generally regard the human race as exceedingly benevolent. Could it be that after secluding themselves for too long, humans have changed, yet the Alliance remains oblivious? This must be reported to our king. Just as Ukaz muses to himself, the oil thief's skull is pried open. As Xing Chun's tang knife slices through with a graceful arc, it is perfectly sheathed once more. Secretly begging, quick on the draw, presses down on the delicate line Xing Chun has opened, exposing the oil thief's brain. Oil thief, wow, it's chilly on my head. Oil thief, wind blows but, buddy, take a picture for me. Hurry up, I need to post this on my social media when I log off. Ha ha. Wind blows but, dude. Yuri's seriously impressive. Wind blows but feels a bit nauseous, but seeing the nonchalant attitude of the person in question, he suppresses his discomfort and begins recording. The moment the skull is revealed, the brain tissue jiggles slightly like tofu. Blood starts to ooze from the edges of the incision. Where is the brain bug? Secretly begging mutters under his breath. Oil thief. That guy spat towards my right ear. It must be on the right. Look carefully. Oil thief, hurry up, my health is dropping. Oil thief. Have you found it yet? Secretly begging meticulously searches, blood continues to flow profusely, rendering it impossible to locate. Let's get hands on. Xingqian pushes aside, secretly begging, and dives in herself. The viscous blood saturates Xingqian's fingers. Ukaz watches anxiously as her fingers stir within the oil thief's head. He feels as if his own brain is being opened as well. Upon touching it, Ukaz's pupils constrict, as if he hears the whispers of a demon. Then he sees that human woman, lifting his companion with one hand. It is a bug resembling a brain, plump and drenched in blood. When seized, it lacks even the capacity to turn and bite Xingqian. She examines the creature closely. This is the insect race. One hand could easily crush it. What's there to fear? Ukaz trembles from a distance. The insect race communicates not through words, but through brainwaves. At this moment, Xingqian's grip tightens, causing the brain bug to quiver in pain. Fear, agony. Various emotions transmit to Ukaz through the brainwaves. Upon closer inspection, it appears rather grotesque. Oil thief, it seems part of your brain tissue has been consumed. Xingqian looks at the oil thief's brain with disdain. After the bug is extracted, a significant portion of the oil thief's brain tissue is left hollow. Oil thief, big sister, please don't talk for now. Just help me cover my skull. It's really cold, and my health keeps dropping. The oil thief's body cannot recover immediately, so he can only express his current feelings through text in the group chat. Fine then. Cover the oil thief's skull. With a firm motion, Xingqian slams down, splattering the brain bug into a mess. Ugh, wind blows, but in Makabaka both retch. Having already found the sight of the oil thief's brain tissue revolting. Witnessing Xingqian's impassive demeanor as she crushes a bug that resembles a brain is simply unbearable. Ugh, hey, wasn't the brain bug eliminated? Why is there still no notification of task completion? Secretly begging inquires. Chapter 36, A Feast of Saturation. Yes, why is that? Xingqian calmly wipes the liquid from her hands and then turns her cold gaze towards the still trembling Ukaz. Buddy, you should have seen that just now, right? She draws her tang knife from her waist again. Previously she drew it from her left side with her right hand. This time, she pulls out two. The twin blades are long, forcing other players to make way for her. Ukaz's complexion pales instantly. He deeply regrets the choice of this parasitic body, a level 1 genetic warrior, and severely injured at that. The king will not spare you. Your kind can only serve as sustenance for the insect race. Perhaps it would be best if you spoke to me using your true form. With a flash of her long knife, Xingqian cleaves the upper half of the green witch's head. His brain has already been entirely consumed by Ukaz. At this point, the brain tissue is completely occupied by a single brain bug. At first glance, it appears as though this brain has sprouted eyes and a mouth. Truly hideous. Without hesitation, Xingqian delivers a swift strike. Ukaz is instantly severed in two. Meanwhile, within the insect race's lair, a colossal king bug opens its eyes. Inside the nest, the mature brain bug mother trembles. My king. My king. Ukaz and his companions have perished. The king bug's compound eyes widen as it gazes at the brain bug mother. Has the final message been transmitted back? Yes. The mother bug relays the last message received from Ukaz to the king bug. A girl with black hair and black eyes wields two long knives, her movements cold and calculated. The transmission abruptly ceases. However, the king bug's compound eyes widen in shock. The human race. Its wings begin to quiver slowly. It is indeed the human race. Years ago, after consuming a few humans, it resolved to create brain bugs. After finally producing a handful of independent thinking brain bugs, deploying them into the food supply, it did not anticipate the initial losses to occur at the hands of the human race. Such bitter irony. A king bug requires 1/10 of the nest's energy to produce an independent thinking brain bug, and our energy reserves are dwindling. The brain bug mother speaks slowly. Other bugs continue along the original evolutionary path, consuming and growing their massive swarm, yet we seem to be falling behind. The competition among the insect race is equally fierce. Each king bug is paired with a nest. The nest hatches worker bugs. Worker bugs seek out energy, devouring and returning it to nourish the king bug and the nest, which in turn hatches more bugs. In such a tribe, all thoughts are governed by the king bug. This has been the path followed by the insect race for centuries. However, the king bug before the brain bug has been quite different. After consuming a few humans, it began to choose an alternative method of hatching within the nest. After years of experimentation, the brain bug mother was birthed. It absorbed some energy from the nest to produce more brain bugs. However, brain bugs are difficult to breed. Over the years, it has only managed to produce 7 brain bugs with independent thought and intelligence. Ukaz and the recently deceased brain bug were among its latest offspring. The smallest of them hasn't even had the chance to name itself. The brain bug mother feels somewhat despondent. They continue along the outdated evolutionary path, a route that leads to a dead end. The king worm, with a tone of disdain, remarked, "Each king worm possesses intelligence, yet not every one of them is wise. That foolish group, all they know is to consume, relentlessly eating until they exhaust all available energy, only to embark on a quest for more. In the vast expanse of the universe, they search for energy, only to consume again. Should misfortune strike and their energy deplete during this search, they perish. It is utterly foolish." The king worm, Wu, pondered for a moment. "Let those who have successfully invaded suppress the news. We must not allow the Alliance to discover our evolution." According to the reports from the few that had returned, humanity had concealed itself since that great war. They rarely made an appearance. To Wu's surprise, this time, the brain worms launched an attack and encountered humans once again. The king worm licked its tongue. Humans, among the Alliance, they are the most formidable and the most intelligent race. If only such a race could be harnessed for my purposes. Contemplating the wisdom of humanity, Wu gazed upon the mother brain worm. Crafted with a considerable investment of resources, and sighed softly, "A replica is still just a replica. It lacks significantly." It seems that his own intelligence began to enhance after consuming humans. Wu recalled the other king worms. In the past, it was not only he who battled against humanity. There were many cunning individuals among them. After uttering this thought, the king worm Wu closed his enormous compound eyes. "Congratulations, host, for completing the brain worm extermination task. Reward: details on the insect race, brain worm genes." Upon receiving the message from the system, Wei Yuan was taken aback that a player killed the brain worm. What in the world? He hurriedly checked the perspective of the players, including the oil-stealing woman, through the system. Indeed, it was a newly emerged species. Wei Yuan absorbed the system's reward. While examining the visual data of the insect race, he was left in a daze. Goodness! Are these insects defying the heavens? The insect race already surpassed the Alliance in power. The Alliance has survived all these years solely through technology. But now, looking at the section detailing the insect race, which showcased several special insect species, Wei Yuan sighed. It seems that the internal factions of the Alliance are still unaware of this information. If I rashly inform the principal, they might investigate the players we summoned. If they discover the players are all unregistered, it would lead to further complications. Wei Yuan decided to extract segments from the videos of the players, isolating the footage of the brain worm, and directly published it on the Star Network. On the Star Network, he intentionally used a sensational title commonly favored by players. Shock! In the war zone, the insect race is discovered, the latest branch of the insect race, brainworm. Over the years, while our technology has advanced, what evolution has the insect race undergone? A series of titles accompanied by videos were disseminated by Wei Yuan. Generally, any news involving the insect race garnered explosive attention. So he decided not to invest in additional promotions. Observing the pop-up page for increasing traffic, Wei Yuan calmly closed it. Meanwhile, the oil-stealing woman felt her head was being pressed back. However, her body still felt somewhat out of sync. Am I really this unfortunate? Did that brain worm consume the exact part of my brain responsible for coordination? Even if it did, it would be of no consequence. I see that the wound on your head is already starting to heal. The hidden beggar, while sneaking a glance at the oil-stealing woman's hair, noted that the incision had begun to close. Chapter 37. The Academy Journey, Provocation from the Elves. Apologies, the content you posted has been deleted due to violations. Wei Yuan stared coldly at the Star Network message. What a surprise! The latest news regarding the insect race not only went unnoticed but was also deleted in an instant. It appears that insects have infiltrated the Alliance. Wei Yuan glanced at the nearby Emilo, who was smiling sweetly at him. The Interstellar Alliance was no longer safe. Everyone perceived the insect race as mere mindless creatures that only knew how to consume. But now, these mindless monsters had not only developed brains but had also diversified. How many individuals within the Alliance might be under their control? with the continuous wars over the years and those who defected from the military. Could there be the influence of the insect race among them? Wei Yuan was uncertain. Those capable of directly controlling the Star Network's review process, even erasing all the content he had published, must possess a significant identity. Who could it be? Senior, we're about to arrive at the cache satellite. Would you like to come to my home for a visit? Emilio gazed at Wei Yuan with adoration. Without those bothersome humans around, the air felt sweet when she was with Senior Wei Yuan. I'll pass on the visit. Just drop me off on the nearest route to the Central Star System. Wei Yuan replied with a smile. A visit? For what purpose? If we delay and arrive late at the cache satellite, I might miss the last starship to the Central Star System. Emilio watched as Wei Yuan departed. He left without a moment's pause. The mech, Tao Tao, presented a handkerchief, saying, Master, do not be disheartened. At least you have gained a bit of favor with Lord Wei Yuan. I can't help but feel that even his departing silhouette is incredibly handsome. Tao Tao sighed. Forget it. This master seems hopeless. The group of carefree individuals, having just resolved the brainworm incident, fell asleep in the cabin. Hey, wake up. Hurry up and disembark. We've already arrived at the Central Star System. The purple-skinned individual tapped the oil-stealing woman with a stick. The oil-stealing woman, drooling, awakened. The hidden beggar and the others were all sprawled about in disarray. We've arrived already? Wind-blowing fart rubbed his eyes. Feeling as though only a few hours had passed, yet here they were, the 5 of them, just like when boarding the starship, followed the purple-skinned individual down from the ship. Wei Yuan stood not far off. Wow! Brother Yuan, you came to pick us up? Woo. You have no idea, Brother Yuan. I almost died on the way, Brother Yuan. My lord. The oil-stealing woman slid over, clinging to Wei Yuan's leg, beginning to tearfully recount the events that transpired on the starship. The hidden beggar, Makabaka, and wind-blowing fart chimed in beside her. Star, looking relieved at the sight of Wei Yuan, softened her gaze. The insect race is indeed cunning. Thankfully, you all are unharmed. Wei Yuan patted the oil-stealing woman's shoulder. This young man truly had the worst luck. He was always the first to encounter trouble. Yet, he was remarkably resilient. By the way, Brother Yuan, we killed someone on the starship. Do you think that purple-skinned individual will cause us trouble? The oil-stealing woman nervously glanced at the purple-skinned administrator nearby, who was still watching them. There's no need to worry with me around. Wei Yuan reassured her. Just as he finished speaking, the administrator approached. Bowing low to Wei Yuan, my lord, we have safely delivered these young warriors to you. My master has stated that serving a being of your esteemed rank is our honor, and we cannot accept any fare. The administrator dared to approach only after witnessing the players converse with Wei Yuan. The respectful demeanor left the players in shock. What the heck? This fellow wasn't this sycophantic when we boarded the starship. Is this what it feels like to have a powerful backing? With Brother Yuan around, it feels so safe. Wow, what rank must Brother Yuan hold to command such respect from this level 5 purple-skinned individual? Wind-blowing fart and others trembled with excitement. Star looked at them with a bemused expression. A level 5 warrior personally came to greet them, yet they walked slowly and chatted all along the way. The purple-skinned individual merely urged them along but did not resort to force. Upon reaching the kitchen compartment, all passengers regarded the purple-skinned individual with fear. Even the brainworm continuously repeated the warnings against killing on the starship. Yet when Star killed someone, the purple-skinned individual merely glanced and acted as if nothing had occurred. Such a powerful being would let them off lightly? One only needed a modicum of intelligence to deduce that it was due to the Lord's formidable presence. Star gazed at Wei Yuan, excitement flickering in her eyes. She could hardly fathom just how powerful the Lord truly was. What am I even fantasizing about? This is just a game, a mere game. Star repeatedly reminded herself, though on the surface, she maintained her usual aloof demeanor. Who is your master? Wei Yuan accepted the fare given by the purple-skinned individual for the players. Within were energy ores of considerable value. The purple-skinned individual watched in disbelief as Wei Yuan nonchalantly accepted the bag of energy ores. How could this esteemed being actually take the fare? Normally, a being of such high rank would simply bestow such ores upon him. The purple-skinned individual silently sighed, feeling as though he had been overly optimistic upon encountering such a miserly lord. At least your master possesses some discernment. It's worth befriending him. Wei Yuan opened his neural interface. Have him add me as a friend. I will approve it shortly. The purple-skinned individual instantly shifted from despair to joy, eagerly recording Wei Yuan's contact code. Though no tangible benefits were acquired from this esteemed individual, the possession of their contact information ensures that upon returning, my own master shall bestow considerable rewards. Very well, let us depart. Wei Yuan waved his hand, leading the players directly to the recruitment market. The vastness of the interstellar races was not to be taken lightly. As the oil stealer entered the talent market, her eyes were immediately dazzled by the peculiar array of beings surrounding her. Some bore a resemblance to humans, while others were utterly unrecognizable as living entities. There was even a mass of gas that, as the oil stealer passed, shouted, "What are you doing cutting in line?" The spectacle was overwhelming, leaving the players in a "Is this truly the essence of interstellar races?" It is simply astounding. If they were to record this and send it back, those compatriots would surely be beside themselves with excitement. The players' eyes were agog with wonder. The oil stealer, ever the diligent recorder, was anxious to capture every moment. "Our interview room is in 306, let us proceed," Wei Yuan remarked, clutching the room number drawn from the Talent Market's administrative bureau as they made their way. The interview process unfolded without a hitch. It bore a striking resemblance to the interviews conducted on Earth, perhaps even less exhilarating than the encounters the players had faced aboard their starship with brain worms. Selection would be based on merit. The list was provided for their perusal, allowing them to choose any candidates they deemed suitable to take back as instructors. Having delegated the players, Wei Yuan headed straight for the Lord Academy. "Ah, who do I see returning? The academic prodigy of our Lord Academy. Why are you not tending to your meager territory? Have the interstellar pirates set their sights on your prime location, compelling you to return for assistance?" The cutting remarks echoed just as Wei Yuan was about to enter the principal's building. He turned to regard the speaker, a figure of diminutive stature with rough, darkened skin, clad in a tiger-striped skirt that exuded a primitive aura. "What is this?" Wei Yuan cast a cold glance at the individual before striding past, unwilling to engage with such an unremarkable obstacle. He felt no desire to exchange words with someone of such lowly stature. "Why are you so arrogant? The human race is merely a fading and soon-to-be extinct species. Wei Yuan, did you not stir the conflict between the humans and the goblins? Do you not feel a pang of guilt?" How bothersome. Wei Yuan merely wished to enter the principal's office, but this individual had audaciously blocked his path. His impatience grew as time pressed on. "Do you intend to exact vengeance for the goblin tribe?" Wei Yuan stepped forward, looking down upon the nondescript goblin hybrid. "If you desire to perish at the threshold of the principal's office, I can readily facilitate your demise." Wei Yuan whispered into the goblin's ear. You dare. Do you wish to test my resolve?" Wei Yuan extended his hand. Just as he was about to rid himself of this nuisance, the principal's office door slowly opened, and a voice called out, "Enough, Wei Yuan. There's something you wish to discuss upon your return to the academy?" Wei Yuan pushed the goblin aside and entered the principal's office directly. The elderly yet youthful principal regarded him warmly. "Principal, I have a video you may wish to scrutinize closely." Wei Yuan transmitted the video, which pertained to the Zerg. The Zerg. The principal's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. "This video was swiftly removed from the StarNet once I uploaded it. I believe you understand the implications better than I." Outside, the goblin hybrid glared at the principal's building, seething with resentment. How detestable! This Wei Yuan was insufferably arrogant. A mere human dared to provoke him. It must be noted that both the elf and goblin races are exceedingly rare and difficult to nurture. Thus, his existence as a hybrid signified the potential future of both races. He was a treasure of two lineages. This Wei Yuan not only had the audacity to behead a goblin and display it online as a warning, but also openly challenged other races. Such an attitude left the only goblin hybrid feeling deeply dissatisfied. His cousin, the elven prince, held an exalted status, yet this Wei Yuan overshadowed him. After all, he was merely a human. What could his commendable achievements mean in the grand scheme of things? He was still just a short-lived waste. How dare he provoke the goblin tribe on the StarNet? A pack of useless beings, unable to conquer even a level 5 planet. If it were me, I would have long since enslaved those human trash. The goblin hybrid muttered, crouching with a scowl. However, in the next moment, a shadow loomed over him. "An you Dong's cousin?" Wei Yuan's voice resonated above him. The goblin hybrid quickly looked up, disdain etched on his face. You are merely a human. How dare you challenge us goblins? Since fate has brought us together today, I must inform you that the position of leader is destined for my cousin. You, worthless creature, should not even dream of it. The human race will pay dearly for your arrogance. We goblins have been successfully provoked, and that slain goblin was merely one of the weakest among us. Smack! Amidst the goblin's relentless threats, Wei Yuan's patience wore thin. Having just exited the principal's office, he had overheard the goblin's mutterings. Such foolishness had never warranted his attention, but today, with his temper already frayed, he had no intention of granting this one any dignity. With a swift motion, he slapped the goblin across the face. The goblin hybrid exploded with rage. You dare strike my face? I will kill you. Once my cousin ascends to leadership, all of you humans will become slaves, he roared. Wei Yuan's brow furrowed tightly. Had the human race truly been absent from the public eye for so long? A hybrid of goblin and elf dared to speak so boldly, or had the goblins become this brazen? Who granted them such audacity? The elves? Fury ignited within Wei Yuan. He seized the goblin's throat and delivered another resounding slap, shattering several of its teeth. Not far away, and Yu Dong observed the scene, unable to suppress his amusement. Young master, this is rather unwise, is it not? A concerned elven steward remarked beside him. The goblin hybrid was not the brightest. After being incited by Yu Dong, he had recklessly confronted Wei Yuan. Now, should Wei Yuan retaliate fatally, it would be a complicated matter to explain. What does it matter? Wei Yuan is known for his temperance. The human race can afford to offend the goblins, but not the elves. This indeed is just a mongrel, thinking he is my cousin. Allow me to teach him a lesson. Chapter 38. The true might of Wei Yuan and Yu Dong brimmed with confidence. Wei Yuan was merely a human. Even if he currently overshadowed me and Feng Yusheng, what of it? He is not an immortal. He does not possess the qualifications to stand against us. After Yu Dong spoke, the steward's face reflected a mix of concern and disbelief. The young master had indeed been spoiled. Bang! A muffled sound suddenly echoed. Just as Yu Dong concluded his confident declaration, he witnessed Wei Yuan disdainfully retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket, meticulously wiping his fingers. Damn it! Yu Dong's pupils dilated. The goblin's head had been crushed, splattered like a shattered watermelon. Blood sprayed across the ground. Wei Yuan? Yu Dong was rendered speechless, unable to maintain his composure as he rushed out from the shadows. Glaring at the pool of blood and the lifeless goblin hybrid, he trembled with rage. How dare you? What is it that I cannot dare do? Wei Yuan folded the now soiled handkerchief and returned it to his pocket. Indeed, after dispatching a fly, his mood had markedly improved. Within the Lord Academy, Wei Yuan had merely maintained a low profile. It was not that he lacked temper, Yu Dong. If you seek to provoke me in the future, it would be wise for you to take the lead yourself, as I currently lack the capacity to eliminate you in one fell swoop. Why you dare? Why do you persist in asking such a question? Wei Yuan shot Yu Dong a glance, who was now repeating, How dare you? Have I not already dispatched him? What is your issue? Do you seek trouble from me, or do you intend to send your steward to confront me? Wei Yuan raised his gaze toward the steward accompanying Yu Dong. The steward, having served the elven royal family for generations, possessed considerable power. However, at that moment, the steward felt a chill at the sight of Wei Yuan's eyes. Indeed, steward, he has slain my cousin. Are you not hastening to avenge him? Yu Dong was in a state of urgency, having made a grave miscalculation. The goblin appeared to be utterly foolish. However, his status was indeed rather unique. The goblin and elf races once coexisted on the same planet. Therefore, there has always been a degree of interaction between the two, yet, with the advent of the interstellar era, all races began to attempt to unlock their genetic locks. Once the genetic lock is unlocked and one becomes a genetic warrior, the formerly prolific ordinary races began to struggle with reproduction. In contrast, the long-lived races, which already faced challenges in procreation, found it even more arduous after unlocking their genetic locks. Both the goblin and elf races are long-lived, with their own kind producing but a handful of newborns each year. Hence, the prospect of offspring resulting from intermarriage became even more remote. For centuries, no child born of a union between the two races had ever emerged until Yu Dong's mother, after a confrontation with his aunt, successfully ascended to the throne of the Elf King. Subsequently, in accordance with tradition, and Yu Dong's aunt married the strongest warrior of the Goblin clan. Years later, they astonishingly gave birth to a child born of both races. Thus, while Yu Dong held his cousin in contempt, he could not deny that the death of this cousin would bring him trouble, a trouble instigated by Wei Yuan. An unending fury swelled within Yu Dong's chest. He felt compelled to capture Wei Yuan and make him bear the wrath of the Goblin clan. Steward, seize Wei Yuan and bring him back to face the Goblin clan. Ideally, the Goblin clan would execute Wei Yuan, leaving him with only Feng Yuxing as his sole adversary. Haha. Wei Yuan, observing Yu Dong, could not help but laugh aloud. You think I achieved first place in school all these years merely through academics? The air surrounding Wei Yuan suddenly warped. With each step he took towards Yu Dong, his presence grew exponentially. By the time he stood before Yu Dong, the surrounding atmosphere began to thin. Terror flashed across the faces of Yu Dong and the steward behind him. They even felt their knees weaken and their shoulders weighed down by an insurmountable burden. How is this possible? You are merely a student. How could you have unlocked a 9th level genetic lock? Under immense pressure, Yu Dong spoke in a stammer. Wei Yuan grinned as he patted Yu Dong's cheek. The elves are nurtured by the life tree, which is splendid indeed. Your skin feels quite tender. But alas, a mere slap leaves a mark. It is not very resilient. When Wei Yuan withdrew his hand, Yu Dong's face had swollen considerably. His once proud visage now resembled that of a swine. Are you going to lodge a complaint? Will you have your steward capture me? Wei Yuan smiled as he glanced at the steward behind Yu Dong. At that moment, the steward's heart skipped a beat. It was over. The young clan leader had truly encountered a formidable opponent. Breathing heavily, he knelt before Wei Yuan and said, Lord Wei Yuan, we harbor no ill intentions. I witnessed the incident. It was young master who provoked you first. I shall report this honestly to the king. Our elf clan has always upheld peace and friendship, akin to the ideals of the human race. Years ago, we established diplomatic relations. We bear you no malice. And we would never hand you over to the Goblin clan. Cold sweat dripped from the steward's forehead. Goodness, this young clan leader dared to speak so recklessly. Did he think a newly unlocked 8th level genetic warrior could apprehend a 9th level genetic warrior? Did he truly believe he could challenge beyond his level as he did in the early stages? One must understand, the gap between levels 1 and 2 may be a factor of 1 or 2. But by the time one reaches levels 3 and 4, the disparity grows exponentially. On the battlefield, a 7th level genetic warrior could annihilate thousands of 6th level warriors in an instant. 9th level warriors represent the pinnacle of power within the alliance. Wei Yuan had never publicly disclosed his genetic level, and many speculated he was comparable to Feng Yuxing at level 7. Even at that, he was already among the rare geniuses in the annals of the alliance. Who could have imagined? Who could fathom that Wei Yuan was not merely a level 7 warrior? He was a 9th level warrior, a 9th level genetic warrior. Not only the elf clan, but even the divine race would likely hesitate to offend him. It seemed the status of the human race was on the verge of a monumental shift. How is this possible? How could this be? And Yu Dong's eyes welled with tears as he collapsed to the ground. He could not believe it. Chapter 39. A genius? I currently have 130 geniuses at my command. I have always been rather low-key. Wei Yuan had no intention of killing Yu Dong here. The academy had an old principal present. If he were to kill a student so carelessly, the principal would certainly intervene. Moreover, the elf clan possessed profound heritage, with at least 3 9th level genetic warriors among them. Each elf king must inject a 10th level genetic lock serum, surviving only if they do not perish or suffer genetic collapse. Thus, this Yu Dong, with a perfectly intact head, could not be easily crushed. The human race remains too weak. The players must gradually grow stronger. TSK. I have always been quite low-key. Wei Yuan, hands in pockets, turned away without a change in tone. Yes, the elf steward immediately grasped Wei Yuan's intent. He knelt on the ground, watching as Wei Yuan returned to the principal's office. Once the terrifying aura dissipated, the steward dared to exhale. His body went limp. Had Yu Dong not been nearby, he might have collapsed entirely. However, Yu Dong harbored no such reservations. With a thud, he knelt, despondently gazing at his hands. His long hair trailed the ground, swaying in the breeze. How could this be? How could he possibly be a 9th level genetic warrior? When he first arrived at the academy, he had only been level 5. Even that level felt dubious. How could a mere human, with a lifespan of just a few hundred years, contend with our long-lived race. Just a few years have passed? Young clan leader? The elf steward trembled at the sight. Moments ago, he had considered voicing his complaints, questioning why Yu Dong dared to provoke Wei Yuan without knowing his level. But now, seeing Yu Dong's expression and hearing his words, he realized the gravity of the situation. Yu Dong was on the brink of madness from this blow. Geniuses emerge every year. Who among the pinnacle does not encounter individuals more exceptional than themselves? And Yu Dong had enjoyed a smooth journey thus far, being the only child of the Elf King. He had always believed he would ascend as the next Elf King, unlocking the 10th level in millennia. Even in the Lord Academy, the only rival he acknowledged was the divine race's Feng Yuxing. Yet now, Wei Yuan had dealt him a resounding slap, a person he had never regarded highly. A mere human. He was not even of the long-lived races. In just a few years, he had ascended from level 5 to level 9, remaining so low-key all along. This time, Yu Dong was made painfully aware that should Wei Yuan desire it, should he disregard his human kin, he could effortlessly crush Yu Dong in the academy, just as he had done to that foolish goblin, as if swatting a fly. Young clan leader, do not dwell on this. The steward grasped Yu Dong's shoulders, shaking him vigorously. Every generation sees the emergence of geniuses. Some are merely talented, while others, like Wei Yuan, are extraordinary geniuses, one of a kind in the history of the Alliance. Do not despair. Aside from Wei Yuan, no one else can match your talents. You must believe in your own abilities, and besides, Wei Yuan is not a long-lived race. And Yu Dong raised his head, tears streaming down his cheeks. But steward, what if he unlocks the 10th level genetic lock? This is madness. Yu Dong was on the verge of succumbing to despair. Outside the principal's office, Wei Yuan leaned against the railing, observing the two figures below, chuckling softly. With such a mindset, he dared to play mind games with him? They were not even a fraction as clever as his subordinates. Moreover, the steward had erred in this world. He was not the only one advancing rapidly. At least 130 others had done so as well. This level of discouragement was rather excessive. The old principal stroked his beard, smiling as he regarded Wei Yuan, the most outstanding student he had encountered in many years. Despite his gentle appearance, his temperament was fierce. The pride of heaven must be tempered. Otherwise, one might truly believe no one among the humans could rival them. Leaning against the railing, Wei Yuan said to the principal, "You saw that video as well. I suspect the brain worms have infiltrated the Alliance. Otherwise, my post would not have been deleted so swiftly. I think we need to consult about this matter. Our school has the interface to connect to the terminal intelligence. Shall I speak with A?" The principal hesitated, questioning the usefulness of consulting A. Could the terminal intelligence truly discern who had been infiltrated by brain worms? The principal furrowed his brow, having observed the implications from the video Wei Yuan had sent. The newly evolved branch of the Zerg is truly terrifying. Although its original form possesses a rather feeble strength, so much so that even a second-tier gene warrior could effortlessly crush it with bare hands. Once it has devoured the brain, the brain worm swiftly takes control of the entire body, effectively becoming the new mind of its host. It appears to retain all the memories of its original owner. How long has that brain worm been lurking within the Alliance? I have no way of knowing such intricate details, but discussing it with them might yield more insights. As the most advanced artificial intelligence, it undoubtedly possesses knowledge far beyond my own, and can likely ascertain the probability of who has been invaded by the brain worm with greater accuracy. Wei Yuan raised an eyebrow. Moreover, I have yet to see what the terminal intelligence brain looks like in all these years. I only know from the elders of our tribe that the port at our school was derived from the human race. The old principal sighed helplessly. Very well, I shall take you there. Wei Yuan's formidable strength is astonishing, and in just a few short years, he has unlocked the 9th-tier gene lock while maintaining an exceptionally stable mental state. It is evident to the old principal that unlocking the 10th-tier gene lock is merely a matter of time. However, he remains unaware of the means through which Wei Yuan has managed to unlock the gene locks. Perhaps it is the profound heritage of the human race, he mused. The humans are indeed going all in. Thankfully, Wei Yuan is a promising child. The old principal sees him as the most likely candidate for the next leader. The moment Wei Yuan placed his hand on the terminal interface, A's virtual image flickered into existence. Congratulations, host. Task completed. The system's melodious voice resonated within Wei Yuan's mind. Hey, you, an interviewee. dare to look down on us?" The oil-thieving hag exclaimed in anger. "You are unqualified. Bring in the next candidate." In the talent market, room 306, a towering giant stood before several players, seething with rage. "How dare these mere second-tier gene warriors shout at me?" Chapter 40. Rampage? "I need to relieve myself." The oil-thieving hag wiped the saliva off his face with a bitter smile. "Damn ITS, one thing to be scorned by an interviewer in real life while job hunting. Now, in a game, I finally become an interviewer only to be ridiculed by the interviewee. The worst part is, good grief, the sheer volume of saliva sprayed out is akin to a faucet. No, brother, we are hiring for a position to teach our kin on Blue Star. You really do not meet our standards." Wei Yuan had specifically stated that the teachers of ancient martial arts would be selected from the human race. This time, during their visit to the Central Star System, the players were to choose from 4 positions: Weapons Master, Mental Control Master, Forging Master, and Mecha Engineer. These individuals would then return to Blue Star to provide training for the players. However, the one-eyed giant applying for the Mental Control Master position arrogantly proclaimed that his race, the one-eyed giants, possessed an innate talent for mental prowess. His mental level was quite high, and his gene lock had been unlocked to the 5th tier, showcasing formidable strength. During the interview, he was rather conceited. Yet when the oil-thieving hag inquired about how he intended to train lower-tier warriors, he arrogantly replied that mental ability was inherently bestowed. The one-eyed giants were naturally endowed with great mental power. And if mental prowess required training, it would be akin to being useless. Upon hearing such words, the oil-thieving hag realized that this individual could not teach at all. Knowing how to do something and knowing how to teach it are entirely different matters. Regardless, I've already come here, and no one here is stronger than me. If you do not hire me, humph. The one-eyed giant clenched his fist, threateningly staring at the oil-thieving hag. A few second-tier gene warriors had been brought out to serve as interviewers. The individual who posted the job listing surely wasn't impressive either, and they were all mere humans. The human race had long been defeated. With a dwindling population, it was hardly likely to produce any extraordinary powerhouses. The one-eyed giant was well aware of this. Had his opponent been a strong individual, he might have shown some restraint. But now, faced with a group of insignificant second-tier characters, he scoffed. The one-eyed giant knew he was entirely unsuitable for the position. However, the salary was appealing. An astonishing 200,000 star coins a month. That was more lucrative than hunting star beasts across the galaxy, and it came without the risk of having one's life on the line. The fact that he was even here to apply was already a favor to them. They better not take it for granted. Under normal circumstances, these second-tier gene warriors wouldn't even have the right to speak with him. Now they dared to reject him? Even if he didn't get hired, he should at least get that 200,000 monthly salary. What are you trying to do? Force me into a corner? The oil-thieving hag was truly enraged. He slammed his palm on the table, only to be forcefully slapped away in the next moment. Instantly, the oil-thieving hag found himself pressed against the wall, blood splattering across his face. As everything before him turned crimson. Woe is me, my health points. The oil-thieving hag let out a heart-wrenching scream as his health plummeted drastically. Having already suffered a loss on the starship, he was now nearing the brink of death. Would the dungeon not kick him out? The oil-thieving hag trembled, realizing this opportunity was one he had fought for with his dignity and pride. This is the consequence of defying me, the one-eyed giant. Having dealt with the oil-thieving hag, cast a disdainful glance at the other 4 who had approached. As the other interviewees witnessed the commotion, they all retreated temporarily. Xingqian furrowed her brow and drew her twin blades. This foe is remarkably strong. Her gaze fell upon the information the one-eyed giant had submitted to the oil-thieving hag at 5th tier. A 5th-tier gene warrior. Are you intending to make an enemy of us? An unassuming figure, Anzhong Qitao, discreetly urged Xingqian to refrain from acting recklessly. He stepped forward, maintaining a calm demeanor, though internally he was somewhat anxious. Yuan Gu had instructed them to handle the situation themselves, indicating that it wasn't particularly dangerous. Clearly, the giant could be reasoned with. Anzhong Qitao frantically pondered their course of action. They certainly could not defeat this giant, but dying here would likely prevent them from re-entering the dungeon. Based on the game developers' tendencies, if they failed to conquer this dungeon, future opportunities would be scarce. He cast a sympathetic glance at the oil-thieving hag still struggling to peel himself off the wall. However, since the task had already commenced, Hiring such a character would surely not sit well with you on Go. I haven't killed him yet. He's still breathing, the one-eyed giant declared smugly. As long as you hire me, everything will be fine. Otherwise, next time I strike, I cannot guarantee I will leave any survivors. A threat. A blatant threat. At this moment, it wasn't just Xingqian's expression that turned icy. All the players glared at the one-eyed giant with disgust. How could an NPC be so abhorrent? This guy is undoubtedly a villain. He must be dealt with. Makabaka gritted his teeth. Though aware this was merely a game, the immersion was overwhelming. Being threatened by an NPC in such a manner, how could players tolerate it? Was gaming meant to be an exercise in humiliation? Even if they couldn't clear the dungeon, they had to make a mark against this insufferable face. The oil-thieving hag, limping down from the wall. Couldn't he swallow this indignation, he roared, charging forward despite his low health. Anzhong Qitao barely had time to intervene. While Feng Chue Pipi and Makabaka had already surged ahead at AS for Xingqian, she had long since engaged with her twin blades. Oh, I can't believe this, Anzhong Qitao lamented, realizing he hadn't finished voicing his thoughts. Seeing them all rush in, he wondered if he could still contribute. Wait for me. Upon seeing 5 individuals charging towards him simultaneously, the one-eyed giant sneered derisively. Ridiculous. Mere ants, he could simply stand still and allow them to attack. These 5 insignificant beings would not be able to breach his defenses. Humph, considering you are the interviewers. I shall allow you to strike for a few minutes. He crossed his arms and coldly watched as the oil-thieving hag led the charge. Pathetic. If you die from your own backlash while attacking me, do not blame it on me. Though the one-eyed giant was undeniably infuriating, his mockery fell short of the mark. The oil-thieving hag spat defiantly. You said it yourself. Stand still and let us hit you. The oil-thieving hag unfastened his pants. Chapter 41. My kin can relieve themselves on anyone with a sudden splatter. Warm crimson liquid drenched the one-eyed giant. The arrogance he had displayed moments ago instantly morphed into a furious rage. You will die. Humiliation. An unprecedented level of humiliation. This second-tier wretch dared to. The massive hand grasped the oil-thieving hag's jaw, the one-eyed giant's eyes nearly spitting fire. You filthy human, you must die. It is imperative. At that moment, while the others had reached the one-eyed giant's side, they all paused in silence. Feng Chue Pipi exclaimed, Boss, you're amazing. Anzhong Qitao remarked, your method of retaliation is unprecedented. Makabaka added, Goodness, I can only express my awe. Yet, it's a pity that the game grants you this bodily function while still maintaining a health system. I'm left to only see a blur. Xingqian commented, 6, cough. Heh, how dare you call me trash? And even reduce my health to nothing. I have proclaimed that even in death, I shall urinate blood upon you. The oil thief was seized by the neck by the Cyclops, continuously coughing up blood. I shall kill you, the Cyclops hissed through gritted teeth at the oil thief. But before I extinguish your life, I must eliminate your companions as well. I want you to witness how your actions lead to the demise of your allies. With clenched teeth, the Cyclops gripped the oil thief with one hand and swiftly struck towards the beggars lurking in the shadows. This was no longer a contest against the former Goblin King's might. The 4 of them were prepared, yet in an instant, they were sent tumbling to the ground by a single slap. All of them spewed forth blood. Xingqian's head was the first to be seized. The Cyclops held the oil thief's head with one hand while yanking Xingqian's head closer, ensuring the oil thief could see clearly. Xingqian felt as if her neck might snap at any moment. However, after unlocking the second-level genetic lock, her body's resilience was astonishingly formidable. She felt an intense pressure in her head, yet her neck remained unbroken. It was unfathomable to consider how strong her body would become after advancing through subsequent levels. At this moment, she was still contemplating that once she resurrected, she would inject herself with newly acquired genes. Then, she would surely return and make this foolish Cyclops understand what true suffering entailed. Do you see? This is the consequence of provoking my wrath. I want you to witness your comrades perish. The Cyclops pressed his finger against Xingqian's head. The oil thief lamented, Sorry, brothers. Xingqian replied, This ordeal is beyond what most could endure. I feel rather impressive. The beggar in the shadows remarked, It's all right. This instance seems doomed. When you edit the footage, remember to make it dramatic and add a mosaic. As the players exchanged thoughts in their minds, Xingqian's face began to contort grotesquely. The Cyclops' finger applied increasing pressure. It was evident he sought to torment the players to death, relishing the anguish etched upon their faces. Unfortunately, they had all dulled their pain receptors and were calmly accepting their fate. TSK, in a mere moment, my kin, have you encountered peril? Suddenly, a laser beam appeared. The hand of the Cyclops that gripped Xingqian severed at the wrist. Blood erupted forth, yet the Cyclops felt no pain at first. However, the next moment, his other hand was also severed. Only then did the pain register in his mind. The door to room 306 swung open, and Wei Yuan entered with a cold demeanor. Behind him stood the head of the talent recruitment market. Ah! The Cyclops howled in agony, retreating to a corner of the room. Once he felt secure, he turned to face the newcomer. His wounds pulsated with flesh regrowth, but his complexion had paled significantly, evidently requiring substantial energy for his body to regenerate. Who are you? He glared at Wei Yuan, recognizing the human features. Are you their master? Did you issue the recruitment notice? The Cyclops possessed a reasonable intellect. Wei Yuan glanced at the surviving players, feeling a sense of relief. Just a moment ago, his precious players were on the verge of being crushed to death. How infuriating it was. It was merely a matter of not providing sufficient instructions. Wei Yuan shot a cold glare at the talent market's head. The official was drenched in cold sweat. This was a creature from the abyss, resembling a demon, appearing exceedingly ferocious. Yet, faced with the visibly irate Wei Yuan, the official's heart raced. Who could have anticipated that Lord Wei Yuan would bring along several second-tier genetic warriors for an interview? Moreover, they had not received prior notice. Even in the Central Galaxy, where law enforcement was most stringent, the strong preyed upon the weak with alarming regularity. Especially in a talent market, it was not uncommon for interviewees to bully recruiters. Typically, the officials would intervene, but this Cyclops was already at level 5. The market did not wish to offend him. However, due to this oversight, they had incurred Wei Yuan's wrath. What a loss! The official felt a chill creep up his neck, glancing at the Cyclops with the same regard one would afford a corpse. Your strength is formidable, but my actions against your kin were merely in response to their initial affront. The Cyclops sensed the dire shift in circumstances. Abruptly abandoning his previous arrogance, he pointed at the blood-soaked urine on himself, bitterly declaring, your kin, a second-tier genetic warrior, urinated on me. Now was not the time to dwell on dignity. The Cyclops recognized from the look in the official's eyes that this human was an entity he could not afford to offend. Thus, he decided to gamble that the other party would be reasonable. If his humiliation outweighed that of the human, perhaps the latter would show some leniency towards the talent market in the eyes of high-tier genetic warriors. The death of a few low-tier kin was hardly significant. Thus, the Cyclops instinctively believed Wei Yuan was offended solely due to his intent to harm his kin. Unfortunately, he had miscalculated. Why kin may urinate upon whomever they choose. Wei Yuan coldly retorted, leaving the Cyclops breathless, and you truly intended to kill them. Therefore, you must die. Chapter 42. The flagship Lord Wei Yuan, he belongs to the Cyclops clan. I care not for his race. He sought to slay my kin, and thus, I shall eradicate him. Wei Yuan cast a frigid glance at the talent market's head. If the Cyclops clan wishes to cause trouble, they may come and kill me for revenge. Is that not fair? The official trembled, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. In response to Wei Yuan's inquiry, he could only nod and reply, yes, that is indeed fair. Fairness, my foot. Who would risk offending a certifiably powerful lord over a mere commoner? Moreover, this was the most likely candidate to become the next sovereign of the Lord Academy in many years. Not everyone would be as protective as he was. The Abyssal Race's official grumbled internally, realizing that he would need to exercise caution when encountering humans in the future. The humans were utterly frenzied when it came to protecting their OWN. At this moment, the Cyclops, who had fully regrown his limbs in the corner, glared with crimson eyes. He understood. This human would not let him off. He was determined to kill him. It was absurd. How could he lose his life over those worthless beings? Although the exact strength of the human was indiscernible, he knew he could not remain idle. The Cyclops steeled himself, aware that Wei Yuan would not relent. His only chance for survival lay in a desperate gamble. Here goes. With a powerful leap, the Cyclops launched himself towards Wei Yuan. However, his primary target was not Wei Yuan but rather the gap beside him. he aimed to escape. Once he left this confined space, he could unleash his mech and flee at full speed. Yet, before the Cyclops could finish formulating his thoughts, his body became suspended mid-air. Wei Yuan had already appeared behind him, and with a precise kick to the spine of the colossal figure, a distinct crack echoed. All present heard the sound of shattering bones. The Cyclops crashed to the ground, convulsing, his singular eye reflecting sheer terror. "Please, spare me." Wei Yuan descended from his back, pressing a hand firmly upon the Cyclops' head. "But you had no intention of sparing my kin, did you?" He turned to face the players. Xingqian's skull had been deformed from the pressure, and had he arrived a mere second later, the mission would have undoubtedly failed. His 5 fingers dug into the Cyclops' head, in the depths of pain. The creature found itself rendered voiceless. With a resounding crack, the Cyclops' cranial structure, far sturdier than that of a goblin, shattered beneath Wei Yuan's grip. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, painting the scene in a gruesome hue. The players felt a wave of crimson wash over their vision. Makabaka. Good heavens, Brother Yuan is surprisingly so brutal. Oil thief. That was extraordinarily impressive. Wind blows. Long live Lord Yuan, the beggar in shadows. Sob. This is the second time Brother Yuan has saved me from peril. I adore him. Xingqian remained silent. As her body gradually healed, her beautiful eyes fixated intently on Wei Yuan. Such a method of vengeance. Was the Lord acting for her sake? Despite her inner reminders that this was merely a game. The scene before her stirred her heart deeply. If only the Lord were a real person. In that moment, she suddenly comprehended why some would fall for mere two-dimensional characters. Xingqian mused that perhaps she had indeed fallen in love. Clean up the mess. The interview continues. Wei Yuan extracted a blood-stained handkerchief from his sleeve. Though impoverished, he maintained an air of elegance. He sighed, meticulously wiping his fingers. Brother Yuan, given our current predicament, it seems we may no longer be able to proceed with the interview. Does it not? The waist of the oil thief has already been fractured, and her health is in a pitifully low state. In this moment, there is simply no way for her to recover. She can only claw her way along the ground with her hands, exerting all her strength to crawl. Wei Yuan is even tempted to reach into his pocket and toss them a couple of coins. At that moment, the beggar who operates in the shadows has also crawled over. Lying beside the oil thief, Brother Yuan, let us just say, could we possibly receive a warning in the future for such perilous tasks? We nearly faced total annihilation. Wei Yuan gazes at these two comical characters, stifling a laugh as he inquires, "Why have you not injected the Titan Giant Gene Serum? If I recall correctly, both of you should have acquired a fair amount of high-quality gene serums. Those serums, once injected, do not alter one's racial appearance. They contain the innate talents of the corresponding race, like that of the Titan Giants, who possess invincible physiques. Once injected with the Titan Giant Gene Serum, your physical attributes would surely increase tenfold. It would not be possible for a level 5 Cyclops to inflict such damage upon you." Observing the oil thief and the shadowy beggar, whose jaws nearly dropped to the ground, Wei Yuan adds with a playful jab, "So, why have you not utilized them? Is it because you do not know how to use them? An invincible physique? A tenfold increase in attributes? Does the system provide any explanation?" "None at all. I thought it was just a bottle of worthless serum." One of them responds to, "I presumed as much, especially with the insect race and the goblin race lurking ahead initially. I thought that injecting it would lead to a class change. So I nearly got myself killed before realizing, goodness, my friends, this idiotic planner has truly led us astray." The shadowy beggar stares at the few vials in his backpack, each adorned with a minuscule label, utterly dumbfounded. Wei Yuan rubs his nose, casting a discreet glance at the shadowy beggar. "Oh dear boy, the very planner you deride is right before you." The shadowy beggar suddenly feels a chill run down his spine and shudders. "Goodness, it must be due to my low health. Quick, inject it, hurry." Now that they have discerned what these substances are, there is no reason to avoid injection. The moment the pale green serum enters their bodies, the players feel a warm current coursing through them, followed by a comprehensive enhancement of all attributes. Their previously precarious health skyrockets, and their health bar expands dramatically. Goodness, no wonder this is a treasure reserved for only the top 10. The Titan Giant genes are so remarkably potent. This is exhilarating. Once the players return to reattempt the interview with the teacher, Wei Yuan steps outside for some fresh air. eager to check the rewards he received from the intelligence terminal at the academy. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a fleet of 81 navigation warships. What a windfall! Wei Yuan gazes at the navigation warships in his system backpack, unable to contain a surge of excitement. How thrilling! I wonder when I will be able to put these magnificent warships to practical use. Just as the smile spreads across his lips, another notification pops up on the system. Urgent alert! Urgent alert! Your territory is under imminent threat of attack. The Lord must return immediately. According to our calculations, the interstellar pirates' route will pass through Blue Star, and they will land in 3 days. Probability of occurrence, 97. Chapter 43. Wei Yuan felt a twinge of jealousy. The players certainly have it good. Interstellar pirates. Are they the same group of pirates from M2779? Wei Yuan's heart raced at the thought. When the system had previously provided a warning, the situation in the war zone indicated that it would take at least a month to discern a victor. Who would have thought they would return so swiftly? And through Blue Star, no less. Good heavens. Could it be my ill-fated predictions? If I wish to test the might of the navigation warships, it seems I have no choice but to deploy them. Otherwise, with the meager strength of the players, encountering interstellar pirates would undoubtedly lead to their demise. The strength of interstellar pirates is no mere boast. The crew of pirates encountered at M2779 is exceptionally formidable. In the interstellar era, apart from the Alliance, there exist 2 factions. One consists of scattered pirates pillaging resources, while the other is a rebel army that has defected from the Alliance. Compared to the rebel army, which is composed of regular military forces, interstellar pirates are akin to the pirates of yore. Indeed, they may even be more despicable than those from the Age of Exploration, engaging in rampant pillaging and senseless slaughter. Some among them are even sadistic, deriving pleasure from inflicting pain. System, can you calculate how many pirates will traverse Blue Star? The calculations have been made. The current route passing through Blue Star involves one of the groups of pirates. After being repelled from M2779, the pirates fled in a dispersive manner to evade capture by the Alliance's regular forces. This group is equipped with 70 warships, 300 advanced gene warriors, of which 10 are above level 5, and 1 is a level 7 gene warrior. Additionally, there are 800 lower-level gene warriors. If the host is unable to resolve this situation promptly, the main force of the interstellar pirates is likely to become aware of Blue Star's circumstances. Wei Yuan felt a heavy weight settle in his chest. A level 5 planet is an invaluable resource for interstellar pirates. If they discover it, they will surely make a beeline towards it. To command a battle in a war zone, there must be level 8 or even level 9 gene warriors among these pirates. Although I too am level 9, the players would be doomed without a doubt. Why resources cannot sustain the unlimited resurrection of players. Moreover, losing territory would result in the system sealing off again. Truly, I have spoken too soon. Wei Yuan lightly tapped his lips. Given the circumstances, it is indeed imperative to deploy the navigation warships. Fortunately, their number is not greater than mine in naval combat. The disparity between lower-level warriors can be disregarded. As long as I can eliminate their advanced warriors, we stand a chance. However, controlling over 100 players to manage so many warships is an insurmountable task. You have new mission objectives? Please collect them in a timely manner. Mission 1. Summon 10,000 players within 24 hours. Mission 2. Defend your territory. Eliminate the interstellar pirates passing through Blue Star within 3 days. Mission reward. Level 3 Gene Lock Serum. Basic Perception. Basic Perception? Wei Yuan opened the details of this mission reward. Basic Perception, applicable to all players, can be added to the player's basic attributes. Increasing perception will enhance the speed of skill acquisition and may even enable instantaneous absorption of knowledge. Astounding! Upon reading this description, Wei Yuan's first thought was one of sheer amazement. The distinction of my summoning ability compared to the real game lies precisely here. In the game, everything requires diligent learning. Now, with the system offering perception, what difference does this have from the game? Why did you not develop this feature sooner, dear system? Do you have any idea how much effort I exerted while studying back in school? If only I had possessed such a remarkable resource back then, I would not have had to study day and night after my arrival here. Host, this ability was developed as a result of your diligent completion of tasks. The system provided an explanation. Wei Yuan wiped away non-existent tears. The players truly have it good. He finally understands why the older generations often lament. If we had the conditions you enjoy, We would have accomplished so much. Seeing the rewards offered by the system, he feels a pang of envy. However, it is ultimately a boon for himself. He turned and entered room 306. The oil thief needs to recruit 10 weapon instructors. Received. The process of recruiting instructors is swift. After facing a level 5 Cyclops and still daring to apply, the instructors must possess considerable strength and audacity. The oil thief, feeling that these instructors seem quite decent, is at a loss. Just then, Wei Yuan approached and requested 10 at this time. All the instructors he was satisfied with were selected. Once they confirmed their choices, back on Earth, the gaming community erupted once more. The interstellar human race website displayed a massive headline. The spectral phantoms of the Star Sea, the marauding thieves, infamous for their rampant violence and pillaging, are set to land on Blue Star. Humanity is about to face an exceedingly arduous battle as they prepare to confront the interstellar pirates. Engage in a decisive battle in the Star Sea, fighting for the legacy of humanity. Interstellar Human Race is officially calling for 10,000 players to join forces with humanity. The Star Sea campaign is about to commence. Now open for 10,000 first-round testing slots. Players wishing to participate should click the link below. Selected players will receive a package from our company. Goodness, good heavens! Interstellar Human Race is finally releasing game accounts again. This time there are 10,000 accounts up for grabs. Ha ha ha, after waiting so long. It's finally my turn. Last time, with over 400,000 people scrambling for just 100 slots, it was no wonder I couldn't secure one this time. However, there are 10,000. I must get one. I want to mine. I want to read. I want to enter Interstellar Human Race. The gaming community is once again ablaze. Moreover, this time, it ignited even more fervor than the last encounter with the goblins. Clearly, the sudden release of slots is due to the impending battle, and it is against the interstellar pirates. The image released by Wei Yuan showcases the newly acquired flagship, a stunningly formidable vessel. Just a glance at the images stirs the blood. The weapons, an ultimate manifestation of modern armaments, are utterly magnificent. Chapter 44. Brother Yuan, you are eternal. An extra update for Xiao Xiao. Damn, this game has begun releasing slots again. Ever since the last time he criticized Interstellar Human Race, Tian Wangliangpia was ousted from the elite players group chat. And he has been seething with frustration ever since. The more he was disparaged, the more he was drawn to it. Upon seeing that 10,000 slots had been released, Tian Wangliangpia could not resist clicking the link to apply. With 10,000 slots available, surely one must belong to him. Late at night, with bloodshot eyes, he sat before his computer, awaiting news. Ding dong. After dozing off for a moment, a notification popped up on his screen. To his dismay, it was not about his account but rather a new post from his followed streamer, the oil thief. Tian Wangliangpia, filled with indignation, clicked on the latest update from the oil thief. He recalled that the oil thief was one of the administrators in the elite players group and was among the first to enter the game. Let us see what new content you have released. What more nonsense this trash game has to offer. Before even entering the streamer's page, Tian Wangliangpu typed a comment. Didn't the streamer say they were off to complete a special mission? How come only 5 days have passed and they're back? Did they perish along the way? Or is that game pod actually rubbish? The oil thief quickly spotted this unfriendly comment. The oil thief replied. The streamer completed the mission ahead of schedule. Alright. This task was executed remarkably well, and many unexpected events occurred along the way. It was truly thrilling. Without further ado, let us watch the video. The oil thief posted the edited video on their homepage. I must commend the gamepod of Interstellar Human Race for its impressive design. I initially thought that spending 5 days in a gamepod would leave me feeling somewhat unwell. But to my surprise, brothers, I genuinely did not feel the usual backaches from gaming. In fact, I feel a bit healthier. The oil thief flexed their back muscles towards the camera. Oh my. The streamer indeed appears much more robust. Their skin has improved. Honestly, they look quite different. This vigor is remarkable. Is this the effect of the gamepod? I recall scientific evidence suggesting that if you consistently visualize exercising a specific part of your body during cerebral activities, that muscle group might genuinely benefit. Surely, that's not pseudoscience, right? I don't have time to watch the streamer anymore. My goodness, brothers, the video released by the oil thief is genuinely something special. I'm so excited. Hurry to watch. Everyone rushed to view the content. It was incredible. The sooner you watch, the better. Remember to download it. I suspect the official might take it down due to its violent nature. The viewers flocked to watch the video. Tian Wangliangpur, harboring a critical mindset, also went to watch it. However, he did not anticipate that the moment he clicked on the video, he would seemingly hear the sounds of cannon fire. Everywhere he looked, interstellar beings were dodging the onslaught of war. They resembled humans but had subtle differences. Yet, the desperate glimmers in their eyes were profoundly moving. What are you all waiting for? Hurry onto the starship. The voice of the administrator echoed from the video, and all viewers beheld the immense, technologically advanced starship. Following the perspective of the oil thief, they entered the kitchen. The balloon person spat out saliva containing brain worms. The star cut through the skull, extracting the brain worm's tendrils. Ukaz, with a brain worm adorned with facial features, and the climactic battle with the Cyclops ensued. Every viewer felt as though they were truly experiencing the interstellar adventure through the oil thief's perspective. Especially when the oil thief's neck was gripped tightly, watching as the star's head was about to be crushed. Every viewer held their breath, their heartbeats quickening, until the moment Wei Yuan appeared. Salvation! As the viewers beheld Wei Yuan's figure, they sensed a radiant aura emanating from him. It was utterly breathtaking. It felt as if they were there in person. My goodness, this game is simply phenomenal. I nearly forgot that I was merely watching a video recorded by the oil thief in the game. I can hardly imagine how intense the immersion would be once truly inside this game. Woo-woo, when Brother Yuan declared, "My kin," it brought me to tears. Goosebumps erupted all over my body. Brother Yuan is the best, eternal youth. Truly, it was so cool. While watching, I almost believed the oil thief would log off like that. My heart is still racing violently. It was astonishing. Upon seeing Brother Yuan, I felt an overwhelming urge to cry. Chapter 45. What can be done? The human race is weak. Tian Wangliangpa stared at his computer screen, refreshing the page repeatedly. However, when the page finally displayed that all accounts had been allocated, he still had not received any information regarding his account. Damn it. Nothing. Again, nothing. Why is that? The man sat in front of the screen, driven to madness, his eyes bloodshot, as he swiftly opened the alternate account he had created to insult interstellar human race. What a trash game, to start releasing accounts again so soon. They must be waiting to harvest the money from the gullible players. A bunch of fools eagerly lining up to be scammed. Even if I were to obtain an account, I wouldn't bother playing. Just a worthless game. After venting his frustration, Tian Wangliangpa picked up his phone, only to find a screenshot posted by a new player in a game group. Snowfall. Wow, as a complete newbie, I initially thought this game looked like a newly released sci-fi movie. I never expected it to be an incredibly popular game. And more surprisingly, I got in. Snowfall. Image.jpg. This was a large group of 3,000 members, many of whom were seasoned players like Tian Wangliangpa. There were few newbies. He recognized Snowfall. Indeed, she had just started exploring the game and seemed to be doing so specifically to learn about interstellar human race. How could she have snagged an account immediately? Why is this happening? Tian Wangliangpa. Oh, it's just an account. What is there to brag about? There are so many of us in the group. You're not the only one who got an account. Tian Wangliangpa. Who are you showing off to in this group? Stupid fool, it's just an account. Do you really think you're something special? Tian Wangliangpa. With no skills? You'll only meet your demise in this game. It's not something a newbie should even attempt. Suddenly, the group fell silent, everyone watching Tian Wangliangpa rant in the chat. His sour grapes attitude was utterly ridiculous. Snowfall. Are you feeling sour? Snowfall. I remember your ID. You previously claimed Interstellar Human Race was a trash game, and even if it were given to you, you wouldn't play it, so why are you now bitter upon seeing me get an account? Snowfall. Lemon Dog. Tian Wangliangpa let out a cry of frustration, shouting in his rented room. Stupid fool, damn it, Tian Wangliangpa. What the hell are you saying? You don't get to speak in this group. If you've got guts, give me an offline address, and I'll come find you. Snowfall. Oh, great. Come to S-City, John Group, tell me your ID, and come find me. Snowfall. Image.jpg. She sent a picture taken from the top of a tall building. At this moment, atop the Jiang Group, Jiang Shuer tossed her long, curly hair back. She had never been insulted like this. Even online, she would have to invite someone out to teach this rude individual a lesson. However, after sending the message, the other party remained unresponsive. Snowfall. Oh ho ho, you're not backing out, are you? Snowfall, even if you don't come find me, I will hunt you down. Tian Wangliangpu. Holding his phone, trembled at the message from Snowfall. He swiftly exited the group. From that image, he recognized the familiar building. He currently resided in S City. The perspective from which the photo was taken was evidently from the rooftop of the Jiang group. Jiang Shuer never anticipated that this person would be so cowardly. With a scoff, she heard the front desk call, stating that a strange delivery box had arrived downstairs. Her previous authoritative demeanor vanished as she gleefully dashed down to open the package. Jiang Shuer had never played games, but she had seen videos recorded by interstellar human race players while trending on the headlines. The visuals and the term interstellar captivated her. The virtual reality looked so real. The players' unanimous praise was irresistible for her, an interstellar enthusiast. Moreover, this battle prominently featured warships. It was simply the romanticism of interstellar warfare. Within the Interstellar Alliance, all commanders sat around a circular table, the old principal of the Lord Academy among them, nervously observing the head of state who convened the meeting. The expression of the other party was quite serious, and beside him stood a virtual youth, the embodiment of A. The purpose of gathering everyone today was due to AS calculations regarding the movements of the pirates attacking M2779 star. As soon as the F-rare S words fell, some seated individuals began to speak. What is there to calculate? I see the support from the 7th Military District already here, to my knowledge. They have been beaten back and are preparing to flee into the Starry Sea. Desperate enemies should not be pursued. These interstellar pirates are indeed very difficult to capture while traversing the Starry Sea. The resources expended in capturing them far exceed what they possess, making it a futile endeavor. Several individuals continued to voice their opinions below. The F-rare's expression remained unchanged. Instead, he turned to A. This is the model I have constructed. Based on the scale of this battle, it appears that the pirates attacking M2779 star are likely part of the Octopus Gang, one of the 3 major pirate factions. Given the scale, even with the support of the 7th Legion, their sudden retreat is quite unusual. Furthermore, their route of departure is in a fan-shaped pattern. It does not seem like a flight from danger, but rather resembles a thorough search for something. A model diagram appeared before everyone, with the pirates' escape trajectories marked, along with several planets they would pass by. Upon seeing the landmark of Blue Star, the old principal could no longer remain seated at F-rare. We may need to provide support. He pointed to the landmark of Blue Star. The child of the human race has been allocated territory right here. The child of the human race? Everyone reacted. Are you referring to Wei Yuan? Yes, I have heard that this child named his territory Blue Star. The name human race had not been heard for many years. This was the only lord the human race had cultivated over the years. It was said that his strength surpassed that of Feng Yu, and the F-rare's grandson was certainly no match for him. Shoo! The scene erupted into noise for a few seconds. The old F-rare cast a glance at the last few Alliance members who had spoken. Everyone fell silent, except for the old Principal S. Beard, which trembled slightly. F-rare, we all know the strength of the Octopus Gang. Even if the First Legion were to launch an attack, they might not be able to subdue them. Wei Yuan's territory has only just begun to develop and is hardly a match for the Octopus Gang. Moreover, he is a descendant of the human race, the last hope of humanity. If we do not lend him a hand, it would be difficult to explain to the human race. The old principal spoke while glancing at A. It should be noted that A's development was significantly aided by the contributions of the human race. Principal, as the F-rare of the Interstellar Alliance, I will not show favoritism. Regardless of which race within the Alliance it concerns, I will find a way to assist. However, their position is indeed quite remote. The F-rare's intention was clear. He would offer assistance, but only as a formality, adhering strictly to protocol. Furthermore, from the diagram, it was evident that a mere few thousand pirates would pass by Wei Yuan's small planet. And he, being an excellent student of the Lord Academy, should be able to hold out until the supporting forces arrive. The old principal's complexion instantly turned pale. The F-rare was not wrong. But the premise was that Wei Yuan's planet held no value. A planet without value would naturally not attract attention. However, his planet was a level 5 star. Level 5, sufficiently significant to draw the attention of the main forces of the Octopus Gang. Wei Yuan would undoubtedly have no trouble dealing with those smaller factions. But, could such a small force withstand the main army? The old principal's gaze swept across all present. They all understood the gravity of the situation. Yet now, not a single person spoke. The truth was that the human race had already weakened. The principle of when the people leave, the tea goes cold was vividly illustrated at this moment. The old principal sighed. He was not worried about Wei Yuan falling to the octopus gang. If that child exerted his full strength, he could potentially annihilate the entire gang single-handedly. However, if his kin suffered heavy casualties as a result, this child, who already harbored some reservations about the alliance, would likely feel even less sense of belonging. All right, old principal, he is merely a genius. Our alliance produces a few exceptional talents each year, does it not? Indeed, we also made it through such trials back in the day. Young people will inevitably encounter setbacks. Interstellar warfare is brutal. In the face of such events, one can only say that the fate of the human race is as it is, and we can only do our best. The comments from several important figures of the Alliance sent chills down the old principal's spine. Are you all planning to just stand by and watch? Chapter 46. Emilio is grounded. Knock, knock, knock. The door of the room was rapped upon. Emilio, nestled in her soft blanket, was in a drowsy slumber. After several spatial jumps, she had arrived home and immediately fallen into a deep sleep. Hearing the knocking, she mumbled, "Dad, I'm so tired. Let me sleep a bit longer. Please take that bloodthirsty sap from the bloodthirsty tree to Mom. I want to be having dinner." After speaking, she buried her head back into her sleep. Outside, the couple exchanged glances. The gentlewoman sighed, suggesting they wait for Emilio to wake up and check the star network for herself. "Aren't you afraid she might recklessly fly her mech to Blue Star? The child seems obedient, yet she is quite rebellious." Emilio's father wore a serious expression. Had he not discovered a large batch of goods missing from their home and that she had piloted the transport ship away? He would never have known that Emilio had ventured alone into a war zone. Thankfully, this reckless child knew how to use spatial jumps and was lucky enough not to be spotted by the main forces of the pirates. Otherwise, they would have been frantic. Even after seeing their child return safely, Emilio's father was still filled with trepidation. Yet when he saw Emilio's determined face as she declared her affection for Wei Yuan, he felt his heart was about to explode. "Emilio, get up. We need to discuss matters concerning your senior." Emilio's father called loudly into the room. With a snap, the door swung open. Emilio's pink hair spilled over her shoulders, and her eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at her father. "Dad, do you agree to the marriage with the human race?" Emilio's father felt a vain throb on his forehead, his fist itching to strike Emilio's head. "Emilio, what your mother and I want to discuss is not this that it's about Wei Yuan's territory being attacked by pirates. Your father and I hope you will refrain from intervening." Emilio's mother spoke gently, quickly seizing Emilio, who was about to leap up to launch her mech. "Mom, let me go. I need to." Wah! Emilio's mouth was sealed. A calming agent was injected into her body. Emilio's mother held her daughter, who had closed her eyes, just as she sighed, only to see Emilio suddenly open her eyes, leap into the air, and release her mech. "Tao Tao. Goodbye, Mom and Dad. I'll return after helping my senior evade this attack." Emilio pressed down on her arm, where the calming agent had been injected, and controlled the flow of blood within her body, gradually expelling the most concentrated portions of the calming agent. "Tao Tao, full speed ahead to Blue Star." "Master, we cannot proceed." The mech Tao Tao displayed the entire visage of Kashiwei satellite. "Your father has activated the no-fly defense network." "What?" Emilio looked down to see her father's face twisted in anger. "Emilio, come down. This is no joke. Even the Alliance military may not be able to rescue them. Your going there is simply causing chaos. Do you want your senior to have to worry about you while trying to escape?" Emilio found herself confined to her room. Once drowsy, she now found it impossible to sleep. She logged onto the Star Network, where students from the academy were discussing the situation, though most believed that Wei Yuan's territory would surely be lost. Opening her communicator, Emilio sent a message. "Senior, are you all right? Wei Yuan. On my way." After sending this message, Wei Yuan added, "All is well, no need to worry." At this moment, he was piloting the navigation ship at full speed. The oil thief and others had long entered the navigation ship's hibernation chamber and logged off. Without spatial jumps, they could not return to Blue Star. Attention all players, the game version is being updated. Please log off within 10 minutes. During the version update, players will receive game pods sent by the game company. The update time for this version is 1 hour. The game announcement went out, and all players logged off. I haven't T-mined all my resources yet, and I have to log off. There are only a few hours to play each day. Are they giving game pods to everyone? Wow, that's amazing. Old players were both astonished and delighted. I saw in the promotion that a great battle is about to occur. Last time, I made a small fortune. This time, there should be good rewards as well. Is it really that great? This time the downtime for an hour is for an update. They must be releasing something even more impressive. Once they logged off, all players received their game pods. During the hour of waiting, players busied themselves showcasing the game pods they received online. Those who did not manage to snag an account were green with envy. The hot headlines constantly featured the term interstellar human race. Never dropping from the spotlight, an hour swiftly passed. As the lights of 10,130 sleeping pods illuminated in unison within they, players emerged from their chambers, witnessing the awe-inspiring sight of so many individuals logging into the game simultaneously. The sheer scale was somewhat staggering. The character known as had fallen asleep aboard the. Upon awakening, she was astonished to find herself back in her territory. More than 10,000 players logging in at once truly encapsulated the essence of gaming. Had long anticipated the popularity of this game, yet when the moment finally arrived, and the player count surged from a mere 100 to over 10,000, she was still taken aback by the overwhelming turnout. "Dear kin, please gather at the center of the territory," resonated the voice of through this intercom. "Is that really you? Wow, I can sense a grave atmosphere. It seems we are in for a fierce battle," exclaimed an excited player, eager to head towards the central square. The veteran players strolled with jovial laughter, while the newly joined ones gazed in wonder at their surroundings, immersing themselves in a world that felt utterly real. By the way, newcomers, don't forget to adjust your pain sensitivity. However, if you wish to level up more rapidly, you may choose not to, shouted as she walked along. Among the novice players, eyes sparkled with immense surprise. This is no mere game. It is undeniably a real world. She reached out to touch her face, which felt exquisitely smooth, and the air was refreshingly crisp, far removed from the stuffiness of the big city. A freshness that no new air system could rival. "Whoa, what are you doing here?" Suddenly, playfully tapped the player named, whose real name was. "You're playing this game too?" Turned to see and exclaimed, "I can't believe it's really you." Was equally taken aback, was a nightmare for every child in their social circle. Having graduated not long ago, she took charge of the family business and, within a few short years, adeptly transformed from a traditional enterprise into an emerging powerhouse. Truly, she was the quintessential model student. Yet now, encountering her within a game was unexpected. This game has gained immense popularity, and upon seeing it, I found it fascinating enough to try and snag an account. To my surprise, I managed to get one. "I heard it's an interstellar game?" Inquired. Nodded nervously. "Yes, your luck is incredible. It's rare to secure an account in this game. I arrived earlier than you, so feel free to ask me if you have any questions." Although was not an avid gamer, he was still more versed in entertainment than, who, for the sake of her family business, had not attended gatherings with peers for years. Everyone could only catch a glimpse of her during significant events. To see such a legendary figure come to life before him filled with pride, knowing he had arrived first and was performing better in the game. If ever his family brought up to belittle him, he could retort that he was the one guiding her through the game. "Come, let me take you to the central square. We just returned from other planets, and you have no idea how fun this game is. Besides the impressive virtual reality, the environments and characters are exceptionally well crafted." As spoke, he led outside. A resounding roar erupted overhead, as a fleet of dark, orderly hovered majestically in the air. The mere sight of these colossal steel beasts evoked a palpable sense of impending conflict. As the powered up, a subtle rumble filled the air, amplifying with the presence of 81 vessels. Upon glancing up, was captivated by this magnificent steel behemoth. So beautiful, so intimidating. What is this? Why is it so astonishing? She had never encountered such a flawlessly crafted weapon of war, akin to a piece of art. "Fellow kin, interstellar pirates are approaching. To defend our homeland, we must intercept them before they discover." The announcement declared that these 81 would lead the charge against the pirates. "I have enlisted several instructors who will teach you how to operate the warships. You have only 3 days to learn." The players were enraptured by the grand aesthetic of the warships. Interstellar weaponry had undergone countless iterations, and these warships surpassed mechas as formidable heavy artillery. In significant battles, the presence of an additional warship could determine the outcome. The instructors brought by were also rendered speechless by the sight before them. 81. These are not mere ordinary vessels. To possess 81 is tantamount to an entire fleet. Even a medium-sized military district would consider itself affluent with just one flagship, while the rest are standard warships. Yet here, commands a staggering 81. This is madness. The instructors, who had traveled with two, were astounded. Who would have imagined he possessed more than just one? Moreover, beyond the ship that brought them, there were 80 additional vessels. I was worried about dying on, but this is simply beyond comprehension. The foundation of the human race is far more profound than anticipated. It seems the speculations on the Star Network were misguided. A group of instructors gathered, unable to contain their thoughts. When they first learned that pirates would pass through, they contemplated resigning. After all, it was not worth risking their lives for a job, no matter how lucrative. Yet, they feared incurring the wrath of, which could lead to their demise before even reaching. Thus, they nervously followed him, gradually feeling at ease upon seeing the awaiting them now, with the sight of so many. The instructors believed their lives were assured. After all, these were. Should a battle ensue, activating the warships for an escape would be entirely plausible. However, had just stated that they would teach his kin skills for only 3 days. 3 days. 3 days. The expressions of the weapon masters turned pale in such a short time. How could they possibly master the operation of a warship? Are we really expected to pilot a warship against interstellar pirates on our very first day of work? The faces of all 10 weapon masters were grave, their hands trembling slightly. Operating a warship necessitated meticulous coordination. The sheer number of buttons, alongside the timing of combat maneuvers, was beyond the capabilities of an average individual. Typically, all crew members aboard a warship would need years of collaboration to harness its full potential, yet expected them to teach these seemingly curious humans to operate a warship within 3 days? Was he out of his mind? The 10 weapon masters exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of concern and despair. Yet, the players erupted into jubilant cheers. Are we really about to engage in battle? This is incredible. I get to pilot a warship myself? This is the essence of an interstellar game. Real operations? It's exhilarating just to think about. When do we start learning? Players clamored excitedly, I want to learn right now. This was the true allure of an interstellar game. Mining daily was trivial in comparison. They craved the thrill of cannon fire and the taste of bloodshed. Eagerly, the players rolled up their sleeves, their bodies trembling with anticipation at the sight of the protruding gun barrels on the warships. Let us commence immediately. Everyone, divide into 10 groups and follow the instructors for training. Wei Yuan gently stated. 3 days is ample time for them to master the operation of the flagship warships. There is no need for you to worry about the teaching. What you must do is select those among my kin who possess leadership qualities. I intend to entrust the entirety of this impending battle to them. What? Gavin, the most formidable among the weapon instructors, stiffened in disbelief as he gazed at Wei Yuan. Why, Lord Wei Yuan, forgive my audacity. But the adversary you face is the Squid pirate crew, ranked 3rd among the pirates of the Starry Seas. Even with 81 flagship warships at your disposal, I fear it may not guarantee victory, especially with such low-level warriors at the helm. Gavin hesitated to voice the fact that of the over 10,000 individuals, merely 100 or so were genetically enhanced warriors, while the rest were ordinary people. To entrust the operation of flagship warships to those who had scarcely encountered them in their lifetimes, was that not akin to courting death? Gavin's face flushed crimson, yet he lacked the courage to confront Wei Yuan directly. Even if you do not believe in my kin, you ought to have faith in me, Wei Yuan declared, casting his gaze over the instructors. Aside from the weapons instructor, the others bore unmistakable expressions of concern. Surely, I did not bring you all this way merely to lead you to your demise, I assure you. Even if my territory is overrun, you will be able to depart unharmed. Exchanging glances, the instructors fell silent, recognizing that with Lord Wei Yuan's assurance, further protest would be futile. They could only hope that when the time came, they would indeed leave intact, for after all, Blue Star was an unfathomable distance away. With no established routes, operating mechas, they risked running out of energy and perishing amidst the starry seas. Either way, death was the only certainty. A shadow of despair loomed over all the instructors. Meanwhile, the players had nearly completed their registrations. Damn it, a bunch of beasts. I just saw it. The only female instructor's spot was snatched up the moment it was released. Exactly. A group of old lechers. I, on the other hand, was merely captivated by the pleasing sound of teacher Alice's name and signed up. Among the instructors, Gavin was the strongest, positioned at the forefront. Regardless of not securing a spot in teacher Alice's class, he felt indifferent towards the others. All players have successfully registered. Special attribute activated. Basic insight. The voice of the system echoed in the minds of all players. Basic insight by the winds. I cannot believe it. Feng Chue Pai Pai, accompanied by Shue Shue, was on his way to meet the oil thief granny when the system announced the special attribute. He immediately opened his personal details page. Player, Feng Chue Pai Pai level, LV2 gold, 14,759. Insight, 3. Skills, none. This game's personal page is still so rudimentary, he mused. Oil thief granny was also examining her insight, prompting Feng Chue Pai Pai to casually inquire, brothers, what is your insight level? 6. Xingchen replied, big shot, I am genuinely asking. Mine is 3. Feng Chue Pai Pai admitted. Really, it's 6. Xingchen confirmed I have 5. It seems quite decent, oil thief granny chimed in, begging in the shadows. I'm a bit stronger with 7. After everyone had shared their insights, they turned to Makabaka. What about you? Makabaka's cheeks flushed. 1. Ha 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 1? Ha 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 Makabaka, you truly. Feng Chue Pai Pai burst out laughing. Oil thief granny covered her mouth, laughing heartily, until she received a playful slap on the back from Makabaka. Insight is not the same as intelligence. What are you laughing at? Makabaka's face reddened. She merely struggled with theoretical subjects in school, yet had no issue with gaming. Why, then, was there suddenly a concept of insight in this game? It was simply absurd. Oil thief granny giggled at Makabaka. I know it's not related to intelligence. We were in the same high school class. You merely struggled a bit with math and science, and no worries, I'll look out for you. Look out for me? Can't you see that insight can be upgraded? Makabaka angrily kicked oil thief granny. She then opened her gold count, attempting to upgrade her insight. Wait, upgrading insight by 1 point costs me 1,000 gold? After it reaches 10 points, does it then cost 10,000 gold to increase? Highway robbery. Even for veteran players, the difference was merely a week or two in their starting time. Everyone's gold was limited, and Makabaka had a relatively larger amount. Nevertheless, she could only afford to raise her insight to TN. As oil thief granny and the others hastily checked their gold to determine how much they could upgrade. Feng Chue Pai Pai sidled up to Shue Shue, grinning mischievously. Sister Shue, since you just arrived and probably lack gold, would you like me to lend you some? You see, gold is quite hard to come by in this game. Mining all day might yield only 50 gold. I'll lend you some gold in the game, and you can pay me back offline. Consider it a purchase of my gold. Does your brother not give you money? Shue Shue asked. He does. Heh, but not much, not enough to spend. Feng Chue Pai Pai smiled ingratiatingly. You're playing this game every day. Do you even need to spend money? Shue Shue revealed her page to Feng Chue Pai Pai. And after you upgrade your points, you likely won't have any gold left to lend me. She chuckled lightly. Feng Chue Pai Pai remained undeterred. Sister Shue, don't underestimate me. I have, whoa. Chapter 49. Gavin. Hold on. Feng Chue Pai Pai's exclamation drew the attention of those still bickering. Although Makabaka's insight was low, her keen eyes spotted Shue Shue's personal page, where a staggering 20 appeared before her, leaving her momentarily dizzy. Whoa, girl. Where did you find such genius? Isn't it better for everyone to play within 10 points? Oil thief granny shouted, spinning in place. Even Xingchen widened his eyes. Whoa, sister, you are truly my sister. As players expressed their astonishment, Wei Yuan was equally taken aback. He could see players' attributes from the back end and could assure that this insight was not arbitrarily assigned by the system. All players' insight values were calculated through systematic evaluation. Have I summoned a monster? Starting with an insight value of 20. This woman. Wei Yuan clicked on her identity, and the system laid out all of Shue Shue's detailed information before him. Good heavens, she has been a prodigy since childhood. Wei Yuan swallowed hard. My luck is unparalleled. Ha 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 ha. Just as he needed a competent commander for the battle against the Squid Crew's high-level genetically enhanced warriors. The remaining pirates would be left for the players to handle. Wei Yuan was not particularly worried about winning. His main concern was maintaining the defensive line to prevent the pirates from discovering Blue Star. Suddenly, The emergence of such a high-insight female leader seemed a fitting solution to temporarily take on the role of commander. Unbeknownst to Shuela, who was unaware of Wei Yuan's interest in her. She merely found the game intriguing. After all, insight could be upgraded with gold. So what was there to be surprised about? Let us focus on learning to operate the warships, she declared, gazing up at the magnificent flagship warships suspended in midair, which captivated her. This company was formidable and mysterious. Before logging into the game, she had conducted thorough research. The delivery of the gaming pods was conducted in secrecy, with seemingly specialized couriers, and she could not even trace their specific information. As if they had materialized out of thin air. Shuela even began to suspect that this game was developed by some clandestine organization. Sister Shue is right. Let us go learn. I see I registered for Teacher Gavin. Sister Shue, you're also with Gavin? Let us go together. Take me along. Feng Chue Pai Pai followed closely behind Shuela, resembling a sycophant. Observing his demeanor, Shuela chuckled lightly and did not refuse. After all, they were all part of the same circle. Zhang Tao appeared to be a reckless second-generation heir, yet was far better than his scheming older brother. Let us go learn. Oil Thief Granny and the others joyfully made their way to the learning area. As the strongest veteran players, although their insights did not match Shuela's. They shared her sentiment. This attribute could ultimately be upgraded with gold. Completing a few tasks would allow them to catch up. Once the players befriended each other in the game, they each departed. Shuela found herself somewhat surprised. In the real world, she seldom encountered individuals like them. What is up, Sister Shue? Feng Chue Pai Pai inquired curiously upon noticing her halt. Shuela replied, I just feel that your friends are quite different from the people we usually meet. The wind whispered playfully, and it instantly dawned upon him that it had begun to snow. He chuckled heartily and nodded. Indeed, they are much cleaner and more innocent than those in our circle. After all, we are merely here to enjoy the game. Who would bother scheming against others? Besides, this game is all about safeguarding humanity. We are all of the same kin. In that moment, Jiang Shuer found herself grasping why some individuals were so fond of gaming. Let's go. Her ID appeared soft and endearing, yet she herself exuded an aura of a powerful woman. Tall and slender, with proportions that were just right, complemented by a perfect oval face and a pair of slightly sharp phoenix eyes. Her presence was undeniably striking. Look, there's Teacher Gavin. Wind-blowing Fanny spotted Gavin emerging from Wei Yuan's vicinity. She called out enthusiastically, waving, Teacher Gavin, we come to learn. Please take us upstairs for our studies. Gavin, already brimming with pent-up frustration, recalled Wei Yuan's nonchalant demeanor and glanced at the humans rushing towards him to learn. A lowly warrior, upon encountering a high-ranking genetic warrior, showed neither respect nor decorum. It was utterly intolerable. Steady. Hold it together, Gavin. You don't want to perish here. He mentally chastised himself, recalling how the one-eyed giant had been ruthlessly slain by Lord Wei Yuan for mistreating these humans during the recruitment process. He could not allow himself to be angered. Lord Wei Yuan was fiercely protective of his own. Yet, when wind-blowing Fanny casually draped her arm over Gavin's shoulder, he lost his composure. Fury erupted in his deep violet eyes. You, wind-blowing Fanny, must show respect to your teacher. At that moment, Down Snow spoke up, instructing wind-blowing Fanny to lower her hand. Having spent considerable time alongside the oil-stealing hag, wind-blowing Fanny had grown indifferent towards these NPCs. Viewing them merely as such, however, since Snow's sister had spoken, she dared not overstep further and obediently lowered her hand. Teacher, is it a convenient time for instruction now? Down Snow inquired respectfully. Gavin's irritation simmered. And he contemplated reprimanding these humans who lacked an understanding of hierarchy. I am in a foul mood, and even if I were to teach you now, I doubt you would grasp it. Does Lord Wei Yuan know you speak to us in such a manner? Down Snow retorted, unfazed. Are you dissatisfied with us, or with our Lord Wei Yuan? How could I possibly be dissatisfied with Lord Wei Yuan? Gavin hastily denied, urging them to follow him obediently if they wished to learn. He felt cornered. Within the territory of humanity, even if he truly resented these ordinary lowly beings, he had to suppress it. After all, in 3 days, the space pirates would arrive, and then he would relish seeing their arrogance shattered. Are you suggesting we should wait for a spectacle in 3 days? Down Snow inquired loudly. Just then, Lord Wei Yuan approached from a distance, Gavin's face twitched in panic as he shouted, "No, no. I was just mumbling to myself. What are you doing? Didn't you say you wanted to learn? Come along. What is wrong with this human woman?" Gavin's heart raced with anxiety. He was already apprehensive of Wei Yuan, and now he had nearly been caught speaking ill behind their backs. He looked up to see Down Snow arch an eyebrow at him provocatively. "Teacher, perhaps you should be more cautious with your words in the future. Damn it, what is wrong with these humans? Why are they not afraid of me at all?" Gavin's mind spiraled as he pondered the internal dynamics of humanity. From a distance, Wei Yuan observed the scene with a hint of amusement. Gavin, an Alliance member with decent strength and skills, had been summoned to teach, which was fitting. However, his temperament was bound to clash with the players. Little did he expect that his first encounter would be with Down Snow. "Now, please lead us to our studies. Time is of the essence, and I am sure you do not wish for Lord Wei Yuan to discover your inability to teach." Down Snow stated. Gavin's eyes widened in shock. A threat. This was an overt threat. "Fine. I shall teach you right now," he seethed, gritting his teeth, eager to see how these humans would manage the intricate operations of the navigation warship. Wei Yuan had long since granted access to the navigation warship. As long as the teachers guided the players, they could board the vessel. "Snow Sister, you are this." Once aboard the warship, wind-blowing Fanny gave Down Snow a thumbs up. "Goodness, just moments ago, I was casually draping my arm over the teacher," Down Snow remarked, her words suggesting the need for respect while her actions seemed aimed at exasperating him. "Do all NPCs in this game possess distinct personalities?" Observing Gavin, who was suppressing his anger and harboring intentions of teaching them a lesson, Down Snow found it all rather fascinating. Had this game been crafted with too much realism? Were it not for her logging in through a gaming pod? She might have doubted the authenticity of this world. Even though she had never gamed before, Zhang Shuer had conducted her research prior to diving in. Thus far, a few AI had indeed passed the Turing test. But could AI truly reach such heights? A weighty thought crossed her mind. Gavin was merely one of countless NPCs. Did even such a seemingly insignificant figure operate under intelligent AI? She knew that top-tier AI consumed resources at an astounding rate. As the game company Interstellar Humanity freely distributed gaming pods for promotional purposes, it was clear that the accompanying nutrient solutions were essential. Initially, Zhang Shuer had assumed this game relied on nutrient solutions as its primary revenue stream. Given sufficient active users, profits were inevitable. Thus, it made sense that the game soared in popularity, yet the initial investment seemed excessive. At that moment, Gavin broke the silence, wearing a disgruntled expression as he addressed his unlikable students. "Watch closely. I will demonstrate how all the procedures should be executed." With that, he began to showcase the operation of the navigation warship. Currently learning navigation warship operation procedures. On-site learning in progress. Efficiency 100. Recording learning video. Learning progress 1, 2, 3. Although Gavin harbored a degree of arrogance, his teaching proficiency was undeniably high. Learning, after all, required not only the student's comprehension but also the teacher's expertise. Despite his reservations towards these two humans, Gavin remained earnest in his instruction. After thoroughly explaining a small section of the operation, he paused to observe the two, who appeared quite serious yet infuriatingly naive. Simply watching will not suffice. You must engage in hands-on practice. Now, based on my earlier instructions, demonstrate your ability to launch low-end particle light waves to hit the target. Gavin pointed to a patch of exposed wasteland on the display screen. The goal was to shatter the massive stone into dust without any excess energy leakage. Gavin spoke gravely, anticipating the spectacle that would unfold. He secretly mused that operating low-end particle light waves was not as simple as they might believe. He intended to teach these unassuming youngsters a lesson, waiting for them to fail before showcasing his own prowess, earning their genuine admiration. "Now, commence your operation," Gavin declared, a sly smile playing on his lips. "All right, Teacher Gavin." Pressure? Down Snow felt none at all. "Wait, Snow Sister. My learning progress is stuck at 65. Wind-blowing Fanny exclaimed, seizing Down Snow's arm. "Don't worry. At 65%, you should have already learned how to aim at this spot. Just align the cannon with the target and follow my instructions." Gavin stood to the side, internally scoffing. What audacity! An ordinary human truly believed themselves to be a prodigious talent. This secondary genetic warrior was utterly useless, taking advice from someone who had never unlocked their genetic lock. It is nothing short of a disgrace, akin to that of a gene warrior, P.S. I1T used the author's words, just a little interjection here. Additional updates will be arranged progressively. The basic daily update is 2 chapters. Then I will arrange extra updates for those readers who have bestowed rewards. Xiao Xiao has completed 2 chapters. 18. Allow me to tidy your hair. 8. Username. 7004. 3. Username. 1670. 2. Sherlong, who loves braised fish. 1. For glory. 1. Chapter 51. Gavin. My mindset has collapsed. The cannon has been calibrated, energy at 15, position at 37, ready to strike, press the button for 2.7 seconds, release. Accurate, decisive. Not a hint of fluster in his command. Shueshue utilized merely 10 seconds to command Feng Shui Pippi to shatter the distant boulder according to her instructions. The wind blew, and that stone, under the monitor's gaze, was effortlessly obliterated. Initially, Gavin had planned to mock Feng Shui Pippi and Shueshue, but now he felt as if he were that very boulder, on the verge of crumbling. What had he just witnessed? A human who had yet to unlock their genetic lock, directing a second-level gene warrior to execute a segment particle wave strike. How long had she taken to learn? 17 minutes. How long did her strike task take? 10 seconds. At this moment, Gavin's mind flickered back to the time when he operated most fluidly. How long did he take? Just calibrating the cannon cost him 30 seconds. Not to mention the need to articulate all the information accurately. Teacher, during my first operation, I was a bit unskilled. Did I perform adequately? The most infuriating aspect of Shueshue was not her arrogance or haughtiness. It was her undeniable prowess, coupled with an unwavering calmness in her dialogues and gazes, as if this task were utterly mundane to her. If this could merely be deemed adequate, then what did his previous operations amount to? A complete joke? Gavin appeared to be standing still, but in reality, he had been crumbling for some time. Teacher. Feng Shui Pippi patted Gavin's shoulder. He was nearly bursting with laughter inside. Ha ha ha, indeed. No matter who encounters a prodigy like Sister Shui would be struck down. After all, she emerged from an extremely patriarchal family and managed to seize control within a few short years. Could she not be considered formidable? Delightful. Absolutely delightful. Feng Shui Pippi reveled in the sight of Gavin's crumbling expression, feeling as if she would burst with joy. This was a different thrill from the sense of revenge she felt when Yuan Gu smashed the one-eyed giant's head. This delight was pure. A slap to the face of those in the Alliance. Although the teachers were recruited by Feng Shui Pippi and her companions, they could clearly discern the fear the Alliance held solely for Wei Yuan. When faced with Feng Shui Pippi and her low-level gene warriors, these teachers exhibited a certain arrogance. Now, ha, they must be shaken by this genius, Gavin, still somewhat dazed by Feng Shui Pippi's grin, thought to himself that geniuses are not commonplace. Individuals like her, a rare genius among millions, do appear occasionally. This Shueshue is a genius, but surely Feng Shui Pippi cannot be as well. Gavin felt that perhaps he could salvage some of his teacher's dignity. You try it as well. The requirements are the same as before. This time you will act as the commander, with Shueshue as your assistant, targeting the 3 blood-draining Paulownia trees beside the boulder. Gavin maintained a stern expression. At this moment, standing beside Shueshue made him uncomfortable, as if he were being pierced by the brilliance of a genius. Thus, he averted his gaze and focused solely on Feng Shui Pippi. Am I merely seen as a soft persimmon to be squeezed? Feng Shui Pippi raised an eyebrow at Shueshue. Sister Shui, let us go. Shueshue nodded. 1 minute later, the low-end particle wave was executed with no excess energy wasted, obliterating the 3 blood-draining Paulownia trees, simultaneously revealing a player beneath who was preparing to cut trees. Hey, who was so malicious as to fire at me? The player yelled in fury. Feng Shui Pippi recoiled slightly, relieved that not only they were studying aboard the flagship. Consequently, the player below could not immediately ascertain which flagship had fired the cannon. My skills still need some refinement, I took longer than expected to calculate the data. Feng Shui Pippi scratched her head, smiling at Gavin. Noticing his somewhat dazed expression, she couldn't resist a bit of mischief. Teacher, since you're here, how about I summon a few more clan members to learn from you? They all signed up for Alice's class, but she is occupied at the moment. What do you think? Gavin returned to the quarters arranged for them by Wei Yuan. Feeling somewhat dazed, he sat on the bed, pondering for hours without comprehending the situation. Could it truly be that his talent was subpar? He supported his head with his hands, curling up slightly. Today, every student, every single one, called by Feng Shui Pippi, was learning faster than him. He had merely demonstrated once in front of them. Yet, they managed to master the low-end particle wave with the slowest among them taking only a minute. Was it truly such a simple task? Gavin recalled when he was in school, his teacher had praised him as a rare talent. It was rather laughable in retrospect. Gavin felt a mixture of laughter and tears. Good heavens, could this be the collapse of his resolve? Wei Yuan clicked his tongue. Of course, in the age of interstellar travel, the concept of resolve did not truly exist. If one were to speak of it, it would likely be a psychological ailment. It was not impossible for one to be crushed by a genius. Wei Yuan thought of the actions of Feng Shui Pippi and felt a desire to face bomb. Mischievous, he had intentionally selected players with enough gold coins to maximize their comprehension, precisely to strike Gavin down. Once their comprehension reached 10, those players' learning abilities would be above average even in the Lord Academy. Meanwhile, novice players were desperately chopping trees and mining to earn gold coins to boost their comprehension. Concerned that Gavin might genuinely crumble, Wei Yuan approached him. Gavin. Gavin numbly lifted his head, his eyes slightly reddened. Upon seeing Wei Yuan, he sighed. Lord Wei Yuan, I was too shallow, never anticipating that our kind had so many prodigies. What is there to sigh about, Teacher Gavin? To teach geniuses should be a cause for joy, no? Wei Yuan handed him a glass of juice made by the players. Do you not wish to witness the scene of the infamous squid pirate crew being thoroughly trounced by a group of low-level gene warriors? Chapter 52. Alice, my wife, is supreme. The learning video has been successfully recorded. Thank you players for your insights. All rewards will be distributed after the novice players observe and learn. Shue and Feng Shui Pippi had just disembarked from the flagship when Shue received a notification. She opened the system panel, and while she was reviewing it, Feng Shui Pippi exclaimed, Wow, Sister Shue, did you just record a video while learning? Weren't you the one who turned on the camera as well? Feng Shui Pippi pressed her lips together, trying not to laugh out loud. She hadn't recorded any teaching video. Instead, she had captured Gavin's expressions throughout. This splendid material would surely be shared with the oil-thieving witch and the others. Hee. Alice belonged to the Wood Elf clan, possessing long, dark green hair and round, glistening eyes. Despite her youth, she appeared soft and adorable. When recruiting teachers, the oil-thieving witch had directly brought her in as the lowest ranked and least skilled among all the teachers. Alice had initially felt quite anxious, fearing that her teaching would not satisfy Wei Yuan, resulting in her dismissal. Upon arriving on Blue Star, she had worried that if her first class went poorly, she might not receive her wages for the day from Lord Wei Yuan. However, unexpectedly, on her first day, as she set up course registrations on the brain interface as directed by Lord Wei Yuan, her slots were filled by his clan members. It seems my kin have taken quite a liking to you. When Lord Wei Yuan spoke, Alice felt a sense of disbelief. Recognized? Looking at her fully booked slots, she felt dizzy, but in the next moment, dread washed over her. She had only learned the operational methods of warships from textbooks in school, with virtually no practical experience, if it weren't for the lack of job opportunities after leaving school. Forcing her to eat the unpalatable nutrient solutions, she wouldn't have dared to apply for a high-paying job. Alice's large, glistening eyes widened. If she were discovered to be a fraud, it would spell disaster for her. She had just unlocked her third-level genetic lock and had only recently graduated from school. Without family support, her heart raced at the thought of the impending teaching session. Alice teacher. It's Alice teacher. I've signed up for your class. When do we start teaching? The lecherous old men all crowded around. Oh my goodness, the modeling in this game is simply extraordinary. It surpasses that of any celebrity. To be honest, green hair is my weakness. I'm absolutely in love. I hereby declare that Teacher Alice is my wife. It is everyone's duty to protect my beloved Alice. Everyone's responsibility. Alice, my wife. Oh. The players shouted exuberantly, causing Alice to shrink back in surprise. Why does it feel like the followers of Lord Wei Yuan are a tad too enthusiastic? You old lechers, go indulge in your own fantasies. I have painstakingly gathered gold to elevate my understanding to level 10. So step aside and let me study. Without gold, I feel a sense of urgency. Teacher, please teach quickly. Once we're done, I still need to mine and chop wood. Just now, While gathering gold, I nearly got shot by a cannon. Ha ha ha, dude. Are you the unfortunate soul who almost got blasted? Go away, go away. I was nearly scared to death, and yet you're here laughing. Just wait until I learn how to wield a weapon. The first thing I'll do is zap you with a lightning cannon. As the players were on the verge of causing a ruckus, Alice timidly stepped forward to intervene. Classmates, please refrain from the noise. Those who wish to learn, come to me. I will take you aboard the flagship and introduce you to the operating system. As she spoke, Alice activated the smart brain, projecting a document that was evidently an operating manual. Oh. Teacher Alice is actually using an operating manual. With my decade-long experience in teaching qualifications, I can tell, Teacher Alice, you must be a recent graduate. It's evident that this is your first job. You re so nervous that my heart is melting. Alice's face suddenly turned pale. Oh no, has she been discovered? Her eyes widened in terror as she glanced at the player who was speaking. Could it be that she was about to be dismissed so soon? Just as tears were about to spill from her eyes, her burgeoning emotions were abruptly interrupted by the players' raucous cheers. It's simply too adorable. Go. Teacher Alice, you can do it. First jobs are always like this. Look at how close she was to crying. Haha, it's absolutely adorable. Let us go. Hurry and take us to learn. If not, just let us see your operating manual. Indeed, Alice led the players aboard the flagship. She felt somewhat dazed, answering every inquiry posed by the players. It didn't seem like a teacher guiding students in learning, but rather a group of bosses evaluating interns. By the time they had toured the entire flagship, the players' learning progress had reached 100, even as they coaxed her back to the teacher's lounge. She remained somewhat bewildered. Had today's lesson been completed? Just then, the door to another chamber opened, revealing a dejected Gavin, who spotted the still-dazed Alice. Alice, how did your first day of teaching feel? Alice recalled her students' assurances that they would never inform Lord Wei Yuan about her teaching inadequacies. And her face lit up with a smile. The students are all quite pleasant. I mean, in terms of teaching, Gavin whispered. Surely he couldn't be the only one facing such bizarre students, right? Upon hearing his question, Alice's mind short-circuited. Teaching? Had she actually taught today? All she had done was explain what each button was for and how to operate certain systems. As for the detailed tutorials and practical exercises, none of that had been covered. Alice's mind was racing in panic. This is bad. The students have learned nothing. They haven't grasped anything yet. Seeing Alice's complexion grow pale as if she might perish at any moment, Gavin sensed something was amiss. You haven't taught them anything, have you? Alice lifted her head, tears threatening that I forgot. I only took them for a tour around the flagship. It's fine. You can teach them tomorrow. There should still be time. But as soon as Gavin finished speaking, Alice shook her head, murmuring, but there are only 2 days left. No, to be precise, just 1 day. The pirates will arrive on the 3rd day. How can I possibly teach everything in just 1 day? I am such a useless teacher, this is disastrous. Turning to enter the room, Alice kept muttering to herself, maybe I should call them to study tonight. I absolutely cannot let them lose their lives. Gavin watched Alice close the door, retracting his outstretched hand in silence. Could it be that it didn't matter which teacher was instructing them? Listening to the clamor outside, he noticed players already preparing to chop wood with basic energy saws. After some thought, he decided to remain silent. Around 5 or 6 in the evening, while Alice was still working on lesson plans, she suddenly caught a whiff of an incredibly enticing aroma. Gurgle Chapter 53. Teacher, can we make a deal? Ah, it smells so good. Lifting her head from her lesson plan, Alice's long green hair was now a disheveled mess, tousled from her earlier efforts. However, she was so hungry that her stomach felt as if it were glued to her spine. Completely oblivious to her hair's unruliness, suddenly, a mass of green hair appeared in front of the player who was fanning the flames and grilling. From this large tuft of green hair emerged an adorably dazed little face. Whoa, you scared me half to death. The player nearly dropped his fan in shock. Upon realizing it was their beloved teacher Alice, he steadied his trembling hands. Oh, it's you, classmate. Alice beamed at the player. What are you grilling? It smells so delicious. In truth, she didn't even remember the player's name. After all, players often had the most eclectic names. Yet the food being flipped by this young student smelled simply divine. Earlier, while in her room, The aroma had already made her salivate uncontrollably. Now that she was closer, it was almost overwhelming. Grilled chicken. It's our Lord Yuan's favorite. He comes to buy one every day. Teacher, would you like one too? Is that allowed? Alice's eyes sparkled. She swallowed hard. Are you giving it to me? Then I'll take two. She extended her two delicate fingers, looking exceptionally sweet. All right, you sit over there for a bit. I'll bring it to you shortly. The player looked at Alice's adorable demeanor, nearly melting from her cuteness. Alice felt a bit shy seeing the player agree so readily. Was it too much to ask for two grilled chickens? Casting a glance at the skewers behind the player, she noticed an array of meat and vegetable skewers. Several players nearby had just emerged from the mine after hours of toil, coming to enjoy some barbecue. Sip fruit wine and bask in the breeze. The atmosphere was simply delightful. Alice's cheeks flushed slightly. The hierarchy among the elf race is quite strict. Would elves rank in the lower to mid-tier? She had never seen humans gathering together to eat, drink, and laugh regardless of their status. Here you go, Teacher Alice, 2 grilled chickens. The fragrant grilled chicken, steaming hot, made Alice swallow again before reaching out. With sharp teeth, she took a gentle bite, tearing off a chunk of chicken along with the bone. Mmm. So delicious, flavorful, tender, and slightly spicy. This is amazing. Alice was overwhelmed with joy, her heart soaring. Tears of happiness streamed down her cheeks. The barbecue stand owner was taken aback and hurried over to inquire, "Did you burn yourself?" "Hey, you can't eat the bone. It'll get stuck in your throat." "Whoa, teacher, spit it out quickly." This grilled chicken had not been cooked to a crisp. The sudden exclamation drew the attention of nearby players who had just emerged from the mines. "Teacher Alice, are you all right?" Crying while eating. She must have burned herself. Perhaps it was too spicy. Bro, how much chili did you put in? Not much, just a little. Goodness, just a tiny bit. No wonder it made our beloved Alice cry. Hearing the commotion around her, Alice blinked in confusion. "What are you talking about?" The barbecue stand owner, whose ID was E2 Dabin, quickly asked, "Teacher Alice, why are you crying?" If this situation wasn't clarified, his stand would likely face the wrath of lecherous players. Alice gazed blankly at the concerned players, shyly lowering her head, and softly replied, "I've never had anything so delicious before." "Wait, what?" The players were dumbfounded. "Isn't there any good food in your interstellar setting?" They exchanged glances. Yuan always seemed to enjoy eating, but they had never seen him cry over it. Amilo loves to eat too, but she prefers drinking the sap from blood willow trees. Wait a moment. Didn't he, the oil thief, mention in a guide that the people of the Interstellar Alliance mostly consume nutrient supplements, which are said to taste terrible? Oh wow, I remember when I was on a diet and ate meal replacement powder. It was certainly nutritious, but living like that was utterly meaningless. So, are there really no delectable dishes in the universe? You might want to inquire. A few players exchanged glances, then turned their attention towards Itua Donbian, who was about to pose the question. Itua Donbian was equally curious. "Teacher Alice, do you believe that what I have prepared is truly delicious? When you lived outside before, did you not come across any delightful cuisine?" Alice shook her head. She had understood a modicum of what the players had previously said. Suddenly, she recalled hearing that the human race preferred to remain indoors. Initially, she had assumed it was due to their lack of strength and the vulnerability of their kin, which confined them to their settlements. However, it now appeared that it was likely because they found the nutrient paste too unpalatable. Alice took a hearty bite of the roasted chicken in her hand, exclaiming, "Even in the Central Star System, ordinary genetic warriors are limited to consuming nutrient paste. The more expensive variants merely provide a bit more energy." Alice's words ignited excitement among the players. "Isn't this a splendid opportunity to make some profit? Ha ha ha, shall we plan something when we return?" The students erupted in inexplicable cheers once more. Alice raised her hand and quietly warned, "The distance from Blue Star to other planets is simply too vast. The nearest planet is still within a war zone. If you do not dedicate yourselves to your studies, I fear we may all perish within 2 days." Itua Donbian rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Unable to establish a shop in the real world, he resolved that he must at least open one in the stars. "Brothers, are we not up for a significant venture?" He glanced at his companions. These comrades were all dedicated players, tirelessly laboring in the mines. Clearly lacking gold, yet possessing ample time in the real world. "How do we embark on this significant venture?" The players turned their attention to him. I have closely observed the paths of those seasoned players who have struck it rich. Take that mysterious beggar, for example. He seized the opportunity and thus amassed a fortune. Why don't we try something similar? Are you suggesting we sneak into the war zone and have a word with those pirates? The players exchanged glances, their resolve solidified. After all, they were players. Who among them did not relish a bit of chaos? Mining daily felt akin to being a beast of burden in reality. Yet, they lacked gold, weapons, and even spacecraft. How could they accomplish anything without funds? A player named Ergo posed a soul-searching question. Etuad Dombian turned to Alice. Teacher, may we discuss a proposition? Chapter 54. We need an angel investor. Bonus chapter, huh? Alice quickly finished her roasted chicken. Upon hearing Etuad Dombian's request for a discussion, she became alert. She sat up straight and said, Classmate, you yourself mentioned that these 2 roasted chickens are a gift to me. In her striking green eyes, the words no money were unmistakably reflected. Oh dear, teacher, it's not right for you to be suspicious of us. Etuad Dombian pulled a chair beside Alice, with the other players gathering closely around her. Eager looks on their faces. Teacher Alice, considering how well we know each other now, we genuinely need your assistance. As the saying goes, it takes 10 years to build a boat together and 100 years to foster a teacher-student bond. Our connection as teacher and students is a rare fortune cultivated over a century. Your beloved students are in dire need of your help. Will you not lend a hand? Alice listened to their words, remaining utterly unmoved. She had already discerned their intentions. Her students seemed intent on embarking upon a perilous venture, yet their lack of funds hindered their plans. It appeared they were now setting their sights on her. I have no money. She firmly shook her head. Etuad Dombian, with a glint in his eye, proposed, Teacher, if you could lend us just a bit of gold this time. Once we succeed, not only will we repay you, but we will also share the profits with you. 3 parts for you, 7 for us. The most enticing aspect was that in the future, you would become the most esteemed VIP customer of my barbecue stall. You could eat as much as you desired, whatever you fancied, all free of charge. At that moment, the resolute Alice, who had previously vowed to uphold her principles and reject any conditions proposed by her students, found herself hesitating. The prospect of indulging in a plethora of delectable foods in the future was indeed tempting. To be honest, 2 roasted chickens were merely enough to fill the gaps in her teeth. Alice swallowed hard. After all, who among them did not toil for a meal? Yet, she truly had no money. Her entire wealth amounted to a mere star coin. Embarrassed, Alice opened her smart device, revealing her paltry balance to the players. Oh dear, you are quite impoverished. It was no wonder that Alice's presence evoked a familiar scent of destitution. Shouldn't she be more concerned about the pirates? If Yuan Gu did not rescue her, she might starve. Alice's face flushed. Perhaps you should seek assistance from another teacher instead? That won't do. Teacher Alice, it is precisely because you are poor that we wish to assist you. Etuad Dombian patted Alice's shoulder. Even if you are the deity of poverty in the universe, we will rescue you from your plight. You may not have money now, but surely your salary as a teacher is substantial. Right? Go on, ask Yuan Gu for an advance on your salary. He is quite accommodating. Are you joking? Other teachers could never be swayed as easily as Alice. Alice hesitated, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. How could she, with her lackluster teaching skills, muster the courage to request an advance from Lord Wei Yuan? Moreover, to ask for one in advance. Teacher, don't overthink it, Etuad Dombian whispered conspiratorially in Alice's ear. Consider this. Workers earn money based on the work they do, right? But employers pay monthly, effectively holding your wages in their grasp. They dictate what you must do, or else you risk losing pay. However, if you request an advance on your salary, just imagine, would the employer dare to dismiss you? You have already earned a month's wage. If he tries to let you go before the month is up, would he truly have the audacity to do so? As Alice listened, she instinctively nodded. Yes, even if my teaching quality is lacking, it was Lord Wei Yuan who summoned me here. Indeed, this was a form of retribution he owed her. You, our beloved teacher, have imparted knowledge to us today. You merely need to request an advance on your salary. It does not harm Yuan Ji's interests, does it? Moreover, the pirates are fast approaching. If you were to spend that month's salary, Yuan Gu would surely not allow you to perish for the sake of that wage. Right? Exactly. Alice's emerald eyes sparkled with determination. I must go request my salary. I have already taught for a day. It is time to claim my wages. Advance my salary. Advance my salary. With newfound vigor, Alice strode confidently towards the lounge where Wei Yuan was situated. Observers noticed the once timid elven maiden now exuding an aura of authority as she left. Those in the know understood she was off to request an advance on her salary. Those unaware might have thought she was there to collect a debt owed by Lord Wei Yuan. Wait, weren't you once involved in multi-level marketing? Ergo gave Itua Donbian a thumbs up, marveling at his persuasive prowess. This rhetoric is unbeatable. Ah, it's just average, Itua Donbian waved dismissively. Given Yuan Ji's character, the money would undoubtedly be forthcoming. They began pondering what to purchase. From a distance, Wei Yuan observed the players, his expression a mix of amusement and bewilderment. Goodness, these individuals are even managing to deceive virtual NPCs? Alice, such a pure-hearted and charming girl, had fallen prey to these tricksters. Just as he was musing, there came a knock at the door. Reluctantly, Wei Yuan opened it. Well, as their leader, I suppose I should offer them some assistance. However, he decided to lower the exchange rate between star coins and gold coins slightly first. Treating it as a tax, with a smirk, he opened the door. Alice, please, come in. Is Lord Wei Yuan truly this accommodating? Alice emerged from his lounge, bewildered. 200,000 star coins. Had that just been deposited? This was the first time in her life she had seen her account balance adorned with so many zeros. Staring at the figures, Alice felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Yet, as the players gathered around her, she felt a pang of reluctance. The wages she had just received were already destined for these little rascals. Haha, I told you Yuan Gu would provide. Quick, teacher Alice, transfer your salary over to us, so I can purchase some gear. Noticing Alice's reluctance, Itua Donbian quickly reassured her, once we complete our tasks, we will certainly return this money to you. With a grin revealing 8 pearly teeth, Itua Donbian promptly exchanged the star coins for gold coins in the system and set off to buy. Renting 6 mechas, thermal weapons, particle sniper rifles, and photon grenades. Chapter 55, Agreement 3. I will no longer lose my iron steed. 200,000 star coins only exchanged for 1 million gold coins. It seems the exchange rate has changed, but this sum is sufficient for us. Let us first arm ourselves. We are about to acquire mechas. How exhilarating. They are all new players, and their knowledge of the game was gleaned entirely from videos shared by seasoned players like the Oil Stealer. When Brother Yuan piloted the Mo Yun mecha and descended from the sky, they were utterly envious. Watching the gold coins transfer into their accounts, their hearts burned with excitement. Mechas. Place the order. All the weapons appeared before their eyes. After completing the summoning task, Wei Yuan's system upgraded automatically. The upgraded system could directly transport items from the system mall to the players' hands. And the mechas, gazing at the array of weapons before them, while the players were astonished, what they truly wished to see was the mechas, the ultimate romance for men. The mechas you ordered are currently in the delivery process. Please be attentive to receive them. The system's prompt appeared just as 6 beams of light flew in from the distant sky. Thud, 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 thud. 6 sleek, silver-glowing battle mechas stood before the players. 3 meters tall. Their eyes emitted a bright light as they scanned the players. Rental clients confirmed. Please receive. The players' game panels displayed a receive button. What is this? Itua de Bien's hands and feet trembled. Such towering mechas, are they truly just rented? How thrilling. How thrilling. After confirming receipt. Allow me to introduce myself. We are the BT series mechas. My number is 003. Number 004. Number 005. Number 006. Number 009. Each mecha's voice was quite similar, yet upon closer listening, there were subtle differences. Upon hearing the mechas announce their series as BT, Itua de Bien exclaimed, "Oh, then your pilots must be called Iron Steeds?" BT 003, standing opposite Itua de Bien, tilted its head in confusion. Apologies, I do not know what you mean by Iron Steed, but our pilots are generally referred to as masters. But we are renters. Temporary masters, no, from now on, you shall call us Iron Steeds. Ergo Z, standing beside Itua de Bien, jumped up and shouted in excitement. He is a seasoned player of Titanfall. Iron Steed. The mechas inquired of the players. Other players also cheered excitedly. BT. Do not underestimate the bond between BT and Iron Steed. It's igniting. Woohoo. Agreement 3. I will no longer lose my Iron Steed. Trust me, Trust me, trust me. The mechas exchange glances after observing the players' jubilant cheers. These masters' kin seem rather peculiar. They have an internal chat code. The mechas immediately began to communicate. 003. The Iron Steed seemed to be conversing. Will we sacrifice ourselves for them? 006. But the master has stated that if a task proves impossible, he may abandon his kin and leave. 007. They are shouting. Agreement 3.008. Command unrecognizable. Agreement 3 voided. Let us adhere to the master's commands. 004. New Agreement 3. We may lose Iron Steeds. 005. Saigao. 005 suddenly gave a thumbs up to the other mechas. This action coincided perfectly with the players shouting, "Trust me. Alright, let us first proceed to the nearest battle zone and face those fearsome pirates. Alright, let us go." The mechas came with a user manual upon purchase. The players took the manual and entered the cockpit, beginning their lessons. Operating the mechas was significantly simpler than piloting a starship. The key was to establish a mental link with the mecha. As the players perused the manual, their mechas had already opened the cockpit. We possess independent consciousness. Iron Steed's level is too low. If forcibly linked, their minds will suffer trauma. You may issue commands directly, and we will execute them autonomously. The mechas do not look down upon the players. It is just that, under normal circumstances, levels are tied to mental strength. If the players were truly ordinary humans, those level 1 small fries would likely be overwhelmed and rendered fools by the torrent of data upon linking with the mechas. However, are they ordinary humans? E2Audibien chuckled. Mental link? Ergo Z immediately grasped E2Audibien's meaning. So we are to become one with the machine. Alright, I found the reason I can't find a girlfriend. It's all your fault for being old perverts, thinking not of women but of mechas. Another player slapped E2Audibien on the back, lamenting. Are your experience points really that absurd now? The player's words left the mechas somewhat perplexed. Yet, upon seeing the mechas' confused gazes, all the players regained their solemn demeanor. When adults speak, children should not pry. Mental link, can BT really look down upon us? If I fail to link successfully, I am unworthy to be your Iron Steed. E2Audibien nimbly crawled into the mecha's cockpit. Grasping the mental link conduit of BT-003, he pressed it against his temple. The mechas were prepared to control their data flow. Unexpectedly, the next moment, all their data was received, and the players opened their eyes. Wow, how cool, everything is digitalized. Ergozi opened his eyes, and everything around him bore labels. As he focused on an object, all its data would instantly appear. He would remember it directly. This sensation of the brain seemingly being fully unlocked was simply exhilarating. Let us go. E2Audibien extracted the coordinates of the nearest battle zone from BT-003's data stream. Fortunately, he could reach it by relying on the mecha. Let us move. 6 beams of dark light flashed. They soared into the sky, breaking free from Blue Star's gravity and entering the starry sea. Alice, holding a large skewer of grilled meat that E2Audibien had prepared, became increasingly apprehensive as it suddenly dawned on her that she might have been deceived. What to do? If Lord Wei Yuan finds out, he might skin her alive. With this thought, she ate even more voraciously, determined to be a glutton in her last moments. Chapter 56. I have not betrayed the Alliance. Consider my conscience. Alice felt somewhat bewildered. The skewers she had just held had now been transferred to Wei Yuan's hands. Watching the 6 players vanish into the sky, Wei Yuan bit into a piece of crispy grilled pork belly. Among his kin, few possessed such exceptional grilling skills. Wei Yuan sighed and ate even faster. Alice, gazing at the rapidly disappearing skewers, was filled with tears. Lord Wei Yuan. She wanted her skewers back. After all, whether she stuck her neck out or withdrew it, it would still end in a knife. Even if she were to die, she wished to savor one last bite before her end. Unfazed, Wei Yuan continued to eat voraciously before Alice, leisurely chewing. Alice. Chew, chew, chew. I already understand why you chose to chew, chew, chew. Advance your salary. Chew, chew, chew. In the future, when you eat grilled meat for free, chew, chew, chew. Do remember to take me along. Just as Alice took a deep breath, preparing to speak, Wei Yuan swallowed his food, raised his hand to reveal his smart brain. Hey, look at this. I forgot to check the message from the principal of our Lord's Academy. Alice, I'm off. As he spoke, he waved the skewer. It was simply too delicious, thank you. Huh? Alice stared at Wei Yuan's departing figure, momentarily unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Lord Wei Yuan is not angry. Alice sighed with relief, then stared vacantly at her empty hands. Why does it feel like she has fallen for another trick? Wei Yuan swaggered back to his lounge. Speaking of which, Itua de Bien's grilling skills were quite remarkable. After his trip to the battle zone, he had no grilled meat left for himself. Thankfully, he was clever enough to intercept some. Finishing the last skewer, Wei Yuan opened the communication request sent by the old principal. He truly wasn't lying to Alice. The old principal had indeed called him, but he had missed it previously. Now that he had some free time, he clicked to open it. Instantly, the old principal's somewhat dejected expression appeared before Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan, the Alliance may not be able to provide timely support. After all, time is too tight. Wei Yuan smiled. I told you long ago that we must ultimately resolve this ourselves. When Blue Star is in trouble, can those Alliance folks arrive in time to assist? They might just come to backstab us. Even if they possess a conscience, that would be enough. Wei Yuan had long ceased to harbor any expectations regarding the Interstellar Alliance. Although the support from the Alliance may not arrive promptly, I shall dispatch the students from the Academy no. Wei Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Old Principal, I appreciate your good intentions, but there is no need to compel the students to venture into danger. I am confident I can thwart the pirates this time. Besides, I never held any hope for those fools in the Star Alliance. Without hope, there can be no disappointment. You refuse to heed my warnings and insist on engaging them in idle chatter. Those people, seeing your unwavering support for me, may very well harbor even greater animosity towards the human race. Wei Yuan lounged casually in front of the video screen. How could the once mighty human race truly be rendered impotent by the Zerg in a single blow? They were once heralded as the most formidable species among the myriad of races. Alas, the vast resources left behind were not consumed by the Zerg, but were instead divided among the Alliance's factions. Otherwise, how could they have developed so rapidly immediately after the Alliance was forged? They thrived by devouring the flesh and blood resources of the primordial humans. It is only natural that they fear the resurgence of humanity, especially when it is led by someone as cunning as Wei Yuan. They would prefer to see him perish alongside the human race, far removed from their ambitions. Now, with the presence of pirates, should Wei Yuan find himself in peril, those old geezers would likely awaken from their slumber, chuckling in delight. Wei Yuan, the Star Alliance is already unstable. Should infighting arise, it could very well collapse entirely. That would spell disaster for both humanity and the myriad of races. The old principal observed Wei Yuan's expression and sighed inwardly. Once you ascend to the position of leader, humanity will undoubtedly rise again. For now, the priority is to navigate through this immediate crisis. I shall weather this storm, rest assured. Wei Yuan, losing patience, waved his hand and terminated the communication. The grievances of humanity from years past are long and acrid. When he first traversed here, Wei Yuan had no desire to meddle in the affairs of this human race. At that time, he felt no sense of belonging to them. However, after his arrival, numerous events transpired that gradually eroded his patience and provoked his ire. Eventually, he found himself harboring animosity towards the members of the Star Alliance. Yet the old principal still believed that Wei Yuan aspired to be the leader of the Alliance. In truth, he was merely biding his time, contemplating how to sever the heads of those old men and display them upon the walls of their respective clans. Meanwhile, in the Star Sea, after drifting for over an hour, Ituo's patience was wearing thin. BT-003. I am here. Fancy a chat? No matter how breathtaking the vistas of the Star Sea may be, after an hour of continuous viewing, he was starting to feel weary. Were there not 001 and 002 before you? Indeed, replied BT-003, but they have both perished in the Star Sea, having followed their master into battle and met their honorable demise. Ah? Mechs can die too. Indeed, 003 recounted. Back then, 001 fell apart after shielding the master from a fatal blow during a mission at the Academy. 002 was ambushed and killed while the master was hunting star beasts. To die while protecting their master is the highest honor for us mechs. Upon hearing about Wei Yuan's situation, the players suddenly found themselves wide awake. The previously silent game chat erupted with excitement. Debian, quickly ask your mech what is going on. Why is our source goo so easily ambushed? The key point is, the mechs exploded and died. Yet our source goo remains unharmed, truly impressive. Life is tougher than mechs. The focus shouldn't be on why the mechs died, right? Aren't mech intelligences simply programs? If the core code or vessel still exists, shouldn't they be able to resurrect infinitely? Players clamored in the chat. The mechs, linked with the player's consciousness, had their thoughts instantly relayed to the mech's mind. Chapter 57. As an Iron Rider. I will protect my BT. Bonus update. We are capable of dying. The voices of the mechs echoed within the cockpit. BT 003. Iron Rider. We are capable of dying. After speaking, he fell silent. A trace of sorrow emanated from the mechs. Created as weapons, mechs were never meant to possess souls. Yet when technology advanced to a certain level, these weapons gained a semblance of spirit. The mechs do not fear death, but they do not share the player's notion that as long as core data is preserved, they can live on indefinitely. For the mechs, the definition of life is not merely the preservation of data. Much like how human existence is not solely defined by the corporeal form. For reasons unknown, I sensed the mech sorrow. A player suddenly voiced this sentiment in the group chat. Other players, upon reading this, felt a twinge of discomfort in their hearts. Before the soul link, they merely regarded these mechs as emotionless tools. Now, with the data streams linked to their minds, the players could acutely perceive the mechs' joys and sorrows. It was at this moment they realized how terrifyingly genuine these mechs' emotions were. Yet, this was merely a game. Even the NPCs within were mere data constructs. How could some mechs possibly be alive? It felt as if they were losing their grasp on reality. Several players admonished themselves to regain their composure. However, they tacitly chose not to voice their thoughts in front of the mechs, opting instead to communicate in the player chat. Arguzi. As Iron Riders, we must not overlook BTS feelings. I will protect my BT. Tout bien. You were the loudest in calling for Protocol 3 earlier. Enough chatter, brothers. I see something scanning towards us. A beam of laser visible to the naked eye swept toward the player's location. Inside the mech, the players could even discern the range of energy from these lasers. Iron Rider, we have entered the combat zone. Activate stealth mode and prepare to land. The surfaces of all mechs were cloaked with high-density layers, allowing them to evade the scanning machines on the desolate battlefield. 6 mechs thudded down in rapid succession. The ground, ravaged by artillery fire, was charred black. Several large black masses lay on the ground, indiscernible in nature. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and charred flesh. Having spent years barbecuing, Tout bien recognized the familiar aroma. He glanced at the large, indistinct black mass on the ground, his stomach churning. Ugh. Why does this game have to be so realistic? That smell, ugh. BT 003, ever consider it? Shut down the external circulation system. What is wrong? I only smell something burnt. It's not that disgusting. Other players wrinkled their noses, failing to detect anything amiss. Damn it, it smells like burnt meat. Those large black masses, ugh, are charred corpses, ugh, fused together, ugh. Tout bien felt tears welling up from his gag reflex. However, in light of how disgusted he felt, he thought, why should they have it any easier? Tout bien loudly explained over the mic this definitely wasn't caused by artillery fire. After the bombardment, the bodies would have been scattered. This must have been a case of gathering the Alliance soldiers together and incinerating them at high temperatures. Which is why the outer layer of corpses has melted, while the insides, ugh, are likely not yet charred. If you don't believe me, I'll split this mass open and show you whether the corpses inside are still intact. Holy crap, Tout bien. You're truly nauseating. It's really ugh. Damn it, this game is too realistic. I can actually smell the meat. I can't take it anymore. Ugh, the call channel was filled with the sounds of retching. Initially, the players hadn't thought it was that disgusting. Who hasn't encountered nauseating scenes while gaming? Yet, this game's graphics were alarmingly lifelike. Moreover, the scent in the air was overwhelming. In truth, had Tout bien not provided such a detailed explanation, simply stating that the corpses had carbonized into masses wouldn't have been so bad. But this guy, acting as if he were deranged. Once we return, I'll be sure to give you a chicken claw. Brother, be careful. The chicken claw you pull out might be boneless. Stop with the jokes. Let us see if there are any survivors. We borrowed a hefty sum from Alice's wife for this trip. We can't return empty-handed. Arguzi was not too affected. The mechs had already shut down external circulation during Tout bien's detailed explanation. The players who accompanied Tout bien to the battle zone were Kula kula. Crazy Rabbit, order up, Grandpa is here. Along with Air Guzzi, they formed a team of 6 BT. Scan the area for any living beings. Air Guzzi was the most adept player at utilizing mechs. Scanning approximately 970 meters ahead. 6 meters below, there are sentient beings present, Blue Star. The player's accelerated learning pace was astonishing, nearly scaring the teachers out of their wits. They even doubted whether their own abilities were severely lacking. Some teachers even resorted to the Star Network to check the typical weapon learning speeds of the Alliance's citizens. My goodness. I have never encountered such extraordinarily talented students. The pace of learning has surpassed me by 100-fold. Back in my day, it took me a fortnight just to master all the operations. How is it that they can grasp everything after merely a single review of my analysis? Why is that? Even now, I find myself somewhat dazed. So this is how your students are. I had no idea that the human race truly harbors such hidden talents. Their speed of learning is astonishing. Any random individual plucked from humanity could dominate in an Alliance school. Thus, the reason humanity refrained from participating in Alliance activities, even for years on end, was not due to a decline in strength, but rather out of fear of exposing their innate gifts. I wonder. Just previously, a prominent figure in the interstellar community claimed that humanity was on the brink of extinction, and now it appears utterly ludicrous. Several of the teachers, unable to sleep at night, have huddled together. When Gavin witnessed their astonished expressions, jaws agape at the sight of Wei Yuan's kin, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Yes, precisely that. It's that feeling of astonishment. It's enough to make one question their very existence. Ha ha ha. Gavin's eyes gleamed with mirth as he scanned the room, but then he noticed the only female teacher, Alice, cowering in the corner, her face etched with anxiety. Alice, what troubles you? At that moment, Alice was preoccupied with the thought of whether Wei Yuan would discover that she had lent her salary to a student. Gavin's voice startled her, causing her to shudder. Almost instinctively, she blurted out, I didn't intend to lend them my salary. Chapter 58. Oh no, it seems we have lost our advantage. In an instant, the entire room fell silent. All the teachers turned their gazes toward Alice's face. Being the youngest and the one with the lowest rank among them, Alice felt a twinge of fear. Miss Alice, what do you mean by that? Gavin inquired. You lent them your salary? Can salaries be advanced? Who are they? Could they be those kin of Lord Wei Yuan? Alice's statement was laden with implications. While none in attendance could be deemed particularly astute, the fact that they had all become weapon masters indicated a level of understanding superior to that of the average Alliance member. Miss Alice, we are all in this together, soon to face interstellar pirates. If there is something amiss, do share it with us. Indeed, if anything were to go awry, perhaps we could plead your case to Lord Wei Yuan. You lent your salary to Lord Wei Yuan's kin? Those children are of such low rank. What could they possibly need your salary for? Surely, Lord Wei Yuan remains unaware of this. The teachers began to speculate fervently. Sweat began to bead on Alice's forehead. She was at a loss. Her timid nature had already made her anxious, and now, with her colleagues discussing the matter so animatedly, she felt as if her fate was sealed. A few students mentioned they wanted to undertake a significant venture and borrowed my salary, claiming it was for purchasing weapons, and then they headed straight for the enemy's lair. Alice lowered her head, wishing she could shrink away. Yet, what she revealed sent the teachers into a state of panic. Gavin's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the seemingly harmless young girl. Alice, she appears so timid, so fragile. How could she have done such a thing? You mean, Lord Wei Yuan's kin deceived you into lending them your salary and then rushed off to the interstellar pirates' lair? Not necessarily their lair. They could have gone to a combat zone. I noticed they were taking the mechas crafted by Lord Wei Yuan. Alice's voice dwindled, her neck shrinking into her shoulders. You didn't attempt to stop them? They said, once successful, they would share a substantial reward with me. Plus, a lifetime of free skewers, of course. The latter half of that statement remained unspoken. She cast a glance at her colleagues, whose faces were grim. If they were captured, would the pirates be able to trace our location? I cannot say for certain. Gavin felt a wave of panic wash over him. The technological prowess of interstellar pirates was formidable. Should Lord Wei Yuan's kin be captured, the pirates could easily track this planet using their advanced intelligence systems. At that point, the exposure of a level 5 planet would invite the pirates' main forces into play. Everyone would be doomed. Gavin maintained a calm exterior, but inside, he felt as though he might explode. What madness is this? Why is everyone so reckless? A group of individuals with such low ranks running off to deliver themselves to danger. If they were to dash off without a care, it would matter little. Perhaps they would be obliterated by a single laser cannon, and no one would trace them. Yet they had the audacity to bring along mechas, the BT series crafted by Lord Wei Yuan. This was tantamount to broadcasting their resources to the pirates. Feeling the overwhelming negativity emanating from Gavin, Alice shrank even further into herself. Her voice had become so faint that it was nearly inaudible. I haven't dared to inform Lord Wei Yuan. He may still believe those students merely went for a stroll. Alice bowed her head, unable to meet Gavin's gaze. He appeared as if he were on the verge of madness. Oh dear, it seems I have committed a grave error. How could I have been so easily swayed by the students and become an accomplice in this reckless endeavor? Alice felt utterly despondent. Gavin, enveloped in despair, looked at his colleagues, who were still caught in astonishment. With a deep sigh, he exited the teacher's lounge. Meanwhile, outside, the mischievous students were darting about. Spotting Gavin heading toward Wei Yuan's lounge, the oil thief's eyes lit up. The four-member team stealthily followed in Gavin's wake. Makabaka. What's up with Teacher Gavin? He wasn't struck down, was he? Desperate beggar. That wind-blown but guy is also quite the schemer. His domineering sister must have left him dazed. Oil thief. No, I saw Source Brother go to console Gavin this afternoon. He was still cheerful by evening. Something must be amiss. Xing-Chun shot a glance at the oil thief. This guy is truly relentless in his quest for information. Come on, brothers, let's eavesdrop. I have a feeling something significant is about to unfold, and we might just gain the upper hand. The oil thief, spotting Gavin enter the room, immediately climbed to the corner and strained to listen. Makabaka, goodness, you look so creepy doing that. Heh, this game revolves around information gaps. Gathering intel is crucial. The oil thief shot a sideways glance at Makabaka. Be quiet. Let me listen closely. Chapter 59. No money lost. Just a missed opportunity. Lord Wei Yuan. Those students. Combat zone. Mechas. Muffled voices drifted from within the room. The oil thief nearly wedged his head through the door crack. Gavin shouted excitedly, but the door's soundproofing was remarkably effective. What did you hear? Oil thief, tell me what you heard. Makabaka leaned in eagerly. The oil thief, frazzled, responded in a hushed tone. I couldn't quite catch it. Something about students and mechas and a combat zone. It's driving me crazy. The key point is that Source Brother has started speaking. His voice is so soft. Did you hear anything? Desperate beggar inched closer. No. Did Source Brother say something? I don't know. Just hold your tongues. I can't make out the noise. Inside, a sweating Gavin was momentarily thrown off by a silencing gesture from Wei Yuan. In a way, Lord Wei Yuan isn't anxious at all. Meanwhile, I'm about to lose my mind. Suddenly, the door burst open with a bang. Ouch, Makabaka, get off me. You're going to crush me, ow, ow, ow. I'm at the bottom here. Desperate beggar, just get up already and stop pushing your hand against my face. The three clumsy figures tumbled about on the floor. At the doorway, Xing-Chun locked eyes with Wei Yuan, who wore a faint smile that made Xing-Chun's cheeks flush crimson. Xing-Chun, do you have something to discuss with me? Wei Yuan teased. His gaze fixed on Xing-Chun. Xing-Chun's face turned beet red as he glanced at the three on the floor, feeling utterly speechless. Why is it that they were the ones eavesdropping? Yet I feel embarrassed. We merely saw Teacher Gavin come to find you and wished to know what was transpiring. Xing-Chun inquired boldly. Hiding the truth would serve no purpose. Wei Yuan nodded. Nothing much. Just that 6 of my kin have rented mechas and ventured into the combat zone. What? The three figures on the floor simultaneously raised their heads and shouted in unison. Goodness, they've beaten us to it. How could I have overlooked that? I was so preoccupied with gathering coins, planning to take a break and chop some wood. I never expected this. Indeed. The world is truly filled with countless prodigies. Damn it! They've gotten ahead of us. Just a moment ago, Gavin felt relieved that someone was finally taking this matter seriously, only to witness those humans lamenting in regret. This hardly seemed like a realization of the gravity of the situation. My esteemed Lord Wei Yuan, it is of utmost importance that we locate those students without delay. Should their identities be revealed, the pirates will undoubtedly trace their steps back to us. However, It strikes me as peculiar that acquiring a rental mecha requires 10,000 gold coins. How could these newcomers possibly possess such wealth? The thief of oil's loud exclamation interrupted Gavin. Gavin, momentarily rendered speechless, instinctively retorted, "Isn't it your group of students that is far too cunning, managing to persuade teacher Alice to advance a month's salary to lend them? These humans truly exhibit a flagrant disregard for rules. Although their levels are low, their cunning ideas abound. Years of established hierarchical views within the interstellar realm were shattered in a mere day by the players on Blue Star. No one seems intimidated by him. Moreover, while conversing with the Lord and teachers, they audaciously eavesdropped and brazenly inquired." With a deep sigh, Gavin pondered how Alice could have been so easily swayed to part with her salary by her students. The thief of oil was genuinely astonished. These newcomers were playing the game with such wild abandon, managing to extract the teacher's salary right from under her nose. What talent! Why had he not thought of such a brilliant scheme himself? Even Makabaka had come to a realization. Wow, there are experts among the newcomers. They are truly bold and daring. Therefore, we must not fall behind. The first to seize the opportunity always reaps the greater rewards. Star spoke indeed. She, too, was too preoccupied to concern herself with whether Lord Wei Yuan was mocking them in the game. Players are not only kin but also competitors for resources. Although the first kill mission was not publicly announced, those who had previously participated in the Goblin mission were well aware that the player who first slays an enemy would receive additional rewards, while the news that players had slain the pirates had yet to be disseminated. We must hasten to gather our resources and prepare to set forth. The majority of our funds have already been converted into insight. Now, acquiring a substantial amount of gold coins presents a challenge. The gazes of the four-member team fixed intently upon Gavin. He paused momentarily, only to find himself encircled by the eager team. "Teacher Gavin, you must be quite concerned about the safety of those 6 individuals. Correct? Indeed, they have come to seek Brother Yuan's assistance regarding this matter, which certainly indicates their strong desire for their return. You may not be aware of our strength since you just arrived on Blue Star. But do you remember? We were the ones who interviewed you. That's right, Teacher Gavin. You remember me, don't you?" The thief of oil leaned closer to Gavin's face. "We share a bond, Teacher Gavin. We do not ask for much. Simply lend us half of your salary, and we shall retrieve those troublesome students for you. What say you?" Aside from Star, who maintained her aloof demeanor, the remaining 3 surrounded Gavin like a swarm of flies. Gavin felt overwhelmed, his head spinning. He glanced at Lord Wei Yuan for help, only to receive a look of helplessness in return. "How could I commit the same folly as Alice? You may as well abandon the thought." Gavin shook his head and made his way outside. After all, if Lord Wei Yuan was not worried, then his own concerns were futile. Yet, these children were indeed fixated on his purse. His salary for the month had yet to be received. Without further thought, he hastily departed. Lord Wei Yuan found amusement in the situation, but observing the thief of oil and her companions trailing after Gavin, it seemed they would not relent until their objective was achieved. It remained uncertain how long Gavin could withstand their persistence. "I told you, I will not lend you my salary. Why must you continue to pester me?" No matter where Gavin went, the 4 followed like shadows. The thief of oil, with her audacity intact, retorted, "Teacher, that statement is rather unfounded. We are not necessarily here to borrow money from you. Indeed, during our interview, we were instantly drawn to you. Just look at your level, your skills, your professional demeanor. We feel incredibly fortunate to have encountered you. We mean no offense. We are familiar with one another, and given our teacher-student relationship, it is our duty to look after you. Yes, moreover, since you have come to teach us, it is only proper that we treat you to a meal on your first day. Let us not speak of borrowing money. Instead, we must extend our hospitality to you." Unbeknownst to them, they had procured a feast of food and drink, with the liquor brewed by the players themselves and the dishes crafted by their hands. They were not merely pestering Gavin but also engaged in other activities. The thief of oil, upon realizing that Alice had been deceived into parting with her salary for a barbecue, swiftly gathered an array of fine food and drink. This group of allies had not experienced much in the way of good cuisine. Surely, with such exquisite offerings, they could not fail to win over Gavin. "Rest assured, teacher, we genuinely wish to express our gratitude. Even if you do not lend us your salary, we would still like to offer our thanks. Yes, come, try this. It is a specialty of our human race. Makabaka poured Gavin a generous cup of liquor, while the thief of oil thoughtfully served him meat and vegetables. I have never encountered a teacher with such a sense of responsibility. Truly, I must raise a toast to you. The thief of oil stood and filled a cup for Gavin. Indeed, teacher, you have no idea how much we admire you. When we first met during the interview, we were overjoyed earlier when we were causing a scene in front of the Lord. We must have frightened you. I shall drink to that. The thief of oil continued her performance, and Star raised her cup. Let us not waste words. Our feelings are all in this wine. At that moment, Gavin felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had not anticipated that these students would hold him in such esteem. All right, I shall drink as well. After several cups had been consumed, Gavin mused, Teacher, I have had a dream for quite some time, something I have kept bottled up inside. Today, encountering you, I feel I finally have someone to share it with. The performance from the thief of oil continued. As the night wore on, Gavin stumbled out of Lord Wei Yuan's quarters, astonished by the unexpected popularity he had garnered among his students. Tears of joy welled in his eyes. How could a teacher not support the dreams of their students? Chapter 60. Kindness, perhaps the essence of humanity in the war zone. Beneath a vast expanse of scorched earth, the air was thick with the scent of death. In such a place, children fail to grow. Yido Dabian observed a child huddled in a corner, devouring nutrient paste as if it were a delicacy, and felt a pang of sorrow. If we leave him here, he will surely perish. Klaklaka approached Yido Dabian and spoke, There are hardly any survivors left in the war zone. This child was detected by the mecha scan. When I first encountered him, he was on the brink of death. It was only because I couldn't bear to see him suffer that I spent gold coins to purchase a healing potion from the game shop, ultimately saving his life. The nutrient paste is also provided by players. However, we are currently on a mission. We have yet to complete it. Dio, you wish to bring a child along. We could leave him here and return later to retrieve him. That child belongs to the merfolk. Another player chimed in. I learned from him that when the interstellar pirates arrived on this planet, they drained the oceans to extract energy. The genetic warriors of the merfolk perished in battle, while ordinary merfolk were burned alive. This child was fortunate enough to hide well and, apparently, the pirates were in a hurry to leave, so he escaped with his life. As the players deliberated about their course of action, the merfolk child clutched a half-empty nutrient paste, curled up on the ground, gazing at Klaklaka with pleading eyes. He did not dare voice his request to be taken away. What a pity. He is so young. If we leave him here, he will undoubtedly meet his end. Yet, we owe a debt to Alice. If we allow her to suffer a total loss, it would weigh heavily upon my conscience. The six of them were at an impasse. After all, the players hailed from a peaceful era, and making a decision that could potentially cost a child's life was indeed a heavy burden. What are they hesitating about? On Blue Star, within Lord Wei Yuan's quarters, several teachers congregated. The large screen displayed 7 live feeds. 6 of them showcased various students traversing the starry expanse, while only the earliest departing group, led by Yido Dabian, was situated in the war zone. Indeed, aside from Gavin, several other teachers had fallen victim to deception. The teachers, having been swept up in the excitement of becoming angel investors, suddenly regained their senses. They had initially intended to confront Lord Wei Yuan for an explanation, but instead found themselves drawn to the live broadcasts. After all, Lord Wei Yuan had stated that he had neither money nor a life to spare. At this moment, who would dare approach Lord Wei Yuan to reclaim the funds lost to the players? However, what are they hesitating about? This merfolk child is clearly a remnant left by the pirates. Can they not see through this trap? These children are still quite young, lacking any combat experience. Lord Wei Yuan, I recall that you designed the BT series mechas with autonomous awareness. Why do they not warn these children that this is a trap? Wei Yuan, casually snacking on seeds, reclined back and watched the screen. Why should they? Such matters, must be experienced by them firsthand. He spat out a sunflower seed shell. Wei Yuan, unsurprisingly, remarked, Is this a joke or a reminder? This game is fundamentally centered around exploration for the players. Before embarking on their journey, he had explicitly instructed the mechas that all actions should prioritize the players' experiences, ensuring their enjoyment. The essence of the experience relies on their personal engagement. At this moment, the uninformed players resolved to leave him with ample food and water, as well as some defensive weapons. The players transferred 30 gold coins from their account. Child, once we finish our business, we shall escort you back to our territory. All right. Klakla jumped out of the mecha and gently patted the young merman's head. The juvenile merman, appearing quite adorable, gazed upward with its translucent, glass-like eyes reflecting Klakla's kind visage, observing the food and water presented to him. The parched merman could scarcely produce tears. Thank you. He clutched the items handed to him by Klakla, lowering his head as he murmured, Please, do not seek out those pirates. They will depart tomorrow if you hide. You will survive after tomorrow. Seizing the opportunity before being discovered, he urged, Hurry, leave now. Quickly. The little merman trembled, haunted by the memory of his kin being incinerated before his eyes and his sister being captured. As long as these good-hearted individuals did not provoke the pirates, he wouldn't have to alert them, and the pirates would remain oblivious to their presence, ensuring his sister's safety. He fervently prayed that the players would refrain from pursuing the pirates. Alas, our purpose here is precisely to seek them out. Young one. Wait patiently here. We shall take you to safety, Klakla reassured as he patted the merman's head. But they are merely pirates. I am destined to become the pirate king. Klakla proclaimed with a hearty laugh. Uncle, are you truly that powerful? The merman gazed up at Klakla, finding him rather ordinary and seemingly of a lower level than his father, who had perished at the hands of those pirates. This uncle may not seem formidable now, but look at this towering mecha. A single cannonball from it could obliterate those pirates. The child's expression betrayed his skepticism. Klakla, slightly miffed, wondered why he was being looked down upon by a mere child. You must return safely, the merman insisted nervously. I shall wait for you here. Understood, do not worry, replied the players as they returned to the mecha. Let us go. If we linger, the pirates will be gone. The players exchanged glances, remaining silent. They had already detected the pirates' location and, after bidding farewell to the merman, accelerated forward. Once the players were out of sight, the merman retrieved a button. If the pirates discovered that humans had entered the area from his direction, his sister would be turned into jerky. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Ho ho. It seems there are indeed forces from the Alliance arriving at this moment. 6 individuals dared to approach, delivering supplies. Laughing heartily, as the players flew just above the ground, the previously dormant surveillance systems sprang to life, illuminating with a green light as they captured the players' images. What kind of mechas are these? They do not appear to be the trash of the Alliance military. On the pirates' warship, several pirates observed the 6 mechas with amusement. What's this? Delivering supplies and mechas? Ha ha ha. Although the pirates engaged in rampant pillaging, resources remained scarce. Countless pirates below lacked both funds and resources, let alone mechas. Only 6 individuals, and according to the information gleaned from the Little Merman, they were merely a few low-level genetic warriors. Not worth reporting. The pirate squad leader spoke. The personnel monitoring this area are all from our team. Everyone understood the implication. They could seize the mechas and the resources held by these individuals. All right, Captain, I will revert the surveillance footage to the previous state. They won notice. After the seawater was drained, the abyssal seafloor transformed into a cliff. The stronghold of the interstellar pirates was vast. Looking down from the cliff revealed a massive fleet of warships. Wow, so many? Ergo exclaimed. The site was filled with warships, each equipped with formidable weaponry. Simultaneously, this scene was transmitted to Wei Yuan, who sat up straight. Startled. At least 10,000 warships. The main battle group is also stationed on this planet. Gavin recognized a flag fluttering among the fleet, one that only the main battle group would raise. However, all prior predictions indicated that the main battle group was taking another route. Gavin, filled with dread, turned to Wei Yuan, his voice trembling. Lord Wei Yuan, if we retreat now, we cannot retreat. Wei Yuan's countenance darkened instantly. Plans cannot keep pace with changes. All previous predictive models concluded that the main battle group of the interstellar pirates was following a different route, posing no threat to Blue Star. The players had landed on the farthest edge of the war zone, the closest planet to Blue Star. According to the intelligence, only a small faction of pirates should be stationed here. Did you not foresee this, Commander? Wei Yuan questioned silently, his brow furrowing slightly. This was becoming troublesome. System. Mission difficulty increased. Rewards have been automatically upgraded for you. Goodness, Commander. Wei Yuan felt overwhelmed, but it wasn't he entirely hopeless. He furrowed his brow. Escaping was not an issue for him, but what of the players? Their highest rank barely reached level 2. The player squad, Reliant Defense, has discovered the latest battlefield information. Attention all players. Attention all players. Attention all players. Combat escalation. Player squad reliant defense. Return immediately. Leave the war zone. Protect your mechas. Assigned task. Ensure the safe departure of the mechas from the war zone. Task reward. Ownership of the mecha. As the System S announcement echoed, the players erupted in excitement. Before Reliant Defense could grasp the gravity of the situation, the alarm from the system startled them. What is going on? Are we facing a special mission? Holy smokes! If we leave now, we can secure ownership of a mecha. This is incredible. Let us go. We can't afford to hesitate. Ergo was so thrilled he nearly leaped up. Ha ha ha, did we really trigger some new plot? I wonder if triggering a new plot will yield rewards. Let us hurry while they haven't noticed us. The 5 players chuckled heartily, with Ergo grinning from ear to ear. However, Reliant Defense sensed something amiss. If it were that simple to escape, the system wouldn't offer such high rewards. They knew that a single mecha, when listed in the shop, had a base price of 1 million gold coins. The rental fees for the mechas were the highest among the equipment they had purchased for this outing. Such a generous reward could not possibly indicate an easy task. Just as Reliant Defense finished speaking, crimson threads illuminated around the players. Enemies, boom. A beam cannon exploded amidst them, and 3 colossal mechas landed, followed by over a dozen pirates equipped with portable auxiliary devices, descending from above. Oh, let us see which pampered army from the Alliance this is. They even have BT series mechas. Truly remarkable. Ha ha ha. It appears we're about to strike it rich. The pirates approached, grinning maliciously. Little masters, if you wish to live, you must exit your mechas and obediently hand over your resources. The players found themselves encircled. Should we pretend to be part of the Alliance and find an opportunity to escape? Just as Reliant Defense posed the question, he heard BT-003's voice in his mind. Tieyu, am I not your companion in battle? A shiver ran down Reliant Defense's spine. BT intends to fight alongside me? Don't worry. We will ensure your safe return. He responded with fervor. Now, please relinquish all your operational authority to me. We will leave together. The BT spoke in unison. While the players may have logged countless hours in the game, their real-world combat experience was virtually non-existent. Therefore, the mechas required the players to surrender their control. Tieyu, trust me. Trust me. As those 3 words escaped his lips, Ergo's heart surged with determination. All right, BT, I believe in you. Ergo was the first to relinquish his operational authority, and in that instant, the back of BT-005 unfurled its metallic wings, rotating as it shot arrows made of feathers in all directions. The moment these arrows touched the crimson threads, they were instantly incinerated. Sensing resistance, the 3 colossal heavy mechas advanced swiftly, delivering a powerful punch towards BT-005. In that fleeting moment, the players agreed to relinquish control of their actions. 6 mechas moved in unison, with 3 of them bracing against the heavy mecha's formidable strike. Thud, thud, thud. The mecha's arm was crushed, creating deep indentations. The players experienced synchronized injuries, their health plummeting drastically. Goodness, how formidable! Meanwhile, a dozen pirates had already launched their assault, brandishing weapons as they charged towards the injured mechas. Hey, 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 they are coming. What should we do? Trust me, BT-004, BT-006, and BT-007 whispered to the players within them. Wait, do they intend to eject us? No, no, no. BT, we won't perish. Don't sacrifice yourself. Chapter 61. Deceit of the agreements. Goodness, goodness, goodness. BT, you miscalculated the trajectory. Oh no. We're doomed. Damn it. 3 players, Mad Rabbit, ordering food, and Grandpa are here. Just moments ago, they were touched by BT's willingness to sacrifice for them, and the next instant, they were ejected from the cockpit, crashing directly into the faces of the charging pirates. A barrage of searing lasers sliced through the air, and the 3 players were instantly obliterated. My word. It wasn't just the players who were stunned. Even the pirates were taken aback by this sudden turn of events. When did mechas start ejecting their pilots? Accompanied by the terrifying cries of the players before their demise, the mechas soared into the sky. Now, attempting to flee. It might be too late. The pirate squad leader grinned widely, retrieving a massive cannon from his back, aiming it towards the mechas and firing. Itua Dabian glanced sideways, laughing. Ha ha ha, He missed. Just as Ituadabian's words fell, the shell exploded, unexpectedly forming an energy net in midair. The mechas, equipped with iron control, were clearly slower than the three that had discarded theirs. BT-003 calculated an escape route based on data and charged in one direction. The others followed suit without hesitation. BT. Kila has been captured, Ituadabian shouted from the cockpit. Sorry, iron control. Our primary task now is to escape. BT-003 didn't even glance back. Kila watched as his teammates fled without a backward glance and whispered hoarsely, BT, let's negotiate. Please don't eject me. The earlier fate of those three was too grim. They were utterly shredded. Although the sense of pain was disabled, other sensations remained, and being dismembered was surely an unpleasant experience. Kila had no desire to endure that. The best solution at that moment was to discard the iron control, allowing the enemy a momentary lapse, and then escape. Now, ejecting you would be futile. BT-009's voice was cold. The massive mecha was ensnared by red energy lines. The points of contact burned with delicate scars. BT-009 realized they could no longer flee. It was time to fight to the death. Master, BT-009 requests permission to activate the self-destruction system. BT-009's voice echoed from the large screen of Blue Star. All the instructors in the Weiyuan lounge stood up. Once mechas achieved self-awareness, they could be considered mechanical beings. However, since they were artificially created by Weiyuan, they had remained by his side. Request denied. BT-009. Recalculate survival probability, assuming the pirate squad intends to keep you for use and is unaware of your self-awareness. At Weiyuan's command, he could not allow his mecha to self-destruct before him. The players were the fourth catastrophe, capable of infinite respawns, with no need for concern. BT-009 paused briefly. Command received. Iron control, please activate shared consciousness mode. Kila was still somewhat bewildered, but with BT having spoken, he instinctively nodded. You activate it. Shared consciousness mode activated. In an instant, Kila found himself unable to control his own body, merely a spectator as it executed a series of fluid maneuvers, deftly evading all attacks while simultaneously targeting the source of the red energy lines. All the crimson threads were severed in an instant, followed by a swift retreat. The mecha moved with agility that belied its mechanical nature. Under the onslaught of cannon fire, BT-009 seemed to have entered a state of precognition, skillfully dodging attacks. In mere minutes, BT-009 employed a near-suicidal strategy to escape. For every unavoidable attack, it chose to absorb the least painful ones. Then quickly fled. Wow, BT, you're incredible. Kila was awestruck. The only faculties he could control were his eyes and mouth. Iron control, I've done my best. BT-009, having confirmed that they had evaded the enemy, landed heavily. At the same time, it exited shared consciousness mode. Upon landing, Kila realized his health was nearly depleted, which meant BT-009 was equally close to being rendered inoperable. BT, are you alright? Apologies, Iron Control, I am in trouble. And it is quite severe. Their landing spot was remarkably coincidental, the very place where they had first encountered that merman child. BT-009 locked onto the child emerging from the ground. Iron Control, all the energy I have left can only ensure my own escape from this planet. And I cannot guarantee my return to Blue Star. I will drift in the sea of stars. Now that the messenger merman child has appeared, if I waste energy on him, I will be unable to leave. And the enemy will soon locate us. Huh? The messenger merman child? Damn it, BT. Are you implying that our whereabouts were leaked by that little brat? Kila seethed with anger. What a treacherous little wretch. He wished he could slap himself from an hour ago for being so sympathetic. So, BT, what do you intend to do? Kila inquired pitifully. Damn it, BT must be planning to abandon him and flee alone. Kila shed tears of regret. Iron Control, as you surmised, please delay the enemy for me. I will remember you. The cockpit opened, and Kila was ejected from the mecha like a droplet of spit. Landing on the ground and bouncing slightly, goodness, his health had plummeted even further. Farewell, Iron Control. BT-009 ascended without hesitation. Under the protection of its coating, the enemy would be unable to pinpoint their location for at least 5 minutes. However, that child, having betrayed them once, would likely do so again. BT-009 saluted Kila on the ground. Goodbye. My Iron Control Point 1 must take responsibility for their kindness. Everyone will face their own reckoning. This is a lesson taught by the Master. BT-009 departed resolutely, without a hint of regret. Kila looked up at BT-009 as it left him behind, tears streaming down his cheeks like noodles. Cursed agreements, all lies. He shut his eyes. Fine, let it be. At least I won. TB sliced into pieces. Kila consoled himself, then felt himself being moved. Moving? Chapter 62. Little fish, snack. Kila opened his eyes to see the little merman straining to drag him away. Oi, kid, what are you doing? He had already resigned himself to death. After all, no players were watching. Even if he perished at the hands of this little brat, he wouldn't be mocked. But what was this child doing? The child remained silent, persistently pulling Kila along. Kid, what do you want? Was it you who leaked our whereabouts? Such an ungrateful little fellow. I thought you were pitiful, but it turns out I should be sympathizing with myself. I truly am a joker. Kila felt tears welling up again. Don't cry. There's no water left. The little merman, noticing Kila's impending tears, immediately intervened. Huh? Kila looked up at the expressionless merman, unable to hold back any longer. No way. Not only did you betray us, leading to our near annihilation, but now you want to take me back as a reserve food supply. The merman's grip faltered, and Kila's collar loosened, causing the back of his head to collide with the ground. Goodness. His health had dwindled to nearly nothing. This bump nearly obliterated that last sliver of color. Are you all right? The little merman approached nervously, speaking timidly. I don't eat people. I'm sorry. His tears had already run dry. Even though my eyes are now sore and pained, and bloodshot veins are prominent, I find myself unable to produce even a single tear. Yet, guilt pierces my heart like a dagger, ruthlessly embedded in my chest. I do not wish to betray you, but my sister has been taken by them. If I do not report your whereabouts, she will be set ablaze, reduced to mere dried fish. Clarkla had not anticipated such a hidden sorrow. He felt a twinge of embarrassment. This child is indeed unfortunate. Having narrowly escaped death himself, his younger sister has been taken as a hostage. The one who designed this game's narrative is truly a lunatic. How absurd to think of her as dried fish. Alas, I bear no blame towards you. Do not feel distressed if you do not wish to consume my flesh to survive. Simply cast me aside by the roadside, and I shall meet my own demise. After all, I have but a meager amount of blood left. What might the seabed look like after the ocean has been drained? None of his friends have yet witnessed it. Perhaps it would be better to let the child abandon me to the side, allowing him to capture some beautiful photos to share on social media before logging off. The little mermaid's mouth has grown large. What words is this good uncle uttering? Has he been so gravely wounded that he has lost his sanity? I shall take you to my hiding place. Even if they search, they will not find you, the little mermaid assured him. Those pirates are departing, their energy reserves are insufficient. They will not waste resources on me. You can hide with me and survive. As long as we wait until tomorrow, once they have left, you can live alongside this good uncle, and then there will still be your sister. The little mermaid envisioned a bright future, and a smile blossomed on her face. Clarkla nodded in agreement, feeling a pang of sympathy for the child. Once the battle concludes, I shall take you and your sister to our planet, and I will have Yito prepare a barbecue for you. Uncle, does your planet not engage in warfare? No warfare. Life is quite pleasant. Can I eat grilled fish? Goodness, do not be so absurd. On Blue Star, Wei Yuan observed the situation concerning Clarkla, a smile playing on his lips. This group of compatriots is simply too soft-hearted. Such compassion is a rare sight in the age of the Interstellar Alliance. Rare indeed. He cast a glance at Gavin, who sighed. Lord Wei Yuan, the entire alliance has heard tales of the human race's love for peace. Yet when confronted with war, we must still caution our students. Kindness is indeed a shining virtue of our race, is it not? Wei Yuan chuckled. Mission triggered. BT-007 captured. All players already in the war zone. Prepare for a rescue operation. Mission rewards will be determined by player performance. In the Star Sea, the oil thief and her crew have managed to retrieve the energy-depleted BT-009. Captain, we only captured one mech. The squad leader gazed at the number on BT 007 and felt a surge of joy within. To think luck would smile upon us and that it would be the BT series. This series, it is said, was crafted by a genius lord of the human race. The mech company, upon acquiring the design, did not mass-produce it but instead reserved it as a high-end combat mech for select high-ranking military officials. TSK, TSK, TSK. The BT series is something we rarely even glimpse. Are you not envious? Aside from the initial 4 who fled fastest, there is another mech that likely ran out of energy and failed to escape this planet. Furthermore, once a pilot enters the Star Sea, the energy consumption to activate their protective shield is substantial. The pirate squad leader calculated that even with ample energy, the BT series mech would expend considerable resources when faced with their large-scale assault. And with a pilot aboard, the energy consumption would be significant. However, Captain, those previous mechs, they did not forget how those mechs had effortlessly expelled their pilots during battle. Those 3 pilots must have been mere decorative figures brought along by some wealthy heir. Did you not witness the incredible maneuvers of that fleeing mech? Can it be compared to ordinary cannon fodder? Enough. I shall not waste my breath on you. You would not understand. The squad leader glanced at his band of pirates. Various races across the stars appear distinctly different, yet most possess considerably lower intelligence than humans. The pirate squad leader, having become their leader, was not only strong but also slightly more intelligent. Very well. Let us proceed with the search. Why not pay a visit to that little fish? Do not underestimate it. Grilled mermaid is quite delectable. Since we are about to depart, it would be wise to scavenge a bit more. Perhaps those pilots left behind some valuable items for the little fish. Chapter 63. Since it is an ambush, can I simply wait for them to come find me? In the dark, murky lair beneath the sea, cold and shadowy, as Clarkla curled up in a corner, he felt the chill of the wind seeping through his bones. This child resides here without fear of rheumatism. Once the genetic lock was unlocked to level 2, he could see some things even in darkness. For instance, the little mermaid, now curled up in another corner, had entered a state of breath-holding slumber. Truly, I would prefer to gaze at the starry seabed instead. This inky blackness makes it impossible to post on social media, Clarkla muttered softly, and no one responded. Though his health was nearing the critical point, he remained alive. The locked health was quite bothersome, living was unbearable, and dying was not even a clean affair. Clarkla decided to send random messages in the group chat. Clarkla, little cabbage, the field is yellow, the Iron Rider has been abandoned, life and death are uncertain. Clarkla, good brothers, I too have been forsaken by BT. Woe is me, he is heartless, ungrateful and unreasonable. Clarkla, who would have thought that the little mermaid we rescued would turn out to be the enemy's informant? Clarkla, are there any living souls left? Speak up. A flood of messages erupted in the group. Yito appeared dejected. He lay in the mech cockpit, adrift in the Star Sea. Yito, brother, if you are going to die, just do it quickly and restart. Do not spam the group, it is quite noisy. Guzzy. Exactly, both of us are floating in the Star Sea, just waiting for a passing comrade to pick us up. Pointing. The 3 of us have already restarted. This time, we are likely to suffer catastrophic losses. BT 007 has been captured. I wonder if the mission will be deemed a failure. It's too tragic. Upon seeing the messages in the group, Clarkla felt invigorated. Clarkla, ha, we barely began our venture and already met our demise. This wave shall be termed as a bloodbath, Clarkla. Yito, you and Guzzy are truly fortunate. You have no idea how unfortunate I am, now being led to the little mermaid's lair, dark and cold, devoid of any amusement. Yito, do not speak of losses. I cannot bear to face my wife. Alice, Guzzy, do you think you are the only one board? We managed to escape that planet, but BT's energy has run low, barely sustaining the cockpit's power supply. I have already told you. The view of this Star Sea is making me nauseous. Now I must continue looking at it. Sigh. Clarkla. Wait, do not chatter. I think I hear footsteps approaching from the seabed. It sounds like several people. Someone. Are they enemies, or those big shots coming to clean up their mess? Yito. Clarkla. What are you hesitating for? Guzzy, quickly open a video for us. Let us witness the live broadcast. Pointing. Let us see. Clarkla. But this lair is pitch black. Though he said this, the next moment he still opened the group video chat. As soon as it opened, the dark lair was illuminated by a blinding light. A coarse voice rang out from the pirate squad members. "Hey, little mermaid, still alive? Huh." The little mermaid, previously curled up in a state of slumber, trembled all over. He cautiously emerged from his corner. Clarkla's concealed corner was quite hidden, and the group did not notice him. They cheerfully surrounded the little mermaid. "The information you provided us was quite useful." A plump, green, slimy creature waddled over to the little mermaid, resembling a large blob of green mucus. Is that a slime?" Yito inquired while watching the video. Uncertain, as these pirates appeared rather grotesque, varied in nature. Humanoid races looked a bit more palatable. Several players in the group video began to chat casually. Yet the interrogated little mermaid believed these pirates were returning his sister to him. He looked at the group of pirates with hope. I have done well. Can you bring my sister back? You are leaving tomorrow. She is of no use to you." Without seawater, the little mermaid's tail had transformed into deformed legs, yet his face and hands still bore scales. The little mermaid, appearing only 6 or 7 years old, looked quite pitiful. However, this pity, in the eyes of the pirates, rendered him an even easier target for bullying. It was such weaklings that were the most satisfying to handle. His sister had also pleaded similarly before her demise. "Return her? He. We shall escort you to meet your sister. Do not underestimate it. Your sister's scent is simply divine. Truly, I wonder how delectable you might be, with such tender flesh. Surely roasted, you would not disappoint." That a trio of pirates conversed with the little mermaid, their tongues flicking out in a predatory manner. The little mermaid trembled in shock, unable to utter even a plea for mercy. "Is my sister dead? Or has she been devoured by this band of ruffians?" His muscles tensed, his body quaked, and the bloodshot whites of his eyes betrayed his despair. "I shall annihilate you." The innocent voice of a child cracked under the weight of his fury. Sharp and piercing, laced with boundless hatred, a mere child, oblivious to the fact that these men were pirates. Words from pirates should never be trusted. Alas, the wrath of the weak is but a jest. "Oh dear, ha. This little fish is rather spirited, stronger than your sister." You cannot fathom what your sister said. She willingly offered herself to be roasted in exchange for her brother's freedom. "It is not our fault. Before you merfolk break your genetic locks, to the gene warriors of your kind, you are merely sustenance. Thus, being consumed is your fate." Among the pirates, several drew their weapons, deeming it a waste to employ genetic weaponry against the little mermaid yet to unlock her genetic potential. "I have heard of a dish called sashimi. What if we were to slice live flesh from the freshest body? Would it still be able to move afterward?" One pirate gulped, inquiring. "We set sail tomorrow. If an opportunity arises, we shall capture more young merfolk for experimentation. For now, let us feast upon him." The feeble child hurled himself forward with all his might, but to the pirates, his efforts were inconsequential. Ha. Do you dare to resist? We shall devour you. Devour. The pirates seized the child by his collar, hoisting him aloft. Their sharp claws tore through the skin of the little mermaid's chest. By the heavens, are they truly about to disembowel him? "Clark, do you still have strength left?" "I have none. I am on the brink of death. A mere twitch would surely end me. I cannot bear to watch this. Not even a little. I have some gold coins left. I will invest them all in healing serums. Brother, please save this child." Clark, at only level 2, is unable to rescue him, but if he makes a desperate escape, it might be feasible. Guzzi. I have shared the situation Clark encountered on the public screen. Those esteemed individuals coming to our aid will surely intervene upon seeing it. Do not worry. No one has said they would forsake this little mermaid. Though this is a game, and the little mermaid did indeed cause them trouble before, he is but a 6 or 7-year-old child, striving to save his sister. Clark cannot forget the words the child spoke as he dragged him back to the lair, even when prepared for death. "Alas, I have promised to bring you back to Blue Star." Upon uttering these words, a syringe pierced his body, restoring his health completely. In an instant, the little mermaid, who had just been in his grasp, was violently yanked away. The pirates were caught off guard by Clark's sudden appearance. Clark, clutching the child with a gaping wound in his chest, sprinted with fervor. "Friend, pass me another syringe. 3. I shall give you all 3. Following the defense mechanism, 3 syringes appeared in Clark's backpack. After administering one to the child, The little mermaid gradually opened his eyes. Good uncle, please don't speak. Just follow me as we flee for our lives. Wei Yuan coldly observed the video. In the footage, BT-007 was malfunctioning. The captain of the pirate squad lay dead beside BT-007, slain by a member of the main combat team. Fiery flames cascaded down his back, his face marred with intersecting patterns. He belonged to the Fire Demon clan. At that moment, he clutched a bloody heart, devouring it with abandon. The thick blood burst forth like juice. The Fire Demon gnawed at the heart as one would an apple, then licked his fingers clean. Such greed, intending to hoard the BT series mechs for himself. The pirates surrounding the captain trembled in fear. From beside the fiery demon emerged a snow-white figure, a snow demon, with hair and eyelashes as white as snow. The female snow demon cast a disdainful glance at her gluttonous companion. Enough! Must you always seek something to satiate your appetite? Now that we have located this pulsating object, let us return to report. With a flick of her hand, she encased all the surrounding pirates in ice. Muttering such power, yet it could still leave behind the BT series battle armor and pilot. Let us present this to the boss. Perhaps we shall strike it rich once more. Each battle often culminates in defeat. Yet they depart with their coffers overflowing. This time, as they prepared to retreat, they stumbled upon the BT series mechs. Through BT-007's perspective, Wei Yuan observed the majority of the cephalopod pirate crew status. Level 7 warriors, 198, Level 6 warriors, 679, Level 5 warriors, 8,092. The system also monitored and reported the counts it had gathered. The number of low-level members is too vast to tally. High-level members are currently undetectable. Warning, warning, the interstellar pirate team is attempting to access BT-007's core data. No time to delay. Wei Yuan scrutinized the screen, his expression grave. These pirates possess more than just thievery and murder. Among them are talented individuals adept at tampering with terminal data. Just after BT-007 was captured, a few skilled technicians began dismantling it, preparing to breach its defenses and alter its core data. How remarkable, there are truly talents everywhere. Wei Yuan let slip a curse for the first time. When the BT series was created, he was but a student. The defenses were insufficiently robust. Should they manage to steal the core data of the BT series, not only would the affairs of Blue Star be exposed, but all data regarding the BT series would also fall into the hands of the pirates. In that case, players utilizing the BT series mechs in combat would be at a considerable disadvantage. No time to waste. Wei Yuan needed only a glance to ascertain that the defense wall could only hold for 10 hours. All players, please gather at the central base. All players, please gather at the central base. All players, please gather at the central base. An urgent notification repeated thrice. Players with nothing on hand began to converge. Even the teachers who merely wished to observe participated. Wei Yuan cast a somber glance at the throng of thousands. His expression pained. Kin, we have truly reached a critical juncture of survival. The team heading to the battle zone has lost a mech. The core data of this mech will be tampered with and examined in 10 hours. Once the pirate crew discovers our presence, they will undoubtedly launch a massive assault on Blue Star. Without territory, we shall be left homeless. It is time for my kin to fight for their land. The mission to eliminate the pirates begins now. Main quest. Eliminate the pirates. This mission is of utmost importance regarding life and death. Upon completion, a new storyline will unfold. Failure to complete the mission will result in the shutdown of this game for maintenance. During the mission, all players may respawn infinitely. The game will provide low-grade genetic serums, up to level 5. All players' respawn points will be relocated to the flagship. For the sake of players' health, please note that using low-grade genetic unlocking serums will result in side effects, making future upgrades challenging. Now, all players, prepare for battle and head to your respective flagships to set sail. By heavens! Is this mission truly so formidable? A failure leads directly to the game's shutdown? Could it be that the game company is out of funds? Unlikely. Perhaps they are genuinely testing us. Players speculated wildly. While Wei Yuan had already entered the body of Mo Yun. Upon activating the video, he did not encounter the legendary cephalopod pirate captain. It was likely that the adversary was also a level 9 genetic warrior. Whoosh! Mo Yun's colossal wings unfurled, propelling Wei Yuan skyward. In 3 seconds, they entered the starry expanse. The mission to eliminate the pirates has commenced. Chapter 64. This time, The commander is me, Buzz. Above Blue Star, the warships hummed ominously. All players looked up, sensing the impending storm. The time for battle has arrived. Ha ha ha, the glory of our human race is about to be unveiled. In this grand conflict, victory is assured with my presence. No worries. When necessary, I shall intervene. The showboaters have begun their fervent display, with players running amok everywhere. Moon observed the humans below, still spewing awkward phrases, and fell silent momentarily. Logically, as the strongest battle armor of the master, he should unreservedly support his master's decisions. However, as a battle mech that has awakened its intelligence, he harbored doubts about the mental state of his master's kin. All right. The phrase awakened intelligence was conveyed to the master by his kin. Master, is it truly acceptable to entrust the battle to them? Moon inquired. Wei Yuan, who was engaged in data stream integration, paused momentarily in his actions. As he lowered his head, he happened to catch sight of several players. Hands on hips, laughing heartily. A slight shift of his gaze revealed another player mimicking Ultraman's gesture of firing a laser. Who would not shudder at such a scene? Wei Yuan was no exception. To be honest, he initially intended to summon a more composed group of players. He had adhered to this notion while selecting players. In fact, the majority of players preferred strategy games in their real lives. However, he never anticipated that jesters would infiltrate his ranks. By the time he realized it, nearly all the players had already been tainted. Wei Yuan recalled that perhaps the issue had arisen during the summoning of the first batch of players. Tears of frustration welled up in his heart. Now, even if he wished to return them, it was impossible. Yet on the surface, Wei Yuan had to maintain an appearance of confidence, nodding lightly as he said, "They are my kin. They know how to act with propriety." Propriety? The players could only respond, "What is propriety?" All players, immediately assemble your warships. The selection of the commander for this battle has been confirmed. During the combat, all players will be channeled into the same communication line. Please prepare accordingly. Feng Chui Pai Pai glanced at the system message and muttered, "The commander is surely going to be chosen from the original 30 veteran players. Damn it, they joined the game later than us. This is so unfair." After a few curses, he heard the voices of other players nearby. Who the hell is so bold as to unmute and speak in the public group? Ha ha ha, and this guy hasn't even activated anonymous mode. Feng Chui Pai Pai, brother, you're incredible, incredible indeed. Even Xing Chun, who had already reached the battlefield, could hear Feng Chui Pai Pai's clear complaints through the microphone. Xing Chun, 6. Dark Beggar, wow, Feng Chui Pai Pai, I knew I wasn't mistaken. You're a real man. Makabaka, ha 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 ha, Feng Chui, you're too awesome. You're preparing to battle our commander even before the fight has begun? Thieving oil woman, I must speak on behalf of the old players. We've earned our place too. Feng Chui Pai Pai was dumbfounded. What the heck? Why were all the players pulled into the group so quickly? And why was the mic already on from the start? This is just pure sabotage. The planning of the interstellar human tribe is as treacherous as ever. He swiftly muted his microphone, feeling as deflated as a frostbitten eggplant. Noticing Feng Chui Pai Pai's dejection, Xue Xiaolai finally lifted her head from her own main page and looked over. What is going on, Sister Xue? It seems I've offended someone. Xue Xiaolai had not been paying attention to the group messages and shifted her gaze. Tell me, I'll help you resolve it. There's no way to resolve it. Feng Chui Pai Pai sighed. If it were offline, your strength would be unquestionable, but here in the game, sigh, it's just my bad luck. Sister Xue, you don't know. These gamers fear nothing. They can do anything. What I just said must have offended that commander. This game is a trap, letting those veteran players become commanders. Who knows what this mysterious commander will do? I am definitely in for it. Feng Chui Pai Pai had little gaming experience. In their circle, it was not uncommon for someone to offend others with a single word. His elder had always cautioned him to be cautious with his words. Originally, Feng Chui Pai Pai didn't care at all. In their own circle, he was known for his fiery temper. But in this game, who cared how much money he had at home? Everyone was here to play. In the players' minds, being a novice was a sin. After saying the wrong thing, he felt genuinely anxious. That mysterious veteran player wouldn't he really come after him? Would they? In a matter of seconds, he envisioned countless possibilities. Growing increasingly convinced that he might be in trouble, is it really just about this? Xue Xiaolai closed her main page and cast a calm glance at the still emotionally charged Feng Chui Pai Pai. Firstly, in the game, everyone is here to play. don't apply the standards of your previous circles. No one is that petty. Secondly, Xue Xiaolai chuckled softly. The mysterious, unpredictable commander you described is me? Oh, what? What? Feng Chue Pai Pai's eyes widened in shock. No way. Sister Xue, you're the commander? Feng Chue Pai Pai's mouth gaped open, his mind reeling as if struck by lightning. In a way. No way. No way. Xue Xiaolai boarded the flagship and opened the group chat interface. Just as she prepared to issue orders, a strange voice echoed in the group. Feng Chue Pai Pai. Ha 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 ha. It was over. This guy was definitely losing it. Crazy. Take him away. Next, a him. Xue Xiaolai's voice filled the public mic, instantly silencing all players. All players, board your ships at once. Now, relay the information you have obtained to me, Defense Squad. Dark Beggar Squad, provide the coordinates of the battle zone. All flagship vessels, activate stealth mode and proceed to the coordinates. 8 warships will operate in a group, and my ship will serve as the flagship. Set sail. Chapter 65. The prodigy of the slime clan Feng Chue Pai Pai is killing me with laughter. Ha ha ha. Dame Kabaka chuckled heartily from the cockpit of his mech. His luck had always been good, but I never expected the commander to be Xue Xiaolai. Wow, that beauty's aptitude has reached 20. That is her initial value. Look at us. I've spent all my gold and only managed to reach 11. Truly, this world is brimming with talent. By Ningbing, what a name. Thieving oil woman, you've switched channels. Makabaka interrupted. Xing Chun. Sixth, the 4 mechs had already arrived at the battlefield on this planet. The exposed seabed was always a sight to behold. Thieving oil woman instinctively activated video recording. Brothers, we have commenced a new war. This time we are fighting against interstellar pirates, and this is their last stronghold. Look, look. This must be the seabed exposed after the water has been drained. It is cracked under the sun, but we can still see some sea products on the surface. Thieving oil woman zoomed in with the camera, closer and closer. All right, these sea products are just shells now. Look, there is someone running frantically on the exposed seabed. Thieving oil woman's camera spotted a black and quickly zoomed in to reveal a man in a blue uniform, cradling a child under his arm, sprinting desperately. Oi oi, brothers, I'm over here. Come save me. Clark was waving frantically at the 4 mechs while running. Is that a player? Thieving oil woman gasped, and the other 3 noticed Clark as well. Save him. Xing Chun was the first to fly toward Clark. As he swooped low over Clark, Xing Chun reached out and caught him in his palm, gliding upward. Laser beams and cannon fire followed. New mechs, they have reinforcements. Report immediately. A few pursuing pirates, seeing Xing Chun's mech, quickly realized what was happening. They raised their intelligence devices, preparing to relay the information. Unfortunately, Xing Chun had already heard them. A few level 3 or 4 pirates stood no chance against the mech. Xing Chun's mech raised its arm, firing at the pirates. Boom! The deafening sound of cannon fire erupted, sending a cloud of dirt flying everywhere. 3 pirates lay in pools of blood, gasping but unable to move. Only the pirate resembling a slime had now melted into a fluid form, swiftly maneuvering across the seabed. Xing Chun, I have activated signal jamming. Within 5 kilometers, he cannot contact his main forces, but the mech can't lock on. The enemy's body seems able to seep into the cracks in the seabed. What should we do? At this moment, Thieving Oil Woman and the others had also arrived. Thieving Oil Woman continued recording video in the cockpit. What to do? Of course, we kill him. Xing Chen drew the twin Dao swords from his waist while simultaneously severing the link with the mech. BT. Assist me. Understood. Iron Steed. The series of mechs crafted by Wei Yuan could assist personnel even without a pilot. Just like now, BT-010 swiftly positioned itself in the path of the slime pirate, opening its hatch. Xing Chen leaped out directly, landing on the ground, with twin Dao swords plunged into the earth. A mournful growl emanated from the depths below. Xing Chen, with a flourish, unsheathed his blade, unleashing 2 wisps of green mist. The slime pirate painfully emerged from the ground, a level 4 genetic warrior, whose body was already attuned to endure the potency of a level 5 gene-locking serum. Yet, due to the pirate's dire scarcity of resources, obtaining such a serum necessitated either personal purchase or notable achievements. Alas, he was merely a lowly slime. Let me go. I shan't reveal that you ambushed me. He pleaded, desperation lacing his voice. The slime's eyes, quite large, rendered him rather adorable, and his rotund form. 2 wounds still oozed green blood. Xingqian held his long knife steadfastly by his side, while other players began to gather around. For mechas hovered in the air above the cracked seabed, where a girl with raven hair and dark eyes, wielding twin broadswords, coldly regarded the green slime before her. "You fear for your life?" Xingqian stated. The jelly-like flesh of the slime quivered. "Sister, I have already begged for mercy. Are you only now realizing that I fear death?" The slime nodded, feeling embarrassed, yet perhaps it could save his life. "Our mission is to eradicate pirates." Xingqian frowned, wavering slightly. She clicked to examine the slime's details. Peak level 4 slime. Upon utilizing a level 5 gene serum, guaranteed to ascend to level 5, a prodigy among the slime race. Timid and gluttonous, capable of changing forms. The slime race is weak. Even at level 4, they seem to possess no offensive capabilities. While inherently weak, their ability to change forms renders them difficult to kill. Current lifespan: 5 years. Injection of a level 5 gene unlocking serum will extend lifespan by 50 years. Makabaka clicked his tongue, whispering, "Alas, Xingqian's peculiar obsession has likely resurfaced." "You mean, her penchant for acquiring hideously unattractive dolls?" the beggar observed, gazing at the slime pirate sprawled on the ground, resembling a large chunk of green jelly, seemingly capable of morphing into any shape, liquid, solid, or even fluid. At this moment, the slime appeared in a solid jelly-like form, its round eyes fixated intently on Xingqian. "I beg you," the slime pirate implored, crawling on the ground. "I am the only slime of my kind to have ascended to such heights. I do not wish to perish." The slime pirate spoke earnestly. "I became a pirate solely because here I can procure gene unlocking serums. I in the Galactic Alliance. Our kind can only access serums up to level 3. I merely wish to survive a bit longer, and I possess great potential. If you spare my life, I shall pledge my allegiance to your race." Xingqian's expression remained cold, causing the slime to tremble within. "Then tell me about your pirate crew, in as much detail as possible," she commanded icily. "If the information proves useful, I may grant you a level 5 gene-locking serum." Internally, she felt a bubbling excitement. A jelly-like slime. How utterly adorable! Their race could only apply for level 3 gene unlocking serums. Was this not blatant discrimination? What a deplorable Galactic Alliance! "I can download the information from my mind to you," the slime declared, rolling towards Xingqian's feet. With a soft pop, the slime detached its own head, presenting it respectfully in both hands to Xingqian. Chapter 66. Merely a pet. The frigid memory extractor, upon insertion into the slime's head, caused it to shudder violently. Its green jelly-like body rippled. This prodigy of the slime race was now consumed with thoughts. Could the organization behind these individuals truly be more formidable than the pirate crew? Yet they promised to provide him with a level 5 gene unlocking serum. Even a level 2 genetic warrior could operate such advanced mechas. They must be an exceedingly wealthy race. "Please, focus. I require details regarding the pirate crew," came BT-010's voice from above. The slime's gaze lifted to meet the towering mecha, which was bending down to observe it. "Oh, of course," the slime replied, bowing respectfully. The oil thief murmured, "This slime truly knows how to read the room. Only those who understand the times can survive." Makabaka mused. It is quite unfortunate that even the Galactic Alliance engages in racial discrimination. Xingqian had sheathed her twin broadswords, now observing BT-010 as it gathered information. The technology was truly remarkable. It could indeed extract visual memories stored within brain cells. The beggar moved closer. BT-010 responded. Technological advancement spans various fields. After the threat of the Zerg subsided, the Galactic Alliance ceased its obsession with weapon evolution. As BT-010 collected information on the squid pirate crew, it reminisced about its creation and the revelations it had encountered upon linking to the Star Network. Following a significant reduction in human influence, powerful races had all claimed their share of the pie, including advancements in diverse technologies. Though humanity was not the most indulgent race, they were undoubtedly the most technologically advanced, refusing to confine their innovations to weaponry. Thus, following the conflict with the Zerg, the Galactic Alliance suddenly boasted a plethora of sophisticated technologies, including the very memory extraction techniques they were employing now. According to the former leader, whom it had encountered within the Star Network, the most formidable aspect of humanity lay within their intellect. Such a race was indeed terrifying. Fortunately, they were not immortal. What was more, They always believed it their duty to sacrifice for future generations. For the sake of humanity's future, they battled the Zerg. At times, BT-010 could not fathom why, after benefiting from humanity, other races would seek to carve up their resources. Observing this slime, BT-010 began to understand. Humanity often sympathized with weaker races, yet these weaker races would only bow in submission during humanity's ascendancy. Once they grew powerful, they would seize what they could. BT-010 resolved to eliminate the slime after extracting its memories. Just then, a small mermaid in Kila's arms stirred awake. Upon opening its eyes, it beheld four enormous mechas surrounding it. Cradled in Kila's embrace, it spotted its nemesis, the slime pirate, whose head had been severed and affixed to the mecha. It was filled with rage. "I shall kill you." Kila swiftly lifted the mermaid child. "Don't cause trouble." The commotion drew the attention of other players. The beggar exclaimed, "Wow, brother, you even snagged a child," Makabaka remarked. "Isn't that the mermaid child you encountered earlier?" The oil thief interjected. "I must say, if you encounter a weakling during gameplay and do not eliminate them, do you expect them to not deceive you?" As a seasoned player, the oil thief had recognized that this child was undoubtedly a spy. Upon hearing the oil thief's words, the mermaid trembled, casting a fearful glance in his direction before retreating behind Kila. Unable to suppress its fury towards the slime, Kila ruffled the mermaid's hair. "It's unfortunate, but this child is rather pitiable. Since it is an exploratory game, I might as well take it back and raise it. It has no other kin. Good uncle, can you help me kill it?" The mermaid pleaded, pointing at the slime in the distance. The pirates had also intended to attack the kind uncle. He would certainly help me eliminate them. He surely would. Tears welled in the mermaid's eyes, gazing at Kila with an expression of utter innocence. Xingqian cast a glance their way. Kila opened his mouth, then closed it again. Avenging is something you should pursue yourself. That fellow has caught the attention of our superior." The mermaid was taken aback, looking bewilderedly at the surrounding players. Were they not friends of the good uncle? "If you possess the capability, you can seek vengeance yourself." Kila encouraged mischievously. "Do you wish to become a genetic warrior as well? I can take you back to my home planet, where you can work for me, and I will provide you with gene unlocking serums. Once you surpass him in level, you can take your revenge," he chuckled, contemplating the recruitment of a child laborer. "Can I really?" The mermaid was somewhat perplexed, wondering why the good uncle would rather offer him gene serums than help him eliminate the slime. Xingqian withdrew her gaze. She rather liked this slime. Having already pleaded for mercy, she intended to take it back as a PIT would also assist in mining, earning a bit of gold. When it comes to matters concerning pets, "I shall not interfere if you do not," Xingqian declared. The oil thief gasped. "Wow, Xingqian is unusually talkative today." The beggar observed. "It seems she genuinely has taken a liking to this slime. It is not merely a matter of fondness." "Did you not hear Xingqian refer to it as a pet?" The oil-stealing hag remarked that Xingqian intends to raise that creature at the base, much like Kila. "How infuriating. This Xingqian is quite astute. I too wish to capture a pet. If it could assist me in mining, I would have more time to chop wood, thereby earning double the income." Kila. "The boss is indeed formidable. But what purpose does it serve to keep that creature? If it levels up and turns hostile, what shall we do? To rear it, one must first subdue it," Xingqian coldly replied, casting a glance at the trembling slime. "If it retaliates, then it is my own fault." The players began to chatter excitedly, utterly oblivious to the astonishment in BT-010's gaze. A pet must be subdued before being raised. If it retaliates, that is her own doing? Is this truly how the human race perceives matters? They have never considered how the myriad races seize their technological advancements. Not even their masters have complained about those artifacts being taken from them. In fact, they previously remarked how, over the years, the myriad races have proven to be utterly incompetent, progressing at a snail's pace. They genuinely seem indifferent to the resources they have lost, instead lamenting the slow pace of advancement. It appears, the human race has never regarded the other races among the myriad as equals. The more BT-010 pondered, the more it felt this was indeed the case. After all, even the so-called strongest deity race resorted to technology after that great war. It is worth noting that, in the past, aside from gene unlocking technology, those immortal beings held such external methods in utter disdain. Download completed. A prompt sounded. BT-010 refocused. packaging all data and transmitting it to the database of Shuvuel. The voice of Shueshuela resonated in the ears of the players. The warship is underway. The Lord has already set off in the Mo Yun. You need only wait in place for a few minutes, and the Lord shall arrive. Once the Lord has arrived, follow him into the enemy's territory. After the Lord takes action, proceed to the coordinates I provided to rescue BT-007. Darkly begging. Received. Shingshin. Acknowledged. Oil-stealing hag. Understood. Makabaka. Affirmative. Kila Kila. Commander, what should I do? BT-009 requires repairs at the base and cannot return normally. Remain in place, and when the main force arrives, find a warship to board. Kila Kila. Understood. Perfect. He will keep an eye on that little mermaid. The child is still glaring fiercely at the slime nearby. Kila Kila could understand the mermaid's feelings. After all, his little sister had been devoured. And he had been deceived. It is only natural to harbor hatred towards those foes. However, Kila Kila would not let his emotions lead him to seek vengeance. This is a game. He could not afford to offend the formidable Shingshin for the sake of rescuing a mermaid child. Even outside the game, Kila Kila felt pity for the child, but at least he was still alive. As for the sister who was eaten, how is that different from the other fish consumed in the sea? BT-010 glanced at Kila Kila. When Kila Kila had previously broadcasted the live video, the mechs linked to the players had also witnessed it. Initially, he thought Kila Kila would feel sympathy for the mermaid after saving him from the pirates. To his surprise, although Kila Kila rescued the mermaid, he showed no inclination to help him seek revenge. Over the years, the mechs had only encountered Wei Yuan, the soul human. Thus, they had always been curious about what the master's kin would be like. Now, after this interaction, the mechs were even more perplexed. They exhibited a flood of compassion, yet it seemed not so sincere. Moreover, they displayed a peculiar sense of dark humor. They could fawn over their master while engaging in equal conversation with him. When faced with minor threats, they would immediately back down, yet when confronted with life-threatening situations, they would charge forward. It was all too convoluted. Humanity is indeed not so easy to comprehend. It is simply too intricate. BT-010 shook its head and retracted the data interface. Iron you, how do you intend to handle your pet? Shingshin glanced at the slime that had withdrawn its head and was now prostrate on the ground. Once the Lord arrives, I will provide you with a level 5 gene unlocking potion. However, you must first assist me by acting as a guide. The slime looked at Shingshin in confusion. What does acting as a guide mean? The oil-stealing hag, please explain. Shingshin pointed at the oil-stealing hag. She rolled her eyes. This Shingshin is becoming increasingly pretentious in the game. This boss demeanor is rather amusing. How infuriating. Do I seem eager to be a lackey? The oil-stealing hag muttered under her breath. Then, like a lackey, approached Shingshin. A guide means you go over and tell your companions that you've captured us, then lead us into your territory with great fanfare. Understand? The slime, not particularly bright, was bewildered by the oil-stealing hag's lengthy explanation. How could I possibly capture you? The oil-stealing hag rubbed her chin thoughtfully. Well, I was worried you might betray us, but now it seems your intellect is lacking. Listen, when the time comes, just say whatever I instruct you to say. The oil-stealing had produced a length of rope. The players had just finished their arrangements when a gust of wind swept through, and the dashing Mo Yun descended from the sky. The speed of the Mo Yun was remarkable. It left no trace in the air and appeared beside the players in an instant. Wow, so cool. Seeing Yuan-gu piloting the mech is utterly thrilling. Can we witness Yuan-gu in action today? So exciting. Countless voices filled the earpieces of Shingshin and the others. Although it was a public channel with thousands of participants, it was not noisy at all amidst their conversations. The cockpit of Mo Yun opened partially, revealing Wei Yuan's figure. Wei Yuan stated, "Prepare to set off." The oil-stealing hag raised her hand. "Wait, Yuan-gu? We have a traitor among us." Wei Yuan paused for a moment, internally questioning. Huh? What is this person up to? A traitor? Upon lowering his head, he saw the oil-stealing hag eagerly revealing her plan. Yuan-gu, let us have this slime guide us into the enemy's territory. I've noticed that these pirates likely struggle to recruit competent individuals. They seem to only enlist dim-witted gene warriors as cannon fodder. After we infiltrate the enemy's base with the slime, we can execute a diversionary tactic, causing chaos within their ranks. Makabaka, have you eaten a book of idioms? Go on, that way of speaking only makes you seem more cultured. The oil-stealing hag chuckled, revealing a mouthful of gleaming white teeth. It seems plausible. Wei Yuan nodded. For him, it made little difference. Charging in and launching a barrage would surely draw out those high-level gene warriors. However, that would certainly eliminate the amusement suggested by the oil-stealing hag. Wei Yuan failed to notice that the original source of entertainment was right across from him and was already beginning to spread its influence. All right, let us set off. Chapter 67. Yuan Gu, this will make me seem foolish. Addendum 1-3. Since we are to infiltrate, we must bear the marks of a recent defeat. The oil-stealing hag scooped up a handful of mud from the ground and smeared it across her face. Haha. 2 rows of gleaming white teeth reflected light. I refuse. This is far too dirty. Moreover, the mud from the seabed is quite foul. Makabaka crossed her arms, making a gesture of refusal. A girl should always be fragrant and soft. Then you cannot join us in the game of infiltration. The oil-stealing hag moved closer to Wei Yuan, appearing to exploit his authority. Even Yuan Gu agrees, and you do not. The oil-stealing hag placed her hands on her hips. Come on. Ha ha ha. Accept the baptism of sea mud. Ah, hurry up and get away. Makabaka fled swiftly, with the oil-stealing hag in hot pursuit. Darkly begging face-bombed. These two are truly immature, beyond belief. However, the oil-stealing hag was not entirely wrong. Without any signs of battle, it would indeed be difficult to blend in. Yuan Gu, shall we disguise ourselves as well? At the very least, we should not allow the pirates to see through our ruse at a glance. Wei Yuan nodded. Disguise is certainly necessary, but why use sea mud? He cast a mischievous, puzzled glance at the oil-stealing hag. Then he clapped his hands towards Imo Yun. A beam of light shot from Imo Yun's pupils, enveloping everyone present, except for the oil-stealing hag. Suddenly, everyone bore remarkably realistic signs of having been in battle. Even several mechs emanated a strong scent of burning, except for the oil-stealing hag, covered in mud. The oil-stealing hag stood frozen in place, her mouth agape. Huh? Yuan Gu, you have this technology? Why didn't you tell me earlier? The oil-stealing hag stared in disbelief. Makabaka. Ha ha ha, stunned. Are you? This is hilarious. Shinshin. Sixth, darkly begging, also stifled laughter. Surprised to find Yuan Gu so absurdly amusing as well. I am utterly amused. Brother Yuan must surely suspect that you are preparing to smear him with mud as well, which is why he hastily instructed Imo Yun to don a disguise. The clandestine beggar chuckled. I refuse to believe it. It is all mere illusion. The oil-stealing woman remarked as she touched the beggar's muddy face. The foe wound upon his visage was a vast expanse of slight abrasions, the area of which was considerable yet shallow. A mere glance was sufficient to discern that the scabs had formed not long ago. As the oil-stealing woman wiped it, the skin on his face was tugged, and the scabs cracked open, oozing threads of blood. Even the muddy water on her hands lingered upon the wound. Goodness! How realistic is this? I cannot believe it. This must be an illusion. Ha ha ha, an illusion! The oil-stealing woman exclaimed. Looking skyward, be quiet. We must make haste. Makabaka tugged at the oil-stealing woman's collar. Wait, Brother Yuan. Grant me a layer of illusion as well. The oil-stealing woman sidled up to Wei Yuan. He wished to mimic his previous actions, sliding past to embrace Wei Yuan's thigh, yet hesitated. He was genuinely filthy. Wei Yuan stifled a laugh, shaking his head while feigning a demeanor of calm impartiality. Oil-stealing woman, your disguise is commendable. There is no need to squander energy on an additional layer. Trust in yourself. The most primitive disguises are often the most effective. Oh? Is that so? The oil-stealing woman silently retracted her hand, then followed the clandestine beggar, gossiping. We're doomed, the beggar. What now, you lively fellow? Brother Yuan has surely been led astray. Now he even jokes with me. The oil-stealing woman spat fiercely. I wonder which fool has tainted Brother Yuan to such a degree. Remember how dashing and radiant he was at the start? Alas, what shall we do now? Am I to traipse along with a face full of mud behind you all? If everyone were as muddy as I, it would matter not. Yet now, apart from him, everyone else bears the marks of battle. Only I appear as if I have rolled in a mud pit like a wild boar. Brother Yuan, your actions render me quite foolish. If my fans were to see us in this state, they would surely mock me. The oil-stealing woman's professional integrity remained intact. She was still operating her camera. What shall we do? How should I know? Why not plead with Mo Yun and see if he might be willing to grant you an additional layer of battle damage filter? As soon as the clandestine beggar finished speaking, the oil-stealing woman dashed over to Mo Yun's side. Following closely behind Wei Yuan, Mo Yun suddenly felt something sticky at his feet. Just as he was about to kick it away, he looked down and discovered it was the tribesman smeared with mud. What do you want? Mo Yun, please grant me a layer of disguise. I beg you. Appearing like this is quite shameful. He tilted his head back, his face smeared with black mud, eyes blinking. However, they had already reached the enemy's base. Mo Yun spoke straightforwardly, and as he did, he sensed a sudden uplift in the mood of the master with whom he had a partial mental connection. The oil-stealing woman lost her grip and fell to the ground. At that moment, they had arrived at the seabed cliff. In the darkness, countless starships lay prostrate at the cliff's base, twinkling with dim red hues. Stop being so emo. Come over and guide the slime in the act. The clandestine beggar pulled the oil-stealing woman along to where the slime was. Quick, you two. Establish communication and provide guidance. The group hurriedly prepared. Wei Yuan instructed Mo Yun to hide aside. The BT series mechs were already formidable enough to attract the mid to high-tier pirates. Wei Yuan smirked. Perhaps the player's methods would allow them to encounter the captured BT-007. Halt! Just as the players had donned their disguises and were ready to follow the slime out towards the outermost warship, several green light spots aimed at them. Adios me. The slime waved his hand. We were looking for dried fish, and I didn't expect to run right into those mech's teammates. Wow! You little rascal. Did you really manage to bring them back? The green light spots vanished as several guarding star pirates emerged. Seeing that the oil-stealing woman and her companions were merely second-tier genetic warriors, they clicked their tongues in astonishment. Well, aren't you quite the catch? High-end mechs paired with such trash genetic warriors? Is this not delivering us a feast? Ha ha ha, this is splendid. You're likely to acquire a level 5 genetic potion this time. By the way, where are your teammates? One of the guards remarked, slapping the slime on the back. In battle, they all perished. The slime waved dismissively. I sent them all to the squad leader. Only I shall reap the rewards. Hey, don't go. One of the guards stopped the slime, casually handing him a pack of cigarettes. I heard that the squad leader you were previously with has died. It was the inspection team's doing. They are still inside. Chapter 68. There are always disgusting extortionists. 2-3. The inspection team? The slime's jelly-like face quivered several times. The squad leader is dead? Indeed. The blood stained the cockpit. If you return now, you might well be killed. Observing the fear on the slime's face, the pirate guard chuckled as he withdrew the cigarettes he had offered. He lit one and took a slow drag, savoring the high-quality goods he had painstakingly acquired. Why not try some? The slime felt a mix of terror and dread. The inspection team was specifically tasked with managing low-tier pirates like them. Anyone caught in wrongdoing could be executed without any reason by the inspection team. The slime swallowed hard. His blatant betrayal, coupled with his intention to infiltrate the enemy, would likely result in a gruesome demise. Yet, at this juncture, he had no means of retreat. The mechs remained right behind him. Caught in a dilemma, the slime failed to notice the pirate's subtle hints. The guard, appearing humanoid but with skinless, crimson flesh, scrutinized the slime with his bright red eyes. Confirming that the slime had not grasped his implication, he spoke with exasperation. What are you still doing standing there? If you take these mechs inside now, the inspection team will surely treat you as they did your squad leader. Brother, I'll endure a bit of hardship to help you out. I have connections. He gestured subtly towards the cigarettes in his hand. Cigarettes, having spread from the human race years ago, had become all the rage across the stars. However, pirates, due to their status, were shunned by the Interstellar Alliance. Except for high-ranking pirates with connections, others like the slime had no means to procure goods, let alone something as fine as cigarettes. So, the little red fellow had offered the slime cigarettes to indicate he had connections. The oil-stealing woman's eyes lit up as she fixated on the little red pirate. The red pirate glanced around, feeling a bit uneasy, and caught sight of the oil-stealing woman grinning widely at him. Why is this captive covered in mud? The red pirate's eyes sharpened as he approached the oil-stealing woman, whose muddy appearance was unmistakable among the crowd. I just got a bit scared during the battle. The oil-stealing woman quickly concocted an excuse. To her surprise, the pirate burst into laughter. So you're just a coward. How curious, how can second-tier genetic warriors possess such excellent mechs? These mechs are too good for you. The red pirate licked his lips, his gaze sweeping over the players and Wei Yuan. Hand over the control of the mechs to me, and I will have the slime release you. We're leaving tomorrow anyway. This deal is quite profitable. The red pirate's voice was low, just loud enough for the players to hear, but not for the slime. The players paused momentarily. The oil-stealing woman was the first to message in the group chat. Goodness. So there are seasoned characters in the stars as well? Makabaka. Did the game developers have some real-world experience before making this game? They VE crafted such figures. Xingqian. Sixth. But should we agree? The clandestine beggar. If we agree, our plan to infiltrate will be foiled, yet if we refuse, he likely won't let it go easily. This level 4, can we handle him? Xingqian. If it were just me, it would be a bit challenging, but with the BT mechs, it would be no problem. The oil-stealing woman coughed lightly, internally scoffing, of course. If we use the mechs, what is there to worry about? The main concern is that right at their doorstep, using mechs would attract every attention. As the players grew anxious, the slime hurried over. They are all my captives. What do you intend to do? Humph. What do I intend to do? The red pirate scoffed, sizing up the slime. Do you even know what you are? A mere slime, yet fortunate enough to ascend to level 4. Do you truly believe that you have become a figure of significance within the pirate crew? The cigarette I offered you earlier was merely an act of courtesy, but if you choose to disregard that courtesy, do not blame me for the consequences. To speak frankly, the patrol team has departed, but I intend to claim these mechs for myself. Upon finishing his words, the red pirate discarded the cigarette from his mouth onto the ground, striking a pose of feigned nonchalance as he declared, "If you have any sense, you will instruct these pilots to grant me access to the mech-S controls. Otherwise, you shall all meet your demise." The ordinary mechs, much like the intelligent cores, require biological genetic authentication for operation. Thus, it is customary to seize mechs by eliminating their original pilots, forcibly reprogramming them, and subsequently authenticating them again for use. However, a simpler method exists, wherein the previous owner voluntarily disassociates from the mech. It is evident that this red pirate wishes for the players to sever their own ties, thereby acquiring these mechs. For BT mechs represent a substantial fortune for these marauders. As for the patrol team, having turned to piracy, they have placed their lives at the mercy of fate, never knowing when death may come knocking. Can they afford to relinquish this easily attainable bounty simply out of fear of the patrol team? Certainly not. The red pirate's determination had yet to fully manifest. Suddenly, a laser shot forth, cleaving the red pirate in two. The extreme heat emitted by the laser cooked the flesh at the severed edges of his body, filling the air with the scent of charred meat. Who would have thought that, even at this juncture, there would still be those foolish enough to hoard contraband? A somber voice echoed from a distance as a cadre of pirates clad in black cloaks approached. The leading pirate wielded the very weapon that had unleashed the fatal laser. The slime trembled, whispering to the players, "The patrol team, they are the patrol team." The oil thief scratched her head. Incredulous. In just a few short minutes, had they truly encountered the patrol team? What fortuitous luck. Perhaps this time, they might even witness BT-007. That moment, their earpieces crackled with the announcement, "The covert begging team. Please prepare yourselves. In 30 minutes, the flagship fleet will arrive above the combat zone, and we have relocated the respawn point to within the flagship." Chapter 69. Will the myriad races allow a single human to rise? 3-3. On Edith Star, among the Inu clan, the elven queen, armed with a wooden staff, bore a grave expression. Before her stood an oval mirror entwined with vines, its surface rippling like water. At the instant her finger made contact, it rippled, revealing a blurred image of a human named Wei Yuan, who appeared to be in the company of several others of his kind. The Tree of Life, unable to discern Wei Yuan's whereabouts? The queen cast her eyes downward, a foreboding feeling gnawing at her. For years, the human race had remained insular, indifferent to the changes in the outside world. Who would have expected such a prodigious young talent to suddenly emerge? In a remarkably brief period, he had ascended to the rank of a level 9 genetic warrior. This was hardly auspicious news for the myriad races. Lady, the young clan leader remains entirely ensnared by the specter of his failure. It seems Wei Yuan has become his inner demon, the steward spoke earnestly, bowing slightly. In truth, Not only the young clan leader felt the weight of Wei Yuan's overwhelming presence, even he had once been intimidated. However, the old steward had served the elven royal family for nearly a millennium and possessed a modicum of resilience. Yet the young clan leader, revered by the elven race as a paragon, had never before faced such a humiliating defeat. A sound thrashing could serve as a beneficial lesson, teaching him the humbling truth that there are always those stronger than oneself. The elven queen waved her hand dismissively, her demeanor proud. However, as my son, how could Dong be so humiliated by a mere human? Summon him at once. Though the powers bestowed by the Tree of Life may not provide a clear vision of Wei Yuan's surroundings, they will grant a general overview. Once he witnesses Wei Yuan's failure and demise with his own eyes, he shall confront his own fears. With a sigh, the elven queen lamented the difficulty of elven reproduction. It was likely that she would only have a Dong as her child. Should she fail in his upbringing and recklessly bestow authority upon him, it would spell immense repercussions for the elven race. Thus, upon learning that Wei Yuan faced imminent disaster in combat against the squid team, the elven queen began to wait, anticipating that this resurgent human would once again falter, just as the humans had in years past. In her heart, the elven queen mused that those truly fearful of Wei Yuan's rise were not the students within the academy, but rather the myriad races that had feasted upon human resources. Host, there is a probing gaze emanating from the elven queen. The system's prompt resonated in Wei Yuan's mind. That moment, he was being escorted by the patrol team alongside the players. The interior of the main battleship was expansive, even surpassing that of a typical technology exhibition hall, filled with an array of bizarre objects. The oil thief and her companions were curious, their eyes darting around in wonder. While it may not possess the aesthetic appeal of their flagship, the size of this interior was truly impressive. The space was undeniably vast, yet the taste of the battleship's owner left much to be desired. The lighting within the ship leaned heavily toward greens and reds, and beneath such illumination, the oil thief and her companions felt as though they were traversing the road to the underworld. The mechs had been left outside, and now they found themselves truly at the mercy of their captors. The slime trembled uncontrollably, envisioning countless scenarios in which it might meet its demise. Aren't you afraid? The slime cowered, instinctively inching closer to the players. Huh? Afraid of what? This path, the oil thief remarked, wiping away some mud from her face and flicking it to the ground. This eerie atmosphere does evoke a sense of horror. But honestly, compared to the horror-themed games we've played before, like Escaping from the Insane Asylum or Fifth Personality, this is still far from it. Chapter 70. The elven race will not offend the human race, but they can expose Wei Yuan's true power. Mother, is what you say true? And Yu Dong's previously vacant eyes sparkled with newfound brightness at the elven queen's words. Wei Yuan had encountered the squid pirate crew. Ha ha ha, this was indeed monumental news, and Yu Dong was certain that Wei Yuan would survive this battle, for he was well aware of Wei Yuan's true strength. However, the graduation competition at the Lord Academy did not solely assess individual prowess. The competition revolved around the strength of their kin. If pirates were to seize Wei Yuan's planet, he would undoubtedly be unable to save many of his people. Given the nature of pirates, even if they could not eliminate Wei Yuan, they would certainly massacre all mid- to high-tier genetic warriors on his planet. The human race had never possessed a large population, and it had been years since they had heard of any significant purchases of genetic unlocking potions. Indeed, the elven race held shares in the companies developing these potions. They had their fingers in every pie, keeping a watchful eye on the human race to prevent any resurgence. While the elven queen was uncertain how Wei Yuan had managed to rise to level 9 beneath their noses, she spoke the cruel truth with a gentle tone. However, having discovered this, they must now treat it with the seriousness it deserved. No myriad race had yet dared to publicly declare intentions to persecute the human race. After all, this was an era dominated by technology. The original developer of the terminal intelligence A was a genius among the humans, though that genius perished in the Great War following the decline of the human race. The control of the terminal intelligence fell into the hands of the Alliance. Yet, no one could predict whether the terminal intelligence might still harbor a bias toward the human race. None of the central ruling races within the Interstellar Alliance wished to witness the resurgence of the human race. Wei Yuan, upon entering the Lord Academy, had garnered significant attention. The elven queen gently caressed the staff in her hand, observing her son, who was still reveling in joy not far away. he remained oblivious to the fact that Wei Yuan had long been under the surveillance of the ruling powers of several races during his time at the academy. However, after numerous tests, he had survived and even received protection from the old principal. Initially, this was merely out of respect for the old principal, coupled with Wei Yuan's displayed strength of merely level 6 or 7, which had deterred those races from launching a frenzied assault. Once this battle concluded and Wei Yuan's true power was revealed, could they remain passive? They would undoubtedly take action. Mother, should we not send someone over to take advantage of the chaos and see if we can eliminate Wei Yuan? And Yu Dong spoke excitedly. Should Wei Yuan fall, he would reclaim his status as the prodigy he once was, a rarity within the entire interstellar alliance. His only rival would be Feng Yuxing of the same powerful clan. The Elven Queen chuckled softly, shaking her head. No, we, the Elven race, have always revered peace. Even during our resource plundering of the human race, we maintained a position of detachment. This time, you are not permitted to take action. However, we can dispatch dark elves to the scene to cover the event, ensuring that all races witness this battle. The skirmish between Yin Yedong and Wei Yuan was merely a display of skill among peers. The Elven Queen was not yet inclined to sever ties with the human race. Although the incident involving the division of human resources had yielded considerable benefits for the Elven clan, they had refrained from taking a direct stance. The late king had once proclaimed that unless absolutely necessary, one should not become adversaries with humans. After all, they were a race capable of producing countless extraordinary talents in a remarkably short span. Who could fathom the depth of their heritage accumulated over such an extensive period? In the past, humans had indeed compelled the talents of myriad races to bow their heads in their society. Genius seemed to be a commonplace occurrence. The Elven Queen reminisced about the glorious moments she had witnessed during her youth. A sigh escaped her lips. If a talent like Wei Yuan were born into any other race, he would undoubtedly ascend to a position of leadership. Alas, he was human. The news of the Elven clan preparing to dispatch reinforcements quickly spread across the Star Network, even making it to the trending topics. Players, now armed with their identification and able to purchase smart brains to log onto the Star Network, eagerly connected and crowded around their screens, exclaiming in excitement. Elves were coming to support us. Would they be as adorable as Alice? Navigating through the starry seas, players were compelled to remain aboard their warships for 2 long hours, reluctant to log off and miss any unfolding storylines. They gathered to chat, boredom driving them together. When news alerts popped up on their smart brains, their excitement reached a fever pitch. This game was truly remarkable. The Star Network mirrored our own internet. Though it lacked games, imagine if we could play games within a game. How delightful that would be. Let us check the news. Wow, is that the Elven Queen? She is stunning. How old is she? I've always had a fondness for mature women. Let me look it up. Holy moly, nearly 500 years old. The players spoke with their microphones, and the clear sounds reached Xia Shuelai's ears. She frowned. The players had stumbled upon this news at such a critical juncture. Could it be a hint from the game? As a novice, Xia Shuelai took every piece of information seriously, contemplating each detail. Xiaozhong, when you introduced the game's background, didn't you mention that humans were once powerful but fell into decline while battling the insect race? Subsequently looked down upon by others? Feng Chui Pai Pai, long unaccustomed to being called by his real name, was momentarily taken aback when Xia Shuelai addressed him. Indeed, the myriad races they had encountered thus far had been insufferably arrogant. Xia Shuelai nodded in agreement. Why was it that other races remained silent while the elves took the initiative to assist? She opened communication with Wei Yuan, who was currently leading the players to the location of the patrol squad. The pirates were no ordinary foes. The members of the patrol squad were notorious ruffians. Upon seeing the newcomers, they licked their lips and approached with malicious intent. Ha ha ha, they even brought back a few tender morsels that looked quite delectable. Leave one alive for questioning later and kill the rest. That muddy one. Let him stay. 8 members of the patrol squad, all with squid heads and human bodies, bore slimy tentacles that appeared quite revolting. The oil stealer pointed at herself, incredulous. Do you look down on me? What else with these pirates? Do I really seem that easy to bully? Damn it. Why am I always the one being belittled? Truly frustrating. The oil stealer wiped the mud from her face and shouted fiercely, Today, let these pirates witness what it means to not underestimate the youth. In her hands appeared 3 syringes. A substandard Tier 3 gene serum, a substandard Tier 4 gene serum, and a Tier 5 substandard gene serum. These were the rewards granted by the system due to the increased difficulty of the task at hand. Is this person out of their mind? The patrol squad's squid creature shouted in disbelief. Normal interstellar races knew that these gene serums should only be injected when one's body was at its peak condition and had completely adapted to the current gene level. In players' terms, it was akin to requiring sufficient experience points. Ordinary interstellar races were exceedingly cautious about injecting gene serums, as they did not possess the visible experience points that players did. Should their bodies fail to endure the shock of the next tier of serum, they would explode. Although the Alliance had released some instruments to estimate a rough range, it only minimally reduced the mortality rate. Yet, the oil stealer pulled out 3 gene unlocking serums and, right before the squid creatures of the patrol squad, injected one into her arm. "Get back, or we'll end up covered in blood," the squid creature shouted. Simultaneously, the oil stealer laughed heartily. "Ha! Watch me reach tier 5 and beat you all to a pulp." The cacophony of shouts echoed simultaneously. After the squid creatures dodged, they found nothing had happened. The oil stealer, however, was dumbfounded. Why hadn't my level increased after the injection? No way. Could it be fake serum? His cry was filled with grievance, pain, distortion, and disbelief. In the next moment, one of the squid creatures lashed out at the oil stealer with its tentacles. "Damn it, you scared me. I thought you were actually using a gene unlocking serum. Turns out it was just a fake to frighten us? What a lunatic. This is just bad luck. Don't kill me." The words from this fool's mouth are best kept quiet. Listening to the squid creature's shouts, the anonymous beggar nearly burst into laughter, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. "Ha ha ha, oil stealer, are you a fool? You've cracked me up, ah ha ha ha. Even if it were a substandard gene unlocking serum, you still need to have sufficient experience points to inject it. Why didn't you say so earlier?" After being slapped against the wall, the oil stealer spat out a mouthful of blood. Pale-faced as he complained, "How was I supposed to know you didn't even know that?" The anonymous beggar shouted. "Hurry up and use Feng Chui Pai Pai's technique. Max out the pain sensation to gain experience points." At this moment, they dared to converse openly in front of us. How arrogant. Are you seeking death? As the squid creatures realized the players were chatting without a care in the world, their rage boiled over. Chapter 71. As long as my reflexes are quick enough, pain sensation won't catch up with me. Maxing out the pain sensation? The oil stealer, covered in wounds and lying on the ground, was filled with terror, not of the NPCs, but of the game designer's commitment to realism, wherein players would experience pain akin to reality. If he maxed out the pain sensation now, with his current health, he glanced at his health bar, which was less than a third full. Wouldn't he die from the pain? A cold sweat trickled down his forehead. "Brother, it's just a game. Do we really need to go to such lengths?" The anonymous beggar and the oil stealer locked eyes, both gulping nervously. Honestly, the sensation of being pierced by a bloodthirsty Chusen tree during the initial stages of the game resurfaced. That was real pain. Hesitation leads to defeat. Let us prepare for battle. Remember to stock up on medical supplies, or we'll end up back on the warship. Starry pulled out dual blades, having maxed out her pain sensation, with 10 medical syringes in her backpack as backup. The moment she drew the blades, she blocked a tentacle hurled by the squid pirate. The squid's tentacles differed from those of an octopus. They lacked suckers and were smooth. The strength was immense. Holding the blades, Starry felt a slight numbness in her palms, yet with that single encounter, her experience points surged. In a way, this works? The oil stealer's eyes lit up. Forget everything else. If that girl can max out her pain sensation, why should I back down? The next second, HHH, that hurts. His scream startled the squid pirate attacking him, causing it to flinch. Upon seeing his experience points rise, the oil stealer's level immediately shot up to 3, and he felt emboldened. "Come on, whoever doesn't fight is a grandson. Damn it, as long as my reflexes are quick enough, the pain won't catch up to me." Wei Yuan scanned the room, noting the absence of any traces of BT-007. It seemed they were elsewhere. A gust of wind swept across his face as he swiftly seized the squid pirate attempting to ambush him. The pirate felt an immense force before being yanked toward Wei Yuan, who grasped the creature's head in his hand. How could this be? The squid pirate's eyes widened in shock. He had just conducted an inspection. These individuals were merely secondary. What became of the last mech you brought back? Wei Yuan pinched the pirate's head, compelling the octopus to meet his gaze in that fleeting moment of eye contact. The pirate's expression grew vacant, and he uttered. The doctor took the mech, claiming it was not an ordinary BT mech. He wished to study it. Wei Yuan. Where is the doctor? Inside the second battleship. Before the pirate could finish his sentence, his head exploded. Wei Yuan furrowed his brow. The method of mental coercion proved too crude. However, he did not anticipate that there would be someone discerning within this band of pirates. Perhaps it was this so-called doctor who had dismantled BT-007. Quite troublesome indeed. Wei Yuan flicked his wrist, shaking off the blood and tissue from his hands. He then retrieved a handkerchief, wiping away the remnants with meticulous care. How frugal and resourceful. I shall pay a visit to the second battleship. You all amuse yourselves here. Wei Yuan bid farewell and departed. The oil thief had just plunged a medical needle into herself, instantly revitalizing her. After several near-death experiences, her level surged to 5. All right, Brother Yuan. Once we finish dealing with them, we'll come find you. The octopus pirates were horrified to discover that the individuals they had previously dominated were now beginning to overpower them. Moreover, why did they feel a mix of agony and pleasure while being beaten? What kind of perversion was this? The mechs had activated their signal jamming. Within this small chamber, all the cries of despair could not escape. The players merely needed to focus on leveling up here. Yun ascended into the skies, transmitting all the visuals he observed to Wei Yuan. The location of the second battleship lay at the center of the pirate crew. All obstacles in Wei Yuan's path were violently dismantled. A deafening alarm blared. Beginning with the outermost pirate ships, the alert gradually advanced inward. Alarm! Alarm! Unidentified enemy detected. The red alert resonated among the 3 central battleships. At that moment, Wei Yuan continued his advance. A voice echoed in his ear. Xue Xiaola reported, Lord, the elven race has issued a statement, claiming they will send support. Are they friend or foe? The immense explosions and the screams of pirates being ruthlessly dispatched by Wei Yuan heightened Xue Xiaola's anxiety. The Lord is formidable. This NPC is likely more than just a game guide. Since his departure, Wei Yuan had not had a moment to glance at the Starnet news. Even if he had the time, he might not have paid attention to it. It was unexpected that Xue Xiaola would report to him. Would the elven race be so kind as to assist him? It was nothing short of a grand joke. Those elves, outwardly golden but rotten within, would be doing well not to exploit the situation and aid the pirates. The elven queen was likely scheming for her own ends. Wei Yuan pressed forward, slaughtering countless pirates and demolishing dozens of battleships along the way, ultimately halting at the periphery of the central fleet. Before him stood an energy shield, within which several interstellar cannons were aimed at him. Outside, numerous interstellar pirates armed with weapons surrounded him. Those elves are not to be trusted. I suspect they wish to expose my strength, paving the way for other formidable races to annihilate us. Wei Yuan spoke lightly. Alas, our strength breeds envy. Commander, what should we do? Xue Xiaola was taken aback that the Lord would pose this question to her. The game's freedom truly aligned with Zhang Tao's assertions. Was everything truly up to her discretion? A long-lost fervor surged within Xue Xiaola. Wei Yuan. Of course, in this war, you are the commander. All decisions during the conflict will be at your command. Trust those you employ, and distrust those you do not. The players are all summoned from my homeland, and Wei Yuan had faith that his compatriots would not betray him. After all, despite being foolish players, they were still true humans. Moreover, even if Xue Xiaola made a misjudgment, he would be there to manage the aftermath. A lord must protect his subordinates. After all that in the cosmos, humanity had no allies. You are the sole hope for the rise of humankind. Upon concluding, countless projectiles exploded around him. The cacophony of thunderous blasts filled Xue Xiaola's ears. Amidst the hail of bullets, Wei Yuan strolled leisurely toward the central battleships of the pirate crew. His psychic field was fully activated. All artillery fire veered away from him. Level 9. Among the pirates, a high-level genetic warrior sensed Wei Yuan's rank. He cried out in terror. The next moment, he was crushed by the psychic field, his neck twisting as he spat blood and fell lifeless. Oh heavens, a level 9 genetic warrior. Is he from the Interstellar Alliance? Quickly, contact the commander. His target appears to be our battleship. Activate all ships. Ascend. Ascend. Genetic warriors below level 7, board the ships immediately. Those above level 7, assemble and eliminate this brat. We have slain level 9 genetic warriors before. What is there to fear? Assemble. The colossal battleships in the center struggled to take off due to their immense size. But Wei Yuan had already torn through their energy shields. Commander, I must cut this conversation short. I will retrieve BT-007. The task of reclaiming BT-007 could not be accomplished solely by the players. Wei Yuan had not anticipated that there would be someone with discernment among these pirates. The second battleship housed the research talents of the pirate crew. Their ships were the most cumbersome of all, laden with scientific instruments. Pirates, being wanderers of the seas, carried their possessions with them. A small pirate rushed in, urging the researchers to prepare for defense. Doctor, it is perilous outside. We must descend immediately, and all experiments must be suspended. Suspend? An octopus man, wearing a monocle, adjusted his glasses with a tentacle. His brow furrowed as he stood beside the dismantled BT-007. This special BT series mech was on the verge of having its core deciphered. You want me to stop now? The octopus doctor coldly lashed out with a tentacle, impaling the pirate who brought the message through the neck. The body crumpled lifelessly outside the laboratory door. The octopus doctor didn't spare the corpse another glance. He activated the video call, and the face of the squid pirate leader appeared on the screen. Yuri's, this BT series mech is exceptionally unique. I am at a critical juncture in deciphering its code, and no matter the circumstances, I cannot be interrupted. Yuri's, the leader of the squid pirate crew, was a massive squid man. A level 9 genetic warrior is approaching from outside. Seemingly human, demolishing several battleships along the way. He is likely sent specifically to sabotage our vessels. Are you certain you will not activate your ship's defenses? I cannot. The core program of this mech is highly specialized. I require the battleship's energy to support my decryption algorithms. If I activate the ship, all will be in vain. The octopus doctor viewed the figure transmitted by the other side with irritation. Why must such an individual appear at this moment? Humans, humph. How rare a level 9 human. Can those high-ranking beings among the myriad races tolerate a level 9 human? Yuri's, stop that human. Promise him some rewards. Regardless of the method, you must impede him. Yuri's felt disgruntled. As the leader of the squid pirate crew, he was supposed to be the one calling the shots. Yet, the crew could not procure advanced weapons and genetic unlocking agents from the Alliance. They relied on the octopus doctor for such resources. If they lost the octopus doctor, their crew's strength would diminish significantly. Truly, humans, halt. We need to converse. Yuri's activated the ship's microphone, addressing the advancing Wei Yuan. Currently, the only battleship that had not taken off and activated its shield was the second battleship. Seeing that Wei Yuan ignored his words entirely, Yuri shouted in anger, Human, I have no intention of being your enemy. Leave now, and I may grant you a path to survival. Do you not realize how severely humanity has suffered within the Interstellar Alliance? The Allied forces must have sent you to your demise. Cease your advance. If you do not relent, I shall take action. A towering mech launched from the first battleship. It was an octopus-shaped mech, its mechanical tentacles whipping out towards Wei Yuan at incredible speed. Wei Yuan's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly dodged. The spot where he had stood moments before was shattered by the mechanical appendage, leaving a deep fissure in the ground. The mechanical tentacles quickly recalibrated their trajectory, moving with astonishing speed, devoid of any clumsiness. This was a top-tier mech, custom-designed, undoubtedly crafted by a master. With a mere glance, Wei Yuan could discern that this did not originate from the hands of the masters within the Alliance. This octopus faction, and yet another mech master? Mo Yun. The pitch-black mech descended from the heavens, its cold mechanical wings unfurling, its size merely half that of the octopus mech in a swift motion. Wei Yuan entered the cockpit. The two mechs clashed instantly. Meanwhile, Dr. Octopus, anxiously awaiting progress, was startled by the tremendous commotion outside. He activated the surveillance, and at a glance, beheld Mo Yun engaged in battle with the octopus mech. Yuri's, capture him, seize that mech, and apprehend that human as well. I must uncover who crafted them. That was a battlefield-grade mech, on par with yours. Yet within the Stellar Alliance, there is no record of it. Detain him. Yuri's, within the octopus mech, was drenched in sweat from the battle. Hearing Dr. Octopus's shout, he felt a chill of fear. You know it's a mech of the same caliber as mine. How am I to capture him? He is also a level 9. Chapter 73. What it means to be adaptable, 1-5, and yet. What of being a level 9? A circle of blue patterns emerged on Dr. Octopus's face as he exclaimed, "Yuris, you have slain level 9 genetic warriors before." A fervent expression danced upon his visage. The weapon I designed, the Celestial Arms, is specifically intended to combat high-tier warriors, Yuris. Capture him, capture him, capture him. The designs, concepts, and even the internal programming of these mechs are so unique. So unique that they could potentially give rise to a new race. No, no, no. It should be said that they could overturn the mechanical race's claim of being a naturally occurring species. Indeed, the mechanical race must have been created by external forces. They are unlike any other species. The blue circular patterns on Dr. Octopus's face grew increasingly pronounced. His expression became ever more frenzied, tinged with a hint of admiration and longing. Upon seeing the blue patterns on Dr. Octopus's face, Yuris let out a long sigh. Whenever the doctor encountered matters concerning weaponry, he became particularly unhinged, completely disregarding any other suggestions. Observing the black mech, which had once again evaded his attack and was capable of destroying one of his tentacles, Yuris gritted his teeth. It was time to go all out. After all, this raid had already yielded a considerable amount of resources. Utilizing the Celestial Arms would make this trip worthwhile. All right, Doctor, just don't let it cost me too dearly. He slammed a crimson button manically. The first battleship, now elevated into the air, suddenly began to shift its form. As all energy converged, the surrounding air trembled. Wei Yuan looked up. Danger. He raised an eyebrow, gazing at the first battleship. Good heavens, isn't this a bit reckless? According to interstellar protocol, shouldn't we determine the victor before deploying energy weapons? Wei Yuan inquired. Yuris grinned menacingly. We are pirates. We do not adhere to your rules. Consider this a demonstration of our octopus pirate crew's ultimate weapon. You are the second level 9 genetic warrior to witness it. Looks like I might have overdone it. Wei Yuan halted Mo Yun, having realized that no matter how swift he was, that energy cannon had locked onto him. At this moment, the oil-stealing woman and her crew had already dealt with the octopus pirates and were quietly hiding among the surrounding pirates. Celestial Arms. Each use consumes the total energy of approximately 3 level 7 planets, capable of directly annihilating level 8 genetic warriors and severely injuring level 9 genetic warriors. Goodness, that weapon up there looks rather formidable. The oil-stealing woman assessed the Celestial Arms with keen interest. Secretly worried. What level is Brother Yuan at again? Level 9, Star replied, coldly. NPCs are not like us. They have but one life. If Brother Yuan is severely injured here, our battle may be lost before it even begins. She opined, analyzing the situation. She relayed all of this to Xue Xiala, who was advancing at full speed. 10 minutes remained. In 10 minutes, they would reach this oceanic planet. However, in that time, Wei Yuan would undoubtedly be struck by the Celestial Arms. The healing syringes would only suffice to repair the bodies of the lower-tier warriors. For the higher-tier genetic warriors, the energy required for their bodies was far too substantial. The syringe's effects could be deemed negligible. Thus, Xue Xiala connected with Wei Yuan. My lord, surrender. Ift. Wei Yuan nearly burst out laughing. Goodness, you almost made me chuckle, my lord. We shall reach the scene in 10 minutes. If the opponent utilizes the Celestial Arms, they must channel all energy into that weapon. You are our team's strongest asset. Maintain your strength as much as possible. Simultaneously, this can serve as a means to restrain them from carelessly withdrawing energy from the Celestial Arms. Buy time, and we shall launch a surprise attack. Xue Xiala's strategy was quite clear. Yet for a pirate crew, who would have anticipated that 81 escort battleships would come to raid them, very well. Wei Yuan nodded slightly. Despite the appearance of a lengthy discussion, in reality, only a few seconds had passed on the scene. Before the energy of the Celestial Arms fully consolidated, Mo Yun drew a white flag from his waist. The small white flag fluttered in the air. Wei Yuan raised both hands and stepped out from Mo Yun's cockpit. Hey, easy now. I surrendered. We worked hard to reach level 9. Let us not resort to cannon fire over a misunderstanding. Indeed, I surrender. You are correct. The Alliance has not been particularly cordial to us. I merely came to make an appearance. I had no intention of sacrificing my life for the Stellar Alliance. Wei Yuan's display of adaptability left Yuris utterly bewildered. The oil-stealing woman and her crew silently gave Wei Yuan a thumbs up. Wow, Brother Yuan is truly impressive, so adaptable, goodness. What's even more astonishing is Shuexiala. She can actually command Brother Yuan, the battlefield commander? You think that's a joke? TSK, how formidable it is to command Brother Yuan. If only I could become a battlefield commander someday, I too would have Brother Yuan listen to me. What a ridiculous thought. They donned pirate attire, their voices far from discreet. At that moment, several pirates nearby furrowed their brows, observing the newcomers clad in pirate clothing. These fellows look oddly familiar, and their speech is rather peculiar. Which crew are you from? Chapter 74. The oil-stealing woman. Excellent. You shall be promoted in the future. 2-5. Secretly, the beggar turned to see several oddly shaped pirates staring at them. Alarm bells rang in his mind. These pirates want to discover our true identities, will they? Scanning the area, it was evident that all around were level 4 and 5 pirates. Cold sweat broke out on the beggar's forehead. Just as he contemplated an excuse, the oil-stealing woman shouted, "Are you blind? We are the inspection team." She reprimanded the questioning pirates. "Big guts. Do you think you can meddle in the affairs of our inspection team? Looking for death, are you?" The oil-stealing woman quickly discerned that these ordinary pirates wore non-distinct clothing, while the inspection team donned striking red uniforms. What status did the inspection team hold? From the very beginning, the players had come to understand this, and the oil-stealing woman, as a game streamer, possessed sufficient information-gathering skills. Weren't the members of the inspection team all octopus aliens? The pirate who first posed the question immediately withered under the pressure. Even as he uttered his defense, he shrank back. "You dare to retort? Looking to die?" The oil-stealing woman dealt a resounding slap to the pirate's head, causing a loud crack. All were level 5 genetic warriors. And the oil-stealing woman's brazen demeanor decisively confirmed her identity to the surrounding pirates. Indeed, this was the essence of the inspection team. Several pirates quickly lowered their heads and scattered, fearful that their earlier words might bring about their demise. Members of the inspection team were trusted confidants of the captain, too perilous to provoke. Observing the surrounding area clear out, Star gave the oil-stealing woman a thumbs up. 6. Impressive. The beggar had never expected to witness such a display. Makabaka was equally stunned by the oil-stealing woman's maneuver. Good heavens, at that moment, with Wei Yuan's surrender, Yuri's found himself at a loss. However, energy was something to be conserved whenever possible. The celestial arms had limited uses, and there were few devices capable of severely injuring high-tier genetic warriors. Very well, as you humans say, what was it? Those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Wei Yuan smiled amiably, standing with his hands raised. Yuri's, I've heard of you. You bear a grudge against the Stellar Alliance. We need not be at each other's throats, after all. I harbor no ill will. Yuri's maintained a stern expression, his octopus face betraying no thoughts. No ill will? You nearly dismantled my lowly fleet. Is that what you call no ill will? Yet, could it be that the other party was merely a pawn sent forth by the Stellar Alliance? The delicate relationships between the human race and other species were well known among any significant power. However, the mysterious level 9 genetic warrior before him had voluntarily surrendered, offering goodwill. He had no objection to acquiring another level 9 subordinate. Well, since you have surrendered, let us pay a visit to our second-in-command, Dr. Octopus. He has a matter he wishes to discuss with you. Yuri never anticipated that things would proceed so smoothly. Bring him to Dr. Octopus, he commanded, yet no pirate dared to step forward at that moment. It was inevitable. After all, he was a 9th-level gene warrior. The lower-ranked pirates had already been excluded from the combat at the outset, relegated to the periphery, each assuming that the senior gene warriors would take the lead. The higher-ranking pirates, on the other hand, believed it was the duty of the lower-ranked pirates to guide the way. Why would they concern themselves with such trivialities? Furthermore, who among them did not have their lives hanging by a thread? Who could tell if this individual, who appeared to have surrendered, was not secretly planning their demise? Just moments ago, Wei Yuan and Yuri had inadvertently taken out several 7th and 8th level gene warriors during their fierce battle. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. The oil-stealing woman's eyes gleamed with sudden inspiration. She smeared some blood from her body onto her face and raised her hand, pushing her way through the crowd. "I'll lead the way. I'll lead the way." As Yuri frowned in disapproval, a lowly pirate, drenched in crimson, stepped forward. Instantly, the flames of irritation that had flared within him were extinguished. He watched the bloodied pirate approach Wei Yuan and nodded in approval. Excellent. What is your name? The oil-stealing woman grinned ingratiatingly. Hee, Commander, I am called Oil Stealer. Oil Stealer? Quite a fitting name indeed. In truth, he had no idea what Oil Stealer meant. The myriad of interstellar races had a plethora of unique naming conventions. The blood-soaked appearance of Oil Stealer did not resemble that of a human, but rather that of a lesser-known tribe. With thousands of members in the pirate crew, Yuri could not possibly know them all. He simply felt that those who dared to step forward at this moment were courageous. He resolved to make good use of this Oil Stealer in the future. Boldness was indeed an admirable trait for a pirate. Take her to the doctor, he instructed. As Yuri listened to Dr. Octopus's incessant chatter, he impatiently gestured towards the second warship. Oil Stealer chuckled, extending her hand towards Wei Yuan. After you. Her obsequious demeanor nearly caused Wei Yuan to lose his composure. These players truly could stir up trouble in any situation. Let us go, Wei Yuan declared, striding towards the second warship. The weapons of the Star Alliance remained active, the indicator lights for energy charging still aglow. Should Wei Yuan make any rash movements, the weapons would activate instantly. Dr. Octopus trembled with excitement, overwhelmed by the prospect of acquiring a mech with no prior records. He had to obtain this mech. He simply had to. Yuri observed the blue rings on Dr. Octopus's body gradually beginning to turn red. Furrowing his brow, Doctor, you are merely interested in studying mechs, correct? Yes indeed. Dr. Octopus replied with a beaming smile. I only wish to study mechs. The more he appeared to be normal, the more abnormal he truly was. Yuri frowned. Doctor, he has already decided to ally with us. Do not do anything reckless. The humans are rather formidable. Despite the lack of news over the years, the reputation of humanity still loomed large among the myriad races. After all, to this day, all beings trembled at the mere mention of the Zerg. For centuries, only humanity dared to confront the Zerg head-on. Moreover, they were notoriously protective of their own. If such a ninth-level gene warrior were to fall at their hands, who could predict how the humans might seek retribution? Dr. Octopus waved his tentacles dismissively. Humans? Merely a struggling race, he scoffed. This ninth-level warrior is likely their greatest strength. The countdown for the BT-007 core program decryption stood at 30 minutes. There was still time. Wei Yuan knocked on the laboratory's grand door. The pristine white door was crafted from the rare Lessian ore. The lab's security level was surprisingly high, rated at 9th level. Indeed, surrender proved to be the optimal solution. This commander's judgment was not to be underestimated. Wei Yuan's eyes crinkled with joy. He truly had an eye for talent. Among these players, there were indeed reliable individuals. The heavy circular locks groaned as they turned, and the massive door, weighing several tons, opened slowly. The entire laboratory was enveloped in pure white. From Wei Yuan's vantage point, he could see rows of experimental apparatus and unidentifiable substances. Ultimately, his gaze settled on the enormous, amiable-looking octopus at the rear. Blue Ring Octopus. Greetings, esteemed human 9th-level gene warrior. How should I address you? Dr. Octopus's appendages lifted his entire form, towering over humans, adorned with blue edges and intricate dark red patterns, creating a stunning sight. Before Wei Yuan could respond, Oil Stealer shouted, Wow, Blue Ring Octopus, what a massive creature. This is a game, after all. Even if it is poisonous, one could at least sample a taste. Oil Stealer's eyes sparkled with excitement. In the night market, his favorite delicacy was grilled octopus tentacles. It is said that the more poisonous an animal, the more delicious it is. This gigantic octopus, so large and toxic, would surely be exhilarating to consume. As he pondered this, Oil Stealer nearly drooled. Dr. Octopus sensed the disrespect emanating from this pirate and cast a displeased glare at Oil Stealer. Get out. Were it not for the need to appear somewhat amiable before this 9th-level gene warrior, he would have already disposed of this insolent pirate. Leave. Then I will roast you one day, Oil Stealer muttered under his breath. Wei Yuan observed Oil Stealer's nearly drooling expression and contemplated. After this battle, he would be cautious about consuming any grilled octopus prepared by the players. If these scoundrels were motivated by honor or dignity, a reset would be highly unlikely. However, if it were for the sake of food, then anything was possible. Oil Stealer turned to leave, and the heavy door slowly began to close once more. You may call me Wei Yuan. Dr. Octopus, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Your reputation precedes you. An important member of the Squid pirate crew, his fame within the Alliance was considerable. In fact, this Dr. Octopus was a graduate of the Lord Academy, though unfortunately not a distinguished one. He had been expelled. Wei Yuan recalled that it was due to severe subject bias, compounded by a mental illness. Indeed, even in the interstellar age, mental health issues remained untreatable. However, some previously considered ordinary mental illnesses were now recognized as side effects of powerful psychic abilities. Wei Yuan, Dr. Octopus's countenance shifted. You are the only human lord of this cohort? Impossible. You have not graduated yet. How could you possibly become a 9th-level gene warrior? Dr. Octopus shook his large head vigorously. Mumbling, I, a genius, have yet to reach 9th level. How can you have achieved it? Chapter 75. BT 007 has long since perished. 3-5. What were Dr. Octopus's symptoms? Wei Yuan's gaze turned icy as he noticed the dismantled remains of BT 007 in the distance. Had you not mentioned it, I might have forgotten, Senior. You too were a student of the Lord Academy. What led to your expulsion? Wei Yuan advanced closer, observing the dark red patterns on Dr. Octopus's body intensifying. Dr. Octopus frowned, still retaining some rationality, even as he was dragged into memories he wished to avoid. Yet he struggled to maintain composure. Wei Yuan, do not think that being a 9th-level gene warrior makes you exceptional. Many 9th-level warriors have perished at my hands. Moreover, those ancient beings of the myriad races are likely unaware of your true strength. Are they? Tell me, if they were to discover your true power, would they allow your kind to remain? Dr. Octopus's eyes widened, fixated on Wei Yuan. Since graduating from the Lord Academy, he had not suffered an episode for a long time. Years had passed, and while the symptoms still lingered, he had worked hard to suppress them, even resorting to killing sparingly. At that moment, he retained his rationality. Realizing Wei Yuan's identity, he understood that Wei Yuan would never allow the ancient beings to learn of his capabilities. Humanity, 9th-level Lord. The combination of these terms was sufficient to instill terror in those cowardly and greedy old creatures. They would tremble at the thought of a human lord emerging, one with the strength to contend with them. A 9th-level gene warrior, it comes to mind, Wei Yuan exclaimed, utterly unconcerned with what Dr. Octopus was saying. You were expelled for your jealousy towards a fellow mech engineer, whom you killed simply because he possessed greater talent than you. For merely guiding you with a few key points about mechs TSK. Wei Yuan clapped his hands. Now, let me ask you this. If I were to tell you that the mech program you cannot even decode was developed by me, would you not go mad? He pointed to the core program of BT 007 in the distance. After all, those who qualify for the Lord Academy are not without talent. However, geniuses are ubiquitous. Even if one were to sift through countless candidates, there would still be billions of beings throughout the cosmos. Those who managed to enter the Lord Academy could be considered as rare as a gem amid the vastness. Yet, above the realm of genius, there exists an even more extraordinary echelon. Dr. Octopus, being a member of a powerful deep-sea race, possessed innate talent from a young age. One might say he is a slightly lesser version of an Yedong. His distinctive gift lies in weapon manufacturing. Among interstellar armaments, mechs stand as the pinnacle of weaponry. Once a mech is constructed, its core level remains fixed. In his earlier days, Dr. Octopus pioneered the concept of mimetic mechs, which integrated the form of the mech with that of the pilot, representing a high-end custom design. However, he faced a core problem that eluded his grasp until a cousin from his clan provided guidance, enabling him to overcome the obstacle. Little did he know, in a fit of jealousy, this individual was subsequently eliminated by Dr. Octopus using a newly developed mech. This incident was fortuitously captured by the Academy's surveillance, resulting in his expulsion and disdain from his family. With nowhere else to turn, Dr. Octopus sought refuge under the banner of interstellar pirates. Wei Yuan's taunt heightened the animosity to its peak, prompting a swift change in Dr. Octopus's demeanor as he glared coldly at Wei Yuan. You did this? You claim it was you? Indeed. Who could blame me for being an exceptionally rare genius? Wei Yuan fanned the flames. During my time at the Lord Academy, I was already unrivaled among my peers. Now that I am with the Squid Pirates, I could easily displace you. Dr. Octopus, after all this time, you still haven't deciphered the program I created. Have you? How utterly pathetic. The smile on Wei Yuan's face vanished in an instant. The BT-007, which had been dismantled into disarray, lay dead, perishing during the disassembly process conducted by Dr. Octopus. The BT series of mechs, crafted by Wei Yuan years prior, housed their consciousness within all the assembled parts. Once the core components were removed, their consciousness would cease to exist. IT is akin to a human being alive with consciousness while their body parts can be replaced. However, once the skull is opened and consciousness dissipates, the body may still live, but the spirit is irrevocably extinguished. Should Dr. Octopus successfully decode Wei Yuan's core program, he would gain access to all of 007's memories. What difference is there from desecrating a corpse? Wei Yuan rummaged through the remnants of BT-007, ultimately pressing down on the core component. No. Dr. Octopus's tentacles trembled. I still need to study. Just give me time. I can? Can what? Wei Yuan coldly raised his head. His palm's component reduced to powder. Do you think you can leave here alive? Chapter 76. The weapon is impressive, but in the next moment, it will be mine. 4-5. Even a 9th level gene warrior. I could still poison you. Dr. Octopus lashed out with his tentacles towards Wei Yuan. His speed was astonishing, leaving afterimages in the air. The toxin of the blue-ringed octopus clung to his skin. A mere touch would suffice. And he was confident he could kill Wei Yuan, even if he were a 9th level gene warrior. But how could Wei Yuan allow him to get so close? A powerful, almost tangible psychic field warped the surroundings. Dr. Octopus's tentacles reached towards Wei Yuan, halting merely half a meter away. Yuri's, unleash a group star attack, quickly. He is not sent by the Interstellar Alliance. He has come for me. Dr. Octopus's mind raced, piecing together the sequence of events almost instantaneously. Wei Yuan had been after the mech he had dismantled from the very beginning. Surely, within that mech lay a greater secret. Dr. Octopus's eyes gleamed with excitement. Although he was only an 8th level, he knew many buttons in the laboratory that could instantly provide him with a means of shelter. Yuri's, not daring to hesitate, pressed the button in his hand. In an instant, the already charged group star weapon emitted a searing blue beam directed at Wei Yuan. Dr. Octopus's eyes glimmered with boundless fervor. If he could eliminate Wei Yuan, the mech he left behind would be ripe for disassembly. That was a battlefield mech, a tremendous profit. The energy was so dense that it distorted the air around it. As the blue energy beam shot forth, the environment surrounding the second battleship exhibited subtle distortions. Dr. Octopus, overwhelmed with delight, pressed a button at his side. A fissure opened in the ground, just wide enough for Dr. Octopus to drop through. He grinned. Farewell, genius. Only those who survive will be remembered. As he reached out, Wei Yuan grasped Dr. Octopus's arm. Do you wish to die? Dr. Octopus struggled fiercely, unwilling to perish alongside Wei Yuan. Yuri's believed that Wei Yuan was doomed. As long as he was injured, killing him would be effortless. But at that moment, an unexpected event occurred. Above Wei Yuan, a spatial ripple manifested, a pitch-black battleship looming over the second battleship. As the blue energy beam struck the shield, the energy shattered, and the shield dissipated. Simultaneously, the energy released by the group star weapon diminished significantly. With a resounding boom, the second battleship was blasted, creating a colossal crater. Scorching waves surged, and the ship's body, singed by the energy, dripped with molten metal. Wei Yuan maintained his grip on Dr. Octopus's arm, who had been knocked unconscious by the explosion. It's snowing. Lord, we have arrived. 81 flagship battleships emerged in every corner of the sky. Oh dear, first-time positioning, manual jump. Our power still falls short. Hee, Lord, we are here to rescue the beauty. Merely watching you all flaunt in the starry sea has truly whetted my appetite. Everyone, what are you waiting for? A smile crept across the lips of It's snowing, as she commanded, fire. The commander of the first flagship, Black Tulip, squinted with delight. Her target was the weapon on the pirate's first battleship. What was it called? The group star weapon. Cool, but soon, it would be mine. Minions, follow me into battle. Chapter 77. This is the true interstellar war. It's the flagship of the Alliance military zone. A discerning pirate shouted. In an instant, battle erupted. Those pirates not aboard the ships raised their weapons and aimed at the flagship. The wind blew as a figure stood beside it, snowing. The battleship's exterior was under attack. Yet they felt no tremors within. Snow's sister, the first battleship, has broken away from the fleet. His keen eyes spotted the first battleship stealthily approaching the group. Star weapon. Adjust the cannon. Target the big boss. It's snowing. Paid no heed to the cries of wind blowing but. She merely glanced at the battleship that had strayed from the fleet. Such a powerful weapon wouldn't be coveted by just Black Tulip alone. Let them steal it. Who knows whose ship it might end up on? It's snowing was also somewhat devious. However, the priority now was to restrain the big boss Uris, allowing the Lord to unleash his full potential without worry. The flagship battleships were equipped with 37 cannon ports, armed with energy wave weapons, particle wave weapons, and even ion impact shells. Target acquisition required merely 0.3 seconds. The high-end particle wave cannon fired instantaneously towards Uris's mech. Uris hesitated momentarily upon the appearance of the flagship battleships. Realizing an attack was incoming, his 8 mechanical tentacles moved with unparalleled speed, dodging several energy wave shots. The high-end particle wave weapons even possessed tracking capabilities. Were these the core personnel coming in? As he maneuvered the mech deftly, Uris felt an unsettling unease. The pawn buried within the Alliance had not communicated with him at all. Had they been eliminated? Regardless, he resolved to destroy these flagship battleships first. The pirate ships were merely ordinary vessels, unable to match the firepower of the flagship. Moreover, the shields of the flagship could withstand a fair amount of damage. The 8 long mechanical tentacles swiftly maneuvered, avoiding incoming fire while leaping high, smashing down onto the shield of a flagship. The shield shattered in that instant. The mechanical tentacles coiled around the protruding cannon of the flagship. In a swift motion, he slipped inside the shield. As the players within the flagship shouted in chaos and drew their weapons, Uris activated his communicator. Protect the battleship. Engage in mech combat. Evade enemy fire. Storm these flagship battleships, kill them, and seize their vessels. Interstellar pirates are no soft persimmons. Uris's command resonated, and all pirate ships retreated. Countless mechs descended from the ships. The players within the flagship beheld a sea of mechs soaring towards them, their eyes wide in astonishment. What a spectacular sight! Thousands of mechs soared into the sky like locusts, charging towards the 81 flagship battleships. Black Tulip, at the forefront, instinctively shouted as she saw the fierce array of mechs rushing towards them. Holy crap! Retreat quickly! Oh my goodness! How come no one informed us earlier? These pirates possess an astonishing number of mechas. We can't retreat now. They are dismantling the protective shield. Black Tulip activated the surveillance and beheld an overwhelming multitude of mechas surrounding the prototype's protective barrier. Countless beams of light flickered through the air, the energy waves of the mecha attacking the flagship. Have we set up our respawn points? Black Tulip's heart raced. Even in a game, witnessing such a breathtaking sight inevitably quickens the pulse and induces a sheen of sweat. What an exhilarating experience! This is the essence of interstellar warfare. We had long been prepared. The commander insisted we install all the respawn pods within the ship structure. Beside Black Tulip, player Wuxia Xing's eyes gleamed with fervor. I want to pilot a mecha too. Can we choose our own when the time comes? These encroaching mechas are undeniably impressive, even if they are currently our foes. Yet once these pirates are vanquished, surely we can claim these unclaimed mechas, right? He must decide which one he desires ahead of time. Black Tulip instantly recognized her friend's thoughts. After all, in a space game, who wouldn't he want to partake? Mechas, everyone will want to reserve them. Those gene elixirs in Yuan Ji's possession, which they couldn't afford, surely there will be some spoils to select from. Ha ha ha, you've got me thinking. That sounds quite delightful. Black Tulip took a deep breath. But before relishing in joy, we must first maximize our pain threshold. Let us prepare the brothers. It's best to secure the mechas we desire before being eliminated, lest we end up fighting over the spoils. Wuxia Xing gave a cool thumbs up to Black Tulip, then activated the Open Mic Brothers. This round features a free distribution of inferior genetic elixirs from the officials. Don't be stingy, just focus on gaining experience points, inject quickly, and do it right after respawning. Choose your mechas and prepare to embrace death. As Wuxia Xing's words resonated, Black Tulip pressed the button to deactivate the protective shield. Boom! Countless pirate mechas were momentarily bewildered by the sudden disappearance of the barrier. In fact, dozens of them, failing to rein in their momentum, crashed onto the flagship's deck. What awaited them were the players armed with grenade launchers. Ha ha ha, take this grenade. This is truly a prosperous battle. Focus fire. Over 200 players from 1,000 rallied their fire against the thousands of mechas. The first few mechas that fell victim were caught off guard and were instantly obliterated. At lower levels, the gap below level 3 could be bridged with technological weaponry. However, as mecha levels rise, ordinary weapons can no longer bridge that gap. They were merely second-tier genetic warriors, able to withstand the firepower and charge forth. The grenade launchers had limited range, and the mechas, hovering in midair, unleashed a barrage of rockets toward the player crowd. A cacophony of explosions erupted. Hundreds of players were instantly knocked offline. Damn, that hurts. Those who were instantly killed and logged off still found it somewhat exhilarating. The most unfortunate were those who were blasted but survived, pain overwhelming them to the point of forgetting to deactivate their pain receptors. Damn, it hurts. It really hurts. What are you howling about? If you're not dead, quickly inject the medical needle. Isn't that cheaper than respawning? Black Tulip bellowed through the headset. The weapon bay of the flagship was opening. Those respawning, hurry to the weapon bay. I've activated access to level 4 and 5 weapons. Don T, let the enemy breach the interior. Roger that. Chapter 78. I, the Celestial Ancestor, can take on a great boss with just a screwdriver. Yuri's 8 long legs coiled around the cannon of the 7th flagship. The upside-down squid, with its pair of mechanical eyes, gazed toward the 2nd flagship. After a brief zoom, the camera focused on a large octopus, entirely brown yet adorned with blue patterns. This moment, Wei Yuan was still firmly controlling it with his mental prowess. He hadn't killed it. Yuri's let out a sigh of relief, and no matter the intentions of the other party, as long as they did not directly eliminate Dr. Octopus, it would suffice. However, just as he relaxed, he noticed Wei Yuan, standing behind Dr. Octopus, flashing a smile revealing 8 gleaming teeth. Yuri's pupils constricted. What is he planning? The battlefield had already extended to the rear, with a vast array of mechas charging toward the flagships. Aside from the 1st flagship, which sought to pilfer stellar weaponry and found itself isolated, the other flagships remained strategically positioned as per Shueshala's orders, effectively utilizing their cannon muzzles to block the oncoming ships. Shueshala observed the surveillance, now shifted from the cannon of the 7th ship to Yuri's beneath the vessel, taking a deep breath. 7th flagship, please respond. 7th flagship commander, I, the Celestial Ancestor, am here. This ID easily conjured an image of a hot-tempered, enlightened elder. Yet, the figure on the screen was surprisingly a refined, handsome gentleman. Shueshala paused. Indeed, the gaming community comprises individuals of all kinds. One must not judge by appearance, nor by ID. Yuri's was currently lurking beneath your flagship. While he had yet to make a move, it was likely due to the looming threat of the Lord. The 1st flagship was besieged and probably wouldn't last much longer. I must dispatch additional ships for support. The Celestial Ancestor was also no novice in gaming. He had some tactical knowledge. He understood that Yuri's below posed a ticking time bomb for the entire team. Other flagships dared not fire at the bottom of the 7th ship. However, should Yuri's initiate any mischief, the 7th flagship would be compromised, and he would promptly retaliate against the other ships. The flagship's defenses were robust, but it could not withstand its own attacks, and no worries. I'll notify my subordinates. This big boss is likely deterred by the Lord and hasn't dared to strike. Let us see if we can lure him out of the shield. If all else fails, I'll have to blow up the 7th ship, and then we'll need to borrow the respawn pods from our brothers to revive the crew of the 7th flagship. With this thought, the Celestial Ancestor knitted his brows. This ship is incredibly cool. If it were to be destroyed, I would be the first to feel the pain. Haha, no need for self-detonation. If Yuri seizes the ship, we will surely be the first to fire upon you. Shueshala chuckled lightly. Just giving you a heads dash up, my goodness. This commander is indeed a tough character. Such decisiveness, yet he chose the name Shueshala? Now it was the Celestial Ancestor's turn to be silent. Silence was the bridge of communication, both sides silently marking each other with a note. One must not judge by appearance or ID. I will promptly arrange a team to harass the big boss. If anything arises, feel free to fire upon me, allowing me to shine as well. Understood. Shueshala laughed as he ended the communication. The situation on the 1st ship seemed even more perilous than that of the 7th. Players were continuously dying, respawning, injecting elixirs, dying, respawning, injecting elixirs. Damn it. How can those guys not even take down a single flagship? Yuri's hid in the hull of the 7th flagship, awaiting news from his subordinates. He needed at least one flagship to engage in battle. Alone, even if he commandeered a flagship, he couldn't guarantee he could contend with the 9th-level human. Upon seeing those humans aboard the flagship, Yuri's realized these flagships actually belong to the human race. What a surprise! The once silent human race has such profound depth. 81 flagships. This is a considerable fortune. Even in the interstellar military district, the ancient races are indeed formidable. Yuri's waited. Pirates thrive on plunder. Now that he had encountered so many flagships, even with a 9th-level genetic warrior on the opposing side, he felt confident he could prevail. After all, they only brought flagships, lacking matching infantry, air combat troops, and even mechas. Relying solely on a few low-tier genetic warriors wielding slightly advanced handheld weapons, did they think they could contend with his squid pirate crew? That would be tantamount to seeking death. Yuri's turned his neck, his senses detecting several armed individuals crawling toward him. His squid eyes shifted, instantly locking onto 9 targets. The energy weapons they carried radiated an energy aura. Yuri's mecha, utilizing the energy aura, pinpointed the approaching individuals. As the energy cannons were fired at him, he swiftly lashed out with his tentacles, evading the energy blasts and dispatching the attacking players. Pft, pft, pft. The sounds of piercing echoed continuously. The players piled upon one another, as if skewered. This is my first time being a kebab. It really hurts, damn. I'm glad my reflexes are fast, my health is dropping rapidly. This big boss is indeed formidable. Several players could barely keep their eyes open, blood bubbles frothing from their mouths, yet they still had the presence of mind to chat. The next moment, Yuri's whipped his tentacles. The players once again experienced the exhilarating descent from above. Hey, wait a second, bro. I'm afraid of heights. Don't swing, don't swing. Oh, the horror. Aya. Listening to the wails of his teammates, the ancestor of heaven patted his chest, hoping that their spirits had not been bruised. It was said that those who jumped from heights were frightened to death, and he wondered how they fared at that moment. The ancestor of heaven was also lurking in a corner, yet he had not been caught. When he had rushed out earlier, he had been too preoccupied with summoning others to confront the boss, forgetting to grab a weapon. Rising from the resurrection pod, he witnessed the experience points of the 9 players skyrocketing. Ah! Goodness, that was terrifying. Falling from such a height. I'm fortunate I logged off before plummeting, one exclaimed. Man, you must have been scared to death, right? My brain felt like it was shattered, bits scattered everywhere. How on earth did we revive? Queried another. Where's the ancestor of heaven? I don't know. I didn't count how many of us got caught when we died, came the response. The old rogue must be hiding and hasn't been killed. Just as several players were venting their frustrations, the ancestor of heaven's communication device buzzed. Brothers, could someone bring me a weapon? I arrived in such haste that I grabbed nothing. High above, the wind was fierce. The ancestor of heaven crouched by the cannon mount, waiting silently. Eventually, a screwdriver was delivered to him. Here is your weapon, charge forth. The guy with a fear of heights stuffed the screwdriver in his pocket and ran off. Then, another wave of players fell victim. Clutching the screwdriver, the ancestor of heaven charged forward. Chapter 79. The commander's might the flagship hung suspended in the air, buffeted by strong winds. The ancestor of heaven's hair was blown back. His skin taut against the onslaught. Holding a screwdriver, he cautiously crawled to the edge of the ship. There, a mechanical tentacle of Yuri's awaited him, its tip as thick as a human head. Just as he extended the screwdriver to pry open the seam of the mechanical appendage, a sudden squelch echoed beside him. Warm blood splattered across his face. Turning, he saw the very guy who had brought him the screwdriver, pierced through the chest, dangling in midair, waving at him. Buddy, next time you return, bring me a more effective weapon, damn it. How long am I going to be disassembling with just this screwdriver? The unfortunate fellow, Mouth Agape, shouted towards the ancestor of heaven. What did you say? The wind is too strong. I can't hear. Before he could finish, he met his demise, tossed aside like refuse. The ancestor of heaven felt the blood on his face dry, and when he touched it, he inadvertently peeled away a piece of skin. Why can everyone else revive, but this bastard won't kill me? I'm just waiting to accumulate experience too, he grumbled, angrily prying at the tentacle seam with the screwdriver. Humans were truly incomprehensible. Yuri sat in the cockpit, his gaze briefly passing over the ancestor of heaven. Who would pay attention to someone armed with a screwdriver, preparing to dismantle a mech? Yet, those who continually brought weapons to their doom were somewhat bothersome. Yuri's frowned. He could hardly discern human features. The players, clad in identical uniforms, appeared even more indistinguishable to him. At that moment, he failed to recognize that these individuals were merely reappearing, in fact, during the assaults. He felt that the strength of those attacking him seemed to increase with each encounter. Surely, they couldn't be testing my strength? Yuri's lowered his head only to find Wei Yuan still watching him. Unable to decipher the opponent's tactics, he anxiously contacted his subordinates. Why have we not captured the next battleship yet? Commander, the flagship has only released low-level genetic warriors so far. We don't need to intervene yet. IVE observed that there are indeed higher-level fighters on board. Initially, only level 2 warriors perished, but gradually, level 3 warriors have begun to join the fray, and now level 4 genetic warriors are entering the battle. I suspect there might even be level 7 or 8 warriors among them. We'll wait until the higher-level fighters can no longer hold out before engaging. Yuri's found their reasoning sound. Although the human race currently enjoyed a good reputation, they were historically known for their treachery and cunning. Your considerations are indeed valid, but we must expedite the process. That level 9 genetic warrior below is no weaker than I am. Within the mech's cockpit, Yuri's remained oblivious to the small alert flashing in his blind spot. Mech exterior skin shedding. Learning mech disassembly progress, 0.001, 0.002, 0.003. The ancestor of heaven had just pried open the connection plate of the mechanical tentacle. Preparing to inspect for screws he could remove. As he placed the screwdriver against one, the game system issued a prompt. When he withdrew his hand, the notification vanished. What? It can work like this. Loosening a screw would enhance his mech disassembly skill slightly. Ha ha ha, wow, this screwdriver is truly useful. The ancestor of heaven's face broke into a wide grin. What luck? Truly, he was exceptional. With flair, he tossed the screwdriver and began swiftly dismantling the components of the mechanical tentacle. As he did so, the progress bar for disassembling the mech surged forward. Ding ding ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a side quest. Wei Yuan, preparing to copy the memories of Dr. Octopus, heard the system's announcement and felt a surge of joy. A side quest. Let us check. Congratulations, host. Your player, Ancestor of Heaven, has learned the skill of mech disassembly during battle, triggering the Lord Quest side quest. Racial profession differentiation. Career unlocked. Mech engineer. System rewards. War domain level mech structure. Core energy for mechs. Top-tier mech repair technology. Note. Top-tier mech repair technology can restore the consciousness of the mechanical race. Upon reading the last note, Wei Yuan's lips curled into a smile. The commander was indeed showing some promise. The mechanical race. Wei Yuan's eyes brightened. The mechs he created possessed self-awareness, not merely AI-like consciousness, but rather, they emerged purely from the mechanical bodies themselves, in a sense. The mechs he crafted could be considered part of the mechanical race. However, within the myriad races, the mechanical race had always proclaimed that they were born of nature, not crafted by any biological hand. Thus, Wei Yuan had never revealed the self-aware nature of his mechs, seeking to avoid conflict with the mechanical race. Among the myriad races, the mechanical race was considered neutral, maintaining a friendly rapport with the human race. He had thought that 007 had truly met his end this time, but unexpectedly, the commander proved to be quite resourceful. Wei Yuan felt a swell of gratitude. The BT series mechs were akin to family for him. Before the players arrived, in the Lord Academy, he had been utterly alone, without a single kin. Only those mechs he had created stood by him through thick and thin. Thank you, Commander. The commander did not respond to his gratitude, but instead prompted. After initiating a side quest, the system's rebate ability has been activated. Please check. Wei Yuan had not anticipated further surprises. Rebate. Just seeing the word sent a thrill through him. It couldn't be exactly what he thought. Could it? If so, it would be astounding. Rebate. The experience and skills gained by the summoned race during the summoning process will be returned to the Lord in the form of 1% rebate. Wow. Even though he was mentally prepared, Wei Yuan still gasped in astonishment upon reading the rebate ability's description. He knew his golden finger was powerful, but he hadn't expected it to be this formidable. Previously, he had summoned players out of nostalgia for his kin, compounded by the alarming decline of the human race in the star realms. However, Now that the players had arrived, Wei Yuan's strength vastly overshadowed theirs. He had assumed a protective stance towards the players, but now, as long as the players gained experience and skills, he would receive a 1% rebate. Wow. Wei Yuan did not need to think. He had only summoned over 10,000 players thus far. When the next phase of the summoning task began, with 100,000 players, he would accumulate experience without even training himself. Moreover, with each profession developed by the players, he would directly gain a high-level skill. What does that even mean? Invincible? Wei Yuan clicked his tongue. Commander, suddenly treating me so well, I'm a bit unaccustomed to it. Host, to initiate the next summoning, the condition to be met is to win first place in the Lord Academy graduation competition. Wei Yuan was not one to become easily elated. Upon seeing the system prompt regarding the Lord Academy competition, he snapped back to reality. Indeed. Tio summoned another 100,000 kin. He must secure first place in the Lord Academy competition. AS for the Academy students. He could easily overpower them. But what about the players? The competition would not merely test the strength of the students, but rather the prowess of the kin they nurtured. Observing the players laughing and joking, Wei Yuan felt a twinge of concern. When the time for the Lord Academy competition came, players would not be allowed to revive infinitely. The oil thief, having crawled through the gaping hole created by the second battleship, scratched her head and let out a sigh. Who would have thought one could faint in a game? The oil thief muttered, and immediately, whispers of those begging for help echoed through her earpiece. Oh my goodness, the oil thief. We have been sending you messages, thinking you had logged off. So, how is it going with Brother Yuan? Just from the headset, one can hear the sounds of explosions from the clandestine beggars over there. I have no idea. I just woke up. Goodness, after my sense of pain was restored, that blast didn't kill me but rather knocked me out cold. The oil thief glanced around and happened to spot Wei Yuan not far off. Brother Yuan is with me. Where are you? The clandestine beggar replied, You might not believe it, but I am currently inside the enemy's base. He activated the game camera, revealing a circle of pirates around him and rows upon rows of mechs across from him. His task was to assemble the mechs, not unlike a factory assembly line. Maka Baka exclaimed, Why can the beggar go to the adults' table when we are all treated as pirates? Maka Baka was struggling to load ammunition. Utterly speechless, it was all the oil thief's fault. That fellow insisted they all pretend to be pirates. Now look where they ended up, caught in the enemy's territory. A blossoming young lady with formidable strength and capability. She was assigned to the menial task of loading bombs. Where is Xingchen? The oil thief stroked his chin, sensing that things were about to get interesting. Xingchen replied, I am inside a mech, about to be deployed to the first battleship. The oil thief responded, Impressive, big shot. The clandestine beggar warned, Don't ride in the mech I assembled. I put it together haphazardly, and it might fall apart mid-flight. Maka Baka added, The ammunition I loaded are all duds. Xingchen, now worried about whether she would explode mid-battle due to the mech falling apart, said, Kudos to you all. Her icy tone heightened the comedic effect, causing the clandestine beggar to chuckle. How is that not contributing? He said, his voice echoing in the quiet surroundings of the pirates' battleship. The assembly line was reminiscent of a factory, where several pirates were already annoyed at how swiftly the clandestine beggar was piecing the parts together. Hearing his comment only aggravated them more. What are you doing? Do you think performing here will earn you recognition and elevate you to higher assembly duties? Assembling a leg part, and you think that grants you superiority? Do you plan to step on us to showcase your skills? It was absurd. Surely they didn't think there would be inspections now, did they? Working so quickly, what were they thinking? Just as the clandestine beggar was chatting with others, he suddenly heard mocking remarks from nearby, leaving him stunned. What is happening? He recalled the situation. Surely, this pirate couldn't think his earlier comment was directed at them. Glancing at the other pirates, he saw them eyeing him with disdain. The clandestine beggar took a sharp breath. Oh no, have I become a traitor? Though assembling haphazardly, he was still following the process, yet the parts were not fitting together properly. A slight misstep could cause the whole structure to fall apart. Thus, his workload was nowhere near as intense as that of the other pirates, who were meticulously assembling their parts. The clandestine beggar rubbed his hands, unsure whether to explain himself. He truly had no intention of outshining them. Just then, a sharp voice rang out from behind them. With the battle raging ahead, you slackers are not only shirking your duties but mocking your diligent comrades. A level 7 squid pirate emerged. You were lucky enough not to have to rush to the front lines to die. Do you know that? His authoritative gaze swept across the room, softening when it landed on the clandestine beggar. You are quite impressive. Your hands are swift, and your thoughts are sharp. I heard what you said earlier. Coincidentally, they mentioned that they need more hands for the overall assembly of the mechs. Come with me. The clandestine beggar looked around in confusion before pointing at himself. Me? Yes, you. The level 7 squid pirate affirmed with a nod. In truth, lower-tier mechs were cobbled together with various parts. The components that fell from the mechs destroyed in battle would be collected by lower-tier pirates. The bottom-tier warriors fought with frugality. The parts, after being assembled in the factory, would become arms, legs, and torsos, entering the final assembly stage. Following the level 7 squid pirate, the clandestine beggar was led to a more advanced location than the previous assembly line. Here, mechs were undergoing final assembly. Each mech required 10 shells, with heads, shoulders, and legs to be assembled according to the blueprint. Chapter 80. The Importance of an Excellent Commander. Wei Yuan nearly faced a mishap. Additional update, good grief. These fellows are having too much fun. Feng Chue Pai Pai observed the group video call among players. Over at the first battleship, the Black Tulip was leading the crew in a frenzied assault against the mechs storming the deck. Wu Shixing had taken on the role of a temporary battlefield reporter. Brothers, what we see now is the situation aboard the first battleship, and we are still holding our ground. The camera zoomed in on the deck, capturing a brown iron-skinned, battle-damaged mech crashing onto the deck. After rolling over, it revealed several cannon ports from its back and launched 10 rocket projectiles. The camera of Wu Shixing focused on one of the incoming rockets. By the way, are there still brothers on our battleship who haven't reached level 5? I'm here to demonstrate what it's like to reach level 5. Wu Shixing's camera shook slightly, yet it still captured his hand deftly catching a rocket midair. The warhead was nearly the size of a human head. Goodness, not only the players in the video, but even Wu Shixing himself was taken aback. Am I really this amazing now? The intense heat and weight of the projectile exhilarated him. Haha, I can catch rockets bare-handed now, Wu Shixing exclaimed with glee, nearly splitting his face with a grin. Oi, brothers, stop messing around and catch the enemy's projectiles. We might be able to use them later. No sooner had he said this than the camera recorded several players ignoring his advice and getting obliterated by the blasts. I Wu Shixing you. A lengthy barrage of insults erupted in the group chat, filled with traditional cultural references. The players who had just been killed were still feeling the pain at that moment. Makabaka, who had been quietly loading explosives, opened her mic. Ha ha ha, brother, the one you caught was the shell I loaded, right? Is that even possible? Wu Shixing looked at the several players emerging from the resurrection pod, their furious expressions leaving him paralyzed. Spare me, please. Just as he pleaded, a massive metal sword descended from above, cleaving a group of players in half. Wu Shixing jolted in pain, instinctively reaching for his waist. It was still there, still intact. Gasping for breath, Wu Shixing finally opened his eyes. Damn it, I logged off? What happened? How did I die? Inside the game pod, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and pushed open the door. What greeted him was his room adorned with figurines. Several half-human-sized mech models stood in the center. The time display indicated he had been in the game for nearly a week. Damn. After this battle, I'll need to buy more nutrients for the game pod. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he reached for his phone on the bedside table. Before entering the game, his phone was fully charged, but now it was nearly out of battery. He plugged it in. Wu Shixing messaged his mother. Mom, send some money, send some money. Then he messaged his father. Old Deng, drop some gold coins. And to his brother. Zhong Deng, send some money, I need to recharge for the game. Before long, his phone chimed incessantly with messages. Jianyang, I've sent the money. Don't play games all the time. Remember to go out for a walk. You brat, you only ask for money when you need something? You're not doing any of the chores I assigned you, are you? The money is sent. Are you ignoring your family responsibilities now? He didn't reply to any of the messages. Seeing the money had been transferred, he simply tossed his phone aside. The overwhelming pain of death required a few minutes to subside. Wu Shixing opened the game group. What's going on? I turned my back for a moment and died. Black Tulip responded, stop dawdling, get back here. A high-level mech has appeared, piloted by a level 6 genetic warrior. Damn it, we can barely hold our ground, goodness, it's that dangerous? Wu Shixing didn't dare to delay any longer. Without a moment's hesitation, He re-entered the game. As soon as he entered, he immediately disabled his pain receptors, feeling instantly refreshed. The developers really don't understand the game. Why not just respawn at the same level? Why do I have to go through this needle every time? Wu Shixing took the genetic unlocking serum and injected it. Fortunately, this battle does not require any payment. Otherwise, it would have resulted in a substantial loss. Wei Yuan is also discreetly observing the players. Hearing Wu Shixing's complaints, he finds himself at a loss for words. Is it his intention to prevent players from resurrecting at their original levels? Yet, energy and mass are conserved. After all, this is not a true game world where they can simply be restored out of thin air. Detecting the host's thoughts, may I ask if the host wishes to address the issue of the inability to maintain levels after the resurrection of their kin? No, Tongzi, can you resolve this matter? Wei Yuan is left speechless. Can his system truly defy the principle of conservation of mass? As long as the kin retrieve their corpses post-mortem, they can maintain their original levels, but complete bodies are required. I had thought you could conjure them out of nothing. The original corpses will suffice. A simple matter extraction technology. Excellent. This is quite the game changer. He immediately instructs the players to recover the corpses, as the gold coins obtained from this process would be slightly less than what is required for their original level resurrection. He plans to profit from this as well. Wei Yuan strokes his chin, feeling that his pockets are about to swell. How delightful. Ding. All players please note, the corpse recovery program is now activated. Corpse recovery program. All corpses of players who have died can be retrieved, and players may choose to recover their own corpses or those of others. Recovering one's own corpse will directly deduct the gold coins required for original level resurrection and can also be exchanged for personal use. Recovering another's corpse can only be exchanged for personal use. Only players whose corpses are recovered can resurrect at their original levels. A few messages cause all players to pause for a moment. Wu Shixing's hand trembles slightly as he injects. What the heck? Did the planner hear my complaints? He glances around, only to hear a thunderous crash from the deck. No, buddy, don't be distracted by the system notifications. The number 1 battleship is about to fall. The Black Tulip is struck by a heavy mech, a massive metal sword sweeping across. She clutches several corpses in her hands, blood spurting from her mouth as she frantically clicks for recovery. Don't recover just yet, you fool. Requesting backup. Requesting backup. On the command battleship, Shuexia's forehead is slick with cold sweat. Everyone, refrain from hastily recovering your comrades' corpses. If the number 1 battleship falls, our battle will be lost. The consequences of failure are, the game will shut down completely. Silence. Wei Yuan's heart skips a beat. That was a near disaster. The players, momentarily thrown off by the game prompts, now feel as if a bucket of cold water has been splashed over them. Yulisai must be waiting for the number 1 battleship to fall. He cannot contend with the Lord, but now I have received new information. The Elves' envoy is about to arrive at the battlefield. And they are not allies, but foes. Black Tulip.at this moment, Black Tulip has logged off, but the call remains connected. She rises from the game pod, her face pale. Commander, I'm here. Chapter 81. As the saying goes, no man is a hero without poison. I did not expect that your battleship would only have level 5 warriors. It seems we worried for nothing. Level 6 humanoid mechs wielding massive swords sweep across the deck of the No. 1 battleship.it appears there are not many high-level gene warriors left among humans. Heh, if that is the case, then your battleship belongs to us. The pirate of the humanoid race speaks in a deep voice from within the mech. He dismisses the surrounding low-level mechs with disdain. These level 5 gene warriors don't even have a decent mech to their name. He could charge in and slay them all with ease. Like cutting through melons and vegetables. This great achievement is rightfully his. The players, initially oblivious, are quickly decimated. The deck is strewn with dismembered limbs and shattered remains, blood pooling everywhere. The surviving players are covered in blood, their faces and bodies stained. The overwhelming scent of blood causes the remaining players to tremble, not in fear, but from the stirring of ancient instincts within them. What captivates me most about this game is its realism. I never imagined the actual battlefield would be so exhilarating. What a ferocious little monster. Too bad you have a health bar. The players rising from the bloodbath no longer laugh foolishly, activating monitoring mode. The health bars appear above their opponents' heads. As long as there is a health bar, even a god can be slain one by one. The players rise from the pile of flesh and blood, Shuexia's voice comes through the headset. All players on the number 1 battleship, disable pain perception. Your battles will be directed by me. Taking over for Black Tulip Point 10 players will be responsible for recovering corpses, while another 30 will gather the parts dropped by the mechs. Now, we must fight while learning to piece together mechs. The outer navigation battleships are also providing support for you. Players on the know. 2 battleship, a hidden big boss can spawn professions beneath your ship. If anyone wishes to transition to a mech engineer, now is the time. The elves will arrive at the battlefield in 50 minutes. Lord, your strength must not be revealed before the elves, so please resolve Ulisai within these 50 minutes. All players on the number 2 battleship, coordinate with Wei Yuan. Now, please disable pain perception and let us embark on our scripted journey. Shuexia's voice is calm and resolute. Meanwhile, within the number 1 battleship, all players have disabled their pain perception. The level 6 Gene Warrior maneuvers his mech, swiftly cleaving towards the players. He is astonished to find that those who were just missing limbs moments ago seem to be oblivious to pain. Dodging swiftly. Although they cannot evade completely, for some reason, the strikes feel unsatisfying. The massive sword in the heavy mech is stained with blood. Humans, embrace your fear. Wei Yuan, is that octopus doctor still alive? The oil thief is currently on the ground, unable to board the battleship for the time being, so he simply comes out. He gazes at the still-living blue-ringed octopus doctor and formulates a plan. Still alive, Wei Yuan queries, what is it? Oil thief. He is poisonous. Right? I want to draw some of his blood. The toxin from the blue-ringed octopus is exceptionally potent, and I believe it can be utilized on the battlefield. As the saying goes, all's fair in love and war, and no man is a hero without poison. I plan to orchestrate another poisoning incident in battle. A frontal attack is one tactic. Why not employ poison from the shadows? Besides, our 4-person team has always worked in perfect harmony. Wei Yuan's fingers twitch, and the massive octopus moves to hover above the oil thief's head. With a wave of his hand, a large gash appears on the octopus doctor's tentacle, pale blue blood dripping down. The oil thief quickly purchases several large transparent glass bottles from the shop, filling them with the toxic blood. I'll go deal with Ulisai. He wants he wake up for a while. Do as you please. Wei Yuan leaps up, the Mo Yun opening the cockpit in midair to catch him. Zhangji is so handsome. The oil thief glances at him, inwardly amazed. Once I have a mech, I'll board like this every day. The massive octopus, with its 8 tentacles dangling in the air, has blood dripping from its wound. As the drops lessen, the oil thief hastily retrieves a knife to cut. However, the blade cannot pierce the octopus doctor's tough skin. Good heavens, is its defense that high? The oil thief opens the comms for their 4-person team. Oil thief, Xingchun, calling Xingchun. Xingchun, what is it? She is currently maneuvering her mech outside. Even a level 5 mech cannot breach the encirclement. Oil thief, I've managed to obtain some toxic blood. Take it to find an Ichi Tao and Makabaka. And let us extract the pirate's rear. An Ichi Tao, damn, you're a genius. Where did you get the toxic blood? Oil thief, from the octopus doctor that Wei Yuan caught. It's huge and highly toxic. Might as well make use of it. Makabaka, impressive, you're the best, bro. Shuexia, highly toxic? Oil thief, send some our way too. Oil thief, what the heck? How did the commander's comms get mixed in? What is going on? We don't have a commander in our group, Shuexia. Is it possible that you're also on public comms? The oil thief chuckles. He nearly forgot. Next time, I must remember to switch off public comms during private chats. Oil thief, however, this octopus has exceptionally high defense. I can't cut through its skin, and the gash that Wei Yuan made is about to close up. Xingchun, I'll handle it. Her weapon should be effective. Xingchun, Shuexia, I'm piloting my mech and entering the battlefield. Clear a path for me. The mech she pilots is a makeshift one assembled by the support pirates. If the navigation battleship is blown up, she will instantly face defeat. Okay. After receiving the response, Xingchun heads straight toward the navigation battleship fleet. The pirates watch as a somewhat battered mech navigates through a hail of bullets, surprisingly making its way into the battleship fleet. Instantly, they are filled with excitement. If that mech can succeed, so can we. Let us go. Another wave of mech charges forward. The navigation battleship fleet fires dazzling laser cannons. Chapter 82. Elf Tribe Live Stream. What have I just witnessed? In the golden confines of a spacecraft within the starry sea, An elf with long black hair gazed at the battlefield reporter nearby, who was passionately delivering a report. Her expression was somewhat enigmatic. Greetings to our esteemed audience in the Alliance. We are currently en route to a planet that is under siege by a team of interstellar pirates. We have received word that a young human lord, a recent graduate, has claimed this world, which lies along the pirates' path. The purpose of our elven delegation is to extend assistance to this young human lord. It is worth noting that the conditions for graduation from the Lord Academy are stringent. Students must maintain a complete territory and cultivate at least 30,000 genetic warriors before the grand competition. The aggressors in this war are the formidable Squid Pirate Group, ranked third among the interstellar pirates. Their captain is a level 9 genetic warrior, accompanied by a doctoral figure from the Lord Academy known as Dr. Octopus. The reporter, adorned with flowing golden hair reminiscent of waves, possessed a pair of golden eyes that revealed her identity as a light elf. Evan recalled that this light elf, named Annualina, was the fiancée of Anyued Dong and had garnered a moderate following on the Star Network. Silently, Evan observed her performance for the camera, as this live broadcast was directly streamed to the Star Network. Anticipated by many viewers, he tightened his grip on the bow in his hands. Prior to boarding the spacecraft, the Queen had instructed him to strive to unveil the true power of Wei Yuan, the genius of the human race. The Queen's words echoed in his mind. Evan, the status of the Dark Elf clan awaits your elevation. You are my chosen guard for Donger, and you will emerge as his strongest ally during the Lord Academy competition. The Dark Elf clan held a lowly position among the elven races, having not emerged from nature, but rather from the shadows cast by the Tree of Life. For years, the clan had endured immense hardship due to their inferior status within elven society. He was determined to seize this opportunity. Although he was merely a level 6 warrior, he possessed the supreme weapon of the Dark Elves. Evan clenched his bow tightly, contemplating the possibility that if Wei Yuan were indeed a level 9 genetic warrior as he had proclaimed during his outburst in the clan, then should he release an arrow, he would surely meet his demise. Lost in thought, he resolved to follow the Queen's guidance, believing that his clan would ultimately benefit. Hey, Evan, why are you standing there in a daze? Can't you see I'm parched? Hurry and fetch me a glass of water. Annualina scolded him as the camera shifted focus. Evan lifted his gaze, his dark eyes reflecting her haughty demeanor. Understood, he replied quietly, moving to pour her water. The elven maid beside Annualina felt uneasy and gently suggested, My Lord Evan is a level 6 genetic warrior. Perhaps it would be better for us to handle such tasks in the future. With a sharp slap, Annualina struck the maid's face. Her exquisitely flawless features radiated arrogance as she regarded the maid with disdain. Why should my affairs concern you? Moreover, I am to marry Anyued Dong, a mere level 6 dark elf warrior. Dio, you truly believe I cannot command him? Her gaze flickered towards Evan, who remained silent as he handed her the water. As a battlefield reporter, I will be live-streaming the entire event. So you must ensure my protection. I will only act according to the Queen's directives. Serving you with water is merely a reflection of my good temperament, Miss Lena, Evan stated calmly, echoing the clan leader's sentiments. The Light Elves had lingered in positions of power for far too long. Annualina barely registered the maid's displeasure behind her. You? Annualina was momentarily taken aback by Evan's retort. Though displeased, she dared not retaliate. As they spoke, several planets within the war zone appeared on the horizon. One of these planets seemed to be engulfed in battle. Wasn't it said that the war zone had ceased fire? Annualina exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement. Could it be that we will uncover more news? She leaned closer to the screen, and as the clouds parted, the battlefield came into view. Wow, so many flagship battleships. Are those the pirates' vessels? Could it be that a military unit has arrived? On the Star Network, viewers had already gathered in anticipation, including high-ranking members from various powerful factions. 81 flagship battleships were continuously launching weaponry. In contrast, the pirate fleet began to retreat, with ships occasionally being shot down. Meanwhile, a multitude of mechs, having evaded the flagship's attacks, charged forward. It's the humans. Annualina gasped as she recognized the players aboard the flagship. These flagship battleships belong to the humans. My goodness, weren't they supposed to? Realizing she was live-streaming, Annualina quickly covered her mouth in disbelief. This is utterly astonishing. Let us uncover what is truly unfolding down below. At that moment, the Elven Queen was also watching Annualina's broadcast on the Star Network. Upon seeing the 81 flagship battleships, her expression changed dramatically. The humans possess flagship battleships. Such vessels were only developed after the decline of the human race, primarily supplied to military districts, with only a small portion allocated to stronger factions. Based on my knowledge, the humans could never have acquired such a fleet in the past. Could it be that other factions are feigning neutrality while secretly supporting the humans? The more she contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. The crew aboard those flagship battleships appeared to be level 5 genetic warriors, bolstered by a Wei Yuan, a level 9 genetic warrior. Where did the humans source such resources to cultivate their talent? Surely, she was aware that the humans' resources had long been divided among several major factions. Who among the myriad races could be providing resources to the humans? As the Elven Queen pondered, Annualina gasped in horror. What on earth is happening? As the spacecraft broke through the atmosphere, the visuals became increasingly clear. Annualina's camera, after a brief shake, focused on a warship that had been torn apart below, a massive octopus. Vibrant and striking, was suspended in the AI-R.IT was a blue-ringed octopus, a giant of its kind, evoking memories of the infamous Dr. Octopus, a core member of the Squid pirate group and a genius expelled from the Lord Academy. Now, this notorious figure was dangling mid-air, its 8 tentacles riddled with numerous lacerations. A human, gloved and merciless, was squeezing the wounds on the tentacles, as the glove was corroded by poison. Blood gushed forth, filling a glass vessel. Chapter 83. Dare to join our revelry? Could that indeed be the formidable Dr. Octopus from the Squid pirate group? Annualina felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Prior to her arrival, she had researched the Squid pirate group, knowing that Dr. Octopus was an esteemed level 8 genetic warrior. Level 8. Moreover, the captain of the Squid pirate group was a bona fide level 9 genetic warrior. Who could possibly abduct Dr. Octopus before the very eyes of the pirate captain and subject him to such torment? Indeed, it was torment. The wounds on Dr. Octopus were not particularly severe for an 8-level genetic warrior. In simpler terms, they were merely superficial injuries. Yet, the human's actions were outrageous. Even Evan, standing beside Annualina, felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. The human relentlessly squeezed those wounds. The blood had nearly drained from the incisions, exposing the ghastly white flesh of Dr. Octopus. Was he some sort of sadist? To completely extract every drop of blood from that area was terrifying. Evan inhaled sharply. Even the mightiest warrior would meet their demise if their blood was fully drained. Were all humans so depraved? Wasn't it said that the human race was exceptionally amicable before they could fully process their shock? A mech, unmistakably belonging to a pirate group, suddenly descended from the sky and landed beside the seemingly demonic human. Emerging from it was a pirate. The disguise of the stars was rather convincing. She wore the attire stripped from the Squid pirates, her body smeared with gore. Meanwhile, the oil thief, amid her labor, had shed her clothing, tirelessly squeezing blood, her forehead slick with sweat. If I don't finish extracting this blood, I swear I'll be exhausted. Thankfully, I've shut off my pain receptors, or else I would surely have pulled a muscle. The oil thief wiped the beads of sweat from her brow. Though she felt no physical pain, her spirit was weary. This octopus has incredibly thick skin and taut flesh. When extracting blood, the muscle fibers actually squirm. If I don't apply some force, the blood will flow right back in. If I were to carve a slice here, there would be no blood left elsewhere. And I'd have to ensure the bloodline is intact. I wonder if Wei Yuan still needs this octopus. If not, I might just have Ado help me grill some skewers later. The meat is exceedingly thick, surely possessing a delightful chewiness. As the conversation progressed, the oil thief drooled uncontrollably. He wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, only to then feel a tingling numbness spreading through his lips. Oh no, this is the end. Just as he uttered those words, he collapsed in a straight line. Xingqian gazed upon his lifeless body, blood streaming from all 7 orifices. After a silent lament of 6, she captured a photo of the oil thief's corpse and sent it to the group chat. Xingqian. 6. Makabaka. What's going on, Dark Beggar? Could it be that this fool tried the venomous blood of Dr. Octopus? Ha ha ha. Oil thief. What are you laughing at? I merely wished for a taste of the grilled octopus tentacle. His misfortune was truly tragic. How could he have forgotten that his hands were still tainted with a trace of venomous blood? Alas, that human, he took poison and ended his own life. The elven maid exclaimed softly. Annualina cast her a sidelong glance. What is all the fuss about? It's surely that pirate who forced him to commit suicide. Who would have thought a traitor would emerge among the human race? This deceased human must have been coerced by that pirate, compelled to drink Dr. Octopus's blood and perish. What could that pirate possibly want? Under the puzzled gazes of the elves and the audience of the Star Network, Xingqian collected the glass vessels scattered on the ground. 17 jars of venomous blood, one by one. She stowed them into her mech before soaring back towards the pirate fleet. While Annualina was still in shock, the voice of the queen resonated in her ears. Do not concern yourself with trivial matters. Return immediately to the battlefield and fortify Wei Yuan. Yes, Annualina replied softly. She maneuvered her craft swiftly towards the direction of the humans. Shuejia, the elves have arrived. Feng Chue Pai Pai's fingers danced across the control panel of the flagship with remarkable speed, marking the position of the unidentified flying craft. Just by observing the shape of the craft, Shuejia could already ascertain that it was indeed elves who had come. What a farcical notion! How many individuals could such a small craft possibly bring for aid? Feng Chue Pai scoffed, opening the public mic. Brothers, the elf support has arrived. Let us give them a warm welcome. Shuejia made no effort to prevent Feng Chue Pai's childish antics. Well then, having friends come from afar, how delightful. Tsk. Don't they know to give a heads up before coming to spectate? What source brother refers to as my battle? Elves, come on over, bro. Isn't it a bit much to say that? Ha ha ha, is a new NPC about to enter? It wouldn't he happen to be an adorable elf like Teacher Alice, would it? I certainly wouldn't he want to fight them. Source brother didn't he explicitly label them as foes? But it was clear they were not friendly. Should we engage them directly? The players chattered excitedly in the public mic. Feng Chue Pai cleared his throat, exuding false authority. The commander has declared them enemies. It is certain we must engage. Besides, how would we know if they're friend or foe without firing a few shots? Engage. In the game, if the Lord deems a faction hostile, they are to be annihilated. Although their names have not yet turned red, they have come to witness our spectacle. Then let them be the first to feel our wrath. 81 flagship cannons simultaneously pivoted their barrels. Even the besieged first flagship managed to maneuver a cannon into position. Boom, 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 boom. 81 cannon blasts resonated, silencing the battlefield for a moment. Annualina, who had been searching for Wei Yuan in midair, was suddenly engulfed in darkness. Under attack, under attack, under attack. Aircraft damage at 20, 30, 70, 99. The AI within the aircraft blared alarms frantically. At the moment the defense system was utterly destroyed, a more ferocious barrage obliterated the aircraft. Chapter 84. I feel ants crawling all over me. On the first flagship, players faced death time and again. On the deck, mechs and players clashed in chaotic combat. The 6th level squid pirate piloted a mech, drenched in blood. A faint film of crimson coated its metallic shell, emerging once more from the resurrection pod. Wushi Xing wiped the cold sweat from his brow and leaped back onto the deck. Indeed, activating pain receptors accelerated physical enhancement. Even without the 6th level genetic unlocking elixir, he could feel a significant increase in speed, strength, and agility. Weapons, please. Beside the resurrection pod, a fellow player distributed weapons. Damn it, thermal weapons can't penetrate the mech's shell. A single shot from a magnetic cannon merely dents it. Bro, hand me a cold weapon instead. Previously, Wushi Xing had wondered why a space game still featured melee weapons. Surely they should have been obsolete by now. However, he now understood. The defense of the mechs was utterly unreasonable. A magnetic cannon capable of sending carbon-based life forms flying had no effect on mechs. At most, it merely created a large dent in the surface. Moreover, some advanced mechs even had specialized coatings designed to counter these technological weapons. Wasn't that a blatant countermeasure? Wushi Xing recalled his previous attempts, eagerly charging in with advanced weaponry only to meet his demise, and felt a twinge of regret. If this were during a normal battle, the sheer number of deaths would have drained his finances. Offline, his parents and brothers supported him financially, but online, he had to mine for his earnings. This time, killing a 6th level pirate should net him a solid 10 or 20,000, at the very least. Grasping the short blade tossed by another player, Wushi Xing took a deep breath and charged onto the deck. The heavy mech remained, but the previously restrained low-level mechs had also joined the fray. The 6th-level squid pirate's forehead throbbed with veins. Though his movements remained agile, he felt his mental fatigue mounting. Damn it, why can't I finish them off? Thankfully, no higher-level genetic warriors had appeared thus far. They were all still 5th level. If he couldn't take down this battleship soon, higher-level pirates would surely arrive. This was becoming quite bothersome. As he watched the humans swarm towards him once more, fury ignited in his eyes. Just die quietly at my hands. Must you resist? Why wait for others to come and steal my glory? You humans are truly despicable. He swung his massive sword again towards the players. Wuxia Xing executed a flip and leaped aside, successfully dodging the giant sword. His speed had indeed improved. As he landed, he sprang up again. A thin layer of bloodstains clung to the metallic shell of the heavy mech. Revealing the structure underneath, Wuxia Xing directly messaged Darkbeggar. Wuxia Xing, Darkbeggar, bro, do you have a diagram of this mech structure? This guy has been killing us on our ship for too long. And thermal weapons are useless against him, Wuxia Xing. Darkbeggar, Wuxia Xing. Darkbeggar, Wuxia Xing. Darkbeggar. Meanwhile, Darkbeggar received a cacophony of notification sounds. Amidst his busy schedule, he opened the group chat. As he took a moment to catch his breath, several pirates nearby sighed with relief. How is this newcomer adapting so quickly? Their leader had shown him several mech design diagrams. The key point was that since his arrival, he hadn't rested at all, only taking a brief break now. What race is this? They seem humanoid, drenched in blood. Could they be from the Demon Clan? The Demon Clan is notoriously lazy. Is there a diligent race among the myriad? Darkbeggar pretended not to hear their whispers, utterly speechless. Even in a game, must he endure ridicule from NPCs? He was merely doing what he usually did at work, mindlessly piecing things together. Moreover, with the design diagrams in hand, it was simpler than assembling Lego. If he were in the model-making community, they would all be out of jobs. After lamenting the pirates, Darkbeggar glanced at the assistance request from someone named Wuxia Xing. Darkbeggar, what a coincidence. I'm currently assembling this mech, bro. I'll send you the diagram. Several joints are detachable. Work quickly, and you might be able to dismantle him. Darkbeggar, heavy mech image, JPG Wuxia Xing. By my father's name. Wuxia Xing hadn't expected his gamble to pay off, so he hurriedly opened the large imaged eye in an instant. He comprehended the structure of the mech. The players' circles were limited. Anime, model making, collectibles. Everyone could grasp a bit of mech diagrams. Wuxia Xing was particularly adept. All the mech models at his home had been crafted by him, from modeling to payment. Wuxia Xing twirled the short blade in his hand, pinpointing several weak points on the heavy mech in a second. Brothers, it's time for vengeance. Congratulations, you have unlocked the basic practice of Mech Master. Your learning progress, 0.01, 0.03. Congratulations, you have unlocked. Countless notifications of mech dismantling flooded the players' panels. A multitude of humans scrambled over, tirelessly charging forward with various small tools in hand. Yuri's clung to the underside of the second battleship, observing the throngs of humans surging forth. A twinge of fear unexpectedly coursed through him. Even the sight of countless ants advancing toward him would evoke discomfort, let alone these humans who exhibited no trepidation whatsoever, but instead laughed heartily, wielding ludicrous tools as they launched themselves at his mech. How infuriating! His tentacles quivered, and Yuri's thrust another appendage through the mass of humans. Ha ha ha! My health has indeed risen significantly. Even after being pierced, I haven't plummeted to the ground. The first player impaled was gushing blood but still grinning widely. Seizing the fleeting moment before his health depleted, Yuri's brandished his wrench and began prying open the visible seams of the mech. Indeed, the strong never complain about their circumstances. My comrade is truly exceptional. Behind him, another player, also skewered, gave a thumbs up to the first and followed suit. Aw, what a bunch of lunatics! Lunatics! Yuri's bellowed within the cockpit, crazily attempting to shake off these deranged individuals. Yet, the death of their companions seemed invisible to them as they pressed on relentlessly. A chill ran down Yuri's spine. He felt an unsettling itch all over, as if ants were crawling on him. Chapter 85. Fortunately, they are all my fellow countrymen. Yuri's eyes turned bloodshot. The beings before him were unmistakably humans. Why did such intense fear grip him? The densely packed organisms awakened the deepest terror within him. The Zerg. Suddenly, the The humans before Yuri's overlapped with the image of those Zerg. Space pirates never settle on a single planet. They must evade the pursuit and strikes of the Alliance. Thus, they spend most of their time drifting through the starry seas. Yuri's had encountered the Zerg before. They were creatures devoid of any concept of fear. Their inorganic pupils fixated on you, persistently gnawing away. Yuri's trembled. Yes, these humans before him were indistinguishable from those Zerg, utterly fearless. Even when it came to their own bodies, they exhibited the same disregard for injuries, dutifully executing the commands of the Overmind, devouring, gnawing. Yuri's watched as those humans, spewing blood, still sought to pry open the mech eye in the depths of his gaze. Only fear resided. No, 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 they are merely humans, just humans. Yuri screamed internally. They are just 5th-level gene warriors. Even if tens of thousands were to crawl toward me, they could not harm me. I simply need to eliminate them quickly, swiftly. After a tremor, the squid mech's 8 tentacles whipped into a frenzy, ensnaring and crushing all the players who crawled forth. However, he needed to keep 2 of his tentacles wrapped around the battleship to maintain stability, so... Oh ho! Ha ha ha! I was right. These 2 mechanical tentacles of mine did not move. Why do I always make the wrong choice? Damn it! Why did I eliminate the 2 correct options first? My friend, next time, share the first tentacle you eliminate with the brothers. Below the second battleship, clouds of blood mist erupted, akin to a meat grinder in action. At first glance, it was utterly shocking. Yet the flesh continued to be fed into the MAW. Yun ascended with Wei Yuan. Gazing at the squid grinder, which continually dropped human limbs and remains, and Wei Yuan couldn't help but gasp. Truly, players are remarkable. No wonder the 4th calamity is deemed the most terrifying. It instills fear even more than the Zerg. At least the Zerg are controlled by the will of the Overmind, with the lower worker Zerg not fearing death but mechanically obeying commands. However, players are different. They are living beings with strong self-awareness, and they willingly throw themselves into death for the sake of progress. Wei Yuan sensed Yuri's fear. To be honest, if he were to confront these fellow countrymen directly, he too would feel apprehensive. It was incomprehensible. They were utterly unafraid of death and could resurrect indefinitely. More terrifying still, these players derived a sense of accomplishment from their own demise. Wei Yuan took a deep breath. Do not fear. These compatriots were summoned by me. Turning to glance at the first battleship, the players there had already begun to turn the tide. The mech assembly diagrams had appeared, and disassembling them was even faster than when they were offline. The players' current speed was tenfold what it had been on Earth. Under the guidance of Wu Shixing, they had all abandoned technological weapons in favor of tools for repairing mechs. It was uncertain whether they had an obsession with screwdrivers, as most players wielded them. The moment a mech landed on the deck, a group of players would quickly advance, their roles clearly defined. Attracting fire, harassing, dismantling. Once the mech was disassembled and the pilot emerged, they would be eliminated in an instant. The only one still holding out was the 6th-level gene warrior. Come down, Wu Shixing delivered an elbow strike, cracking open the cockpit of the heavy mech. He brandished a short knife and hurled it into the cockpit. The 6th-level squid pirate dodged the attack swiftly, but his hatch was soon opened by Wu Shixing. From a distance, the black tulip, lying in wait, squeezed the triggered, a deep blue ray, infused with magnetic energy pulses, entered the cockpit. The connection between the squid pirate and the mech was severed instantly, and as the mech became immobile, the 6th-level squid pirate was ejected from the cockpit, grabbing Wu Shixing by the throat. Does a mere 5th-level gene warrior dare to challenge me? Even if you have tens of thousands, a lower level is still a lower level. Crack! The sound of shattered shoulder blades echoed from Wu Shixing's body. Let us die together, Wu Shixing retaliated, entangling the squid pirate. Black tulip, fire at me. Fire! Damn it, Sergeant! Bring over my Italian cannon. For the love of my Italian cannon. Hurry and bring my sergeant here. Fire! Players shouted as they unleashed their firepower toward Wu Shixing's position. Boom! Flames erupted. Without the protection of the mech, and with Wu Shixing's entanglement, the 6th-level squid pirate had no chance of defense and was obliterated. Until the very end, he could not fathom why the high-level reinforcements had not yet arrived. Meanwhile, at the rear of the mech tide, Mo Yun zipped through the air. All the pirates above level 6 had perished without a sound. Wei Yuan's mental domain was fully unleashed. Though there were thousands of high-level gene warriors, they were simple to eliminate. The back of the squid pirate crew. Xing Qin's first act upon returning was to pour toxic water into the mech's ammunition bay. It's raining! She saw a battleship and fired a toxic blood shell. Blood mist enveloped the area. A pungent, sweet stench wafted through. The blood mist transformed into gas, infiltrating the battleship's interior. That moment. Makabaka, still struggling to load bombs, suddenly caught a whiff of the foul odor. What the hell? Who farted? She covered her nose, ready to scold anyone for passing gas, when she noticed the surrounding pirates turning pale. White foam oozing from their mouths. In a way, did Xing Qin release toxic blood? She felt the foam seeping from her own mouth. Oh no! Who will retrieve my corpse? It was uncertain which battleship exploded first. But suddenly, the rear of the pirate crew erupted in flames. The toxic gas soared with the flames, spreading even wider. Dr. Octopus's toxin could kill even 9th-level gene warriors. On another desiccated seabed, and Yuelina, pale-faced, was held in the palm of Ivan's mech. Humans are formidable. Behind them stood 36 dark elf mechs. Chapter 86. Are you an idiot? Thanks to Mingyue for the endorsement and Liao for the certification. Wow, brother, do you really remember where you died? Beneath the tumultuous cannon fire at the underwater cliff, a player with the ID Potato Eater was hunched over, rummaging through the mud on the seabed. Fighting is for those who revel in competitive games. But some players have no interest in combat and instead pursue another lucrative avenue: corpse recovery. New players, having not injected special genes, can respawn at will. After all, this official event offers unlimited respawns, and all gene unlocking potions are provided for free. However, some veteran players have injected special genes. If the corpses are not recovered, the special genes become unusable. Below the second battleship, flesh and blood were strewn everywhere, with severed limbs and remains littering the ground. For novice players, this was far more profitable than mining. Recovering corpses yields gold coins. Some veteran players even activated task mode on the public screen, summoning those interested in recovery to gather their corpses. This moment, Potato Eater had taken on the task of recovering the corpse of the veteran player Ingtian Matzi. He had found the torso, but the head was missing. Ingtian Matzi's voice was gruff. He was a high-level player who had entered the game alongside the oil thief. Being forced to log out while unable to find his head was truly distressing. My friend, do you not recall at all where you fell before your demise? Even the potato-eating chicken's eyes are nearly overwhelmed by the chaos. With corpses strewn about, he could casually collect them and still make a profit. Such a loss. Sakura's mane scratched his head, aware that helping this fellow find his body amidst the carnage was solely out of professional integrity. Yet, he was reluctant to relinquish the precious genes he had acquired with such effort. Alas, brother, it was a struggle as the world spun around me in my final moments, and all I could see was a mire of sludge, the parched seabed. Wherever you look, it's all muck. Sakura's mane suggested. Why not search further out? Those flung away would surely be lost farther afield. I'll increase your payment. How does an additional 5,000 sound? 5,000. The potato-eating chicken, who had just been ready to urge him to give up, found himself compelled by the allure of that sum. Goodness, 5,000. Veteran players certainly possess wealth, my friend. What kind of genes are you using? They must be extraordinarily valuable. Heh, goblin, replied Sakura's mane. I obtained it during the last mission. As the potato-eating chicken rummaged through the debris, he clicked his tongue. The goblins are too hideous to behold. Ah, you wouldn't understand. The goblin genes I injected have enhanced my arms. I still wield my trusty hammer. Such a fortunate genetic enhancement. How could I possibly swap it? If I cannot find my body, I would have to inject a different gene, and who knows what it would enhance then? Sakura's mane felt a twinge of longing. After injecting the goblin genes, there was no alteration to his appearance, yet players gained a portion of the goblin's abilities. After the injection, his arms were indeed strengthened, just in time, as he was a hammer user. With that mighty hammer, he struck sparks, denting the mechanical tentacles of Ulysses before being ultimately strangled by them. Moreover, his head was directly severed and tossed aside. Recalling the grim fate he faced, Sakura's mane felt a shiver run down his spine. Though devoid of pain, anyone witnessing their own headless body still gripping a hammer, instinctively striking, would find it utterly absurd. The potato-eating chicken clicked his tongue. He had already ventured outside the battlefield. Raising his gaze, he saw that the second battleship was now no larger than a fist. Proceed any further, and he would be at the precipice of a cliff. Spotting the chasm, he thought, if he failed to locate Sakura's head, this would truly be a tremendous loss. Gurgled at a creature from the seabed muck waved its pincers, launching an attack at the approaching human. What an ugly crab! The potato-eating chicken swiftly kicked the blue creature, which bore a slight resemblance to a crab, away. Snap! A dark gray mech swung its arm to intercept the flying blue crab. Humans? The voice of a dark elf emanated from within the mech. Over 30 mech stared intently at the potato-eating chicken. Holy COW.my friend, this is no longer about whether I can find your body. The potato-eating chicken activated a live stream. Who on earth will collect my corpse later? In the public chat, players witnessed the live broadcast from the potato-eating chicken. Annualina had long since awakened, her own stream still active. Upon seeing this human, who failed to greet them, she furrowed her brow. The lowly gene warriors of the human race truly lacked any sense of decorum. The non-immortal were nothing but coarse. She gracefully leaped from the mech, a quintessential elven beauty, her golden hair cascading down, her expression exuding arrogance. She approached the potato-eating chicken. Human, we are the elven race here to provide you assistance. Let your lord, Wei Yuan, come to see me. Just a second before Annualina spoke, the potato-eating chicken thought to himself, this NPC is quite stunning. The next moment, are you an idiot? He raised his middle finger at Annualina. Dare to insult me? Bold. Annualina raised her hand, and the mech behind her followed suit, unleashing a laser that pierced through the potato-eating chicken's forehead. In an instant, he was offline as he fell. His gaze landed on the dark elves behind him. A head was staring back at him. My friend. I see your head. Chapter 87. Wait a moment, this lady is quite audacious. A mere human dares to speak to me in such a manner. The human race truly lacks manners. The light golden leather boots stepped upon the corpse of the potato-eating chicken, observing the gaping wound on his forehead. Annualina sneered, when I meet Wei Yuan, I must certainly mention how his subordinate lacks any sense of decorum. How can they hope to navigate the central star system? Annualina, your actions are rather excessive. Aphin remarked, brows furrowed. He had no desire to offend the human race at this juncture. For reasons unknown, upon witnessing the blaze of flames, Aphin felt a sense of dread. He suspected that the human race was not as the Queen or the Star Network had portrayed. What are we worried about? We are here to aid the human race. Annualina cast a sidelong glance at Aphin. Shouldn't Wei Yuan come to greet us? Allowing such a foolish human to approach is simply disheartening. The dark elves were timid and cowardly, truly lacking ambition. Behind them stood the support of the Elven Queen. Furthermore, the Queen had stated that this Wei Yuan was powerful, possibly a 9th-tier advanced gen warrior. However, he would certainly not dare to reveal his strength before them. After all, the high-ranking members of various races were likely watching her stream. Should Wei Yuan unleash the full power of a 9th-tier gene warrior, he could defeat these pirates, yet upon returning, he would face oppression from the more dominant races within the myriad of tribes. If he chose not to exert his full strength, he would surely be unable to defeat Ulysses. In that case, the human race would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses. Devoid of kin, he could not win the Lord Academy competition alone. Annualina smiled, exuding confidence. Aphin observed her expression, remaining silent. Behind Annualina stood the latest model of the light elf mech, equipped with the newest weaponry. Before their arrival, the energy had been fully charged. Aphin thought that such equipment should suffice for a retreat. However, they remained unaware that the potato-eating chicken's live stream was continuously recording them. Silence. The once boisterous players now watched intently as Annualina appeared on screen. As they approached the battleship, stepping out of the potato-eating chicken's line of sight, the players shifted their attention. Goodness, to demand a welcome from Lord Yuan upon her first appearance? What audacity! Does she think our Lord Yuan considers us dead? Red name. This NPC is undoubtedly a red name. Wicked, truly wicked. Even Feng Chue Pai Pai, standing beside Xia Shuela, gritted his teeth in anger. This elven lass is asking for a lesson. I see her as merely a 5th tier. The mech behind her, however, was quite formidable. Such arrogance? Xia Shuela cast a glance at Feng Chue Pai Pai. Of course, she's arrogant. The current queen of the elves is from the light elves. This Annualina is the queen's prospective daughter-in-law. Did you see that mech behind her? It's an elven-developed mech, and its weaponry alone rivals our battleships. What do you think you can compare to that? Feng Shui Pai Pai inhaled sharply, his eyes sparkling with excitement. If I could seize her mech, wouldn't that make me rich? Before he could finish, he was met with a disdainful glance from Xia Shuela. Attention, all players. A melodious voice echoed in every player's headset. Attention, all players. The enemy elven race has made their appearance. The information we currently possess is as follows. 1. This Annualina of the elven race has initiated a live stream on the Star Network. Point 2. The elven race holds a hostile attitude toward our human race, yet they seem to maintain a facade of neutrality or even amiability for reasons unknown. 3. Their ostensible purpose is to assist us, yet in reality, they appear to be probing our strength, with the most critical focus seemingly on the strength of our Lord. Annualina is a member of the Light Elves. Positioned as the Queen's prospective daughter-in-law, and betrothed to Anu Adong, who has consistently ranked third in the Lord Academy. Meanwhile, our Lord has long held the top position, thus it is not improbable that they seek to avenge her fiancé. Prior to their arrival, they commenced a Star Network live stream, raising reasonable suspicion that they aim to seek alliances or expose our strength to compel other races to take us seriously. My lord, are you willing to disclose our strength in advance? Xia Shuela directly passed the mic to Wei Yuan as she concluded her statement. Wei Yuan was taken aback, a cold breath escaping his lips. This player possesses remarkable insight, truly worthy of being recognized as the most perceptive player. Her mind works quickly, almost uncovering the truth. Wei Yuan felt a surge of pressure. This individual possesses an extraordinary intellect. Let's hope she does not come to realize that the game is merely a facade. However, the foremost matter that requires resolution at present is the issue raised by Zuexiela regarding exposing one's capabilities. Those seasoned veterans must certainly be observing him closely. Commander, this battle is under your command. Thus it is your prerogative to decide whether to reveal our strengths. Wei Yuan chuckled lightly. Having a clever subordinate is indeed a delight. A person of her caliber undoubtedly considers every step with utmost caution. It is quite possible that her decisions may surpass his own. Upon hearing Wei Yuan's response, Zuexiela's brow twitched. Is the openness of this game truly so extensive? Are all main storylines propelled solely by the players? The arrival of the elven race and their varied approaches to confrontation will undoubtedly lead to starkly contrasting outcomes. Zuexiela cast a sidelong glance at Feng Shui Pippi, who had been lingering in the public screen, engaging with the players in their banter. A vein on Zuexiela's forehead pulsed slightly with irritation. This fellow, she called out to Feng Shui Pippi, Xiao Zhang. What is the player's stance? Startled by her admonition, Feng Shui Pippi quickly looked up. Huh. Snow sister, isn't it you who decides this? Zuexiela shot him a glance. This is a game. What is its ultimate purpose? Feng Shui Pippi replied. What is it? Zuexiela sighed. Relieved that this fellow was not being groomed to inherit his family's legacy. It is to serve the players. Only when the player's gaming experience is enjoyable will they continue to engage and invest. Be it their energy, money, or time. If this game has expanded to such a scale, it would be utterly meaningless if it were merely to rake in profits. Only when players find joy and satisfaction in their experience will they willingly invest their resources. A virtuous cycle is paramount. Therefore, this decision must be made by the players. They all believe that it is imperative to strike the proud face of that female elf and then put on a good show. The notion of delivering a crushing blow. Feng Shui Pippi felt it best to refrain from voicing this to Zuexiela. Thus, he subtly relayed the players' sentiments. Zuexiela nodded, realizing once more that everyone plays games primarily for enjoyment. That Annualina is indeed exceedingly arrogant. Challenging the players with such hubris will only lead her to ruin. Moreover, she has already slain a player upon their first encounter. I shall announce the final decision. Zuexiela declared. Wei Yuan could not help but pay closer attention. Sitting within the mech of Mo Yun, he listened as Zuexiela slowly articulated her thoughts. I have decided to support the ascendants of the Dark Elf race. What? Wei Yuan's jaw nearly dropped. No. This woman is quite audacious, isn't she? Chapter 88. Truly, I am at my wit's end. No, Snow Sister. Feng Shui Pippi leaped to Zuexiela's side, his tone fervent. What we are discussing is how to eliminate these elves. Earlier, you mentioned that we should let the players enjoy themselves, which surely entails taking down these arrogant elves. How has it suddenly turned into supporting the Dark Elves? Yes, Commander. I merely wish to return and give that Inuelina a proper thrashing. How dare she step on my corpse and insult me? She is merely an NPC. No matter how beautiful she is, it is inexcusable. Exactly, those with red names are monsters. Who cares about their appearance? Aesthetics do have some merit, at least for me. The upstairs group has already gone to work, typing with both hands to assert innocence. Please refrain from speaking recklessly. Typing with both hands to assert innocence. As the players' conversation veered off course, Zuexiala found herself at a loss. Tio, explain or not? It seemed everyone was more inclined to engage in conflict. Indeed, they were a bunch of war maniacs. Brothers, let us refrain from dwelling on unhealthy thoughts. Let's return to the main topic. Zuexiala activated all microphones. As you all know, the elven race is at odds with us. However, engaging in conflict with such an ancient race will undoubtedly lead to a confrontation of entire factions. The Elven Queen's strength surpasses that of our Wei. If we were to confront them directly, it would be we who suffer the consequences. Till this day, they have not taken any direct action, which surely indicates their wariness of the human race. The game we are participating in is titled Interstellar Human Race. As a native of the human race, Wei-gu cannot embody an entire faction alone. There must be other humans present. Although we have not yet uncovered the specifics of the background, we can already sense it. The elves harbor a certain trepidation towards the human race. Thus, we need not overthink. Let us assume their backing is formidable. After all, the information I retrieved from the Star Network has revealed little regarding the current state of the human race. After listening for a while, Feng Chue Pippi scratched his head in confusion. Snow Sister, what do you mean? He did not comprehend what he had just heard. Weren't we discussing the elven race? How did we suddenly shift to the human race? Zuexiala realized that she may have been overly convoluted in her explanation. Tio put it simply, the human race was once powerful, but it seems their strength has diminished. Yet, the other races remain uncertain if the human race is truly weak. They fear that we might still possess the might we once had, hence their wariness. Therefore, they target Wei-gu, while simultaneously refraining from overtly confronting him. The elven race is the first to rush over, attempting to expose Wei-ge's strength while feigning assistance. Tio put it plainly, their queen fears the human race. Thus, we, the currently less formidable players, can don the mantle of the human race and wield a bit of power. Additionally, we can pretend that our elders hold the dark elves in high regard. Zuexiala stroked her chin. As the saying goes, to kill a man is to strike at his heart. And Inuelina's arrogance stems from her identity as a light elf, a lineage of higher status among the elves. If we were to bring down the light elves and elevate the dark elves, would that not infuriate her? Feng Chue Pippi grasped her intent this time. However, he scratched his head. Isn't the time span a bit too vast? Snow Sister's strategy is clearly one of gradual maneuvering, but the players currently desire nothing more than to deliver a resounding slap to Inuelina's face. Zuexiala immediately discerned Feng Chue Pippi's unvoiced thoughts. With a hint of exasperation, she placed her hand on her forehead, smiling wryly. I never said we couldn't strike her face. If a slap is warranted, it should be delivered with great force, instilling fear in her towards the human race. Only after instilling fear will she feel anxious, apprehensive about the powerful human race favoring the dark elves. Do you understand? Feng Chue Pippi was about to respond when a player named Potato Eating Chicken suddenly interjected, shouting into the microphone, I get it. The commander means we should employ a strategy of deception, making them realize our closeness to the dark elves. Then they will become wary of the dark elves, leading to increased hostility in the future. A strategy of deception. Wow, Commander, your mind is truly brilliant. No wonder you are our commander. From now on, Commander, you shall be our brain. Our brain, our brain, our brain. In an instant, the headsets were filled with players chanting praises for her. Zuexiala felt no pride in this and rather wished to find a crevice to hide in. Why did she feel such a strong sense of embarrassment? Zuexiala realized that the players were entirely different from those in their circles. Goodness, they could use any shameless term without hesitation. She covered her forehead with her hand, feeling quite ashamed. Yet, to be honest, it was rather exhilarating. The players' adoration for the strong was refreshingly direct and fervent. With a mix of embarrassment and a smirk at the corners of her mouth, Zuexiala mused, what can I do with you all? She was unsure why she felt compelled to utter those words. Meanwhile, Wei Yuan was left dumbfounded. Is this really happening in front of me? I am such a significant commander, a serious and upright commander, and yet I am being made to look foolish. Wei Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he listened to Zuexiala affectionately address her players, saying, "What can I do with you all?" He was utterly stunned. It was over. They were completely doomed. Even someone as perceptive as Zuexiala had succumbed to this farce. The humorist's brainwashing techniques proved to be astonishingly potent. Wei Yuan suddenly felt a twinge of insecurity. Would he still be able to bring the players to meet the elders of the human race? Deep in thought, it was indeed time for some serious contemplation. Just as Wei Yuan was lost in thought, Feng Chui Pippi had already sought out the quartet of wanderers. Feng Chui Pippi, big shots, I seek your assistance. It is time for your performance. Makabaka, speak. We are the loyal subordinates of our brain. Feng Chui Pippi, as Snow Sister's loyal subordinate, it is my honor. I hope that my flattery will reach Snow Sister, so that after going offline, she might speak a few kind words about me in front of old Deng, allowing me to receive a bit more pocket money. Just as Feng Chui Pai and his companions were mobilizing, Yuli's was utterly furious. A mere swarm of ants dared to gamble with meager resources. Relying on their numbers to deplete my energy, Yuli's observed as Wei Yuan headed towards the pirate group, presumably to eliminate his level 6 and above pirates. The breath he exhaled was tinged with crimson. Humans, indeed, are treacherous and cunning, deploying so many level 5 genetic warriors merely to serve as cannon fodder. Yuli's, with his squid-like eyes, struggled to discern human features, relying solely on their levels for judgment. Even now, he failed to realize that those who recklessly charged to their deaths were all part of the same group. Despite this, fatigue began to weigh upon him. Regardless of one's identity, controlling a mech for hours on end would leave anyone feeling drained. Moreover, these humans kept reappearing incessantly. How infuriating! His eyes darted around, scanning the vicinity. The artillery of the other 79 lead battleships was aimed squarely at the second battleship. It seemed that everyone was fixated on him taking command of that vessel. Once he boarded, those 79 lead battleships would undoubtedly rain down cannon fire upon him. Reluctant as he was, Yuli's knew he had no choice but to abandon the ship. Mechanical tentacles quivered rapidly, and the players attempting to board were sent flying. Yuli's tentacles swiftly climbed, facilitating his rapid departure from the second battleship. The big boss is escaping. Brothers, fire quickly. Countless explosions erupted behind Yuli's. A level 9 genetic warrior was not something that could be easily felled by ordinary cannon fire. His refusal to commandeer the second lead battleship stemmed from the fact that entering it would make him a prime target. With only a single lead battleship, he felt it was too perilous. Effortlessly evading the players' assaults, Yuli's let out a cold snort. He truly wondered what his subordinates were doing, a bunch of fools, unable to handle such worthless opponents. Yuli's darted to the ground, propelled by his 8 tentacles towards the direction of Dr. Octopus. Originally, he had anticipated a fierce battle with Wei Yuan to bring back Dr. Octopus, but now he found him suspended in mid-air. Doctor. Yuli's voice resonated from within the mech. In a response, he extended his mechanical tentacles to make contact with Dr. Octopus's body. The organism you touched shows no signs of life. Time of death, 2 hours. Cause of death, excessive blood loss. A chill ran down Yuli's spine. With his mechanical tentacles, he wrapped Dr. Octopus's corpse and glared with hatred at the battleship above. Wei Yuan, is it? Very well. A human, even if they had reached level 9. What of it? To so brutally mistreat a prisoner of war is utterly insane. He could clearly feel the numerous wounds covering Dr. Octopus's body. This was outright slaughter. Yuli's eyes widened in horror as he anchored Dr. Octopus's corpse to the cockpit. Well, at least the body remains. Worst case, I can venture to the Dark City and have those sinister individuals resurrect Dr. Octopus. However, before that, he must eliminate Wei Yuan. That man was simply too terrifying. Yuli's had a premonition that if he failed to kill Wei Yuan this time, he would face grave trouble in the future. Beep beep beep. The communicator chimed, and upon opening it, Yuli saw a level 6 genetic warrior who had been by his side for only a short while. Yuli's was puzzled. Why are you the one contacting me? Although there were no clearly defined ranks within the pirate crew, a level 6 genetic warrior contacting him directly was unusual. He was the leader of the entire team. How could any random pirate reach out to him? Before Yuli's could voice his confusion, the level 6 genetic warrior began to tremble all over. His eyes filled with terror. Captain, The vice captain and the others, they have all vanished, and even the intelligence corps cannot detect their activity. Ulis was stunned. He quickly rifled through his contacts. As soon as he opened it, the gray avatars that flooded his screen caused his heart to tighten. How can this be? Once they lose vital signs, their intelligence cores automatically change their avatars to black. The more Ulis looked, the heavier his breath became. The level 7 and 8 genetic warriors had all turned black. What on earth was happening? Ulis roared in fury. The small pirate on the other end seemed at a loss for words, lowering his head in silence. Then, Ulis watched in horror as the head of the level 6 pirate slid off his neck. As the neck was swiftly severed, the cross-section revealed all the blood vessels and tissues. The next moment, blood gushed forth. Ulis inhaled sharply, and in the next instant, Wei Yuan's face unexpectedly appeared on the screen. Oh, what a coincidence, Ulis. Wei Yuan waved at him. You look tired. Planning to withdraw and rest? After all, the day had begun to darken. Ulis's expression darkened. He had never expected that after experiencing such lessons, the human race would still be eager to serve the Alliance. They had even accepted the assistance of the elven race. Ulis scoffed. Those hypocritical beings were merely deceiving you. Wei Yuan, you must realize the elves' true intentions, right? They seek to expose your strength, making the powerful factions wary of you, ultimately plotting against you. Oh, and then what? Wei Yuan said, digging in his ear. Are you finished? If you're done, prepare to meet your end. With a swift advance, the mech was launched forward, as long as Ulis remained alive. The pirates would resist. Without a head to lead them, the disorganized crowd would surely scatter. Wei Yuan felt that the time wasted had already been excessive. Meanwhile, the oil thief was sweet-talking in Yulina. Ah, the young girl of the light elf race is indeed stunningly beautiful, truly captivating, he whispered to Feng Chue Pai. Although it seemed like a secret, and Yulina heard it all too clearly. A smile curled at her lips. The elves of the light race were indeed the most beautiful among their kind. As for her, and Yulina, she had long been promised to a new dong due to her exceptional looks. The humans who had come this time were somewhat pleasing to her eyes. Well, except for that woman, and Yulina cast a sidelong glance at Xing Chun, who lingered at the back of the crowd. The girl had sleek, beautiful black hair and held a long knife, exuding a cold and aloof demeanor. And Yulina frowned at the oil thief and said, I do not like that woman. Eliminate her. The oil thief was momentarily taken aback. Xing Chun coldly lifted her gaze. Chapter 89. Warriors, watch closely. I shall only perform this act once. Noticing the astonished expressions of those around her, and Yulina suddenly remembered that she was no longer among the elves and was currently live-streaming. She quickly shifted her gaze and asserted, she is a traitor of the human race. I witnessed it myself. She was piloting a pirate mech earlier. In reality, from that distance, and Yulina had seen nothing. However now, in front of everyone, she felt compelled to maintain her image in the elf race. If she encountered a female elf more beautiful than herself, she would not hesitate to deal with her. Moreover, having arrived in this remote land, where humans were deemed targets to be bullied as per the queen's insinuation, and Yulina instinctively voiced her thoughts. Yet she did not expect that her excuse would turn out to be the truth. In the players' chat group, the oil thief exclaimed, Damn, Xing Chun, when did you expose yourself to them? Xing Chun replied, When I was helping you cut the giant octopus. The dark beggar chimed in, countering the attack. Xing Chun replied, No need. I never liked her anyway. Isn't she live-streaming? Watch me go take her down. The players exchanged glances, and just as Xing Chun prepared to act, Ivan rubbed his forehead and admonished Yulina. Enough, Yulina. This is not the time for your antics. Ivan could barely make out Xing Chun's appearance. How could Yulina see clearly? As a dark elf accustomed to living among the light elf race, Ivan had long understood Yulina's nature. Arriving in human territory, she dared to act recklessly and offend them. This elf had truly lost her mind. Ivan, how dare you yell at me? And Yulina looked at Ivan in disbelief. Ivan sent her a message. And Yulina, if the queen's plan is ruined because of you, do you think the queen will spare you? The fiancé of Yudong could be Yulina or another elf. She was merely the most suitable candidate. Ivan did not want to jeopardize their nascent interactions with humans. Ivan turned to Xing Chun. I sincerely apologize on behalf of Yulina. She has been proud and arrogant in her race. The dark elf spoke so bluntly. The four from the wandering party exchanged glances, and it was the dark beggar who first reacted, smiling and saying, "It's all good. The light elf race is always like this. We humans actually appreciate your dark elf race for being sincere and straightforward." In the shadows of their pleas, a subtle duality emerged. If the players were to overhear, they would undoubtedly recognize it immediately. The rich aroma of tea wafted from his lips, a fragrant reminder of its essence. Yet, the elves of the Dark Clan, particularly the dark elves accompanying Annualina, remained largely innocent. Who doesn't tea relish a compliment? Even Ivan savored such flattery. After all, these words were uttered by a human, which signified the popularity of their dark lineage. Not only Ivan, but all the dark elf warriors who had accompanied him had begun to harbor a modicum of affection for humankind. In the elven realm, no matter how formidable they were, they often found themselves ridiculed and bullied by those of higher status, even if those rivals were less powerful. Annualina trembled with indignation, yet felt powerless. Their lord had always insisted on awaiting the elves' support, and yet, they had arrived so swiftly, merely a day and night since the onset of battle. Now was the time they needed assistance the most. They implored their allies to help their lord vanquish the 9th-level genetic warrior. Bowing before Ivan, the shadowy supplicant made their request. A 9th-level genetic warrior? Ivan's heart quivered. He recalled the task the queen had assigned him. Clenching his bow tightly, he nodded gravely. "Very well, let us proceed at once." Feng Chue Pai Pai and the others immediately donned expressions of exuberance, showering the dark elves with compliments as if they were freely dispensed. Truly, they were the elves. They had long heard that the dark elves possessed the highest talents and the kindest hearts within the elven kin. It was no wonder that the reinforcements were entirely from the dark lineage. How splendid! The oil-thieving matron, ever the dramatist, wiped a tear from her eye and, starting with Ivan, shook hands and bowed to each dark elf in gratitude. "We are immensely thankful to you all. Our lord is engaged in a fierce battle with that 9th-level pirate. I was beginning to despair for our kind, never expecting your dark line to assist us so graciously." Makabaka, too, feigned overwhelming emotion, addressing Annualina, though her gaze was directed at the camera. She spoke with fervor. "It appears the Alliance has not forgotten us." Indeed, the Alliance had not forsaken humankind. After the catastrophic battle against the insectoid race, I believed the Alliance would abandon us. The group was on the verge of tears. Meanwhile, the Elven Queen observed the scene unfolding in the video, her expression shifting to one of grave concern. Why had Annualina not changed the camera angle? This foolishness. These humans are merely performing. They are acting. The audience watching Annualina's livestream included not just those power-hungry beings who despised humanity, but also middle and lower-tier members of the Alliance. Their foolish populace had always viewed humankind through a filter of bias. Outrageous. The Elven Queen opened a communication line, sending a message to Annualina. However, Annualina found herself restrained by Makabaka's insistence. With her adorable appearance, Makabaka exuded no threat, even playfully winking at the camera. It was absurd. The myriad races, consumed by conflict, had yet to cultivate any form of entertainment. If it came to leisure pursuits, none could rival the prowess of these players. Makabaka, a renowned streamer, understood precisely how to captivate her audience with the right angles and expressions. Now, having injected a 5th-level genetic unlocking serum, she embraced Annualina without malice, saying, "The elven race has truly forged an eternal bond with humanity. We shall always remember your kindness." Annualina struggled to break free but found it impossible, under the watchful eyes of many. Especially with the livestream ongoing, she couldn't simply push Makabaka away and assert that the elves had not come to aid humanity. Instead, she forced a smile and replied, "The elven race has always maintained amicable relations with humanity, which is why the Queen sent us here." Wonderful. Let us hasten to assist our lord, as he is having great difficulty dealing with that 9th-level pirate. Chapter 90. The conscience of the Dark Elves is called into question. Ivan led the assembly of Dark Elves. Trailing behind the players, observing the joyful and innocent expressions of the humans ahead, they fell into silence. They all understood the Queen's true intentions for sending them. Their mission was to extinguish humanity's hope, the hope embodied by that human who consistently outperformed Inual Dong in school. Would revealing Wei Yuan's 9th-level prowess go unnoticed by the Alliance and the races that bore animosity towards humanity? The Dark Elves exchanged glances. Apart from Ivan, the Dark Elves dispatched this time were all seasoned. over 300 years old. Among the 36 Dark Elves, 3 were 8th level genetic warriors, 13 were 7th level, and the remainder were all 6th level. Such a formidable assembly was not intended to aid humanity, but rather to restrain Wei Yuan at a critical juncture. Allowing Ivan to draw his bow and unleash that fateful arrow, surely, they did not genuinely believe they were there to save them. One middle-aged elf gazed at the exuberant human children, feeling a pang of unease. In the past, humans had treated their elven kin far better than other races. Yet, now they found themselves in such a predicament. Did they not realize that once Wei Yuan's true power was revealed, they would simply withdraw? The queen had not specified how to handle the remaining humans. They could easily leave them a path of escape. A few elder elves conversed quietly, and Annualina overheard their words. With a disdainful huff, she remarked, "The queen will have her plans. Do you now feel pity for humanity? Just because they spoke well of the Dark Elves moments ago, do you wish to betray the queen's orders?" With that heavy accusation, the elder elves fell silent. After years of intermingling among the myriad races, the younger generation of elves had clearly grown corrupt. Realizing they dared to ignore her, Annualina scoffed, brushing past them as she strode forward. Even after millions of years, the light elves remained nobler than the dark elves. The latter were merely shadows left by the Mother of Life. As they conversed, the group arrived at the human encampment. Zyroxuela had even arranged for several less busy warships to descend. She personally approached the landing bay. Thousands of players stood in neat rows. Were it not for the scarcity of materials, they would have prepared a ceremonial squad and fireworks. "That is our commander, Zyroxuela." The oil-thieving matron grinned broadly, leading Ivan towards Zyroxuela. Though puzzled by the peculiar names humans chose, Ivan nonetheless nodded at Zyroxuela. "Shall we go assist your lord now?" Zyroxuela expressed her gratitude with a nod. "Are you all departing already? I cannot thank you enough. The Dark Elves' aid to our humanity will be eternally remembered." The players drawn into this performance shouted in unison, "We shall never forget the assistance of the Dark Elves." This sentiment echoed among the hundreds, their voices resounding with fervor. The exhilaration of the moment was palpable, and Ivan felt a flush creep onto his face. Did they truly regard them as heroes? Such recognition was unprecedented among the elven kin. Ivan recalled his time alongside Inual Dong, where all accolades were attributed to her, and even the resources he had seized were claimed by her. Each return to the elven realm was met with indifference. No elves ever welcomed him with genuine warmth. At this moment, hearing the collective cheers, the elder elves' faces reddened with a mix of embarrassment and disbelief. "We shall proceed at once." Ivan inhaled deeply and released his mech. 36 dark elf mechs followed suit, soaring into the sky. "Are you not coming?" the oil-thieving matron inquired of Annualina. Annualina furrowed her brow. Would she not risk injury if she entered the battleground of high-level genetic warriors? At this moment, she was reluctant to go. Yet, the queen required footage of Wei Yuan's prowess on display. If she abstained, it would surely reflect poorly on her. Reluctantly, she activated her mech. Watching the elves depart, the oil-thieving matron gave Zyroxuela a thumbs up. "Impressive. A true powerhouse like you can compel the dark elves to confront their own conscience. Utterly cool. I must admit, I was skeptical before, but now I truly admire your prowess." The shadowy supplicant also gestured a thumbs up to Zyroxuela. With a light laugh, Zyroxuela waved her hand dismissively. The true challenge of this performance lies ahead. I wonder if our lord will partake in the act as well? At this moment, Yuri's had been intercepted by Wei Yuan. "Yuri's, bearing the corpse of Dr. Octopus, where do you intend to go?" Mo Yun unfurled its enormous wings. The metallic feathers, sharp beyond measure, reflected a chilling light under the illumination. Wei Yuan had already received the signal from Xia, out of the corner of his eye. He also spotted the dark elf mechas flying towards them. Yuri's was no fool. He had sensed the fluctuations in the air from afar. Turning his head, he saw over 30 mechas approaching him. Reinforcements from the human race? How despicable of you, you cowardly wretch. Indeed, the human race is so cunning and sly. You have been concealing your true hand all along. Yuri's ground his teeth in fury. Claims that the warship only housed 5th-level genetic warriors and that there were no mechas. It's all a ruse. This human has never revealed his true strength. Mechanical tentacles lashed out like lightning. Striking fiercely at Mo Yun's waist, Mo Yun dodged the tentacles' attack with a swift movement, but in the next moment, Several other mechanical tentacles ensnared him. The sound of massive metal clashing rang out as the tentacles made contact. At that instant, the metallic wings behind Mo Yun shot forth, targeting the eye of the squid mecha. Chapter 91. Character design is a wonderful thing. The immense squid mecha, with its 8 tentacles, surrounded a humanoid mecha. Wei Yuan's earpiece crackled with Shui Xia's voice. Lord, feign weakness at the right moment. It would be best if it were a bit dramatically glitch. Shui Xia was unsure if the NPC Lord could comprehend what she was saying. However, given the game's sophistication, there should be no issue. No problem. Glitch, dramatic, Wei Yuan thought, recalling how he had watched countless melodramatic shows. It wasn't for naught. Go remind those in the Alliance with a shred of conscience about the human race. They must witness a selfless, benevolent figure from the humans. Character design. Ah, what a splendid thing it is. On the Star Network, there wasn't much news about the human race. Thus, when Inuelina began her live broadcast, announcing that they were going to support the young lord of the humans, her viewer count skyrocketed. If it weren't for the human race, I wouldn't even want to follow Inuelina. Who could argue? She lacks strength and is so arrogant. If she were in our clan, she would have been eliminated long ago. That human beauty earlier must have had a higher level than her, yet she attempted to kill her. How absurd. If you ask me, that young dark elf is indeed impressive. The temperament of the human race is commendable. If such a thing were to happen in our clan, a fight would have already broken out. This time, the elves have brought quite a number of capable individuals as well. I simply wish to see the human lord who can contend with Yuri's. That is remarkable. I've heard he is quite powerful. Although there is scarce information about him on the Star Network, being able to overshadow Feng Yuxing and in Yedong surely indicates he possesses formidable strength. As discussions ensued, and Yuelina's livestream focused on Wei Yuan. The colossal squid mecha was nearly as large as half a warship. The humanoid figure clad in black armor with wings maneuvered clumsily amidst the onslaught of tentacles. It appeared that Yuri's had the upper hand at present. Is it the support from the elf race? Wei Yuan inquired loudly, his voice tinged with urgency. His gaze swept over the elves, finally landing on Inuelina, who was far off and had not yet entered the fray. Mo Yun, designed and crafted by Wei Yuan himself, was exceptionally striking. The entire mecha was constructed from the exceedingly rare black ore. From the Star Network's live stream, it presented itself as an extraordinarily gallant battle domain mecha. Facing the audience directly, stay back. Yuri's is extraordinarily powerful. Wei Yuan evaded the mechanical tentacles hurled at him by Yuri's, persistently shouting to the elven mechas, quickly retreat. I had hoped you wouldn't come. But alas, this place is too remote, and even logging onto the Star Network is painfully slow. He took a deep breath, sounding as though he had exhausted most of his strength. He even coughed instinctively. The human race will remember your assistance. Elves, thank you. But now, while Yuri's cannot spare his hands to deal with you, you must leave quickly. Those words were not only heard by the dark elves. Yuri's caught them too, a look of excitement flashing across his face. So the previously menacing Wei Yuan was merely putting on an act? Now he intends to buy time for the elves to escape? How foolish these humans are. No wonder all races still tolerate them. These humans are merely foolishly benevolent. Even now, they cannot see the true intentions of the elf race. A glimmer of light flickered in Yuri's eyes as he gazed at Mo Yun. Indeed, the lord seated within that battle domain mecha, Wei Yuan, was merely a boy of 17 or 18. The human race cannot achieve longevity. Their previous strength stemmed from rapid technological advancement and a wealth of talent. Moreover, they mature swiftly, producing a multitude of geniuses in just a few short years. Yet these geniuses have experienced far too little. They remain somewhat naive and easily manipulated. This Wei Yuan has likely been indoctrinated by the Alliance to be solely loyal to them. He probably doesn't even recall the fate of the human race back in the day. Mechanical tentacles waved frantically. Each strike was lethal, yet Wei Yuan managed to narrowly evade at the last moment. Yuri's thought that this was merely a testament to Wei Yuan's combat talent. Foolish. What a pity to waste such talent. Wei Yuan, your ascent to level 9 is merely a stroke of luck. One of Yuri's appendages coiled towards Wei Yuan. The other tentacles instantly elongated, rushing towards the dark elves' mechas. Run! Wei Yuan shouted, blocked by Yuri's massive form. He called out to the dark elves with urgency. At this moment, Yuri's had already approached Aphin and the other elves. Are you all here to meet your demise? He had grown impatient after failing to kill Wei Yuan for so long. Now, these elves were coming to deliver themselves. How delightful! All dark elves, ha ha ha, your queen has indeed played a clever game. The mechanical tentacles shot forth. The 3 8th-level dark elves at the forefront simultaneously shielded their kin. Yuri's, we pledge our loyalty to Her Majesty the Queen. Do not attempt to sow discord here. The 3 dark elf mechas swiftly maneuvered, evading Yuri's mechanical tentacles. Yuri's is far too powerful. You must retreat. Afin commanded, you and Inuelina, keep your distance. The rest prepare to assist. The 3 strongest mechas drew their bows from their backs. These massive bows were specially crafted for the elven race, as soon as they were readied. Faint gray energy arrows were knocked onto the bows. I actually wished to witness the means of the dark elves, but alas! As Yuri's words fell, 3 tentacles surged from behind the elven mechas. His mechanical tentacles could extend. Swish, swish, swish. The enormous mechanical tentacles, tipped with drill-like weapons, penetrated the bodies of the elven mechas. Crack! The sharp sound of shattering energy glass was acutely piercing. The cockpit shattered. The mecha, about to release its arrow, suddenly lost power, its hands falling limply. The mecha and its pilot were linked by brainwaves. Now, they were powerless, so weak I hardly wished to lift a finger. Yuri sneered. Yet, I am indeed in need of some advanced genetic warrior corpses. These pests, despite being a bit bothersome, had almost led him to believe that the humans had concealed some advanced genetic warriors. Unexpectedly, they were merely elves. How splendid! Chapter 92. How wonderful encountering normal starry waste these elves. Even if they hold higher levels, their combat awareness cannot compare to the humans. Yuri's unconsciously began to regard the humans as strong. At the very least, those humans continually climbing towards him were quite terrifying. Finally, he encountered normal starry waste. Yuri sighed in contentment, swiftly manipulating the tentacles to extract the bodies. The tentacle that had been a drill tip returned to its normal state. The robust mechanical tentacles, even at their tips, were about as thick as the elves' waists. With a squelch, the tentacle withdrew, pulling out the corpses from the mechas. Inuelina stood at a distance, trembling. An 8th-level genetic warrior was so easily slain? These 3 8th-level genetic warriors could be considered dominators among the elven race. How could they simply perish like this? Inuelina's heart quaked. Upon hearing Yuri's words, she gasped in horror. The elven race has many branches, each containing numerous powerful individuals. Yet, the highest tier of genetic warriors remained under the queen's control. They had specifically chosen members from the dark elf race. Could it be that the queen deliberately selected them to be sent to their deaths? Inuelina's face paled. If she thought this way, what of the other elves? At least at this moment, Afin's grip on the longbow had loosened. The 3 elders had watched Afin grow up. No, 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 do not. Ivan watched in horror as Yuri's mechanical tentacles extracted the corpses from the cockpit. 3 lifeless bodies dangled, blood seeping from their wounds. A copious flow of crimson gushed forth from the remains. Yuri shivered with satisfaction. Now, this was as it should be. Who in their right mind would engage in conversation before meeting their demise? Such a gaping wound, such massive blood loss. Fear and agony would instinctively cause one to faint and then succumb to death. Yes, indeed. This was the proper order of things. Those humans are the aberration. Just look, even upon reaching level 8, once pierced and extracted, their brains would cease to function. How could they possibly still converse? Yuri's, seated within his mech, almost reached into his pocket for a cigarette. He truly craved a smoke to ponder why those humans could still chat before their end. More disturbingly, when he had just retrieved those corpses, he found himself subconsciously wanting to listen to their final words, truly mad. Yuri's trembled. Indeed, humanity is quite abnormal, and it has left me feeling unhinged as well. He had long since exhausted his supply under the second flagship. Leaving only an empty cigarette case, he tossed the case aside and rubbed his cheeks vigorously. If Wei Yuan were to learn of this state, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "Brother, you are tainted, do you know that? You are contaminated." Yet, at this moment, Yuri's remained blissfully unaware, only sensing that something was amiss. His gaze shifted to the other mechs. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The mechanical tentacles moved with remarkable speed, even faster than before. Many Alliance spectators who had followed the squid pirate crew could discern the change. It appeared that Yuri's had grown stronger. His current speed exceeded his previous by several seconds. Could it be that he had managed to inject a level 10 gene serum? While a level 9 gene warrior could certainly overpower a level 8 warrior with ease, it would not be without difficulty. Moreover, Yuri's speed had indeed increased. Across the galaxy, any recorded combat footage of high-level gene warriors would be downloaded and studied frame by frame. Thus, Yuri's enhanced speed would be swiftly recognized. It is important to note that speed cannot simply be augmented like strength or endurance. An increase in speed signifies a comprehensive enhancement of one's physique. After reaching level 9, further acceleration becomes a formidable challenge. The last video of Yuri's was recorded during the siege of M779. How little time has passed since then? Not even a week, and he is already on the verge of upgrading. It seems this battle holds no disparity. The audience watching the live broadcast could not help but sigh. Snowfall, while monitoring the unfolding events, observed the reactions of the Alliance viewers in the Star Network. She noted the barrage of comments from the audience. Raising her hand, she typed, "Ah, it seems the human race is unfortunate to encounter Yuri's squid pirate crew. However, this time, the Dark Elf clan suffers a significant loss. Their standing among the Elven race was already precarious. And after this wave of deaths, how many Dark Elves will remain?" A comment from Snowfall landed like a stone thrown into water. The discussion, initially centered on Yuri's combat prowess, swiftly devolved into various conspiracy theories. From the moment I began watching the broadcast, I sensed a palpable scheme from the Light Elf clan against the Dark Elves. Indeed, now that you mention it, I share that sentiment. The Queen of the Elves belongs to the Light Elf clan, right? No wonder Yuri's remarked on how shrewdly the Elven Queen plays her cards. The tilted tower continued to lean further. Curiosity and gossip are innate instincts of nearly all beings. They had even begun to speculate whether Wei Yuan's assignment to such a desolate location was deliberate. After all, the human race had sacrificed so many for them in the past. Come to think of it, could it be that someone orchestrated Wei Yuan's placement here? I recall the planet he is currently on is not far from the star that the Zerg discovered. Once the Zerg devours that star, they will undoubtedly seek sustenance elsewhere. What about Wei Yuan and his crew? Suddenly, Snowfall's eyes sparkled with realization. Could this be the prologue for the next version? She had not anticipated that her visit to the Star Network, initially aimed at observing the battle scene, would lead her to uncover the gist of the upcoming version test. Quickly, she took a screenshot. Since the players dubbed her the Brain, Snowfall generously shared this segment of Star Network commentary in the game group. "Wow, ha 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 ha, Snowfall, you're amazing. The pace is picking up. Are we really starting to tackle the Zerg so soon? This battle isn't even over yet. I need to mine quickly. Once I return, I must start mining immediately. If I fall behind in strength when the new version test arrives, that would be quite awkward." The players laughed and chattered, while above, Ivan felt the blood congealing in his veins. All 36 mechs belonging to the Dark Elf clan had been annihilated. The bodies were even strung together by Yuri's, swaying grotesquely. Chapter 93. What a remarkable shot! Thud, thud, thud. With each beat of Ivan's heart, he felt his eardrums tremble. So powerful, incredibly powerful. Before his eyes, the massive squid mech wielded its tentacles, mockingly slaughtering the remaining 30 or so high-level Dark Elves. It was truly a massacre. So effortlessly executed, akin to young elven children plucking flowers and grasses in their realm. Such ease and nonchalance. Is the disparity between a level 9 gene warrior and lower-level warriors truly this vast? Ivan trembled all over, and beside him, and Yuelina could hardly contain herself, covering her mouth in shock. There are still 2 small flies here. Yuri's tentacles extracted all the Dark Elf corpses from their mech's point, one of his eyes fixated intently on Ivan and Yuelina. The moment Yuelina met his gaze, she could not help but scream in horror. "Ah!" The piercing scream echoed in Ivan's ears, causing him to shudder. The Queen's command had forced Wei Yuan to reveal his level 9 identity. But where was Wei Yuan now? Ivan's pupils dilated as he struggled against his fear. Glancing towards Wei Yuan's direction, the humanoid battle mech was entangled with Yuri's 2 tentacles, appearing to be in a precarious struggle. Why isn't Wei Yuan here to save us? He is also a level 9. Why is he ensnared by Yuri's? Just as such feelings of rage surged within Ivan's mind, he locked eyes with the Mo Yun mech Ian the next instant. He heard the boy's slightly breathless voice. "Run. I'll hold him off." You need to leave now. The Dark Elf clan has already sacrificed too much. You must go. For a moment, Ivan was bewildered. But in the next second, he felt a powerful force behind him. He turned to see Yulina's mech extending its hand, still reaching out. Then she shook her head, crying out in terror, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Die? Ivan gasped sharply in that fleeting moment. He realized that Yulina was trying to push him towards death. Yuri's tentacles were likely just behind him. In a paralyzing fear of death, Ivan retrieved his longbow from the cockpit of the mech. This bow, crafted from the root system of the life tree, was simple and unassuming, yet immensely powerful. The moment Ivan assumed his stance, a brown bow materialized in the mech's hand. Ivan's fingers grazed the bowstring. A phantom appeared on the bow, a black long arrow, a rare talent of the Dark Elf clan. The illusory arrow. Wow, what is that? The oil thief raised her head, watching Ivan's mech suddenly draw its bow. This was incredible. Could it be a starship weapon? Rare talent of the Dark Elf clan. Illusory arrow. Ability. 100 accuracy. Ignores defense for levels below 10. True damage enhancement. Cannot self-heal. Illusory arrow was originally a natural gift of the Elven clan. But upon entering the era of the Star Alliance, it seems the Elven race has suffered some form of corruption. Most elves have lost their archery talents and cannot develop the illusory arrow talent. Records indicate that no elf capable of firing illusory arrows has emerged in a century. Life tree, the only tree in the universe capable of autonomously birthing intelligent beings. All materials derived from it are of the highest quality. Wow, how extraordinary. Ivan is quite remarkable as well. The oil thief's eyes widened. Earlier, she had found it odd that Ivan, who seemed lacking in strength, commanded such respect from the Dark Elves. It turns out he was one of the rare elves capable of firing illusory arrows. At this moment, as Yuri's tentacles extended, Ivan released his illusory arrow. There was no sound, not even a glimpse of the arrow's form. Yuri's merely glanced at the dark arrow, which had already been loosed. Certainly, young one, your prowess is quite impressive. Yuri sneered coldly, extending his tentacles in an attempt to block the onslaught of the ethereal arrow. The mech is under severe attack. Please prepare for immediate evacuation. With a soft thud, the arrow pierced through the squid mech as if it were mere tofu. Ugh. Yuri's had believed he had successfully defended against it, only to find, in the next moment, an illusory long arrow embedded in his chest. How could this be? Yuri's gasped in pain, reaching to grasp the arrow, but to his astonishment, it shattered the next second, dispersing into wisps of dark light that vanished from his grasp. Yet the wound remained, painfully real. Piffed. Yuri spat out a mouthful of blood. What a formidable arrow! Meanwhile, Wei Yuan was paddling not far away, observing the scene from Yuri's cockpit as relayed by the system. Indeed, these veteran factions possess some formidable capabilities, but surely this won't be enough to slay Yuri's. At most, it would merely leave him gravely injured. Haha, if Yuri's were to be severely wounded, it would provide an opportunity for him to strike. Wei Yuan's eyes gleamed with mischief. Pain does not instill fear in the strong. It only drives them to greater madness. Yuri's, feeling the agonizing sensation coursing through his body, glared with bloodshot eyes and roared. You little brat of the elven race, I shall see you dead today. You will accompany your kin to the afterlife. The tentacles that had previously lingered beside Wei Yuan, treated as mere props, were swiftly retracted. Kill him. Yuri's 8 mechanical tentacles unfurled simultaneously, blood gushing from the small puncture in his chest. Yulina had already fled. After shooting that arrow, Ivan felt utterly drained. He gazed at the colossal squid mech, casting its shadow over the battlefield. A chill running down his spine. Was he truly to perish here today? He had not yet contemplated what would become of him after death. Suddenly, from a nearby corner, a humanoid mech sprang forth. Just as Yuri's tentacles were about to impale Ivan, Wei Yuan deftly snatched Ivan away from Yuri's encirclement. Hey, brother, you are quite impressive, came the clear voice of a youthful figure from within the humanoid mech. Ivan was on the verge of losing his strength and connection with his mech. Is this the innate talent of your elven race? Truly remarkable. Yuri's has been wounded by you. You need only watch from the sidelines. I can handle him. Wei Yuan placed Ivan directly into the hands of the other players. Take care of our hero. I shall deal with Yuri's now. Wei Yuan waved at Ivan, who had just exited his mech. Emo ascended into the air, swiftly unfurling metallic wings. Ivan stared at the soaring mech overhead, still in a daze, when voices from the humans around him broke through. "Incredible, brother. You have saved us from dire peril. That arrow you just shot was magnificent. Did the elven race specifically send you to shoot it in our aid? Such strength. How moving. You even managed to delay so many high-tier dark elves. Giving us the chance." The praises from the humans stirred a wave of guilt within Ivan. Chapter 94. An old saying of our human race, they know nothing. Ivan slumped to the ground, utterly exhausted after releasing that arrow. If these humans wished to kill him, it would be all too easy. Yet, they did not. They regarded him as a benefactor who had saved their lord. Ivan spread his hands, observing the lingering sensation of burning on his palms. The longbow sensed the turmoil within him, for it had burned him slightly when he first aimed it at Wei Yuan. The humans had once been on good terms with the elves, but the elven race had long since changed. Ivan recalled how, upon discovering his exceedingly rare talent, the leader of the Dark Elves had once remarked, when the Tree of Life could still naturally birth elves. The ethereal arrow talent was not rare at all. In fact, it was a trait possessed by all elves. It was only later, when the insectoids gnawed at the roots of the Tree of Life, and the elven race began to explore other means of reproduction, that their original talents began to fade. The leader of the Dark Elves had speculated that their greatest difference lay in kindness. Elves devoid of a compassionate heart could not harness the ethereal arrow talent. Yet just moments ago, I had prepared to aim the ethereal arrow at Wei Yuan while dealing with Yuri's. Ivan clasped his head in despair, further recalling that this was, in fact, the Queen's command. But can we be certain that the Queen's words are always right? Why did she insist on sending several high-tier Dark Gene warriors into such a perilous mission? Knowing full well the dangers, their dark elven race has already dwindled in numbers. Ivan wallowed in self-pity, unable to comprehend these matters. Hey, that elf over there doesn't seem to be in a good state. Does he? Looks like he's deep in thought. Heh, shall we go and deceive him a bit? The commander did say, didn't he? We need to elevate the dark elven race. The previous few have all perished, and now he is the sole survivor. Besides, this fellow possesses some talent. Maybe we can extract some information from him? On the front lines, the players aboard Battleship 1 were tense. The players in the rear had little to do now, merely waiting to collect the spoils after the battle concluded. With nothing else to occupy their time, they gathered around Ivan. The oil thief also sought to glean more information about the elven race from Ivan, stealthily taking a seat beside him. Brother, what are you pondering? Ivan looked up, only to find himself surrounded by an unexpected crowd. He was taken aback by the oil thief's overly familiar demeanor. Are you worried about that fleeing elven girl? The oil thief gestured with his chin, indicating the direction Yulina had escaped. Now, it seemed less perilous, and she was bouncing back. I must say, this girl has some issues, even if she looks stunning. She shouldn't be thrust out as cannon fodder, as the oil thief spoke. He clicked his tongue in disapproval. Upon hearing this, Ivan recalled that it was indeed Yulina's actions that nearly led to his demise. This elven woman? A flame of anger ignited within Ivan. He had nearly perished. An elf of his own race had almost killed him, while another, a human whom their elven queen had specifically targeted, had saved him. How absurd! Ivan chuckled bitterly at the irony. This incursion into the war zone had truly opened his eyes. She belongs to the light elven race, her status far surpassing mine. It is only natural that she would push me out to face danger. Ivan's expression fell. The status of the elven race seemed to have been etched into him since birth, and no matter how furious he felt, what could he do? The queen herself was of the light elven race. What power did he possess? Anger. It would only result in greater injustices against his kin. Brother, your words are misguided, the oil thief exclaimed, rising with fervor, his voice impassioned. He pointed to the heavens with one hand while resting the other on Ivan's shoulder. We humans have an old saying, do nobles and commoners not share the same blood? What, besides their elemental affinity, makes the light elven race superior to you dark elves? That young lady must be from the light elven race, right? She appears to be of a similar age as you. How is it that her level is lower? Isn't she supposed to be incredible? Moreover, her character is utterly disgraceful. A light elf stooping to such vile deeds. It's simply shameful. If she were among us humans, she would be offered up as a sacrifice. The oil thief's impassioned speech left Ivan's mind buzzing. Indeed, why must the elven race be divided by status and rank? Why must light elves, birthed from the tree of life, just like him, consider themselves superior? Furthermore, most young elves today are born through alternative means of reproduction. What gives them that right? Ivan's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the oil thief. Such sentiments had never been expressed to him before. You know, in our human race, all are equal. Even the highest-ranking gene warriors are treated the same as ordinary folk, the oil thief declared with conviction. Indeed, everyone mines, everyone chops wood. The earnings remain the same. In fact, with higher levels, one might mine or chop faster, inflating the currency, and later on, prices must be cut again. I'm at a loss as to what the game developers were thinking. They derive no profit from this, so why make it so realistic? The oil thief lamented bitterly. At that moment, Wei Yuan, engaged in a fierce battle with Yuri's, sneezed. Who is cursing me? Wei Yuan furrowed his brow, narrowly evading an attack from Yuri's. Observing Wei Yuan's increasingly swift movements, his dodges becoming ever more fluid, Yuri's grew frantic. Tsk, killing a few high-tier gene warriors, and now they're collecting their corpses? Wei Yuan, are you really planning to raise a corpse army now that your pirate crew is on the verge of demise? Wei Yuan inquired. Yuri's retorted, shameless human, your previous performance was all an act. How infuriating that no matter how fast Yuri's accelerated, his tentacles could not reach Wei Yuan's mech. Clearly, he had been feigning during his slaughter of the elven race. What on earth did this human intend? What did he truly desire? What do you want? Just say it. My pirate crew has already been annihilated. As a fellow level 9, you cannot possibly kill me. Stop wasting time. Yuri's was on the verge of exasperation. Just moments ago, Wei Yuan had indeed made an accurate guess. His pirate crew was utterly doomed, and holding on was of no consequence. With so many corpses at hand, he resolved to take the remains of these elite gene warriors to seek out the undead clan, intending to resurrect them and forge an army of the undead. His objective was quite straightforward: to eliminate your entire pirate crew. Suddenly, the wings of Mayun unfurled with great force, and sparks erupted from the small apertures within its metallic wings, igniting fierce crimson flames behind the black mech. Furthermore, who claimed that I am incapable of slaying you? He had merely been probing for Yuri's vulnerabilities. The battle mech was not something that could be compared to ordinary mechs. Yuri's mech exhibited even greater defensive capabilities than that of Mayun. However, at this moment, he had discovered a weakness. Among the 8 tentacles, one bore a small gap at the position of the arm. A minor opening that had indeed been pried open. That was a breach created by the ancestor of the sky. Under Wei Yuan's command, the flames surged directly into that seemingly negligible gap. Chapter 95. Come over if you dare. As the temperature escalated to a certain degree, even the battle mechs would succumb to melting. The tentacles of the squid mech turned crimson inch by inch. The temperature within the cockpit surged perilously. In 3 seconds, the mech AI before Yuri's emitted urgent alarms. Warning, warning, warning. Mech overheating damage, 10, 60, 80. With a hiss, the cockpit ejected rapidly, and Yuri shot out from the cabin, heading straight for Wei Yuan's mech. Damn those fairies. If I manage to escape today, I will make it my mission to eliminate them. When Yuri's burst forth from the mech, he barely had time to retrieve the bodies of Dr. Octopus and the others. Humanity was truly treacherous and cunning. Watching his mech slowly succumb to the heat, Yuri's felt a pang of sorrow that nearly brought him to tears. Yet, wounded and without a mech, he stood no chance against Wei Yuan. If he did not devise a way to flee, it seemed he would meet his demise today. Wei Yuan, if you have the guts, come out of your mech and let us battle in our true forms. Yuri shouted, though his gaze lingered on his flagship. Inside the battleship, corpses lay strewn about. The pirates had all been poisoned. Fortunately, the ship's defense systems remained intact, and humanity had yet to board. Connecting his brainwaves to the battleship, he accessed the highest permissions, commanding the flagship to concentrate its energy. The stellar weapons activated in silent mode, concealing even the energy light. All of this transpired in an instant. Yuri's proclaimed loudly, as long as Wei Yuan steps out of his mech, the stellar weapons will deliver a fatal blow. This is the entirety of my flagship's energy. It all hinges on this moment. Fool, the odds are in my favor now. Why would I engage you in a duel in my true form? Wei Yuan scoffed, not hesitating for even a second. With a powerful flap of his fiery wings, he swiftly appeared behind Yuri's, drawing the sword hilt from his weapon slot as Mai grasped the hilt. An immense energy coalesced into a colossal sword, slashing down upon Yuri's back. With a piercing sound, Yuri's back split open, the energy shockwave coursing through him as the giant sword pierced his body. A single diagonal strike cleaved him in two. Is that all you've got? You thought you could outsmart me? Wei Yuan chuckled derisively. The stellar weapons aboard the flagship, which had just finished charging, went silent once more. Ha ha ha, your leader is dead. On the first flagship, Wu Shixing laughed heartily at the pirates. The already demoralized pirates, upon seeing Yuri's severed in half, were instantly filled with dread. Weapons dropped from their hands, and they surrendered within the cockpit. Even Ivan lifted his head, staring blankly at Wei Yuan in the distance. Wow, so cool. When will I be as dashing as Brother Yuan? Feng Chui Pai Pai's eyes widened in awe at the sight of such a massive sword. The technology and weaponry in this game were truly astonishing. If only I could find their company offline. I want to spend money. I want to spend money. Congratulations, host, for completing the assassination task. Calculating your rewards now. System initiating Advanced Gene Warrior Corpse Recovery Service. Would you like to proceed with the recovery? Energy conservation applies universally. A 9th-level Gene Warrior contains an extraordinary amount of energy. Wei Yuan leaped from Mai's cockpit and landed before the corpse of Yuri's. Reaching out for recovery, just as he was about to grasp Yuri's body, the sky suddenly darkened. In an instant, all light seemed to be absorbed. What is happening? I can't believe it. It's dark? No, why is it suddenly so cold? Endless black clouds churned ominously. Wei Yuan frowned, gazing ahead. Lightning crackled through the dense clouds, and he could vaguely discern numerous corpses emerging around him, suffused with a heavy aura of death. Hiss! Is it the undead clan? Ivan sprang to his feet. Before the players could even inquire about the phenomenon, the black clouds roiled, revealing a massive throne before them. Before Wei Yuan, atop an expansive staircase of bones that seemed to stretch for thousands of meters, sat a colossal skeletal figure. Hollow eye sockets burned with icy red soul flames. The crimson flames signified the might of this skeletal being. Upon seeing the undead lord, Ivan's hair stood on end. A 10th-level undead, the chieftain of the undead clan. How could he possibly be here? Meanwhile, the Alliance spectators through Yuelina's eyes felt an icy chill enveloping them. Although the undead clan was among the myriad of races, they were not part of the Alliance. 10th level was the highest known combat power. Everyone speculated on the chieftain's sudden appearance and his intentions. Is this an illusion? The oil thief, standing beside Ivan, realized they were surrounded by an endless sea of bones. It looked so real, yet upon touching it, it was merely an illusion. Wow, this game is incredible. Can they really create such intricate bones? The undead lord, how cool. So amazing. Hiss, just the sight is breathtaking. The bones are so white and of such quality. The undead clan leader, seated high upon his throne, initially intended to wait for Wei Yuan to speak first. However, upon hearing whispers, he turned his gaze to see some lowly humans eyeing him with eager admiration, muttering about how cool he looked and praising the undead lord. Undead lord. That name certainly has a majestic ring to it, quite fitting for my royal stature. The red flames danced in his eye sockets. He decided not to hold the offense of these lowly humans against them. Returning his gaze to Wei Yuan, he noticed that this human genius, after a fleeting glance, was preparing to bend down and retrieve Yuri's corpse. Wait a moment. The undead lord could no longer contain himself. Yuri's entire pirate crew had been sold to him. His deep voice, laced with a chilling aura, echoed across the battlefield. Just moments ago, the pirates who had surrendered felt a chill run down their spines. Their captain had sold them to the undead clan? The undead clan was a cursed race. The faces of the pirates turned pale. Oh, what? Wei Yuan replied, continuing his actions without pause. He began to piece together Yuri's severed body to make it appear more presentable. Human. The undead lord was furious. If he had brows, they would surely be furrowed tightly now. What was this human thinking? Did he not understand? A mere 9th-level junior dared to challenge the dignity of the undead lord? The undead lord's fury ignited. the scarlet flames in his eye sockets blazing fiercely. Wei Yuan, I told you. Yuri's has already sold himself and the entire squid pirate crew to me. These corpses belong to me. The black clouds churned violently, and countless corpses crawled forth from the ground. Thousands upon thousands, infinitely endless. Just a glance at this scene instilled a profound sense of oppression. Ivan began to find it hard to breathe. He hadn't anticipated that Yuri's had concealed such a trump card. He glanced anxiously at the surrounding humans, fearing they had no idea of the terrifying entity their lord had provoked. Fortunately, it was said that the chieftain of the undead clan possessed a calm demeanor and was not fond of slaughter. As long as the corpses were returned, there would be no further issues. Surely, this human lord would not do anything excessive, right? Just as Ivan contemplated this, he heard Wei Yuan scoff from nearby. What are you boasting about? The underworld star system is millions of light years away. Do you think your threats hold any weight with me? If you dare, come over. Wei Yuan calmly raised his head and spoke with an unsettling tranquility, yet his words were laden with provocation. Ha ha ha, Brother Yuan's provocation is lacking. The oil thief executed a swift maneuver, darting from Ivan's side to join Wei Yuan. As Ivan attempted to stop him, he watched in disbelief as this newly acquainted friend ventured toward his doom. The oil thief grinned mischievously, facing the undead lord, slapping his own cheeks playfully. Boy, do you see me? I'm right here, and I'm taking your corpses. Ha 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 ha. If you have the guts, come at me. Ha ha ha. What of it? Even if you're 10th level, do you have what it takes? Come on, come at me. Ah. Furious, the undead lord's soul flames ignited, surging violently. He was ready to explode with rage. This human, this insufferable human, he was determined to eliminate this insufferable human. The undead lord trembled with rage, rising to his feet and glaring down at the oil thief and Wei Yuan. Very well, the undead lord's voice boomed, resonating so powerfully that it made the player's eardrums itch. The previously stable clouds now swirled violently, as if heralding divine retribution. Thunder rumbled, and countless corpses clawed their way from the earth, creating a terrifying sight. The undead lord descended from his throne, step by step. Approaching the oil thief, they stood face to face, yet separated by millions of light years. When the lord of the undead rose, he stood as tall as two oil-stealing hags. The hags had to tilt their necks back to catch a glimpse of the fiery orbs within the skeletal eyes. Ha! What's this? Is he enraged and coming for me? The oil-stealing hag knew how to provoke hostility. He deliberately lifted his head, bringing half of his face close to the lord of the undead's hand. Hit me if you don't, you're a coward. In the group chat, a player whispered, seriously, brother. Aren't you afraid? The oil-stealing hag replied, you don't understand, do you? Right now, Brother Yuan must be at odds with this lord of the undead. I am just trying to boost Brother Yuan's favor. Get it? He continued, moreover, don't be fooled by this skeletal figure. It talks a big game. The oil-stealing hag added, in reality, it's all an illusion. I just tested it, and those bones can only be seen, not touched. Touch? The player's gaze towards the oil-stealing hag shifted, perhaps questioning his peculiar tendencies. Makabaka exclaimed, is it really that intense? Starry replied, 6 this time. Starry was genuinely prepared to give the oil-stealing hag a 6, after all. Who would focus on such details in the face of such a grand spectacle? One couldn't deny that the oil-stealing hag truly embodied the essence of a game streamer. His mind was quick and astute. However, he had miscalculated. After trembling with rage, the lord of the undead raised his hand and seized the oil-stealing hag by the neck. The sensation was all too real, and the oil-stealing hag, suspended in midair, was momentarily stunned. Wait, are you serious? You traversed millions of light years just to teach me a lesson? The oil-stealing hag's health bar began to plummet. He widened his eyes, staring into the lord of the undead's skull, where ominous flames flickered, seemingly piercing through the oil-stealing hag's thoughts. The lord of the undead scoffed, even if I cannot truly descend upon this little place where you dwell, I have myriad ways to make you wish for death without the ability to attain it. After a flurry of static, the oil-stealing had crashed to the ground, clutching his neck and coughing violently. The great battle had concluded, and dying now would mean a greater loss of resources. Watching his health bar slowly replenish, the oil-stealing hag breathed a sigh of relief. Then he noticed Brother Yuan holding something in his hand. The previously lifelike environment began to dissipate gradually. Even the Lord of the Undead, who had seemed poised to strike him down, flickered twice before stuttering. With such meager power, you dare to pose? The oil-stealing hag muttered to himself while rubbing his neck. Wait, Brother Yuan. Just you wait. His voice was intermittent, akin to a throat clearing. Just as my kin have said. Brother Yuan smiled as he stood before the oil-stealing hag, his gaze fixed upon the skeletal figure. If you're brave enough, come at me now. The calmness in Brother Yuan's voice, coupled with his words, sent players into fits of laughter. Brother Yuan is starting to get a bit wicked. Huh? Ha ha ha. What bravado from such a distance. This is hilarious. Are you out of funds for data? Is that why it's lagging? Indeed, indeed. The voice is all choppy. Players chuckled mockingly. Their laughter resonated across millions of light years to the realm of the undead. On that desolate planet, littered with bones, every form of life decayed and transformed into the undead. At the very center, upon a throne identical to the one viewed by the players, the Lord of the Undead howled in fury, Brother Yuan. Humans. Utterly detestable. Pray. You better hope that during the Lord competition, you do not draw the lot to compete here. Chapter 96. I truly am a good lord. With a resounding crack, the transmission device snatched from Yuli's was crushed by Brother Yuan's hand. To his astonishment, Yuli's had colluded with the undead, as the realm of the undead was one of the venues for the Lord competition. 7 competition sites would be drawn from 400 star systems. And if they were unfortunate enough to draw the realm of the undead, my kin, you must tread carefully. Brother Yuan stood firm, reciting what sounded like a script. The players instantly grasped the implication. All right, Brother Yuan, no need to elaborate, we understand. Next time, we're definitely drawing the realm of the undead, we know. Just tell us what the competition entails. The game's developers, I don't even want to get into it. This game is so well crafted, yet the plot progression always puts Brother Yuan on the spot for dialogue. Only during those dialogue moments do I feel the immersion falter. Just when I was fully engaged. Brother Yuan, please tell us, what is this competition? Players crowded around Brother Yuan, clamoring loudly. Even Avon, witnessing this scene, found himself devoid of any emo thoughts. Why could these humans converse so casually with Lord Yuan? He was a 9th level gene warrior, after all. Their nonchalant demeanor filled Avon with envy. He couldn't help but wonder what attitude Lord Yuan held toward these humans with only a 5th level gene unlock. They weren't even classified as advanced gene warriors. I originally intended to inform you as we approached the 3-month alliance deadline. Brother Yuan's tone was gentle, a faint smile gracing his features. Perfectly timed, following this great battle, to provide the players with some motivation to hasten their mining efforts. After all, if they went to compete without sufficient resources, they wouldn't even be able to afford the gear from the special star systems. I may be impoverished, but I cannot allow my kin to suffer. Inwardly, Brother Yuan praised himself for being a good lord. He then began his address. This is a competition that students of the Lord Academy must participate in to graduate. The participants are not the lords themselves, but rather the kin under the Lord's command. Each graduate can lead 300 kin into the competition, with the main team consisting of 8 members. Besides team competitions, there are also small team matches, with specific rules varying each time. Before each match, graduates must bring their teams to the Central Star System's Lord Academy venue, where the Academy's principal will draw the competition star systems. There are 7 matches, scored based on points. Each match has a total score of 100, and a cumulative score of 420 across all 7 matches is required to pass. Currently, my kin, Brother Yuan gazed at all the players. The more than 10,000 players became increasingly exhilarated. Could it be that they were about to select participants? Ha ha ha. Isn't this just a foolproof dungeon? Wow, how exhilarating! How exhilarating! In the eager eyes of the players. Brother Yuan smiled. At present, the only one who has obtained a special event participation ticket is the player known as Darkbeggar. Who? Which great figure is Darkbeggar? So impressive. Wait, I remember. Isn't he one of the veteran players? I heard he obtained a ticket while battling goblins, so that special event is to compete alongside Brother Yuan. Huh? How thrilling! The oil-stealing hag's eyes burned with jealousy. Darkbeggar truly had remarkable luck. In the midst of the crowd, Darkbeggar puffed out his chest. Indeed, that would be me. If not for the fear of retribution, Darkbeggar would have laughed heartily. What a delight! What a delight! among everyone. He was the sole individual with a ticket to compete alongside Brother Yuan. He. Battle settlement. Thanks to Player Snow for commanding throughout this battle. Congratulations to Player Snow for receiving a special event participation ticket. The system's public screen rolled the announcements. All players could see. Wow, this competition can also yield a ticket. Ha ha ha, I wonder if I can get one. If I had known, I would have killed more pirates. What a pity. And here it comes. Congratulations to Player Starry for killing the most pirates in this battle. Rewarded with a special event participation ticket. Congratulations to Player Oil Stealing Hag for outstanding performance in this battle. Rewarded with a special event participation ticket. 3 highlighted banners left the previously irritable oil stealing hag in a state of disbelief. Neither crying nor laughing. What the? I thought I had no chance. The oil stealing hag wiped away a tear. The game developers truly have a sense of fairness. Woe is me, I risked so much and worked so hard for this. He knew that Starry had eliminated numerous enemies from the rear, but what had the oil stealing hag done? New players expressed their confusion. What did the oil stealing hag even do? The oil stealing hag jumped up and shouted, "Do you dare question the game's algorithm? How dare you? While you were all engrossed in dismantling mechs, I was diligently extracting the octopus Doctor's toxic blood. Otherwise, where do you think Starry got all that toxic blood?" The oil stealing hag shouted. These new players didn't bother to review their own videos and were completely unaware of the oil stealing hag's reputation. Infuriating in the future when crafting strategies and videos. They must ensure their own contributions are prominently displayed. The oil stealing hag stood tall, feeling vindicated. Congratulations to all players for completing the mission of eliminating the interstellar pirates. The distribution of gold coins will now commence based on player performance. First place in this mission, Shue. Reward, 10 million gold coins, 1 potion for unlocking genes of levels 1 to 5. The ability to exchange for any 3 types of interstellar genes in the system all, and a flagship vessel. Second place in this mission, 2U Pui. Reward, 8 million gold coins, 1 potion for unlocking genes of levels 4 and 5, 1 interstellar blue ring giant gene, and the ability to exchange for any 1 type of interstellar gene in the mall. Third place in this mission, Xing Chon. Reward, 5 million gold coins, 1 potion for unlocking genes of levels 4 and 5, and the ability to exchange for any 1 type of interstellar gene in the mall. The system began to settle accounts for each player according to their combat performance. The players reveled, calculating their newfound wealth. Wow, Shuejia, your reward is actually a flagship vessel, my goodness. Feng Chue Pai emitted a shriek of jealousy. Shue cast him a glance. What is all the fuss about? She felt utterly exhausted, her mental faculties drained from the intense battle. However, it was not yet time to celebrate. Shue resumed broadcasting on all channels. Attention all players, although the system rewards have been distributed. The battlefield still requires cleaning, and the spoils await your collection. Pack up the pirate ships and mechazo? Cheers surged like waves. AI fans stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Is this what humanity is like? And Yuli Na, hidden in the distance, gasped in shock. Her live stream was still active. Chapter 97. The leaders of all races were alarmed just as the players frantically scavenged the spoils. The Alliance's star network exploded with activity. All trending topics were filled with references to humanity. Strange. So very strange. Could it be that the advanced gene warriors of humanity coexisted so harmoniously with the ordinary gene warriors? There was no hierarchy, no survival of the fittest. Every face bore a smile. They even dared to jest with Lord Wei Yuan at this moment. No one in the Alliance cared whether Wei Yuan was a level 9 or where he had acquired the level 9 gene potion. The Elven Queen transitioned from anger to shock. Humanity had not succumbed to despair. They must have been secretly developing in the shadows. To this day, humanity's stronghold had yet to communicate with the outside world. Even the starships transporting resources could only dock at the central station, waiting for the warriors of humanity to come and receive them. No race could infiltrate spies. Thus, the leaders of all races remained oblivious to the internal situation of humanity. When Wei Yuan finally emerged, they were overjoyed at the prospect of espionage. Several high-ranking officials had even covertly attempted to take action against him. Yet, Wei Yuan not only survived but also successfully ascended to level 9. These so-called omniscient leaders of the Alliance, the masters of the myriad races, were still unaware of when and where Wei Yuan had obtained the level 9 gene unlocking potion. Moreover, what of Wei Yuan's brethren? When had they arrived at Blue Star from humanity's stronghold, and by what means? Why had they received no information whatsoever? Were those spies, those implanted in the desolate star system where humanity now resided? Utterly useless? Useless indeed. The Elven Queen tightened her grip on her scepter. Anuli Na was equally useless, as was that group of dark elves. All utterly useless, Anuli Na. Will you not hasten to end your damned live stream? You have brought disgrace upon our light elves. This was the first time the Elven Queen had shouted in such fury. Anuli Na trembled at the receipt of her voice message. It dawned on her that she had been live streaming the entire time. She suddenly recalled her actions during the battle, pushing AI Fan forward to block attacks, fleeing at the onset of combat. Had all these actions been witnessed? Had every race in the galaxy seen them? Cold sweat trickled down her forehead. Anuli Na quivered as she turned off the stream, her voice tinged with a hint of tears as she addressed the Elven Queen. Your Majesty? What should I do? You dare to ask me what to do about the foolishness you have committed? The Elven Queen snorted coldly. Bring AI Fan back. Do not linger among humanity, you fool. In a short while, the time for the Lord graduation competition would arrive. Humanity, indeed, proved to be a formidable challenge. It seemed she would need to seek out the old principal of the Lord Academy. The underworld star system must serve as a battleground for their competition. She intended to see just how many hidden means humanity still possessed. Observing the jubilant players, Wei Yuan felt fatigued. These individuals had boundless energy, and he lacked a switch to turn off his senses. He needed to return for some much-deserved rest. Just as Wei Yuan prepared to head back to Blue Star, his communicator vibrated incessantly. Feng Yushang, Ami Luo, Ziyu. A glance revealed the old principal's message. Old principal, Wei Yuan, the Elven Queen has contacted me. Wei Yuan, to operate in the shadows? Old principal, indeed. She desires you to go to the underworld star system. I knew it. Wei Yuan's lips curled into a smile. His spirits lifted. Since the destruction of the Tree of Life, the elven race had appeared to be falling apart. No, that wasn't quite right. It was akin to rotting from the roots. Wei Yuan, oh dear. Old principal, consider this. The elven race is a grand lineage, and their queen personally seeks you out. Should you not extend the courtesy of operating in the shadows? Old principal, speak properly. Wei Yuan. The Starry Alliance has existed for so many years. Yet the rulers of the myriad races have always interfered with the Lord Academy behind the scenes, have they not? Wei Yuan. If I recall correctly, according to your unspoken rules, they can designate 3 star systems. Old principal. The old skeleton of the undead race is not to be trifled with. Wei Yuan. Indeed, if he were amiable, how would he dare to seize the remains of our ancestors? Old principal. Understood. Within the Lord Academy, after severing communication, the old principal sighed. Indeed, this child had never been motivated solely by a desire to become a leader. He was here for vengeance, vengeance for humanity. Curiously, despite such formidable talent, he had elevated his level to 9 without relying on the Academy, clearly drawing upon humanity's foundation. So why had he not sought revenge sooner? The old principal rubbed his eyes. Feeling weary. Yet, while watching the live stream, he noticed humanity appearing in a steady stream. The old principal furrowed his brow, sensing Wei Yuan becoming increasingly enigmatic. Previously, he could see through the child while in school. But now, scanning Yuli Na's previous live stream video. Are there any humans repeating? Although the myriad races looked different, leading them to perceive humanity as somewhat uniform, the continuous appearance of the same individuals would raise suspicions due to their remarkable similarities. The virtual image of A manifested beside all those high-ranking officials harboring doubts. The scan concluded with no repetitions detected. In Yuli Na's video was still somewhat distant from the players. Host, players are appearing repeatedly, being monitored. The system suddenly prompted. Those old coots truly had sharp observation skills, Wei Yuan mused. Presently, the players' influence had yet to fully mature. They still needed to bide their time. All players, the version will be updated without going offline. This game has launched a new skin selection page, offering each player hundreds of skins to choose from. The game has also introduced exquisite options such as collector's skins and legendary skins. Please check them out. Chapter 98. Summoning 100,000 players Earth. Each time one logs off, it feels like a journey through time. It's truly disorienting. 2 Yupa removed the tubes connecting her to the gaming pod and crawled out. She powered up her computer and began her live stream. Her streaming room had remained closed during gameplay. Now, she suddenly went live, expecting a low turnout. To her surprise, as soon as she showed her face, the number of viewers skyrocketed exponentially in mere seconds. It had reached into the thousands. What the heck? Who bought me zombie followers? Tuyupo's large face appeared on the live screen, startled by the sudden influx of attention, causing her to blurt out her thoughts. Ha ha ha, streamer, don't be so funny. Many players have logged off, saying the battle is over, so we came to see if you'd return to provide commentary. Yes, I've watched all the videos circulating outside. It's boring, and we're waiting for you to explain. Tuyupa chuckled. Boring yet you watched it all? I'll upload the battle video shortly. For now, let me answer some questions from my fans. Later, as per usual, I will delve into the game's story background and strategies. Previously, a fan had asked if the virtual reality technology of this game was truly that exceptional, and all she could say was one word: absolutely. The virtual reality technology of this game has essentially surpassed all other VR games currently available, completely eliminating any sense of dizziness. To speak candidly, there are indeed some discomforts, at the very least. Each time I log off and then back on, I experience a peculiar sensation akin to traversing dimensions. As I mention this, I can't help but chuckle. Furthermore, the avatar I embody in the game possesses an extraordinary strength that far surpasses that of my physical form in the real world. I must admit, after acclimating to that enhanced physique, returning to my own feels burdensome. I even find myself yearning to engage in some vigorous exercise, perhaps running or weightlifting, to invigorate my body in the game. I spend my days mining, chopping wood, and battling monsters, which is truly exhilarating. Moreover, with the sensation of pain disabled, undertaking these tasks brings a simple joy. There are also fans inquiring about matters concerning the game's official channels, such as the game warehouse and currency exchange issues. To be honest, I am uncertain, but I can hazard a guess. The game warehouse seems to have a limited usage time, though I wonder if everyone remembers that. As I speak, I align the livestream camera with the game warehouse. It is evident that the nutrient solution within has noticeably diminished. This nutrient solution must be purchased from the official source, and I have a feeling they are on the verge of opening the option for in-game purchases. Additionally, they have now introduced skins for use in the game. Now, let us return to the main topic and discuss my exploits in the grand battles. While I also clarify the world's background and main storyline that I currently understand, I will upload all the footage I recorded in the game. The opening scene features towering mechs, the BT series, which are visually impressive, rivaling even the Mo-Yun. Although their forms may not be as elongated and agile as Mo-Yuns, they are immensely massive and exude an aura of combat prowess. Truly eye-catching. How cool is that? These mechs are undeniably magnificent. As the barrage of comments flows by, the visuals begin to move, all captured by my continuous recording. Thus, viewers feel a profound sense of immersion as they witness the journey from discovering the Clack and the Little Mermaid to the players accompanying Wei Yuan into the pirate battleship, vanquishing the surveillance team of squid aliens. Ultimately, a thunderous cannon blast jolts the viewers awake, prompting a flurry of comments. Goodness, this feels cinematic. What on earth did I just witness? A sponge person? The interstellar setting is truly fascinating. The footage released by other players is solely from inside the navigational warship. Broadcaster, you have certainly met my expectations. The viewers follow my perspective, from the opening to the final appearance of the Bone Throne. Although I have seen the Bone Throne countless times in videos released by other players, each time it is still utterly awe-inspiring. Congratulations to the host for completing the extraordinary task. Eliminate the Squid Pirate Group. Task rewards: Level 4 Gene Unlock Potion, Level 5 Gene Unlock Potion, Level 6 Gene Unlock Potion, High-Quality Squid Alien Genes, High-Quality Blue Ring Giant Octopus Genes, High-Quality Abyss Catfish Genes, Level 9 Mech Manufacturing Facility, Level 6 Weapon Manufacturing Facility, Level 6 Material Processing Facility, Level 6 Intelligent Training Ground, 80 Mineral Charts of Blue Star. Players are busy clearing the battlefield. Wei Yuan is here to collect his rewards. Upon seeing the 400 or so diverse genes, he feels as though he has struck gold. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, the system rewards him with a Level 9 Mech Manufacturing Facility. Wei Yuan's breath catches slightly. What a treasure! This is truly something remarkable. He swallows hard, thinking, this is impressive. In the Interstellar Alliance, one of the hallmarks of a major race is the ability to manufacture weapons within their own community. Wei Yuan has not yet contemplated exploiting resources from the original tribe. The human race in this world is rather tragic. He shakes his head, sighing as he dismisses his previous thoughts. First, let us examine the System's rewards. The Level 9 mech manufacturing facility is equipped with comprehensive equipment, enabling Wei Yuan and the players to collaboratively construct mechs. The remaining weapon manufacturing will also allow him to bypass the troubles of purchasing weapons from elsewhere. Speaking of this, Wei Yuan recalls the Pink Twin-Tail Jr. TSK. The junior who cannot take charge. Even if she could sell him a weapon once, there's no guarantee she would always provide him with weapons. At the very least, if those major races exert pressure, the Treant clan would likely refrain from associating with him. Even if the junior wishes to assist him, her intentions may be futile. With this thought, Wei Yuan promptly dismisses Emilo from his mind and continues to review the System's rewards. The material processing facility can refine minerals into raw materials, which is quite satisfactory. It even includes a mineral chart of Blue Star. The system is truly meticulous. Excellent. Wei Yuan's smile has not faded. Ultimately, what pleases him most is the Level 6 intelligent training ground. Players can choose from all current interstellar environments for training. Within, players merely need to input their weapon and mech data, and the system will automatically simulate scenarios. This is a premium feature. Generally, such resources are rare among other races. The system has generously provided him with a Level 6 training ground. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Please prepare for the task upgrade. Please summon 100,000 players within 24 hours. Furthermore, within 10 days, select players to lead to the Lord Academy. Chapter 99. The benefits of having a well-grown son. 100,000. This time, it's my turn to shine. As expected, after 3 rounds of internal testing, they are gradually expanding the quotas. With 100,000 accounts, I refuse to believe I cannot secure at least one. This game company is indeed financially robust. Previously, they issued a warehouse for each of the 10,000 players, which I thought was already extravagant. Now they are releasing 100,000. Are the game warehouses free? In truth, the development cost for these game warehouses might be substantial, but once the development is successful, only the material costs remain, right? Material costs aren't cheap, mind you. This company is truly wealthy, yet they had no prior reputation. After players register on the official game website, they begin to chat enthusiastically in groups. If they can enjoy the game, why not? The broadcaster, Tuyuper, has already mentioned that the nutrient solution will surely incur charges later, along with skins. I'm short on cash, yet I desperately want to play this game. Once in-game purchases are enabled, and with so many players, I could earn money within the game and sell it at a discount to the affluent, just like in the previous Journey to the West. Perhaps I could even make a profit from the game. The online community buzzes with excitement. Returning from a break on the battlefield, Xiaxue is clad in a bathrobe, attending to the backlog of documents accumulated at her company during this time. Her slender fingers press against her forehead, occasionally glancing at the computer. Her assistant is somewhat astonished. The CEO had been claiming to be busy, and he initially assumed it was household matters. Little did he know. She had been gaming. He steals a glance at Jiang Shui's computer, where among the multitude of tasks, the most prominent box reads, Game Group Chat. The CEO actually plays games. Moreover, she has been at it for several days straight. Indeed, geniuses know how to balance work and leisure. As the assistant ponders, he is abruptly interrupted by a ringing phone. He promptly answers it. CEO. It's a call from Mr. Zhang of Mayan Group. Jiang Shui pauses her work, extending her hand without lifting her gaze. Uncle Zhang, what's the matter? Shui, it's like this. Your Jiang Group has a project. Before Mr. Zhang finishes speaking, Jiang Shui interjects. Uncle, I'm pressed for time. Have Zhang Tao discuss it with me later. Oh, you want Zhang Tao to speak with you? All right, I will reach out to him. The voice on the other end brims with excitement and curiosity. Since Jiang Shui took the helm, the Jiang Group has rapidly flourished, far surpassing the Zhang family's Mayan Group. Moreover, Jiang Shui is famously focused solely on profit, showing no sentimentality. Therefore, this time, Mr. Zhang's father feels quite apprehensive. Having witnessed friends face setbacks with Jiang Shui, he worries about being hung up on. However, even though she answered, the words left Mr. Zhang's father bewildered. What does it mean that she is busy and wants Zhang Tao to find her? His son, who lacks ambition and spends his days aimlessly wandering, has caught Jiang Shui's eye? Indeed. Although his son is quite a scoundrel, he possesses a decent appearance, If he could become part of the Jiang family and support Jiang Shui'er as a good husband, it would surely garner some favor for their Mayan group, TSK. This rascal is finally of some use. Feng Chui Pai Pai, after finishing his game, returns to reality, his eyes glazed over. Sister Shui, how incredible is she? How is she so remarkable? It's one thing to excel academically from a young age, but now she even dominates in gaming. It's utterly inhumane. In terms of strength, I am no match for Tuyupor and her peers. In terms of experience, I find myself outperformed by Jiang Shui'er, who has just entered the game. Surely, with 100,000 new players, they will all surpass me, right? No way. I must secure a spot at the Lord Academy. That world is infinitely more captivating than this one, and no wonder everyone loves gaming. Just as Feng Chui Pai Pai, also known as Zhang Tao, wallows in despair, his phone, which he had previously left untouched on his bedside, suddenly vibrates. He had just unlocked his phone when two characters caught his eye. Father. Upon seeing those words, Feng Chui Pai involuntarily inhaled sharply. In some affluent families, parents are open-minded, wholeheartedly supporting their children's interests and hobbies while showering them with love. However, in certain households, any shortcomings exhibited by their offspring would be regarded as a source of shame. Unfortunately, Feng Chui Pai's family belonged to the latter category. Due to his rebellious nature, he had long fallen out of favor with Mr. Zhang, who, aside from sending a modest allowance each month, paid little attention to him. In fact, he scarcely received more than 10 phone calls a year, 9 of which were reprimands from his father for causing scandals or bringing disgrace to the family. Thus, when he saw this call, Feng Chui Pai felt a sense of reluctance. He answered the phone. Hello, Lao Ding. Oh no, Dad. Is there something you need to discuss? Feng Chui Pai's eyes widened, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Goodness, how did his mouth develop a mind of its own after playing for so long? Although he thought of his father as Lao Ding, he dared not voice it. He straightened his back, fearful that his father might erupt in anger. Fortunately, his father's mood today seemed quite amiable. I wanted to discuss something with you. Are you familiar with Jiang Shui'er? Mr. Zhang inquired gently. Today, I mentioned to her that we need to talk about a family project, and she suggested you speak with her. Oh, you mean Shuijia? No problem, Dad. Please tell me more. Suddenly, Feng Chui Pai felt emboldened. If his father had asked him to negotiate a project with someone else, he would undoubtedly feel like a failure. However, if it were Shuijia, he would not back down. Hearing his son's newfound confidence, Mr. Zhang felt reassured. Well, I never imagined that my son, whom I had thought was wasting away all these years, would quietly accomplish something significant. All right, I will send you the project proposal shortly. Make sure to discuss it thoroughly with Shui'er and mention our family. By the way, are you short on funds lately? Would you like me to send you some more? Feng Chui Pai's eyes lit up. He had plans to splurge on skins and purchase nutrients in the game, and there would surely be many expenses. He never anticipated his father would be so generous. Yes, please. Thank you, Dad. With a cheerful heart, Feng Chui Pai ended the call and promptly contacted Jiang Shui'er. In the game group, Feng Chui Pai messaged, Shuijia. I'm online, Shuijia replied. Please hold on. I'm dealing with some paperwork. I won't be logging in today. Come to my office this afternoon for dinner. Chapter 100. The Ancestors' Genes? This time, let 100,000 players be selected by you. Tongzi. Those who have been clamoring online about our game's false advertising should be disregarded. Now, Wei Yuan has risen. He is no longer the timid individual who once hesitated to summon 30 players. Received, delegating this matter to the system is far more convenient than handling it himself. Wei Yuan hummed a tune while reclining on his bed. What a pity! If only the players hadn't logged off to rest after cleaning up the battlefield. He would have had E2 roast some skewers for him. He smacked his lips. The taste was utterly bland. In a way, next time, before the players log off, he must ensure they fetch him some food before leaving. Beep, 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 beep. A unique alert sounded from the communicator. Wei Yuan abruptly sat up, his expression grave as he opened the communicator. The words clan leader appeared before him. Thump, thump, thump. His heart raced. The human race in this world had a history reminiscent of that of Earthlings before leaving Blue Star. Yet it was not entirely the same. Since he had traversed into the original host's body, he had seldom communicated with the human race. This was also what the human race had advised him when they sent him out, unless faced with a life-and-death situation. He should refrain from contact. Now, the clan leader had personally initiated communication. Wei Yuan took a deep breath. He must have seen that live broadcast across the entire alliance, if the clan leader inquired. He genuinely did not know how to concoct a response. To outsiders, he could easily fabricate tales, claiming the players were all selected from the human race, and any similarities were merely coincidental. However, facing true humans, that lie would crumble under scrutiny. Beep, 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 beep. The notification continued. The elder clan leader was making a direct video call, exhibiting an air of insistence that he would not relent until the call was answered. Wei Yuan pressed to connect. An elderly figure appeared before him. The clan leader was hunched, his hair completely white, yet his eyes sparkled with remarkable brightness. Upon connecting, his face immediately radiated excitement, his cheeks flushed with enthusiasm. Wei Yuan. Ha ha ha, good lad, good lad. Ahem, ahem. I knew I didn't misjudge you. The clan leader appeared ethereal, yet his demeanor was entirely at odds with his appearance. He even joyfully approached Wei Yuan, giving his shoulder a hearty pat. Clan leader? Wei Yuan felt somewhat bewildered. After the clan leader coughed to regain composure, his expression softened, and he looked at Wei Yuan with a beaming smile. Your principal has already informed me that you intend to venture to the underworld star system. Correct? Wei Yuan nodded. Your parents' remains may not necessarily be in the underworld star system. That battle was chaotic, the clan leader said, shaking his head, clearly reluctant to recall the failed war of years past. In truth, I do not advise you to go to the underworld star system. After all, you were produced from a frozen embryo, and your parents likely hold no emotional ties to you. The clan leader coughed a couple of times, adding, even if you were to locate their remains, it would be of little use. All remains are under the control of the necromancer clan leader, even if they wish to return to the human race. That old skeleton would probably refuse. The clan leader furrowed his brow, recalling the old skeleton he had seen during the live broadcast. The necromancer clan leader wielded dominion over the entire necromancer clan. Thus, even if human remains were revived with their past memories, they would be under the old skeleton's control at the soul level. Furthermore, you already possess those clansmen, don't you? The clan leader's eyes sparkled again. He even hesitated to inquire directly during the video call, but the twitching corners of his mouth indicated to Wei Yuan that the clan leader was certainly under some misconception. In an instant, Wei Yuan understood how to navigate this situation. It is precisely because I now have those clansmen that I dare to venture to the underworld